Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Our hero, Jean-Fry Vanrade, is the strongest adventurer who knows this world better than anyone. While other newbies at the ceremony are charging for OP weapons with wild screams, he just stands aside and watches this circus. They snatch strong gear from each other, fight tooth and nail for it, but our protagonist picks the weakest blade, the one nobody even glanced at because of its trash stats. Some rookie next to him is laughing his ass off and calls him an idiot, but the hero doesn't even blink. And then the ceremony starts. Bloodthirsty mobs pour out in a swarm. The newbies panic, flailing around, but they can't do jack shit. But our hero knows a bug, one swing of the rusted blade, and a mob explodes into mincemeat without a squeak. And it all started at the adventurer's camp. There, the protagonist was hit by a weird nostalgia, like he'd lived several lifetimes in this place. Then some girl called him to the registration desk. He looked at her, and her face felt painfully familiar. And then a system window flashed before his eyes. Then memories instantly overwhelmed him. Thousands of hours in this world, studying every corner, all of it rushed past in a second. He suddenly realized clearly, he'd ended up in the world of the online game. Grand 7. Where he was considered a pro. This is his chance. He knows every loophole, every cheat trick, and no one will stop him. Then he turned around and stepped right into the portal. The sight overwhelms him because the resemblance is exact. The system announces that he has entered the baptismal altar. He is amazed that even the tutorial arena matches the game perfectly. He immediately starts comparing every detail to his old knowledge. He remembers that the tutorial always gathers 5 new adventurers together for the baptism ritual. One of the other recruits is a bald, aggressive man who quickly draws attention. Another is a freckled woman with a spear, also preparing herself for the trial. As he studies the group, he confirms that events are unfolding exactly as they did in the game. That also reminds him of the stakes. Unlike a game, there will be no retry if he dies here. Still, he believes his past life knowledge can turn survival and success into something real. A system announcement warns that the baptism ritual will begin soon and orders the recruits to choose their equipment. He notes with satisfaction that even the announcements follow the game script. The bald recruit rushes forward immediately, determined to seize the best weapon first. He lunges for the strongest-looking options before anyone else can react. The available weapons include a spear, a bow, and several swords. The bald man grabs the spear without hesitation. The system identifies it as the Guardian's Spear, a respectable E+ weapon, and he fiercely defends his claim to it. Another recruit happily takes a red sword, an E-rank weapon that still looks solid to a beginner. The remaining recruits continue bickering and scrambling over what appears strongest. Jean-Fry stays calm because he has already seen this trap before. He remembers the forced job system, where performance in the baptism ritual limits what classes become available afterward. He judges the system as brutally unfair to beginners and recalls how players once re-rolled repeatedly to chase good jobs. The bald man is pleased with himself, convinced he has already secured an advantage. Seeing Jean-Fry hold back, he mocks him as dead weight. Jean-Fry answers the insult with dry indifference rather than anger. The bald man grows irritated because Jean-Fry refuses to be rattled. Only then does Jean-Fry move toward the weapon he actually wants. He steps past the flashy choices without a trace of hesitation. He picks up a plain, unimpressive short sword. The system reveals it to be a normal short sword, the lowest ranked option with only one attack. The bald man laughs at him and predicts that such a pathetic weapon will ruin his future job options. Jean-Fry knows that common sense in this world says your job determines your strength, but he begins questioning that belief. He considers the possibility that the accepted wisdom of this world is simply wrong. Trusting the knowledge of a hardcore player over the assumptions of ordinary people, he decides the normal short sword is the only correct choice. The ritual formally begins, and the system gives them 5 minutes to prove themselves. A swarm of winged centipedes descends into the arena. The objective is announced clearly: defeat as many creatures as possible. Jean-Fry immediately identifies the monsters as winged centipedes, enemies unique to this ritual. He also remembers that their poison can paralyze anyone they manage to hit. As the bald man keeps taunting him, Jean-Fry coldly tells him to focus on surviving. The bald recruit takes the warning as arrogance instead of concern. Jean-Fry decides it is better to ignore this kind of nuisance and concentrate on the trial. The system signals the true start of combat as the swarm closes in. One centipede dives straight at the group. Jean-Fry confirms that even the monster's movements match the game exactly. That means their weak points should also be exactly where he remembers. A centipede charges him head-on. He prepares to exploit the game's harsh critical hit mechanics instead of fighting normally. He adjusts his grip and timing with precise intent. Then he strikes with a clean, practiced motion. His blade lands exactly where it needs to. The system confirms the impossible-looking result. The winged centipede is defeated in one hit. The other recruits are stunned by what they just saw. Jean-Fry quietly judges the result as perfect because it proves his memory is reliable. The bald man dismisses it as luck, but even he is shaken by the one-hit kill. Jean-Fry reflects that every game has bugs, and that is normal. He remembers that this ritual contains one such bug hidden in plain sight. If the normal short sword hits a winged centipede's exact weak point, the enemy dies instantly regardless of the weapon's terrible stats. In other words, the weakest weapon in the arena can trigger a one-hit kill exploit. Now that the same exploit works here, he realizes he alone holds the key to dominating the ritual. Meanwhile, the spear-wielding woman struggles to fend off a centipede through brute force. Another recruit with the red sword also fights clumsily, trying to bring one down the hard way. The bald man manages to kill a centipede with his spear and starts building confidence. He boasts loudly, convinced his performance guarantees him the swordsman job. He openly declares that his kill count will secure the strongest class he wants. Jean-Fry finds the bragging more distracting than threatening and compares him to the worst kind of player. Another centipede lunges at Jean-Fry. He slips aside so casually that he almost treats the attack like a joke. The monster overshoots, unable to catch him. As he moves through the swarm with ease, he realizes this real version of the game may be even more enjoyable than the original. A fresh centipede dives from above. Jean-Fry circles behind it with effortless footwork. The creature cannot track him in time. He cuts it down and the system records another instant kill. By the time the time limit expires, he is still smiling while the system ends the baptism ritual. The system begins assigning jobs based on each recruit's performance. One recruit who defeated 7 monsters is offered only modest classes such as Hunter, Compounder, and Shield User. The others realize that even 7 kills are not enough to unlock the classes they truly wanted. The bespectacled recruit fares even worse and can barely react to his failure. With 0 kills, he is denied adventurer registration entirely, and receives no job options at all. The bald man, however, celebrates wildly because he reached 15 kills. His result finally unlocks the swordsman option he had been chasing. He basks in the attention, certain he has won the day. Jean-Fry studies his own result in silence instead of reacting immediately. The bald man smugly calls Jean-Fry lucky and asks what job he got. Jean-Fry pauses, already knowing the answer matters more than the others realize. The bald man is caught off guard by Jean-Fry's calm. Jean-Fry turns toward him, and the mood shifts. His result is overwhelming, 33 kills, enough to unlock nearly every major class, including swordsman and summoner. The bald man is horrified that Jean-Fry not only surpassed him but gained access to far more choices than anyone thought possible. Trying to save face, he insists that at least he can still choose swordsman too, but Jean-Fry ignores the posturing and notes that getting swordsman from 15 kills was the real stroke of luck. Jean-Fry reflects that most players consider swordsman and summoner the strongest jobs in the game. But with his old knowledge, he already knows he wants something else entirely. He makes his selection without hesitation. The system confirms his choice and grants the first-time job bonus of initial equipment. To everyone's shock, he chooses Compounder instead of any prestigious combat class. The other recruits stare at him in disbelief. The bald man blurts out that the choice is idiotic. He insists Compounder is the weakest job in the world, even as Jean-Fry's new status window confirms it. Jean-Fry ignores the ridicule and immediately opens his inventory. He knows a class is only as weak as the player using it. What he really wanted from killing 33 centipedes was not prestige, but the materials they dropped. His inventory contains rare ritual-only drops from the winged centipedes, including tails, wings, and blood. Those items are valuable because they can only be obtained in this one tutorial event. He calmly lays out the exact recipe he has been aiming for, adding the normal short sword as the final component. The materials and sword rise into a magic circle as he begins combining them. The system explains that Compounder's skill allows him to fuse specific items at the cost of mana. Jean-Fry activates the skill without hesitation. The ingredients merge in a burst of light. He reveals that this is the real reason he chose Compounder. The others can only watch, confused and alarmed by what he is doing. He is creating a piece of equipment so powerful that, in the game, it fundamentally broke the balance of the entire system. Jean-Fry successfully completes a compound and brings a strange hidden weapon into existence. He confirms the weapon is Centipede, a mysterious high-rank blade with strong attack power and an active skill that triples damage against weak points. He reflects that an adventurer's strength is usually judged by level and job skill. Ordinarily, equipment is treated as nothing more than a simple boost to attack or defense. But he knows some rare hidden equipment breaks that rule and can overwhelmingly change a user's power. Among serious players, items like this are known as hidden equipment. With that advantage secured, he arrives in Rogue Begin, the starting town for new adventurers. He moves through the familiar market, confirming the world matches the game he remembers. As he passes the stalls, he keeps observing the town like someone retracing a known route. Recognizing the central town exactly as it was in the game, he grows more certain his knowledge will hold. He casually accepts an apple from a vendor while staying focused on his next move. Having obtained his first hidden item exactly as planned, he starts deciding how to use that lead. He recalls the game's true objective: clear the 7 S-rank dungeons across the continents by killing all 7 bosses. For now, though, he decides survival comes first and chooses to power level immediately. Instead of following the normal beginner route through low-rank dungeons, he prepares to skip ahead. He heads straight for a C-rank dungeon portal, taking a reckless shortcut only someone with foreknowledge would attempt. The dungeon he enters is the forest dungeon known as the forest inhabiting the Guardian. Its clear condition is simple but absolute: kill the boss monster. Once inside, he is warned that he cannot leave until the boss is defeated. His status reveals how underleveled he really is, level 1, beginner gear, and a compounding job. He knows the dungeon normally expects adventurers around level 17 to 30, so entering now is extremely dangerous. Before he can settle in, he realizes the dungeon is already forcing a fight on him. A level 17 devil plant attacks, immediately proving how badly outmatched he should be. He summons Centipede, trusting his memory of the monster's patterns even against a 16-level gap. He grips the hidden blade and commits to a fight where a single mistake could kill him. Knowing one hit would mean death, he sharpens his focus instead of panicking. The devil plant lashes out with fast thorned attacks. He barely avoids the strike, but his confidence rises because the attack pattern matches what he remembers. He waits for the exact opening that always follows the plant's first sequence. When the weak point is exposed, he lands a critical blow and Centipede's mind's eye activates, killing the monster instantly. The kill floods him with experience, and launches him from level 1 to level 10 in a single jump. He notes that leveling automatically raises health and mana while also granting stat points to distribute. Since Centipede already gives him enough damage, he pours every new point into defense to avoid being one-shot later. His plan pays off immediately, and he credits Centipede for turning a suicidal gamble into momentum. He recognizes how useful Mind's Eye is, since Centipede's raw attack and weak point bonus let him grind far above his level. Still, he senses the weapon has more hidden value that has not revealed itself yet. With his first success behind him, he presses deeper into the dungeon while continuing to level. The forest grows quieter, and that silence warns him something more dangerous is nearby. He realizes too late that he has walked into an ambush. 3 level 23 noir snakes surround him at once, turning a manageable grind into a near-certain death trap. He recognizes them as this dungeon's mid-boss monsters and knows meeting 3 together is an absurdly rare disaster. One of the snakes lunges before he can reposition. He is forced into a desperate evasive move just to avoid being swallowed. Even while cornered, he confirms their behavior matches the game and starts searching for a way through. A sudden rush from one snake nearly catches him off guard and drives home how little room for error he has. He sprints between their attacks, trying to stop the panic from ruining his judgment. He forces himself to calm down and rely on the attack patterns he memorized. Remembering their weakness, he identifies the neck as the only place his blade can reliably cut through. He plants his foot and commits to a precise counterattack. His plan is simple: strike the neck cleanly before the snakes can overwhelm him. He believes a one-shot is possible if he times the opening perfectly. His blade connects, but the snakes react fast enough to interfere with the kill. One snake blocks for another, ruining his attempt to finish it in a single blow. He realizes the 3 are coordinating and protecting each other, making his usual weak point strategy far harder. That teamwork costs him dearly as one snake bites into his shoulder. He tears himself free in pain, instantly understanding how close he is to death. Cursing the situation, he refuses to let go of Centipede even while wounded. He answers with a desperate slash, trying to turn the exchange before the next strike lands. The counter severs a snake's neck, finally breaking their formation. One noir snake dies, and the experience pushes him from level 10 to level 13. But the victory comes at a brutal cost, leaving him with only 8 HP and in critical condition. Even so, he decides the result is acceptable because it falls within the risk he planned for. He reveals why. By raising his defense to 72 earlier, he ensured he could barely survive a hit that should have killed him. That brush with death also fulfills a hidden condition tied to Centipede. The weapon announces that its second skill has been unlocked. A system alert shows his speed exploding from 19 to 190. The unlock is confirmed, and he understands Centipede has awakened a new power. Still seated between the remaining snakes, he suddenly holds the advantage. The stat change confirms the buff is not minor but overwhelming. Centipede's second skill is revealed as Divine Excel, a passive 10-fold speed boost that activates only when he is on the verge of death. Using that burst of speed, he cuts down the 2 remaining snakes before they can react. He apologizes to death itself for surviving again, then accepts another surge of experience that raises him to level 17. The battlefield falls silent as the snake corpses dissolve around him. Resting against a tree, he judges that his leveling run has gone well enough for now. He knows the sensible choice would be to heal, but recovering would erase Divine Excel's critical state speed buff. Instead, he decides to keep the near-death buff active and trust his game knowledge to carry him. He dislikes having to injure himself back into critical condition later, which makes preserving the buff even more valuable. With that decision made, he moves on through the forest. Now empowered by Divine Excel, he starts cutting through ordinary monsters before they can even threaten him. His speed turns each encounter into an instant kill. The weaker mobs are dispatched so quickly that the fights barely register. He concludes that the dungeon's regular monsters are now trivial to him. He starts thinking of Divine Excel as a way to multiply his leveling efficiency, even if it is not literally an experience buff. As long as he keeps this pace, he believes he can reach the boss prepared, though he still needs to compound one item first. He reviews the first ingredients he needs for that compound, starting with water and thorn grass. He recalls the rest of the recipe as well: strong acidic berry, caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, fresh blood flower, and hariri seed. The recipe annoys him because gathering so many materials for a mere D-rank item is excessive. He remembers the original game was hated for this same realism-heavy crafting grind. Still, complaining will not change anything, so he drops the frustration. He resolves to gather the materials before he stumbles into the boss again. He searches deeper into the forest, following terrain that should contain the needed resources. As he collects ingredients, the list begins to come together. He harvests plants near the water, steadily assembling the recipe. Finding a strong acidic berry convinces him the preparation is going smoothly. Then someone recognizes him by name, interrupting his work. He turns warily, unsure of who in this world would call out to him here. He recognizes the newcomers as people from his home village. The blonde one, Julius, immediately mocks him for becoming an adventurer and revives the old insult of Fry the loser. Fry remembers Julius has been an adventurer for years, yet is still hanging around beginner territory, and notices Julius has identified his compounding job from his gear. Julius keeps sneering, implying Fry is too poor to afford proper equipment. To his companion, Julius dismisses Fry as nothing more than a poor villager he would be ashamed to call a friend. He goes further, cruelly exposing Fry's dead father and bedridden mother as material for ridicule. Fry is disgusted that this is the person fate chose to put in front of him now. He silently reaffirms the truth behind those insults. He became an adventurer to earn money for his struggling family. When Julius keeps talking as if narrating Fry's misery for sport, Fry's patience starts to break. Julius notices the change in his expression and threatens to beat him again like in the past. Fry weighs whether to retaliate or endure the humiliation for the moment. Before he can decide, a monstrous roar interrupts the confrontation. Both Fry and Julius realize something far worse has arrived. Julius's companion recognizes the danger first but can barely get the warning out. The dungeon boss, a level 31 cyclops, suddenly appears right in front of them. Fry immediately orders Julius to run, understanding the boss will kill him instantly. He realizes the cyclops has already chosen its target. The boss swings its club down at Julius with lethal force. Fry freezes for a split second as he sees the attack about to land. Julius is thrown aside by the shock and barely escapes immediate death. The cyclops activates its one-eyed skill, changing the rules of the fight. Fry judges the level gap as severe and knows his normal attacks will barely scratch the boss's defenses. The cyclops tears up a massive chunk of wood to use as a weapon. It slams the makeshift club down with crushing force. Fry avoids the blow by a hair, but the boss's attention shifts fully onto him. A system message confirms he has been targeted by Cyclops. Because of one-eyed, escape is now impossible and he is trapped in the battle. Accepting that there is no retreat, he prepares to fight seriously. The Cyclops attacks again with another devastating swing. Fry evades the impact zone at the last instant. He steadies himself, trusting his complete knowledge of the boss's move set and the speed granted by Divine Excel. From Julius's perspective, Fry starts moving so fast that the fight becomes hard to follow. Julius can barely believe the person fighting the boss is really the same Fry he mocked moments ago. Fry keeps sprinting around the Cyclops, testing angles and searching for a real opening. He knows simple evasion will not solve anything and that he needs a decisive plan. He uses the terrain and the boss's own swings to create the positioning he wants. Then he dashes straight up the Cyclops' hanging garment to reach its upper body. The Cyclops roars as it realizes he has gotten inside its guard. Fry stomps off the boss's shoulder to launch himself higher. He twists through the air, circling behind the Cyclops faster than it can track. The monster's back comes into view, revealing the vulnerable structure at the nape. Fry recognizes that the boss's nape is completely exposed. He raises Centipede for a killing strike aimed at the true weak point. He commits his full momentum to the descending blow. But even before the strike lands, he understands the problem. His blade can barely cut into the Cyclops at all, proving the level gap is still too large for a clean kill. The shallow wound confirms that raw speed and knowledge alone are not enough to finish the boss. The Cyclops notices the failed attempt and turns its eye toward him in fury. It retaliates immediately with another brutal swing. Fry is forced to dodge away and slash only to create space, not to deal meaningful damage. He concludes that fighting the Cyclops head-on on flat ground is too difficult with their current difference in level. Meanwhile, Julius can only watch from cover, terrified by the battle raging around him. Fry keeps moving at blinding speed around the Cyclops, drawing its attacks and controlling the field while the others remain helpless spectators. Hidden in the bushes, Julius is left stunned and frightened, unable to understand what kind of buff has turned Fry into someone he can no longer even see. Fry drives his blade into the ground as he breaks away from the Cyclops and buys himself a moment to think. Breathing hard, he decides he urgently needs to create a specific item if he wants to win. He reviews the ingredients he already has and realizes only a few components are still missing. Since the remaining materials can be found nearby, he starts searching the area while keeping an eye on the blonde bystander. He spots the exact low-grade ingredients he needs, including skull jelly leaves, hariri seed, and a caterpillar. When the Cyclops charges again, the blonde man panics and warns Fry away from him. Fry snatches the materials in the middle of the chaos, adding them to his inventory. He secures the last basic ingredient by heading for water. After collecting the water, he finally has everything required for the first mixture. Confident now, he begins compounding on the spot. His system-assisted crafting activates as the ingredients combine in front of him. The result is only a weak poison that drains health over time. The blonde observer immediately points out that poison alone is useless because cyclops are highly resistant to it. G-Fry agrees, revealing that the poison itself was never his real end goal. He brings out more snake cerebrospinal fluid, a rarer material he had prepared in advance, intending to refine the poison further. He starts a second round of compounding with the new catalyst. This upgrades the mixture into a much stronger poison capable of severe damage over time. The blonde man is stunned that G-Fry can compound an item more than once. G-Fry moves to the final step and pours the enhanced poison over his weapon, the centipede. The blonde man can only watch in confusion as G-Fry keeps going. The system confirms that G-Fry has added a poisonous attribute to the centipede. With the weapon transformed into its true venomous form, G-Fry finally has the tool he wanted from the start. The blonde man realizes in disbelief that G-Fry has stacked attributes onto his weapon through repeated compounding. Before he can process it, the cyclops closes in again. G-Fry greets the monster like an old opponent and declares the second round has begun. The cyclops attacks first, swinging down with brute force. G-Fry uses the terrain and water to evade the blow instead of meeting it head-on. As the monster presses forward, the poisonous aura around his weapon lashes through the space around it. G-Fry counters with a heavy strike that crashes into the cyclops and knocks it off balance. He immediately climbs onto the monster's body to stay inside its blind spots. Because he already knows the cyclops' full attack pattern, he fights with complete confidence. The monster roars in frustration as its usual rhythm fails to catch him. G-Fry carves across the cyclops repeatedly, forcing poison into its body with each cut. The system confirms the cyclops has been severely poisoned and will now lose health continuously. The monster's natural resistance kicks in, and it purges the poison almost immediately. G-Fry refuses to back off and decides he will simply reapply the poison as many times as necessary. Another successful strike lands, and the severe poison takes hold again. The cyclops nullifies it once more, turning the fight into a contest of persistence. G-Fry stays calm and keeps reading the openings instead of getting rattled. He poisons the cyclops again, and again the monster cancels the effect. Even as the poison is repeatedly removed, the accumulated pressure starts wearing the monster down. G-Fry concludes that poison really is the correct answer, as long as he keeps forcing it through. Seeing the cyclops falter, he commits to a finishing attack. He raises the centipede for a decisive overhead strike. His blade drives straight toward the cyclops' single eye, its greatest weakness. The blow lands as a critical hit, and his mind's eye skill activates at the perfect moment. The monster's body convulses as the damage finally overwhelms it. The cyclops collapses, and G-Fry is credited with the kill and the experience. The blonde witness can only stare, unable to believe what he just saw. He starts to suspect the impossible, that this black-haired adventurer might really be G-Fry Van Raid. G-Fry turns toward him, and the recognition becomes even harder to dismiss. Terrified that he might be next, the blonde man bolts without waiting for an explanation. Left alone, G-Fry dismisses his weapon and checks his condition and rewards. His status shows that he survived on the brink of death, with only 8 HP left despite the victory. Satisfied with the level gain, he postpones spending his stat points and opens his inventory instead. The boss rewards include a large sum of gold and a cyclops fang. The gold especially matters to him, because he plans to send it home to support his mother. He appreciates once again that fighting solo means keeping every reward for himself. Among the drops, the item he truly wanted is the cyclops eyeball. He ignores how grotesque it looks because its value lies in what it can unlock. With that eyeball, he has secured one of the key materials for the next hidden equipment. His next destination is the flat plane D-rank dungeon. Arriving there, he notes that this place also carries memories from his previous life. Those memories sharpen his focus rather than distracting him. He reminds himself that the true objective of the game is to defeat the demon god on each of the 7 continents, starting with the first one here. To reach that point, he needs the second hidden equipment tied to the fallen goddess's statue. The trial there requires the cyclops' eyeball and one more material, which is why he has come to this dungeon. He soon runs into mountain dogs, the local monsters, and treats them as easy prey. Since he also needs more levels, he cuts through them while continuing his search. As he fights, he keeps his larger dream in mind, a world free of monsters and demon gods. He also wants enough wealth to give his family a comfortable life. And beneath that hope is a harsher motive as well. He wants the strength to silence everyone who once looked down on him. His determination pays off with a string of level-ups. Elsewhere, the Adventurer Association broadcasts news that a new adventurer has set an unprecedented baptism record by defeating 33 creatures. The report publicly names that adventurer as G-Fry Van Raid. Word spreads through town that he is a black-haired, blue-eyed man heading toward the town of beginnings. The same news cycle also mentions the overhunting of the cobalt bird. In the dungeon, G-Fry finds only the remains of what should have been common prey. He is puzzled that he cannot find a single live cobalt bird despite searching for so long. He confirms to himself that cobalt bird feathers are the material he still lacks. The birds are not supposed to be rare, which makes their disappearance suspicious. Recalling the continent's dungeon structure, he knows this D-rank area should have had the highest spawn rate for them. That only deepens the mystery, because even here the birds are gone. Unable to solve it in the field, he stores his weapon and decides to return to town for information. He heads back to the city planning to investigate before wasting more time. Once in town, he looks for a general store where locals might know what happened. He finds one and moves to ask around. Before he can enter properly, a group of rough men rushes out and shoves him aside. The men laugh about their haul and flee with stolen goods. Jean-Fry is pushed out of their way like an inconvenience. Watching them run, he realizes he may have just witnessed a robbery. A mother and her young daughter happen to be in the path of the fleeing thieves. The mother notices the danger too late as one thug orders the child aside. The girl is struck and sent falling. For a moment she is helpless in mid-fall. Jean-Fry moves instantly and catches her before she hits the ground. Holding the child safely, he recognizes the men as the same group responsible for the trouble here. One of the thieves glances back, sensing that something has gone wrong. The mother thanks Jean-Fry sincerely for saving her daughter. He brushes it off while the mother comforts the frightened child. Nearby, an older shopkeeper curses the mountain dogs under his breath. Jean-Fry realizes the man is likely the owner of the looted store and asks about them. The answer confirms his suspicion that the Mountain Dog Guild is real and active in this area. When he connects that guild to the missing cobalt birds, his confusion turns into anger. The shopkeeper explains that the guild are thieves and poachers who prey on anyone and have already stripped local shops bare. Jean-Fry repeats the guild's name, already treating them as his next obstacle. He reflects that a guild is a whole organization of like-minded adventurers, which makes them troublesome to confront alone. Even so, the stories from the mother and shopkeeper make clear just how dangerous and shameless they are. Once he combines their abuse of civilians with their overhunting of the cobalt bird, his anger becomes personal. He decides on the spot to chase them down. Following their trail into a back alley, he finds the place they used as a hideout. He pauses and listens before exposing himself. Inside, the thieves are drinking and sorting through the loot they stole. Their leader boasts that they have already cleaned out most of the nearby shops and are preparing to move on. Jean-Fry notices they are carrying the stolen goods, and he starts searching for the feathers among them. He studies the room carefully while the thieves remain unaware of him. Among the supplies, he spots sealed jars set aside from the rest. Inside one of them are the cobalt bird feathers he came for. He realizes these men are the reason the birds were hunted nearly to extinction in this area. As the thieves drunkenly mock the news about the adventurer who defeated 33 creatures, Jean-Fry listens in silence. Their stupidity does not matter to him. What matters is that there are too many of them to ignore. Before he can decide on a clean approach, one of the thieves notices him. Jean-Fry is caught off guard because the man used a stealth skill that hid his presence until the last second. He tries to bluff his way out by pretending to be a harmless stranger who got lost. The thieves are not fooled and reveal they have already killed another supposed spy who used the same excuse. When one of them lunges, Jean-Fry barely avoids the sudden knife attack. He realizes there is no more room for talk. Accepting that, he summons the centipede again. He slips behind the attacker before the man can recover. A sharp kick breaks the thug's footing and ruins his balance. Jean-Fry flows past him in one motion, completely controlling the exchange. He strikes the man across the face hard enough to drop him screaming. The others finally register the fight and turn toward the noise. Now fully exposed, Jean-Fry curses the bad timing. The guild members surround him and assume he is a rival spy, while he makes one last attempt to say he only wants the cobalt bird feathers. Even as he tries to look non-threatening, the drawn weapon in his hand ruins the act. The thieves decide he attacked one of their own and immediately call for his death. Jean-Fry gives up on persuasion and resolves to take the feathers by force. The remaining guild members spread out and prepare to rush him together. Jean-Fry meets the first charge head-on. He parries the incoming weapon and counters before the attacker can follow through. His blade slices across the man's face, drawing blood and stopping him cold. The wounded thug staggers back, clutching his ruined nose while Jean-Fry turns toward the next target. The man's exaggerated scream only confirms how little real discipline this gang has. Jean-Fry dryly notes that he struck with the flat of the blade, but the reaction is enough to unsettle the rest. As another attacker swings from behind, Jean-Fry complains that fighting a guild alone is exactly the kind of one versus many nuisance he wanted to avoid. He ducks under the blow with practiced ease. Then he drives a brutal kick into the attacker's midsection and sends him reeling. A third thug thrusts a spear at him, trying to exploit the opening. Jean-Fry catches the spear's shaft with one hand, stopping the attack outright and seizing control of the fight. The black-haired adventurer opens by smashing one thug with a sudden, brutal strike. A system notice confirms a critical hit, and his mind's eye skill activates as he realizes he may have overdone it. He casually apologizes while the man collapses, making it clear he is completely in control. Another bandit rushes in from behind with an axe, trying to punish his carelessness. The adventurer slips under the swing before it can land. He drives his jagged weapon straight into the attacker's face. The blow follows through into the man's chest and drops him instantly. Still calm, he remarks that he never wanted a fight here in the first place. Standing over the fallen men, he tells the survivors this is simply the result of their own actions. With the immediate threat handled, he turns back to his real goal, the cobalt bird feathers. Before he can move on, he senses another danger approaching. A new attack cuts into the scene with far more force than the others. He barely catches the incoming blade, forced to defend for the first time. The newcomer mocks him for leaving himself exposed. The adventurer recognizes the use of covert and realizes this is the same hidden attacker from earlier. He identifies the man as the one who ambushed him in town. The two square off in the street, and the fight immediately becomes more serious. The bandit proudly introduces himself as Sub Masuo, the sub-master of the guild. The adventurer admits the name means nothing to him and treats the introduction like a joke. Sub Masuo remembers him as the target they failed to kill before and regrets not finishing the job then. The adventurer taunts him for calling himself a thief while using such obvious weapons. Masuo dismisses the insult and belittles him as an amateur who only knows how to talk. He insists the adventurer is only dangerous because of his rare weapon, not because of any real skill. Masuo lectures that every adventurer has a job, and equipment alone means nothing. He claims true strength comes from developing job skills, not from flashy gear. While Masuo keeps talking, the adventurer punishes the opening with a quick slash. Masuo takes offense and doubles down, saying the adventurer's starter armor proves he is just a rookie compounder. He points out that the armor is the basic set given to compounders in the tutorial. At the same time, he notes the weapon is far above that level, which only reinforces his belief that the adventurer is bluffing with borrowed power. The adventurer listens in silence as Masuo keeps insisting the weapon is the only reason for his confidence. Masuo laughs and says the boy even looks like someone fighting an adventurer for the first time. To prove his own superiority, he summons multiple floating swords. The blades spread around him, showing he can attack from several angles at once. The adventurer studies the pattern instead of panicking. Masuo explains the basic rule of adventurer combat. Once your opponent knows your job, you are at a severe disadvantage. Because he has identified the boy as a compounder, he says all he needs to watch is the movement of that sword. The adventurer turns the logic around and points out that Masuo has revealed nothing about himself. He guesses the answer anyway and bluntly calls Masuo a thief. Masuo panics and blurts out a denial so clumsy that it only makes him look worse. The adventurer immediately starts calculating the real danger, wondering whether Masuo has learned plunder and could steal his centipede weapon. Deciding not to let the fight drag on, he resolves to finish it quickly. He charges straight at Masuo before the summoned blades can fully dictate the battle. He commits to a decisive overhead strike, but hidden guild members suddenly appear behind him, revealing that Masuo was not alone. The adventurer is caught off guard by the ambush. As the men rush in using covert as well, he realizes the whole group shares the same concealment trick. He flips away at the last second, narrowly escaping the coordinated attack. Even so, the forced retreat leaves him rattled and off balance. He instantly changes tactics and lowers his weapon for a low-angle counter. The strike lands directly between Masuo's legs, a humiliating and devastating hit. A supercritical hit triggers, and Mind's Eye activates again from the perfect opening. Masuo's mind goes blank from the pain. His scream echoes through the street. His subordinates rush to him in panic, begging him to stay conscious. The adventurer offers another dry apology while the men confirm their submaster is completely out. With Masuo down, he turns his attention to the rest. He tells them the match is effectively over. Then he makes the threat explicit. If they do not want to end up like their leader, they should hand over the cobalt bird feathers. His demand comes with enough menace to freeze them in place. He repeats the warning while the remaining men hesitate in fear. He presses them again for the feathers, making it clear he expects obedience now. The survivors nervously confirm that he really is asking for the cobalt bird feathers. They start to comply, but before they can finish, more guild members arrive and point him out as the attacker. The newcomers accuse him of knocking out their people and assume he must belong to a rival guild. The adventurer is annoyed by how endlessly these enemies keep appearing. More armed members surround him from every direction, turning the alley into a trap. One of them boasts about the Mountain Dog Guild's reputation, while another is baffled that so many people were called in for a single opponent. They only notice too late that their submaster is lying unconscious at the adventurer's feet. The sight of Masuo sprawled on the ground shocks the whole group. A closer look confirms he is completely knocked out. The guild members refuse to believe the boy beat him fairly, and decide he must have taken advantage of Masuo somehow. The adventurer privately agrees only in the sense that Masuo had been intoxicated by his own weak abilities. As the crowd reels, a new voice cuts through the confusion and demands to know what is happening. A much larger man arrives with escorts, and the mood shifts immediately. His sheer presence marks him as the true authority here. The guild members greet him as their master. They crowd around him, eager to explain the situation. The adventurer instantly guesses this must be the guild master and sarcastically imagines his name is probably just another variation of Masuo. The guild master reduces the situation to a simple insult. Someone dared pick a fight with his guild. His men point to the unconscious submaster as proof that the intruder handled one of their leaders. The guild master studies the boy without rushing in. The adventurer meets that stare just as calmly. The guild master confirms the fallen men are indeed his members and asks which guild the boy belongs to. The adventurer answers that he works alone and belongs to no guild. That answer surprises the guild master, who asks if he really did all of this by himself. When the adventurer confirms it, the guild master bursts into delighted laughter. Instead of immediate revenge, he says he likes the boy's spirit and offers him a place in the guild. The offer catches the adventurer completely off guard. The guild master explains that under normal circumstances he would punish anyone who touched his guild, but because the boy defeated Submasuel, he decides that feat alone earns him admission. He even throws an arm around him and tries to turn the confrontation into a friendly invitation for drinks. The adventurer flatly refuses. The rejection makes the guild master's friendliness vanish at once. The adventurer says he came only for the cobalt bird feathers, and he has no interest in joining a corrupt guild that preys on the weak. The guild master demands the feathers issue be addressed, but the insult hits him harder than the demand. He repeats the word mess in disbelief, asking if he heard correctly. The adventurer confirms it and openly calls the guild rotten and predatory. The guild master answers by launching a massive attack with a heavy polearm. The weapon crashes into the ground with enough force to shatter the street. The adventurer avoids the blow, but the impact proves this opponent is on a different level. The crater left behind shows the guild master's raw power is no bluff. The guild master calmly announces that he has changed his mind. Now he intends to break the adventurer and make him his slave for daring to insult him. The adventurer immediately revises his earlier guess and realizes this man is probably not a thief at all. He counters with a kick, but the guild master powers through and keeps pressing. A sweeping follow-up forces the adventurer to dive away to avoid being crushed. He tumbles clear and regains his footing before the next hit can land. Knowing a job skill from someone this strong would be disastrous, he decides he has to win before that happens. He rushes in aggressively to keep the guild master on defense. Then he ducks under another wide swing with precise timing. The guild master is startled that the boy can read and evade his attacks so cleanly. The adventurer slips behind him and lands a sharp strike to his back. The hit hurts, but it also reveals something important to the guild master. He realizes the boy is deliberately using the flat of the blade, which means he is holding back despite the danger. The adventurer, meanwhile, admits to himself that this opponent is genuinely tough. The guild master finally reveals his job by activating unequip. His weapon vanishes from his hands. The adventurer understands at once that this must be tied to the man's real class. The guild master declares the skill in fight. Its effect is revealed. As a fighter, unequipping a weapon doubles his physical stats for 3 minutes. His subordinates cheer because their master has entered his strongest state. The adventurer now knows he is facing a fighter, not a thief, and the battle becomes far more dangerous. The guild master attacks barehanded with overwhelming force. His fist tears toward the adventurer faster than before. The punch smashes through stone as the adventurer barely avoids being hit directly. He realizes that one clean blow from a fighter in infight would probably kill him, so he dives in close to the man's back, trying to stay inside the arc of those lethal punches. The guild master roars and swings to kill anyway. The adventurer focuses completely, trusting his timing. He drives his weapon into the guild master's side and scores another critical hit. Mind's Eye activates again as the guild master screams from the sudden pain. The watching guild members are stunned into silence. Their master crashes to the ground, and panic spreads through the group. For the first time, they seriously consider that this black-haired newcomer might be the famous adventurer from the recent reports. They compare his features and realize the description matches exactly. The adventurer overhears them repeating black hair and blue eyes and starts to understand what they mean. The guild members suddenly recognize him. They identify him as the blue-eyed Jean Fry from the news. When he turns to address them, their courage evaporates. The entire group flees at once, abandoning their guild master without hesitation. Left behind in the silence, the adventurer is baffled that they know his name, and even more baffled that they ran off so quickly. He decides not to dwell on it, and returns to his original plan of finding the cobalt bird feathers and eventually returning the stolen goods to the general store. The scene shifts to Sigrun Fall, a B-rank dungeon. Inside, he reflects that the boss fight ended instantly this time as a system notice confirms he defeated Baphomet and gained experience. Afterward, he heads to a grand stone statue of a fallen goddess. He approaches it with familiarity rather than reverence. He greets the fallen goddess's statue like an old acquaintance he has long missed. He reminds himself that solving the mechanism hidden in this statue will grant him a second piece of hidden equipment. Preparing the materials for the puzzle, he begins what he calls their touching reunion. He notes that anyone with sharp intuition should immediately realize there is a trick hidden in the eye of the stone goddess. He discovers that the fallen goddess statue hides a secret slot in its left eye for the cyclops eye. He also notices a single feather gap in the statue's wings, a second hidden mechanism no one else seems to have found. When he inserts the feather, the statue's hidden condition is finally completed. The goddess's long unfulfilled wish is granted. Light floods the shrine as the statue responds to him. The stone goddess even sheds tears, proving the miracle is real. Those tears become a reward, confirming the statue's joy. A second hidden item appears before him as the statue's final gift. The reward is Lucifer's Halo, a mysterious item that greatly boosts luck and grants passive mind reading and magic detection, with another sealed ability still hidden. He immediately recognizes why such a powerful item was so difficult to obtain. With the trial complete, he stands before the now quiet goddess statue and accepts the result. He promises to make good use of Lucifer's halo. Without hesitation, he decides to equip it at once. The halo appears above his head, and he is less impressed by its power than by how ridiculous it makes him look. Even so, he keeps it on, deciding that its obvious appearance is still worth the benefits. Now armed with the halo, he turns his attention back to his real goal, reaching the S-rank dungeon. He leaves the shrine and heads for the adventurer's hall to find a way in. Once there, he realizes getting into the S-rank dungeon will not be simple. The target is the S-rank dungeon Agni Volcano, where entry is restricted to parties of at least 7 because of the extreme danger. Since no one is recruiting, his plan to enter immediately stalls. He recalls that even after an S-rank boss is defeated, the dungeon eventually respawns somewhere else on the same continent. Defeating the first demon god would also grant the right to travel to the next continent, making this dungeon crucial to his progress. Because he wants to move on as quickly as possible, he grows frustrated by the delay. Then he overhears talk about Freyna the Flame Magician and her party, a famous group gathered nearby. The name catches his attention immediately. He spots Freyna surrounded by her team and begins sizing them up. Using the halo's information, he confirms that Freyna Ashbury is a level 45 magician. The halo hovers over him conspicuously as he watches her. Lucifer's halo activates its mind-reading ability for the first time. He learns that Freyna desperately wants to challenge the S-rank dungeon soon, but her party lacks enough members. Realizing the halo has already given him exactly the opening he needed, he decides to act. Just as Freyna's group gives up for the day, he steps in before they can leave. He politely stops them and forces their attention onto himself. He offers to join their party, presenting himself as the extra hand they need. The halo ruins any chance of a subtle first impression, and the whole group stares at him like a lunatic. He can tell from their faces alone that they think he is absurd. One teammate dismisses him outright, saying the party has already decided to postpone the attempt and that he should look elsewhere. The halo reveals that this refusal comes partly from concern for an injured teammate still in the hospital. He understands that their shortage was caused by that injury, not simple indecision. Instead of backing off, he asks to hear the leader's opinion directly. He presses Freyna by pointing out how anxious she seems about the S-rank dungeon. Though she tells him it is none of his business, the halo exposes the truth. She is worried about her father, who has been missing in that dungeon for over a month. He realizes her urgency is personal, not just ambition. Then the halo picks up a second wave of anxiety from someone else nearby. Before he can process it, he abruptly lunges into action, startling everyone. He quickly introduces himself as Jean Fry and admits that he also needs to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. His name rings a bell with the party. They suddenly connect him to the recent news reports. They realize he is the man said to have defeated 33 monsters in the baptismal altar, though they struggle to reconcile that feat with his unimpressive appearance. He awkwardly accepts that his exploits have already become public knowledge. Freyna, meanwhile, feels that something about him is strange, as if he can see through people, yet she also senses a presence unlike other adventurers. To her, he carries the weight of someone who has already endured far too much. The halo confirms her growing awe, and he realizes he has a real chance of being accepted. Freyna decides to let him join the party, shocking the others. Her decision cuts off the objections immediately. She warns him that if he proves useless, they will abandon him without hesitation. He accepts the harsh condition gladly, satisfied that the halo has secured his entry into the S-rank dungeon. Soon after, the newly formed party arrives at Agni Volcano and enters the S-rank dungeon together. Once inside, he is placed at the vanguard, the most dangerous position, and he recognizes that Freyna is testing him ruthlessly. One armored teammate remains openly suspicious and questions whether bringing him along was wise. Freyna makes her position clear. If he is useful, he stays. If not, he is expendable bait. As they advance through the volcanic terrain, the tension around him remains high. Arthur, the red-haired archer, finally asks whether he really is the man from the news. He gives an evasive answer that only deepens Arthur's doubts. Arthur studies him, unconvinced. The halo confirms Arthur's distrust. Another teammate openly calls him a fraud and mocks both his strength and the halo on his head. He snaps back internally, frustrated that they keep judging the halo by its appearance when it is actually absurdly powerful. At that moment, the halo's magic perception detects a sudden unknown surge of magical movement. He senses that the monsters near the summit have all started moving at once. Realizing the entire upper area is descending on them together, he understands a disaster is about to hit. He immediately orders the shield user to cover everyone. The warning comes just in time, and the party finally recognizes the urgency as the volcano begins to erupt. The suspicious tank starts to challenge his authority, but the eruption overtakes the argument. The mountain explodes violently, hurling molten debris into the sky. He shouts again for the others to guard themselves as flaming rocks begin to fall. The party scrambles into position beneath the incoming barrage. The shield user casts Reflect Guard to protect the group. A defensive barrier forms around them and catches the first wave of molten boulders. Seeing the storm of burning rock, he realizes they are trapped in place until it ends. Freyna orders everyone to hold their ground and wait it out. Then she steps forward herself, taking command of the crisis. She prepares a large-scale spell called Meteorite Blaze. A massive magic circle spreads beneath the party as she gathers overwhelming firepower. She raises her staff and aims her spell into the sky. Her magic surges upward to intercept the falling inferno. The incoming volcanic rocks are engulfed and erased before they can strike. He watches in surprise as she neutralizes the disaster almost instantly. He finally understands why Freyna is known as the Flame Magician. She can simply vaporize the volcanic bombardment. But while everyone is focused upward, the ground beneath them begins to crack. A huge fissure suddenly tears open under the party's feet. Arthur loses his footing first and starts to fall. Without hesitation, G-Fry dives after him as the others shout in alarm. He catches Arthur's hand at the last possible moment. The rescue drags them both over the edge, and they plunge together into the chasm. As they fall, he desperately tries to find any hold on the crumbling wall. He realizes too late that there is no safe way to stop their descent. The drop is far deeper than he expected, and he knows the impact could kill them. They crash downward towards something below. By sheer luck, they land on a giant cotton bat instead of the bare rock. Recognizing the relatively weak monster, he realizes they survived only because the Halo's luck bonus handed them an impossible break. The cotton bat is not pleased to have become their landing cushion. He immediately understands the new problem and decides they need to move before it retaliates. He tells Arthur to jump down and face it with him rather than stay exposed on its back. He warns Arthur that the bat stores impact and returns it as amplified counterattacks, meaning their fall has made it even more dangerous. Arthur, shaken but proud, insists he does not need the warning. As the monster attacks, G-Fry draws his weapon and calls out the danger again. The cotton bat lunges straight at Arthur. G-Fry bursts forward to intercept it. The monster's attack smashes Arthur into the wall despite the warning. Arthur is hurt and rattled by the blow. G-Fry scolds him for ignoring the advice and orders him to stay back if he wants to live. He steps in front of Arthur and takes control of the fight himself. Arthur can only stare as G-Fry calmly faces the monster alone. Seeing the shattered wall, Arthur realizes that without G-Fry's intervention he would have died on impact. G-Fry, meanwhile, is struck by how brutally powerful even an ordinary monster is in an S-rank dungeon. When the cotton bat charges again, he meets it head-on instead of retreating. In a single exchange, the monster collapses, leaving Arthur stunned and unable to understand what he just saw. Arthur realizes G-Fry killed the cotton bat in one hit. Above them, Freyna uses dowsing magic to search the chasm. She traces the lower area carefully, trying to locate the fallen pair. Her teammates ask whether she has found anything. She confirms that Arthur is still alive, relieving the group. She also reflects that G-Fry fell only because he tried to save Arthur. Remembering how quickly he sensed the eruption, she begins to reassess him as more than a suspicious outsider. Some of the party suggest going after them immediately, but Freyna refuses. She insists that searching now would waste strength needed for the battle against the demon god, and that their true mission must come first. Since everyone is heading for the summit anyway, she decides they will regroup naturally if Arthur survives and keeps moving. Privately, she entrusts Arthur's safety to his own skill and continues hoping both her missing father and Arthur make it through alive. Below, G-Fry realizes Arthur is Freyna's brother, and that he too entered the dungeon searching for their missing father. Once Arthur regains his composure, G-Fry prepares to move on. Arthur is confused when G-Fry starts heading deeper instead of toward the summit. G-Fry bluntly tells him that challenging the demon god at Arthur's current level would only get him killed. Rather than rush upward, G-Fry decides to hunt monsters below and use the lower levels to grow stronger first. The halo reveals that Arthur is torn, but he also genuinely wants the strength to stop being a burden. G-Fry offers him a simple choice: come along if he wants to become stronger. Arthur accepts with nervous excitement, even if he still does not fully understand what he is agreeing to. Jinfrey's idea of a little hunting turns out to mean standing in the middle of a flock of high-level flame bonebirds. Arthur is forced into immediate combat as the burning birds swarm them. One bird dives straight at him before he can settle himself. Knowing he cannot let it get close, Arthur forces himself to act. He steadies his aim and decides to shoot before the monster reaches him. His arrow lands cleanly and pierces the charging bird. The monster crashes down dead, proving Arthur can fight here after all. Breathing hard, Arthur vows not to be looked down on and declares he can handle a one-on-one fight. When he turns to compare himself with G-Fry, he expects to see another battle underway. Instead, he finds G-Fry sitting calmly in the middle of a pile of dead flame bonebirds. G-Fry casually looks up from his break as if nothing unusual happened. Arthur is horrified to discover that G-Fry is casually eating the bird's drop item like a snack while even offering him some. Before Arthur can process that absurdity, a new flaming beast charges him, proving the training is far from over. G-Fry finds Arthur doubled over in pain and urgently checks whether he can still stand. Arthur forces himself upright and insists he is still fine despite clearly struggling. G-Fry takes control of the situation and orders Arthur to get to safety while he handles the monster. He steps forward alone to face the flaming salamander in the cavern. The beast glares back, still aggressive despite its own discomfort. G-Fry realizes the salamander is also suffering from an upset stomach and that its recent meal has slowed it down. He coolly guesses the creature is about to vomit, treating its weakness as an opening. The salamander retches violently and spews up a foul mass onto the cave floor. Among the mess, human bones spill out and confirm what G-Fry suspected. Seeing the remains, G-Fry concludes the monster really did eat a person. Arthur notices a familiar sword lying nearby among the remains. The sight leaves him stunned as the truth begins to sink in. Jean-Fry tries to keep things practical and urges Arthur to settle himself before panic takes over again. The salamander recovers enough to keep watching them, still ready to fight. Arthur recognizes the sword and clothing as his father's belongings. Jean-Fray's system reads Arthur's emotions and identifies overwhelming vengeful intent toward the salamander. Arthur's grief hardens instantly into a death threat. He charges in, driven entirely by the need to avenge his father. Arthur rushes past Jean-Fry and throws himself at the salamander without a plan. Jean-Fry shouts for him to stop before he gets himself killed. Arthur ignores him and keeps advancing recklessly. Jean-Fry is forced to knock Arthur away from the monster to save him from his own charge. Even on the ground, Arthur swears he will tear the salamander apart. The monster looms behind them while Arthur keeps struggling to resume his attack. Jean-Fry pins Arthur down to stop him from throwing his life away. He angrily demands that Arthur listen for just a moment. Arthur fights back, insisting he must kill the salamander now even if it means going alone. Jean-Fry snaps back and tries to force Arthur to calm down long enough to think. He hits Arthur with the real consequence. If Arthur dies too, the rest of his family will be left with nothing. That reminder finally breaks through Arthur's rage. Jean-Fry presses the point that Arthur already knows he cannot beat the salamander by himself. Arthur admits it, but his helplessness only makes his grief more desperate. He cries out that the thing that killed his father is right in front of him, and he cannot just do nothing. Jean-Fray's system reads Arthur's anger as the fury of someone crushed by his own powerlessness. Arthur's clenched hand shows he is barely holding himself together. He finally reins himself in and apologizes for losing control. Jean-Fry addresses him directly, now ready to work with him instead of against him. He confirms Arthur's hunter class and asks what items he currently has available. Arthur is confused by the sudden change in direction. He lists his supplies and mentions an odd item called cotton bat's fluff that he does not understand. Jean-Fry recognizes it as a hidden hunter class item and realizes Arthur has exactly what they need. He postpones the explanation and tells Arthur to listen because he has a plan. Jean-Fry says that if they execute it properly, the two of them can kill the salamander together. He waits for Arthur to decide whether to trust him. Arthur accepts and commits himself to Jean-Fray's plan to bring down the salamander. The two men take their positions as the salamander faces them head-on. Arthur steadies himself and prepares to do his part. The salamander advances, still burning with menace. Jean-Fry gives Arthur a simple first command: strengthen him. Arthur begins the incantation for his class skill. He calls on the spirits in his words to rise and lead Jean-Fry to victory. The skill battle cry activates, granting Jean-Fry Arthur's support buff and boosting his strength and speed for 5 minutes. The salamander notices the sudden change in power. Arthur hands over the cotton bat's fluff Jean-Fry specifically asked for. Jean-Fry says the buff has eased his condition and tells Arthur to stick to the plan from here on. With the setup complete, Jean-Fry rushes in to engage the salamander at close range. The salamander reacts and prepares to meet his charge. Jean-Fry closes the distance directly, drawing the monster's full attention. He reflects that such a high HP monster is normally worn down by many players, not just 2. Even so, he lands a decisive opening strike with his poison blade. The hit inflicts heavy poison on the salamander and starts their attrition plan. Jean-Fry reveals he coded the attack with the centipede's poison. He adds a second layer to the trap by setting Arthur up for a ranged follow-up. Arthur's arrow strikes the salamander's forehead at the known weak point. Jean-Fry immediately disengages and leaves the ranged pressure to Arthur. He notes that the first part worked exactly as intended because the salamander's normal weak point is between the brows. Arthur calmly knocks another arrow, now fully focused. Jean-Fry admits a melee fighter would struggle to exploit that weak point alone, which is why Arthur's presence matters. Arthur keeps firing as Jean-Fry continues to bait the monster into exposing itself. Jean-Fry dodges around the salamander's jaws and keeps it occupied at close range. Together they maintain pressure, with Jean-Fry drawing attacks and Arthur shooting from safety. The poisoned salamander starts to choke and weaken under the combined assault. Jean-Fry senses the next phase coming and braces for it. The salamander enters berserk mode, boosting all of its stats and turning the fight far more dangerous. Arthur shields himself from the sudden blast of heat and force. He realizes the berserk state is radiating enough heat to be felt even from a distance. Jean-Fry still charges in despite the monster's empowered state. He reminds himself that berserk raises every stat, but that change also creates a new weakness. Jean-Fry prepares to exploit that altered weakness with the cotton bat's fluff. The salamander roars and gathers itself for a stronger attack. Jean-Fry meets the monster's power with a burst of lightning and force, buying the moment he needs. Satisfied that everything is in place, he declares the preparations complete. He recalls that berserk mode shifts the salamander's weak point away from its forehead. Arthur readies another shot, waiting for the exact target call. Jean-Fry identifies the new weak point and shouts for Arthur to target the front legs. Arthur's arrow hits one of the salamander's front legs and disrupts its footing. Jean-Fry follows instantly with a heavy slash to the same area, compounding the damage. His mind's eye activates, sharpening his reading of the monster's movements and condition. He judges that they only need a little more pressure before the next opening appears. The salamander's damaged front leg buckles under it. Arthur keeps another arrow ready, waiting for Jean-Fray's signal. The salamander drops lower, its posture destabilized by poison and leg damage. Jean-Fry sees the monster sagging and closes in, recognizing the signs of collapse. He notes that the flames around its body have weakened. That tells him the salamander has entered a critical state, but he also knows it can recover by swallowing those flames back into itself. As expected, the monster enters regeneration mode and begins restoring its HP. Arthur is horrified that the creature can heal itself even now. Jean-Fry realizes they must finish it before Arthur's 5-minute buff expires and before the salamander fully regenerates. Arthur signals that he is ready for the final shot. Jean-Fry positions himself directly in front of the salamander to force its attention onto him. He answers Arthur calmly and confirms the final step is underway. Jean-Fry challenges the salamander and commits to ending the fight immediately. He rushes into the monster's reach and deliberately provokes a direct attack. The salamander lunges and opens its jaws wide to swallow him. Jean-Fry seizes that moment and commands it to open its mouth wider. He slashes upward through the opening, forcing the jaws apart and creating a clear line inside. The salamander reels with its mouth exposed. Jean-Fry throws the cotton bat's fluff into position and gives Arthur the signal to fire. He warns Arthur that this is the one shot that cannot miss. The fluff hangs directly above the salamander's open mouth like bait. Arthur aims straight through the center of the opening without flinching. He quietly promises he will not miss. Arthur releases the arrow with perfect control. The projectile races toward the suspended fluff instead of the monster itself. The arrow passes through the cotton bat's fluff and triggers its hidden effect. The altered shot plunges into the salamander's mouth and deep inside its body. The monster gulps reflexively, swallowing the attack into its core. Arthur briefly fears the plan has failed when nothing happens at once. Jean-Fry starts counting down, showing he expected a delayed effect. The salamander remains upright for another second, still unaware of what is coming. Jean-Fry finishes the countdown with complete confidence. The hidden effect finally triggers inside the salamander. Its body erupts from within as the reflected attack detonates through its core. The cotton bat's fluff bursts apart after releasing its stored counterforce. Jean-Fry explains that the fluff absorbs attacks and reflects them back at triple power, which is why he needed the salamander to swallow the shot. With the battle over, Arthur's battle cry buff expires and Jean-Fry's stomach debuff also clears after the exertion. The salamander's last strength gives out, and its body starts to collapse. It topples heavily to the ground in front of Jean-Fry. The system confirms the salamander's defeat and awards experience, and Jean-Fry dryly marks the subjugation complete. After the fight, Arthur stands on the rocks with his father's recovered sword while Jean-Fry watches from behind. Arthur grips the weapon in silence, still processing what it means to have it back. Jean-Fry quietly removes his halo-like effect, stepping back from the moment. Arthur notices his sister and the others arriving at last. His sister rushes to him in alarm and asks if he is hurt. She immediately recognizes the sword he is carrying. The weapon confirms to her that it belonged to their father. Arthur explains that he found the sword and their father's clothes inside the salamander's stomach. His sister embraces him tightly, overwhelmed by relief that he survived. She tells Arthur she is just glad he is safe and that he did all he could. Arthur breaks down and insists the victory was not his, because Jean-Fry was the one who truly saved them. When his sister asks who Jean-Fry is, Arthur turns to look for him. By then, Jean-Fry has already slipped away from the group without waiting for thanks. Arthur notices too late that the man who helped them is already leaving in silence. The others realize the stranger disappeared as soon as the danger passed. Jean-Fry walks away alone, keeping his distance from their reunion. One of the others offers to help with what remains to be done. Arthur and his sister turn their attention from the vanished rescuer to their father's burial. They lay the recovered sword at the grave and Arthur bids his father a peaceful rest. Arthur and his sister kneel together in prayer before the grave. While the family mourns, Jean-Fry stands apart in the cavern shadows, watching quietly before moving on. Jean-Fry falls silent before the grave, weighed down by what this battle means. Arthur and his companions stand at a memorial in the volcanic wasteland, honoring the dead with the sword left behind. The sight pulls Jean-Fry back to the day he and a little girl first heard that disaster had struck. An adult rushed in to tell the children that their father was involved in the calamity. The boy tried to understand the news while the girl clung to him in fear. Hearing Jean-Fry's name in the present snaps him out of the memory. Arthur thanks Jean-Fry for saving both him and Arthur's father. Jean-Fry downplays the praise and insists Arthur survived through his own strength. Arthur refuses to let him dismiss it, admitting that Jean-Fry's help was the reason he survived the salamander, and everything after. The others recall how Jean-Fry had stood against the blazing monster alone. Even the rumors had understated him, and his strength had clearly exceeded what anyone expected. The party realizes they have been traveling with someone far more dangerous than they knew. Jean-Fry cuts off the praise and turns everyone's attention back to the real enemy. He reveals that the mastermind behind the monster attacks is waiting at the summit. He names the culprit as Humbros, the demon god who rules the monsters of the continent. The blonde mage immediately vows to burn the demon god to ashes. With that decision made, the group advances through the scorched mountain pass toward the summit. Minor monsters rush them on the way, forcing the armored man to draw steel. The priestess and Arthur cut down the flying beasts while pressing forward. Jean-Fry casually crushes another attacker, clearing the path without slowing. At last they reach the Agni volcano summit, where a lava pit marks the demon god's lair. The party searches the summit, confused that the enemy is nowhere in sight. Unease spreads as they sense something is wrong. A pillar of fire suddenly erupts from the crater before them. The party realizes the answer was hidden beneath the summit itself. Helmbros rises from the magma, revealing himself as a level 50 demon god with the trait Scorching Heatwave. The monster announces its presence with a roar that shakes the summit. The sheer force of that roar overwhelms the weaker members and drives them to cover their heads. Even the veterans are stunned by how oppressive the demon god's presence is. The blonde mage recognizes that the pressure alone is abnormal. Helmbros mocks the humans and asks if they came only to die. Jean Fry instantly reads the opening move and orders everyone to retreat because a breath attack is coming first. The demon god lunges toward them, confirming Jinfrey's warning. Trusting his judgment, the priestess orders the whole party to fall back beyond the attack's range. Most of the group scrambles away while she stays alert to cover the retreat. She is shocked to see Jean Fry remain in place instead of fleeing. Jean Fry calmly faces the demon god as the breath attack is unleashed at point-blank range. A torrent of fire engulfs the area where he stood. Even from a distance, the heatwave tears through the party's defenses and equipment. Arthur panics, convinced Jean Fry has been caught in it. When the flames subside, Helmbros assumes the human was erased completely. The demon god mocks Jean Fry as a fool who chose to face the heat head-on and should have left nothing behind. The others stare through the smoke, desperate for any sign that he survived. Arthur and the others fear the worst and struggle to accept that Jean Fry might really be dead. Then Helmbros notices something impossible in the smoke. A lone silhouette remains standing where the flames had struck. The demon god cannot believe a human endured that much heat. Jean Fry steps out smiling and reveals that the attack felt barely warm because his fire resistance from flame bone bird meat has activated. For the first time, Helmbros is genuinely intrigued. Jean Fry taunts the demon god for wasting such a grand attack without even making him sweat. Arthur erupts in relief and excitement at seeing him alive. The priestess is stunned, because without fire resistance that attack should have melted anyone instantly. Jean Fry explains to himself that all his forced preparation paid off, since eating 50 pieces of flame bone bird meat granted him 7 minutes of fire resistance, though it still costs him health. His condition is already critical despite surviving the flames. Knowing he has little time, Jean Fry activates God's speed and multiplies his speed tenfold. Helmbros praises his nerve and decides this human might finally be worth enjoying. Jean Fry steadies himself, fully focused now that the real fight has begun. The demon god triggers Scorching Heatwave again, flooding the battlefield with a burning aura instead of a single blast. The heat spreads across the summit and forces the others to shield themselves even from afar. Arthur feels the attack eating into him and realizes this is different from the first breath. The party is afflicted with burn, a status that drains health every second. The priestess orders everyone behind the boulders, warning that the heatwave pierces ordinary equipment. Even gear prepared for volcanic terrain proves useless against a single skill from the demon god. Arthur cannot understand how Jean Fry is still standing in the middle of it. Jean Fry declares the warm-up over, and at that moment his fire resistance finally cancels the burn effect. Helmbros admits Jean Fry is unlike other humans but warns him not to mistake heat resistance for victory. The demon god promises to punish that arrogance with real force. The lava around the crater surges violently as the battle escalates. Watching from cover, the others fear the monster may simply drag the fight into the magma itself. Jean Fry shifts his grip on the black blade and prepares to meet the next phase. He lowers into a fighting stance, ready to exploit any opening. Studying the enemy's attack pattern, he decides the real danger is not the obvious fire but the hidden follow-up. Helmbros launches another burst from below, trying to force Jean Fry into a predictable response. Jean Fry narrowly avoids the sudden strike and realizes the demon god is layering attacks. Helmbros unveils a special move and brings crushing force down on him. The resulting shockwave slams across the battlefield and rattles even those hiding behind rocks. The priestess recognizes that the demon god's physical attacks are far faster than expected. Jean Fry manages to parry one of the incoming claws, earning a surprised reaction from Helmbros. The demon god admits that this human has become genuinely interesting. It charges again, now intent on testing him directly in close combat. Helmbros decides to toy with him rather than kill him immediately. The battlefield erupts again with fire as the demon god keeps the pressure constant. From beneath the ground, Helmbros challenges Jean Fry to block the next attack as well. The others realize the voice is coming from underground and cannot tell what Jean Fry is planning. Jean Fry stands still instead of chasing the voice, choosing to wait. Arthur is baffled when he sees Jean Fry close his eyes in the middle of the fight. A violent eruption bursts from the earth as the hidden attack springs. Helmbros strikes from behind, expecting the blind spot to finish him. Arthur and the others can only watch in horror. Jean Fry activates magic perception, relying on his halo's passive ability to sense magical power rather than sight. The spectators are left speechless by the sudden shift in his awareness. Helmbros darts away again, trying to stay unreadable. Jinfrey's halo reveals its second skill, magic perception, which detects the magical presence of adventurers and monsters within 5 kilometers. The demon god grudgingly acknowledges that Jinfrey's instincts are sharp. Jean Fry corrects him and says this is not instinct at all, because he already knows the demon god's moves too well. Helmbros dismisses that as lucky arrogance and attacks again. Jean-Fry keeps his distance on the rocks, refusing to be baited into reckless pursuit. He mocks the demon god's hit-and-run pattern and demands that it stop hiding and fight properly. Instead of chasing blindly, he decides to combine magic perception with god speed to locate and punish the next opening. He reminds himself that this sequence is one he has effectively practiced countless times. When the next hidden strike erupts behind him, he is already moving. Arthur shouts a warning, but Jean-Fry has reacted before the words can reach him. Helmbros is stunned when its ambush misses and Jean-Fry vanishes from where he stood. Using his speed boost, Jean-Fry launches himself high above the demon god. He raises the black blade for a descending counter. The strike lands cleanly and tears a deep line through Helmbros' body. The demon god can barely process how it was hit. Jean-Fry answers the challenge by forcing the demon god to acknowledge that he can strike back after all. He openly taunts Helmbros for underestimating him. The others watch the exchange in disbelief as the balance of the fight shifts. Arthur can only call the feat amazing. Helmbros snarls that one hit changes nothing and insists its mission matters more than this duel. That mention of a mission unsettles Jean-Fry, because it was never part of the game knowledge he relied on. He pushes the thought aside and refocuses as the magma churns again. Jean-Fry decides there is no time to question the discrepancy, and resolves to land another hit first. Helmbros lunges again with all three heads driving the assault. Jean-Fry slips inside the attack and cuts upward through the opening. The blow becomes a critical hit, and Mind's Eye triggers successfully. Helmbros is shaken by the possibility that Jean-Fry can truly read where every attack will come from. Jean-Fry is pleased that the strike did more than simple damage. The system confirms that Helmbros has been severely poisoned and will now lose health every second. The demon god immediately recognizes the poison and accuses Jean-Fry of relying on dirty tricks again. Jean-Fry points out that exploiting an enemy's weakness is the most basic rule of battle. He bluntly reminds Helmbros that its lack of poison resistance is common knowledge to anyone who prepares properly. Watching from afar, the party finally understands just how formidable Jean-Fry really is. The priestess reflects that many parties have been annihilated by this demon god, yet Jean-Fry is matching it alone. Jean-Fry keeps provoking Helmbros, calling it a stupid dog to keep it angry and careless. He tells the demon god to keep chasing him, because the poison will kill it within 5 minutes if the fight drags on. Behind the rocks, the others can do nothing but watch the duel decide itself. Enraged, Helmbros vows to tear Jean-Fry to pieces before the poison can finish its work. The shockwaves from its fury batter the party's shelter, and remind them how dangerous the battlefield remains. Arthur realizes he cannot get close enough to help and is forced to retreat again as the heat intensifies. The priestess orders everyone to evacuate even farther away so they do not become liabilities. Arthur hates having to withdraw while Jean-Fry fights alone. He bitterly admits that he is nowhere near strong enough to stand beside him in this battle. Helmbros answers the poison with another violent eruption of flame. One of its heads coughs and sputters, showing the poison is already taking effect. When the smoke clears, Jean-Fry is still standing and still in control of the pace. He notices that the demon god's fire breath is no longer following the pattern he expected from the game. Helmbros concludes that Jean-Fry must be using some ability to detect its magic directly. Jean-Fry shrugs off the accusation and mocks the demon god for making excuses while losing. Helmbros responds by spreading its claws wide and preparing a new tactic. It argues that knowing where an attack comes from means nothing if the target cannot answer all of them at once. The demon god presses the point, asking whether Jean-Fry can really cope with simultaneous attacks. It reveals the threat clearly by asking what happens if all three strike together. For the first time, Jean-Fry is visibly thrown off by the implication. The others also fail to grasp what the demon god means until they see it happen. Helmbros splits its three heads into separate bodies, turning one enemy into three coordinated attackers. Jean-Fry is stunned because this phase never existed in the game knowledge he depended on. Before he can fully adjust, the three bodies crash down around him and begin the next assault. Jean-Fry watches another eruption of danger break out around him and meets it with exhausted sarcasm. He admits the enemy is right about one thing: even if he can predict their attacks, he cannot survive being swarmed much longer. One of the demon beasts declares that the human will be the first to die. Jean-Fry catches the threat and immediately shifts into action. He narrowly avoids a brutal strike from a massive hound-like demon and counters with his blade. He checks his condition and realizes he is hanging on by almost nothing, too weak to endure even a glancing hit. Even so, he keeps slipping past the monster's attacks at point-blank range. Instead of panicking, he decides this desperate kind of fight is exactly where he performs best. With a grin, he treats the life-or-death struggle like a game he intends to enjoy. The demon god mockingly praises the fight, and promises to send Jean-Fry's fallen companions to hell with him. Jean-Fry answers the taunt with cold focus rather than fear. The demon god moves to finish him with an overwhelming final blow. Jean-Fry braces himself as the monster closes in for the kill. At the last instant, a new spell erupts into the battle: Frost Explosion. Ice spears burst through the demon's body, halting the execution and saving Jean-Fry. A woman arrives and calls out the demon god for ganging up on one man. Freyna makes it clear she took offense at being dismissed as dead weight, and has come to settle that insult herself. The wounded demon god turns in irritation, now forced to face another enemy. Freyna warns that if the demon keeps provoking them, it will only make him die sooner. Fry immediately exploits the opening she created and hacks into the demon's armored body. His strike severs a major section of the monster cleanly away. The severed piece crashes down while the surviving party realizes the tide has finally shifted. Freyna tells Fry that with that rescue, the debt between them is settled. Fry accepts the help, refocuses, and notes that only 2 parts of the demon god remain. A system notice confirms he has destroyed demon god Helmbrose's right body. The surviving companions erupt in relief and excitement at seeing a demon god actually fall. Fry doubles over from strain, with Freyna standing close behind him. Even while recovering, he keeps his mind fixed on the 2 remaining targets. The next surviving body lunges in, enraged that its brother has been slain. It abandons Fry and charges straight at Freyna, vowing to tear her apart. Fry intercepts the attack while Freyna raises a defensive spell behind him. He realizes Freyna can use ice magic too, though she explains fire is her true specialty, and her ice is limited. She also warns that the surrounding heat is dangerous, and that her protective buffs can only suppress the burn effect for a short time. Fry tells her to hold that support steady and leave the rest to him. He activates God's speed again and launches himself directly into the demon. Using the burst of speed, he tears through the monster before it can recover. The impact lands hard enough to crack the ground beneath him. Freyna maintains her barrier while Fry presses the assault from inside its protection. Another precise strike rips through the demon's torso as his predictive skill guides the blow. A second system notice confirms demon god Helmbrose's left body has been defeated. Fry recognizes that the poison weakening the demon made this kill far easier than it should have been. He notices the final body has retreated back into the burning crater instead of charging again. Freyna tells him the others should be safe now if they stay undercover, and he agrees. She decides that, since she cannot finish the fight herself, she will at least do what support she still can. Freyna casts Sun Flame. The spell boosts Fry's attack power and further raises his fire resistance for a limited time. Fry immediately understands that the new buff stacks with his existing protection and gives him a real chance inside the inferno. Freyna explains the cost of the spell is severe. While the buff lasts, she can no longer use magic at all. Having given everything she can, she leaves the rest to him and wishes him luck. Fry thanks the flame magician with genuine warmth before heading in alone. Deep within the volcanic crater, the last demon body tries to recover in the boiling heat. It rages at the humiliation of being reduced to this state by mere humans and swears revenge once it heals. Fry appears before it and mocks its hiding, asking if it is finally done playing whack-a-mole. Protected by the stacked buffs, he walks through the volcanic hell as if it cannot touch him. His calm expression makes it clear he now holds the advantage completely. The demon is stunned that a human can stand unharmed inside a literal volcano. Fry brushes off the outrage with casual contempt, as if the demon's disbelief is hardly worth answering. The demon can only call the situation impossible. Fry closes the distance without hesitation. The demon god dies in disbelief, unable to accept being slain by a single human. Its death triggers a violent explosion from the crater. The companions outside fear the volcano itself may be erupting. Freyna realizes the blast is not a natural eruption but the aftermath of the demon's death. Fry emerges from the explosion alive, kneeling but victorious. The others rush toward him in alarm and relief, calling his name and checking whether he survived. He assures them the battle is over while they scramble to bring him healing potions. When one companion says it out loud, Fry calmly confirms that he really did kill a demon god. The siblings share a quiet look, finally believing their father's vengeance has been fulfilled. Freyna says that with this victory, their father can finally rest in peace. The system formally confirms the defeat of demon god Helmbrose and awards Fry rewards and experience. Jinfrey's first reaction is not glory but delight at the sheer amount of gold he earned. The reward list includes a huge payout along with rare materials from Helmbrose. Even so, Fry is already thinking past the flashy drops toward the one item he truly needs. Freyna approaches him, struggling to express how deeply indebted she feels. Her brother joins in, admitting they would not have survived the fight, or even reached the summit without Fry. The rest of the group silently backs that gratitude. Fry waves off the formal thanks and insists they contributed too, even if the system credited him with the demon god materials. He especially credits Freyna's final support spell as a decisive help. Freyna thanks him for saying so, though she privately suspects he would have won even without her buff. Still wanting to repay him somehow, she offers the best reward she personally received, a B-rank scorching rock. The name alone shocks Fry because it is exactly what he has been after. Freyna is startled by how intensely he reacts. Fry immediately offers to trade one of his top-tier hard claws for the scorching rock. The offer leaves Freyna and the others stunned, since he is proposing to exchange an S-rank material for something far less valuable by normal standards. When Freyna asks why, Fry explains that the scorching rock matters far more to him than the continent's most prized claw. Accepting his sincerity, Freyna simply gives him the rock without demanding any trade at all. Fry celebrates like he has just won the real prize of the entire expedition, leaving Freyna unable to figure him out. Instead of being offended, she finds his strange honesty unexpectedly endearing. A system message reveals that Freyna has developed a small crush on him. Another message immediately reveals that Jitas is fiercely jealous because he has long had feelings for Freyna, and Jean-Fry realizes he has accidentally created a mess. Ignoring the awkwardness, Jean-Fry focuses on the fact that he finally secured the scorching rock. With his first objective complete, he sets his sights on the second continent, a place driven by desire and gambling. Back in the first continent's central city, the expedition comes to an end. The siblings decide to return home and take responsibility for their town in their father's absence, parting from Jean-Fry on good terms. The brother promises that next time they meet he will be much stronger, and thanks Jean-Fry sincerely for everything. Jean-Fry answers that he looks forward to that day. As he leaves, he reflects that memories from his previous life guided him, but the people he met along the way mattered too. Since he has already sent his earnings back home, he prepares to move on to his next destination. He heads to the portal linking the first continent to the second. Nearby onlookers gossip about the rumored demon god Slayer, but dismiss the possibility that this plainly dressed beginner-looking man could be him. The system confirms his new title, First Demon God Slayer, and asks whether he wants to proceed to the second continent. Jean-Fry accepts and steps through the portal without fanfare. The witnesses can barely process that the unremarkable man just vanished before their eyes. He arrives in the second continent's central city, a place known as the Prison of Desire, and prepares for a new life there. Almost immediately, he notices a missed call from Amelia and wonders what she wants. When he answers, Amelia greets him as her brother, but she is already annoyed before he can say much. She demands to know why he has been sending home such absurd amounts of money, and where he is getting it from. She bluntly asks whether he has gotten involved in something shady, forcing him to scramble for an answer. Jean-Fry reminds himself that he has been hiding his adventurer life from both Amelia and their mother because he does not want them worrying. He quickly reassures her that he is not doing anything illegal, and she reluctantly accepts it for the moment. Then Amelia reveals that their mother's condition has recently worsened, and Jean-Fry is shaken. After the call, he sits alone and absorbs the weight of that news. He realizes he needs far more money, and fast, if he wants to pay for proper treatment. Thoughts of his mother harden his resolve. While brooding, he overhears people discussing an auction item called a high elf stare. The name jolts him upright because he knows exactly what it is. He recognizes it as the key ingredient for an elixir, something that could cure his mother, and realizes it should not even be obtainable on this continent. In his mind, the elixir becomes the new goal that matters above everything else. He also knows the auction will attract the richest people in the city and that the price will be astronomical, so he resolves to build enough capital no matter what. To raise money quickly, he enters an E-rank dungeon in the snowy wastes of the second continent. He notes that high-rank dungeons are the usual path to wealth, but this low-rank dungeon contains a hidden opportunity he specifically came for. When he spots what he was looking for, he brightens immediately. A rare Kate Sith appears before him. Jean-Fry calmly notes that he has found his target. Instead of attacking, he begins offering the cat the special items he collected for this exact encounter. The Kate Sith lights up with delight at the bait. Jean-Fry coaxes it closer with silver vine, warm grass, cold fish, and other treats. He even arranges a soft bed of warm grass to make the cat completely comfortable. The Kate Sith is thrilled and fully won over. In gratitude, it tosses him a shining golden coin. The coin turns out to be Kate Sith's golden coin, a rare hidden item that doubles all money he earns simply by possessing it. Jean-Fry thanks the cat for the gift while it happily clings to its rewards. He celebrates obtaining the coin as the real treasure of the trip. Knowing this hidden item can now double every future payout, he decides to start hunting monsters immediately. With the coin in effect, even ordinary kills now pay out at twice their value. He tears through stronger beasts as the doubled rewards keep stacking higher and higher. After clearing the boss as well, he judges that he has gathered enough for the next step. His total funds climb past 12 million gold. Satisfied that this is enough seed money, he decides to return to the city and multiply it further. That plan leads him to a place called Seconds Club. He enters an underground casino where vice and greed openly rule. Seeing that the place is already rotten with people who think anything goes, Jean-Fry decides he has no reason to hold back. As soon as he starts playing, he realizes fortune is now overwhelmingly on his side. Other gamblers laugh and celebrate around the table, unaware that Jean-Fry is quietly taking control of the room. A system notice exposes one bald gambler named Ent as a fraud who has already made over 10 million gold through cheating. Jean-Fry notices the cheater and, at the same time, Ent's group notices Jean-Fry's growing pile of winnings and marks him as their next victim. Ent mistakes Jean-Fry for just another challenger he can fleece. Jean-Fry approaches him politely, pretending to be an easygoing newcomer while inviting a match. Though he acts inexperienced, Jean-Fry immediately sees through Ent's lie about being new to the game, and decides he can learn the rules as they play. Ent, convinced he has found a perfect mark, offers to let Jean-Fry set the stakes, not realizing he is the one about to be hunted. Jean-Fry's halo warns him that the roulette dealer is about to rig the game with help from planted accomplices. Instead of backing off, he decides this crooked casino might still be useful entertainment. He quickly understands the roulette rules. The dealer throws 2 balls, and each player must call 2 numbers. A partial hit pays half, A perfect double pays double, and the round keeps going until someone wins without repeating past guesses. When prompted, G-Fry calmly names red 36 and black 8 as his picks. He shocks the table by staking 10 million G at once, far beyond what anyone expected. As the others freeze, he presses them to keep up with the game. He repeats his call and wager with complete confidence, making it clear he already knows the outcome. Then he needles the bald gambler, reminding him that failing to answer before the balls stop means an automatic loss. G-Fry realizes there is effectively a guaranteed way to win because the cheating pattern is readable. He publicly locks in the same 10 million bet on the exact two numbers the dealer's side intends to use. The staff are stunned that he has predicted the landing spots perfectly. G-Fry keeps smiling and lets the panic build while the spin finishes. The dealer's accomplice grows desperate because the trap has been turned back on them. G-Fry credits Lucifer's halo for letting him read their scheme completely. He identifies the dealer as a hunter-class cheat using a precision skill to force the balls onto chosen targets. That skill guides one ball exactly onto 36, and the second ball lands exactly on 8 as planned. After confirming the double hit, G-Fry coolly notes that luck is on his side tonight, while the cheater's real. He pieces together the full scam. The dealer fixes the numbers, then signals them to his cronies, and G-Fry decides to exploit that trick instead. The bald man erupts and falsely accuses G-Fry of cheating to drag management into the mess. The manager arrives, and the crooks try to frame G-Fry before he can expose them. Rather than investigate honestly, the manager treats G-Fry's win as a problem to be handled off the floor. G-Fry immediately realizes the manager is part of the same operation and that this will not be a simple conversation. The manager drops all pretense and orders his men to seize G-Fry. G-Fry answers by flipping the table and breaking their rush before they can surround him. One thug lunges in close, expecting an easy grab. G-Fry slips past him and knocks him out in a single clean counter. He lands in the middle of the room unfazed, leaving the attackers stunned. A staff member escalates to a bow, aiming a shot at him inside the hall. At the same time, the bald accomplice charges from behind with a knife, still screaming that G-Fry is the cheat. G-Fry turns the accusation around and prepares to punish the real frauds. He stomps the bald man down and disarms the attack in one brutal motion. With weapons and men scattered around him, he asks who wants to be next. The manager finally understands he has provoked someone far more dangerous than expected. A subordinate connects G-Fry's appearance to a news report about a rookie who shattered the baptism ritual record. That possibility rattles the manager because it means this is no ordinary newcomer. The guild members fear that if G-Fry has already reached the second continent, he may even have defeated demon god Helmbros. G-Fry, bored by their hesitation, tells them to either throw him out quickly or stop wasting his time. Their attitude flips instantly, and the manager grovels with an exaggerated apology for ever suspecting him. Privately, the manager decides he cannot beat G-Fry head-on and must instead cut losses and deceive him. When the manager asks what compensation he wants, G-Fry answers without hesitation. He demands every coin in the casino. Then he adds the invitation to the central auction, framing the payout as cheap hush money for their cheating. He makes the threat explicit: pay up, or he reports them to public security and tears the place apart again. Forced into submission, the casino hands over the money and sends him to the Second Life Central Auction Hall. Even with over 570 million G now in hand, G-Fry knows he still needs more capital to secure the High Elf's tier. One of the auction items immediately catches his eye: the rare Qinglong wine. He realizes that obtaining it would let him craft a hidden piece of equipment much sooner than planned. When the Ice Chimera's Fong comes up, G-Fry opens aggressively with a 1 million bid. The room is stunned when another bidder instantly jumps the price to 10 million. G-Fry is startled that someone would spend that much on an item of that level. He soon recognizes the bidder as the same casino manager, now acting for a larger force. The manager is delighted to finally have a way to sabotage G-Fry in public. G-Fry realizes the casino never truly surrendered everything and that the manager kept resources in reserve. He also sees that the High Elf's tier will likely appear last, so he must conserve enough money for that final battle. The Ice Chimera's Fong is sold to the Wind Snake Guild for 10 million, confirming who is opposing him. People around him explain that the Wind Snake Guild is a massive organization with branches across all 7 continents. G-Fry had already read enough from the manager's mind to know he belonged to that guild, but not that it was this powerful. The guild's branch master, a long-haired man in armor, confirms G-Fry is the one who raided their casino. The manager adds that G-Fry also stole their auction invitation, urging the guild to retaliate. The branch master agrees and orders that G-Fry be crushed for challenging the guild that secretly controls the city. As the auction continues, G-Fry tests the waters with a 50 million bid on ancient red clay. That opening number alone shocks the audience. The Wind Snake Guild immediately crushes it with a 200 million counterbid. G-Fry realizes their budget is far deeper than he expected, and the guild takes yet another item. His halo then warns him that the guild intends to interfere with every bid he makes purely out of revenge. G-Fry understands that if this continues, he may lose the High Elf's tier and be forced into far riskier methods later. He admits he cannot beat a giant guild in a straight money fight and starts searching for another angle. So he deliberately keeps bidding on lesser items, helping the guild spend 40 million more on Mermaid's large scale. He repeats the trick on Blood Murder's knife, making them pay again while he stays out of the final purchase. Then he pushes them into spending 300 million on the Qinglong wine he actually wanted. To the crowd it looks like Gene Fry is losing a one-on-one auction war he cannot win. The manager mocks him, convinced a lone player can never outspend a giant guild and that they have stolen everything he wanted. Gene Fry quietly decides the real fool is the man celebrating too early. At last the auction reaches its final and most important item. The host builds up the reveal by describing a sacred treasure famed as the world's most beautiful droplet. The final item is unveiled as the High Elf's Tear. The bidding opens at 50 million G. Gene Fry immediately leaps to 500 million, showing he saved his strength for this moment. The guild side hesitates, assuming they can simply overpower him again. Gene Fry is ready for the decisive exchange and waits for their response. He calmly leaves them the chance to counter if they still can. The manager, still arrogant, orders the guild to double the bid once more. But the moment they try to raise it to 1 billion, the auction system flags them with a red mark. The hall announces that Wind Snake Guild representatives are barred from bidding on this item. Gene Fry savors the reversal, knowing the trap has finally sprung on them. The manager protests, only to be told the guild has already reached its maximum number of successful bids. The host explains the hidden rule. In this special auction, any bidder who wins 5 items is prohibited from bidding further to prevent monopolies. The manager is furious because he never noticed the restriction until it was too late. Gene Fry dismisses him as an amateur who failed to realize this was not an ordinary auction. He reveals that this event is a special auction sanctioned by the Adventurers Association. Because of that special status, the anti-monopoly rule is absolute even if it is normally hidden from players. Gene Fry reflects that the unusual lineup should have warned the manager, but greed blinded him. When asked to accept the ruling, the manager can only seethe and accuse Gene Fry of setting him up. The branch master silently watches the manager lose control. With no valid counterbid, the sale is finalized. Gene Fry wins the High Elf's Tear for 500 million and even complains about being called the Halo customer. The manager explodes in rage, realizing Gene Fry had manipulated the entire auction from the start. He vows revenge and declares that unlike at the casino, he will not let Gene Fry walk away this time. In his fury, the manager begins charging a dangerous spell right inside the hall. Gene Fry curses him for being reckless enough to endanger everyone present. To protect the bystanders, Gene Fry challenges him to take the fight outside and promises not to run. He also calls out the manager for still trying to cast despite understanding the risk. The manager is consumed by humiliation and hatred. He knows the spell could kill Gene Fry if fired at point-blank range and is tempted to do it anyway. The branch master finally intervenes, warning that open violence here would bring the Adventurers Association down on them. When the manager protests that Gene Fry has mocked the guild too much to ignore, the branch master shuts him down. He coldly orders the tantrum to stop and refuses to waste more time. The manager obeys and withdraws with the branch master. Left alone, Gene Fry decides the auction was still a success because he secured the High Elf's Tear, and the other lost items can be recovered later if he moves quickly. Even so, losing the Qinglong wine still bothers him because it would have accelerated his plans. He reminds himself that the wine can still be obtained elsewhere, but only after clearing an annoying quest, which is why missing it matters. That thought makes him decide to go after the guild again. Before he can leave, a woman approaches and comments on how unusual he looks. She is immediately fascinated by the halo over his head because she has never seen equipment like it. Gene Fry, unsure of who she is, asks why she is interested in the Wind Snake Guild and their branch master. She identifies the armored long-haired man as the second continent branch master of the Wind Snake Guild. Her attention lingers on the guild, suggesting she has her own reason for watching them. Gene Fry admits he does not know the branch master personally, but he does have unfinished business with the guild, then asks who she is. She introduces herself as Mira, an adventurer currently tailing the guild on assignment from the Adventurers Association. That revelation makes Gene Fry realize she is one of the famed 8 Guardians. He recalls that the 8 Guardians are the association's officially recognized S-rank adventurers. They are elite figures trusted with major requests and rewarded with immense authority, wealth, and prestige. The title stirs old memories in Gene Fry because in the games past he used to casually take the association's requests after clearing everything else. Mira asks whether he is willing to let the guild go for now, but Gene Fry says he still intends to pursue them after one more question. He asks where she got her information and then turns the conversation back to her curiosity about his halo. Gene Fry realizes she may not even know hidden equipment exists, which could become troublesome if he explains too much. So he awkwardly tries to improvise a harmless answer about the halo. His halo reads Myra's reaction and reveals that his strange gear has awakened her inner equipment fanatic. What she really wants is not an explanation but the halo itself because she finds it irresistibly cute. Myra notices his strange pause and asks if something is wrong. Gene Fry tries to laugh it off by claiming the explanation would be long and complicated. The exchange turns painfully awkward as either of them says what they are really thinking. Myra abruptly decides not to press him and resolves to investigate the halo on her own. Gene Fry thanks her, relieved but still uneasy as she walks away. Afterward he reflects that meeting an 8 Guardian who is also obsessed with gear is dangerous, and he feels as though he has been marked. Mira, meanwhile, remains fixated on his equipment because even after traveling to the 7th continent she has never seen anything like it. Both leave the encounter wondering who the other really is. Later, under the moon in the Moonlight Wasteland dungeon, Jean-Fry continues his preparations elsewhere. He defeats the level 80 giant goblin boss without difficulty. From the kill, he obtains the Goblin Snatcher Glove, a hidden item that lets him steal one inventory item from any incapacitated opponent. Satisfied with both his progress and his rising stats, he confirms his level grind is going well. He revises his earlier plan, deciding to secure this hidden equipment before heading to Grace Castle for the Ice Chimera's Fang. That change matters because recovering the Qinglong wine is essential for crafting his next hidden item. Using magic detection, he tracks the Wind Snake Guild's location and begins tailing them for the perfect chance to strike. He notices that Mira is also shadowing the guild, though she started before he did. From her hiding place, Mira spots Jean-Fry again and realizes he is following the Wind Snake Guild too. Jean-Fry senses her presence behind him and recognizes that he is no longer the only hunter in the field. At the same time, he discovers the guild is escaping through a secret passage hidden in the wall, setting up the next pursuit. Under the moonlight, Jean-Fry arrives at the Wind Snake Guild's private biotope, where something secret is being cultivated. A nervous guild subordinate tries to read the branch master's mood by showing off the flower harvest, fearing his life depends on pleasing him. He pushes the idea that the crop can be sold at a premium and restore the guild's finances. Trying to stay useful, he promises to expand production and even guesses the branch master might simply enjoy growing flowers. Jean-Fry suddenly appears among them, casually exposing that he has been listening in. The branch master immediately recognizes the intrusion as a threat, and the subordinate panics. Jean-Fry steps forward without backing down, making it clear he came here on purpose. He reveals the flowers are Moonlight Azaleas, a plant that can be processed into illegal magic doping. He presses the accusation further, explaining the drug's severe side effects and reminding them the association has banned it outright. Caught off guard, the subordinate tries to stammer out an excuse while the branch master stays unreadable. The branch master tests whether Jean-Fry is an association spy, but Jean-Fry denies working for them. Instead, the branch master realizes Jean-Fry is after the Qinglong wine and offers to ignore everything in exchange for it. Jean-Fry openly tempts him with the possibility of a deal, forcing the guild men to show their hand. The subordinate loses patience first and lashes out, only to be instantly overwhelmed. Jean-Fry drops him with a single strike, showing he is far more dangerous than he looks. A white-haired woman who had been secretly following the scene realizes the confrontation has turned into a real fight. Jean-Fry keeps the pressure on by calling it negotiation and offering to pay for the wine rather than surrender his leverage. The subordinate now understands that Jean-Fry's true target from the auction was the Qinglong wine all along. Refusing any compromise, he decides they would rather kill Jean-Fry than let him have it. Jean-Fry answers with cold indifference, warning that if they reject the deal he will report the illegal flower field to the association, which drives them to murder. When the subordinate attacks, Jean-Fry calmly intercepts the blow with his strange black blade. He makes it clear that the violence was their choice, not his. The subordinate pays for that choice immediately as Jean-Fry cuts him down. The man collapses at the branch master's feet, leaving the real threat to step in. The hidden observer is stunned that Jean-Fry ended the weaker opponent in one hit with an unfamiliar weapon. Jean-Fry turns to the branch master and mocks him for finally taking the matter seriously. The branch master introduces himself as Simone Bradbury, a level 97 warrior and Wind Snake Guild branch master, and decides to stop holding back. Jean-Fry welcomes that escalation, eager to test both himself and his weapon against a stronger foe. Watching from concealment, the woman decides to keep observing because this fight may reveal more than an immediate intervention would. Under the moon, Jean-Fry and Simone square off with drawn blades, each measuring the other. Simone attacks with the confidence of a veteran who expects to crush a rookie quickly. Jean-Fry meets the assault head-on, relying on timing and precision rather than raw force. Their weapons lock, and Jean-Fry feels the gap in level and strength immediately. He admits to himself that Simone's level is higher, meaning a direct contest will be dangerous. Even so, he keeps parrying instead of retreating, searching for a way to turn the fight. Simone unleashes a barrage of heavy slashes that force Jean-Fry onto the defensive. Jean-Fry grits through the pressure, refusing to lose his rhythm. The woman recalls hearing that Jean-Fry shattered records during his baptism, but she still judges Simone superior in sheer power. The duel continues as Jean-Fry survives by reading the flow of Simone's attacks rather than overpowering him. He shifts his footing and keeps parrying, steadily building something through the exchange. Simone taunts him as a talented rookie who still has no chance of winning and questions whether he plans to die for some heroic ideal. Jean-Fry rejects that framing entirely, insisting he is not fighting for heroism but for his own goals, and that he will not stop here. Simone dismisses that resolve as empty barking from someone weaker than him. He intensifies his assault, trying to break Jean-Fry's guard through sheer volume and force. Jean-Fry keeps moving and parrying, turning survival itself into progress. For the first time, Simone senses something off about the fight and realizes brute force may not be enough. That unease sharpens into alarm as he notices Jean-Fry is no longer reacting like a normal opponent. The woman also senses the shift and focuses on Jean-Fry more carefully. She is shocked to see him evade and counter with his eyes closed, as if sight is no longer necessary. She concludes he may be reading Simone's movements through magical sensing alone, a skill or equipment effect she has never encountered before. Jean-Fry settles into that state with growing confidence, fully trusting the sensation guiding him. Simone presses in again, but Jean-Fry now meets him with far greater composure. Their clash becomes more even as Jean-Fry's defense sharpens into controlled offense. At that moment, Jean-Fry realizes the condition he has been working toward has finally been met. Lucifer's halo unlocks its third skill. The white-haired observer notices the halo itself begin to shine and understands the change is coming from his equipment. The new skill was unlocked because Jean-Fry maxed the hidden magic sensing parameter of the halo by repeatedly parrying strong enemies, including this battle. Jean-Fry recognizes his luck in maxing the stat early thanks to facing an opponent as strong as Simone. That breakthrough distracts him for a fatal instant. Simone exploits the lapse and slashes deeply into Jean-Fry from behind. Believing he has won, Simone scolds him for losing focus and misjudging his own limits. He lectures Jean-Fry that the world is vast and there is always someone stronger. Simone lowers his guard, convinced the fight is over. Jean-Fry answers the lecture with contempt, and Simone is suddenly forced to confront the impossible fact that his opponent is still standing. Simone's confidence cracks as he cannot understand how Jean-Fry survived a killing blow. He frantically searches for an explanation, wondering whether some hidden skill or special ability saved him. The observer also concludes that there is something deeply abnormal about Jean-Fry. Simone is certain he cut Jean-Fry's body, yet the corpse and the result he expected are both missing. Before he can solve it, an unseen strike tears into Simone's chest. He reels in shock, unable to tell when the attack happened. What terrifies him most is that Jean-Fry appears not to have moved at all. More invisible attacks pierce Simone's body in rapid succession, shredding his certainty along with his flesh. As blood fills his mouth, he can only wonder what Jean-Fry has done to him. His sudden scream startled the hidden observer, who hears him howling without any visible cause. Simone stumbles through the flower field in blind panic, no longer fighting but unraveling. Jean-Fry follows at a calm distance while Simone flails in terror. Jean-Fry explains that Lucifer's halo third skill, Phantom Playground, traps anyone who has seen his eyes in hallucinations. Even while suffering, Simone bitterly admits he already understood the world held monsters beyond him. With the fight decided, Jean-Fry finally turns his attention to the woman who has been watching. She steps out and reveals herself, and Jean-Fry recognizes her presence at last. She asks whether he enjoyed knowing he was being followed, and he confirms he noticed her. Jean-Fry clarifies that she was never his concern, guesses she is on an association mission, and points out that exposing the Moonlight Azalea operation should satisfy her objective. He tries to leave the aftermath to her while distancing himself from the illegal operation. Then he suddenly remembers the real reason he came and stops himself from walking away. He opens his inventory while the woman watches him with growing suspicion. He equips the Goblin Snatcher Glove, a tool made for looting incapacitated enemies. Its effect lets him choose an item from a defeated opponent's inventory and claim it as his own. He uses it on the unconscious subordinate first, apologizing only out of habit. The glove yields the Qilong wine, the S-rank item he came for, and Jean-Fry is delighted to finally have it. With the wine secured, he believes the next demon god battle will become much easier, and he quietly asks his mother to wait a little longer. The woman's expression hardens as she watches him speak with that private resolve. When she confronts him, Jean-Fry nervously insists he has only used legal items. She accepts that point, though without sounding fully convinced. With no grounds to stop him, she lets him go. Jean-Fry leaves the biotope while she remains behind, still thinking about what she witnessed. Reviewing the battle, she notes there was no clear evidence of forbidden items or job skills being used. That leads her to the most reasonable conclusion: his power comes from his equipment. Since none of it matches the association's list of banned gear, she concludes Jean-Fry Van Ried is simply far more extraordinary than he appears. Later, Jean-Fry reaches Tobar's workshop on the second continent, having finally gathered what he needs. He arrives ready to use the Qinglong wine to trigger the creation of another hidden piece of equipment. Outside, he overhears someone furiously complaining that Tobar refuses to listen unless the visitor brings the right gift. Jean-Fry recognizes the situation immediately and understands the frustration all too well. He walks in cheerfully despite the chaos. To get Tobar's attention, he presents a prepared board and the wine like an offering. Legendary blacksmith Tobar responds with his usual hostility, treating Jean-Fry as just another nuisance. He orders Jean-Fry out, but Jean-Fry notes that the blacksmith has not changed at all. Jean-Fry wedges his way in anyway and insists Tobar hear him out for a moment. He laments that it is a shame Tobar will miss out on a remarkable liquor. That instantly catches Tobar's attention. The moment he recognizes the Qinglong wine, Tobar's anger turns into desperate greed and he demands the bottle be left behind. He even kicks at Jean-Fry in his impatience, acting more like a child than a legend. Jean-Fry keeps the bottle out of reach and remembers that in the original game, giving Tobar this wine starts a hidden event. Normally the wine alone would make Tobar friendly enough to forge an S-rank item, but Jean-Fry knows there is a better route. He reveals the second ingredient, a scorching rock. He explains he obtained it from Freyna in the previous demon god battle, and Tobar is stunned that he has both key materials. Once Tobar realizes what G-Fry is offering, the two settle down to negotiate properly. G-Fry pours him a drink, beginning the hidden event in earnest. The liquor hits Tobar hard, and he becomes emotional as it reminds him of his late wife's favorite spirit. He rambles again about how she especially loved it warmed by a scorching rock, while G-Fry endures the familiar story. By humoring him and serving another cup, G-Fry fully enters the hidden event he was aiming for. He recalls that combining the Qinglong wine with the scorching rock upgrades the reward beyond the normal S-rank outcome into an unknown grade hidden item. Tobar breaks down into drunken self-blame over his dead wife, and G-Fry patiently waits through the meltdown because he knows it is part of the process. After staying up with Tobar all night, G-Fry finally collapses from exhaustion. He wakes abruptly when the forging is finished. The next morning, Tobar stands over him while G-Fry tries to shake off the fatigue. Now in a good mood, Tobar offers G-Fry a reward in return for the extraordinary drink. G-Fry flatters him as expected, knowing the blacksmith likes hearing his title respected. The gamble pays off, and G-Fry receives his third hidden equipment. The item is Idaten's leg, an unknown rank piece that greatly boosts speed, allows movement regardless of terrain, and grants short-range teleportation with another lock skill still hidden. Satisfied, G-Fry decides his business on the second continent is finally complete. His next destination is the second continent's S-rank dungeon, Grace Castle. He reviews Idaten's leg and confirms that with this final preparation, he is ready to move on. Before he leaves, Tobar tosses him one extra gift. It turns out to be a non-alcoholic hot sake made by boiling the Qinglong liquor too long, but it grants an extremely warm status when drunk. Tobar confirms G-Fry is heading to the S-rank dungeon and sends him off with thanks. He also warns that the demon god of ice is a cunning enemy, not one to underestimate. G-Fry arrives at the entrance gate of Grace Castle, where snow and freezing wind dominate the landscape. Other travelers trudge through the cold as he enters the harsh mountain region. Even with his new mobility gear, the cold bites hard enough to make him wince. Remembering Tobar's parting gift, he decides to use it instead of suffering through the weather. He pulls out the flask Tobar gave him. Ignoring the stares of nearby people, he drinks it on the spot. The effect works immediately, leaving him comfortably warm for 100 minutes. Relieved, he realizes he no longer needs special winter gear to tackle the dungeon. Bystanders mock his light clothing and strange halo, assuming he is either reckless or foolish. Their gossip only gets more dismissive as they write him off as some clueless rookie. G-Fry shuts out the noise and focuses on the task ahead. A system notice reminds him that Grace Castle has a strict 2-hour clear limit. Knowing the restriction, he resolves to move quickly. If he fails to clear the dungeon in time, he will be expelled and lose half his inventory and money, so the race against the clock begins. He reflects on how brutally punishing this game always was, remembering how every failure forced him to grind all over again. That nostalgia ends when he senses heavy magical activity already stirring inside the castle. He notices other challengers moving ahead of him through the frozen area. Realizing he has competition, he decides he must reach the Demon God Hall first to secure the iced chimera's fawn he needs. Far below, ordinary adventurers struggle through the snow toward the castle. The terrain itself slows everyone else to a crawl. The adventurers realize the blizzard and terrain will make them miss their deadline. Their progress is interrupted when a giant rabbit monster charges them. The creature reveals itself as a level 82 Kunokuris. The adventurers despair that repeated monster attacks will keep them from ever reaching the castle in time. One of them calls desperately for support as the beast closes in. Instead of helping from behind, the protagonist simply runs through the air above them. He drops into the fight without breaking stride. Enjoying the sensation, he confirms that his passive skill-free walking lets him move freely regardless of terrain, even across the sky. He quickly notices more enemies approaching. 2 more level 82 Kunokuris leap at him in midair. Pressed for time, he apologizes casually and cuts them down at once. He leaves the rest behind as their bodies scatter through the air. The stunned adventurers recognize him from the entrance, and realize the halo marks him as a restless spirit. Even the surviving monster is shocked by what he is. The adventurers and monster alike instinctively treat the restless spirit as something to revere and fear. Having heard their reaction, he threatens them into silence and keeps moving. At last, Demon God Almud's castle comes into view. He reaches the castle ahead of the others exactly as planned. Pleased with his pace, he notes that the trip only took 5 minutes. His satisfaction breaks when he senses someone else has already arrived. He spots the white-haired woman from the 8 guardians approaching the entrance before him. He immediately suspects she is also after hidden equipment, and wants no further entanglement with her. At the same time, he cannot understand why someone of her rank would bother with a dungeon like this. She activates the gate mechanism without hesitation. She reveals she came because she has information that the man she is hunting is hiding here, despite the danger and time limit imposed on adventurers. Convinced that the target is exceptional, she enters anyway. Watching from outside, he braces for the usual entrance trial. Instead, she simply smashes through the gate and enters by force, leaving him impressed and annoyed. He admits her reputation as one of the 8 guardians is well earned. Once she is inside, he drops down to follow. He decides her brute force shortcut saved him the trouble of clearing the entrance gimmick himself. But before moving on, he senses the rabbit monsters have caught up again. Several Kunakura surround him, and he remarks on their persistence. The pack lunges together. He activates Tempest Teleportation, a short-range teleport skill with limited daily uses. The monsters crash into empty space as he vanishes from their reach. He reappears deep inside the castle, near the polar ice chamber on the 9th floor. Satisfied, he confirms the teleport gave him a major shortcut. He recalls that the demon god chamber can only be accessed after defeating the mid-boss guarding this area. With Idaten's leg now equipped, he expects to clear the route faster than ever before. He enters confidently, expecting a new personal best. Elsewhere in the Annex's hidden ice chamber, another confrontation is already underway. Garuda Gaston, master of the Wind Sword Guild, corners a group of terrified followers who beg him to stop. A timer above him shows his remaining life in the dungeon, and he treats it like a resource to manage. He coldly explains that he is killing them because they were too slow. To make his point, he swings his sword without mercy. One subordinate is cut down in front of the others. As his time limit increases, Garuda complains more about wasted time than about the life he just took. A surviving subordinate collapses and begs forgiveness. Garuda preaches that worthless people deserve death, twisting murder into a lesson about value. He raises his blade again, enjoying his own cruelty. Another jump in his timer confirms that each kill extends his stay in the dungeon. One subordinate stands frozen, too terrified to resist. The remaining men beg desperately for mercy as Garuda prepares to kill again. Garuda mocks them by saying their lives are worth only a few more hours to him. He demands to know why so few new arrivals have been delivered to him today, because the supply is not enough. A subordinate explains that they are trying to bring in more people, but it is taking time. Garuda answers by threatening to replace them as the next sacrifices if they fail. The subordinate realizes in horror that Garuda has been stealing other people's time limits by murdering them. Seeing the pile of corpses, he understands Garuda intends to keep killing for months if necessary. Garuda grows irritated at the delay. He reasons that the executive named Simone was probably captured by the 8 guardians, and that the association is once again dismantling his guild from the top down. Even so, he remains confident that inside this dungeon the time limit system protects him from outside pursuit. He mocks the castle's holy appearance while using it as a slaughterhouse. Back near the polar ice chamber, the protagonist tears through the corridor monsters with acrobatic ease. He cuts down the snow beasts in a blur. The fight becomes one-sided as he uses his mobility to stay untouchable. He enjoys how much freedom the hidden equipment gives him in battle. Still, he cannot ignore the immense magical pressure he has been sensing deeper inside the castle. He identifies one source as the second demon god on the 10th floor, but realizes another presence in the castle feels even stronger, though he forces himself to stay focused on Almud first. He finishes off another charging beast while keeping that threat in mind. With the corridor nearly clear, he expects the mid-boss to appear next. A door opens nearby. The white-haired 8 Guardians woman steps into the area. He realizes the stronger magical presence was hers and is relieved she has already reached this floor. She is puzzled that no monsters remain around her. That confusion ends when 2 snow golems materialize behind her. The mid-bosses reveal themselves as level 92 snow golems. She immediately understands something abnormal has happened for the mid-bosses to appear so suddenly. Without hesitation, she begins a summoning spell. She calls forth Sylphid, a powerful wind elemental. Watching upside down from above, the protagonist recognizes what she is doing. He notes that summoning elementals requires a very high-level summoner. The woman apologizes to the hidden observer in her mind, making clear she has no time to interfere with anyone else's business. She directs Sylphid's power toward the snow golems. Wind gathers violently around the 2 bosses. She closes her hand to trigger the attack. The compressed wind and lightning obliterate both snow golems in a single strike. The protagonist is stunned that she erased both mid-bosses at once. He admits she operates on a completely different level from ordinary adventurers. With the bosses defeated, the route to the demon god chamber opens. He recognizes the newly appeared door as the direct path to Almud. He quietly drops down from his hiding place. The woman decides to continue searching elsewhere, planning to check the annex next. From that, he concludes she is hunting a person, not the demon god, and feels relieved their goals do not conflict. Even so, she suddenly senses something off behind her. She turns, trying to locate the watcher she almost detected. Unable to find anything, she wonders if she is merely imagining that someone is observing her. She suppresses the suspicion and returns her focus to the mission. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the 10th floor corridor outside the demon god chamber. He activates the final door. Inside, he finds a throne room lined with frozen corpses impaled on ice, proof of Almud's cruelty. He greets the second demon god, Almud, as an old opponent. Almud appears at level 100, and his chamber's passive ability weakens all adventurers inside by 20%. Almud welcomes him with predatory delight, calling him fresh livestock. The protagonist checks his own status and confirms his hidden equipment is boosting his stats heavily enough to offset the chamber's debuff. Almud laughs while the room of frozen victims frames the fight to come. He promises the protagonist will soon join the others as another corpse on display. The frozen bodies around them make that threat feel very real. The chamber itself stands as evidence that Almud has done this many times before. The protagonist senses no active magic from the impaled victims and first assumes they are already dead. Then he realizes that assumption is wrong. One of the impaled men is still barely alive. With his last strength, the survivor warns him to run. Almud answers that plea by detonating the ice spike and killing the man instantly. The protagonist watches the shards fall around him, unmoved on the surface. He recognizes Almud's opening move from the game, but knows the real battle may still diverge from what he remembers. Almud boasts that humans are worthless except as food. He reveals that many adventurers have already entered today, and the protagonist is the 10th. Delighted by the number of victims, Almud looks forward to feasting. The surviving impaled man remains in the demon's sight as part of that grotesque display. Even the dying victim can feel the overwhelming pressure pouring off Almud. The protagonist briefly reflects on how absurd it is that anyone ever tried to defeat such a monster head-on. Almud finally attacks, lunging to butcher him. The protagonist answers with Tempest teleportation. He teleports behind Almud, using one of his remaining daily charges to reposition instantly. His blade opens a bloody wound across Almud's face before the demon can react. The dying survivor can only stare in disbelief at the sudden reversal. Almud recoils, shocked that he has been struck. The protagonist dismisses the demon's outrage and notes the injury is not serious yet. Almud realizes his opponent understands his attack patterns and grudgingly acknowledges his cunning. The protagonist stays calm, treating the fight as manageable training before the real reward. Almud responds by filling the ceiling with massive ice spears. The protagonist stands his ground beneath the barrage, reading the attack. The spears crash down and seal the area in a mountain of ice. From his throne, Almud assumes the attack has ended the fight. He smugly concludes no human could possibly evade that strike. A moment later, the protagonist appears at his side and drives his weapon deep into Almud's torso. Centipede's mind's eye activates, turning the blow into a devastating critical hit. Blood pours out as the demon drops to one knee. Almud is shaken because he never even saw the attack happen. He realizes his enemy is not merely fast but capable of appearing beside him instantaneously. The protagonist concludes that with 3 hidden pieces of equipment, and with Almud being reckless, this fight is already under control. Even so, he restrains himself from finishing the demon, because he still needs Almud alive long enough to summon the ice chimera and produce the fang he came for. The haloed swordsman lunges in to finish the ice demon before it can press its advantage. But the blue-skinned demon notices the attack and tenses in alarm. The swordsman abruptly halts when he realizes the demon is hiding behind a mortally wounded hostage. He hesitates, forced to choose between striking the enemy and killing the man in front of him. The demon mocks that hesitation and reveals the hostage is already dead, using the corpse as nothing more than cover. The swordsman curses the demon's cruelty and his own momentary restraint. Sensing weakness, the demon taunts him for no longer showing the overwhelming power from earlier. Confident again, the demon raises its hand to unleash another technique, while still using the body as a prop. It activates Glacier Marionette, turning the dead into ice-bound puppets. The first corpse is seized by the spell and lifted on jagged ice. More dead victims rise as frozen marionettes, transforming the battlefield into a grotesque army. A surviving witness realizes in horror that the bodies are being weaponized. Even the nearby survivors begin to stir under the demon's control, showing the spell can spread through the fallen. The demon orders its puppets to kill the swordsman for it. The reanimated bodies close in, forcing him to face innocent victims turned into attackers. He recognizes this as another ability that should not exist according to the game's rules, just like the anomalies he saw with other demon gods. One impaled victim is still barely alive, and the demon notices that unexpected survival. The dying man realizes the swordsman has finally found him. Using that opening, the swordsman strikes from behind and severs the demon's arm with a lightning-fast slash. The demon turns back toward the wrong target, too late to stop the counterattack. The swordsman coldly reminds it that he is the real opponent, not the helpless victim. Humiliated, the demon erupts in rage at being outplayed. A system message reveals the cut also inflicted severe poison on demon god Almud. The poison begins steadily draining the demon's health every second. Desperate to recover momentum, Almud calls for a new summon. It brings forth 3 level 99 ice chimeras to overwhelm the swordsman. Instead of panicking, he sharpens his focus as if he has been waiting for this exact moment. He rushes forward with satisfaction, finally seeing the monsters he came here to harvest. Before Almud can finish gloating, the summoned chimeras are instantly cut down. Their severed heads crash to the floor, leaving the demon staring at the remains. The swordsman calmly celebrates obtaining the ice chimera fangs he needed. He also notes that the brutal fight has finally worn his weapon, Centipede, below the durability threshold he wanted. Elsewhere, a faint smile hints that another player in the chaos has been waiting for a chance to move. Back in the hall, the swordsman tells the demon their game is over, leaving Almud confused by his sudden confidence. A system notice confirms the condition has been met to unlock Centipede's third skill. The weapon's hidden ability becomes available, adding a new trump card to his arsenal. At the same time, the battle's shockwaves continue to rattle the grand hall. In another room, a wounded subordinate crawls toward a cloaked swordsman and begs for help from his master. The man dismisses him coldly, more annoyed by the interruption than concerned for his follower. He complains that hiding here is useful but troublesome, and prepares to act anyway. The injured subordinate braces himself as his master moves without mercy. Wind begins to gather violently around the hidden swordsman. He unleashes a slash that kills his own man, using the death as part of his escape and concealment. A silver-haired woman arrives and identifies him as Garuda Gaston, master of the Wind Snake Guild. She lists his crimes one by one, from murder and trafficking to illegal gambling and contraband. She makes clear that those charges are only a fraction of what he has done. Calling him true to his vile reputation, she summons elementals to carry out her mission. First she calls Undine, the water elemental. Then she summons Ifrit, the fire elemental. Finally she brings forth Sylphid, the wind elemental. With 3 high-ranking elementals at her side, she takes control of the room. Garuda realizes she can casually command top-tier summoned beings and understands she is no ordinary pursuer. He demands her identity, and she introduces herself as Mira Goldland. Speaking with the authority of the 8 Guardians, Mira declares that she is here to arrest him and deliver him to the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Centipede's 3rd skill unlocks for the haloed swordsman as well. He welcomes the moment, because this new power is exactly what he had been waiting for. Almud, now poisoned and mutilated, lashes out in fury and tries to reassert dominance over the human it still calls livestock. It abandons the pretense of eating him and vows instead to crush him completely. The demon gathers itself, preparing a final transformation to keep fighting. Ice erupts from its back as it grows massive frozen wings. The wings spread wide, giving the demon aerial mobility and a new attack angle. Almud leaps skyward, laughing as it tries to regain control of the battle from above. It dives and circles aggressively, insisting the swordsman should have stayed down. The swordsman follows it into the air and mocks how much fun it is to stand above the demon for once. He twists the insult further by savoring the chance to literally look down on it. Enraged, Almud charges straight at him through the air. Still trying to shake his composure, the demon asks how long he can remain so calm. As it speaks, it condenses crackling energy in one hand for another finishing blow. It shapes that power into a long icy spear while hovering on its new wings. Declaring that anyone who obstructs its mission must die, Almud hurls itself into a lethal aerial assault. The swordsman reads the attack cleanly and waits for the exact instant to respond. He finally calls on Centipede's 3rd skill. The skill, Meltdown, turns the blade into a liquid weapon that can freely change shape. He immediately understands the implication. The weapon can become whatever form his imagination demands. Almud keeps pressing, convinced that simple dodging cannot save him forever. Then the demon suddenly senses something wrong in his timing. The swordsman raises the liquefied blade overhead and reshapes it into a massive descending edge. Almud tries to block, but it is already caught beneath the transformed strike. The attack lands as Toxic Heaven Gate, a devastating poison-infused execution from above. As the blow connects, the swordsman notes, with satisfaction, that this is his 2nd demon god kill and a new personal best. Almud's body begins to blacken and break apart under the combined force of poison and the finishing strike. A system message confirms that the 2nd demon god, Ormud, has been defeated. The winged corpse crashes to the floor, utterly spent. The clear screen appears with a record time, and the swordsman is pleased to have set a new fastest run. A surviving victim can barely believe one person really defeated a demon god alone and wonders if he is finally safe. Another notice shows the previous record holder's time has been surpassed completely. The impaled survivor begins teleporting out, spared at the cost of whatever penalty the system imposes. The swordsman accepts that the man will at least live, even if he cannot leave unscathed. More importantly, he confirms he safely secured the Ice Chimera Fong material he came for. With that ingredient obtained, only ancient red clay remains before he can make the elixir to cure his mother's illness. Just as he starts planning his next step, the building shakes again with a different kind of violence. Outside, the castle itself seems to tremble under another battle unfolding nearby. Mira braces behind a barrier of wind and water as Garuda presses her with relentless force. Garuda enjoys her resistance and treats the fight like a lesson. Mira answers by ordering a fire attack called Blazing Mirage Breath. Ifrit obeys, launching a wave of flame at Garuda. The fire spirals around him, but he stands inside it without losing control. He cuts through the attack with his sword, dispersing the elemental flames. The counterstroke tears the fire apart and leaves the floor carved by wind. Mira narrows her eyes, recognizing that brute elemental pressure alone will not stop him. She shifts tactics and commands a water technique called Raging Current Wave. Undine gathers a massive surge of water around Mira, turning defense into a new offensive setup. But Garuda slices through the water as well, refusing to be pinned down. The liquid attack breaks into harmless droplets around his blade. From hiding, the haloed swordsman watches the exchange and keeps his distance. He realizes the tremors he felt earlier were caused by this clash between Mira and Garuda. Observing Garuda's swordsmanship, he concludes the man is extremely strong and likely the guild master Mira came to capture. Garuda notices Mira is holding back and mocks her for disgracing the title of 8th Guardian. He raises his sword and decides to demonstrate what a real attack should look like. Wind coils around the blade as he prepares a concentrated killing strike. A towering whirlwind forms above him and surges toward Mira. Even Mira is forced onto the defensive as the pressure of the attack bears down on her. Seeing the danger, the hidden swordsman shifts position, ready to intervene if necessary. Garuda commits fully to the swing, convinced he has her cornered. He releases the technique as whirlwind slash. The strike tears through Myra's guard and severs one of her arms in a single brutal cut. Blood sprays as the blow lands cleanly, making it seem Garuda has ended the fight. From cover, the haloed observer watches in shock, unsure if she is really finished. Garuda boasts that she was weaker than expected and dismisses her summoned spirits as empty bluff. Mira answers with contempt, comparing him to a fool too petty to understand the difference in their levels. That insult finally unsettles Garuda instead of amusing him. Mira reveals the truth. Garuda Gaston is not a current legend but a former member of the 8 guardians who fell from grace. The revelation stuns him because it strips away the superiority he was clinging to. He realizes too late that what he cut was not her true body but a mirage-like decoy. Mira decides to teach him a lesson from someone who once walked a similarly foolish path. She tells him this is what a real attack looks like. A new aura flares behind Garuda, and he senses a far more dangerous summon than before. Mira calls forth the spirit of heavenly thunder, Chiron. Garuda instantly understands he is in real danger now and loses his earlier swagger. He tries to stop her, suddenly eager to negotiate. Mira refuses and unleashes a thunder technique without hesitation. A pillar of divine lightning crashes down on Garuda and overwhelms him completely. He convulses under the strike, unable to resist the punishment. Mira advances while he is still reeling, leaving him no chance to recover. Garuda collapses amid smoking puddles and scorched floorboards, broken and helpless. Mira judges it a fittingly miserable end for a criminal who preyed on others. Watching her stand with 4 powerful spirits, the haloed swordsman decides making an enemy of Mira would be disastrous. Myra's glance shifts, and she senses the hidden observer nearby. Without turning, she calls him out by name, Jean-Fry Van Raid. Caught, he awkwardly denies spying, and Mira lets it pass because he did not interfere and because she still remembers their earlier encounter. Her spirits gather around the fallen Garuda, securing him for transport. Jean-Fry pieces together that Garuda truly was the Wind Serpent Guild master and confirms the demon's presence is gone because he defeated it. Mira accepts his answer, offers brief congratulations, and leaves quickly because her own work is not finished. Before departing, she tells him they will likely meet again. Jean-Fry watches her and the Thunder Spirit escort Garuda away, realizing their paths are now tied together. Later, the story shifts to the Adventurers Association headquarters. Garuda is shown imprisoned in chains, his capture complete. The vice president praises Mira for safely bringing Garuda into custody. Mira is thanked again and informed that the Wind Serpent Guild will soon be dismantled as well. As the vice president hopes this crackdown will warn other criminal guilds and prevent future crimes, Mira answers with restrained agreement, sounding unconvinced that justice alone will end it. A sharp-eyed woman notices the bespectacled man is preoccupied and presses him to reveal what is really bothering him. He admits his thoughts are elsewhere and says there is one adventurer in particular he has become curious about. The man silently focuses on that name, signaling that this mysterious adventurer matters. Elsewhere, the haloed protagonist arrives on the 3rd continent and immediately surveys his next objective. He realizes that defeating the demon here will finally complete the ingredients for the universal elixir. But before that, he checks his current weapon and sees that the centipede lance is already badly worn down. He concludes the lance will break completely if he uses it against the 3rd demon lord, so he must replace it first. With that decision made, he sets out to obtain the 4th hidden gear. His search leads him into the central district of the 3rd continent. He heads for an inn called the Soaring Dragon King's Pavilion, knowing it hides the path he needs. The innkeeper greets him like an ordinary guest, keeping the secret entrance concealed behind routine hospitality. When asked if he needs a room, he plays along and confirms he is staying the night. He gives a bizarre room request that actually serves as the hidden passphrase. The innkeeper recognizes the code and silently confirms that the guest knows the secret. He accepts the request at once and grants access without exposing the hidden arrangement. The protagonist is led away from the public inn and down into a concealed underground route. As he descends, he reflects that this passphrase normally can only be learned from a hidden event on the 5th continent. He is relieved that he remembered the clue in time, because it lets him skip a long detour. At the bottom, he steels himself for whatever challenge guards the hidden gear. He enters a secret rank dungeon disguised as an underground boxing gym. Inside, the reigning champion radiates overwhelming physical power before the match even begins. The arena formally summons the chosen challenger to prove his strength against the legendary boxer Mike Weather Inoue. The protagonist recognizes the theatrical setup and remembers that the champion is more dangerous than he looks. He braces himself, knowing the hidden gear is tied to this fight and that taking it from Inoue will not be easy. The announcer opens the main event and names the champion and challenger for the crowd. Inoue is introduced as a massive, undefeated champion whose record makes clear he dominates this arena. By contrast, the protagonist is presented as a lightweight unknown entering far above his apparent class. The rules reveal the trap: no personal equipment, only one 3-minute round, and points are scored by striking invisible target zones. Victory goes to the higher score or the first to 10 points, making the match seem winnable on paper. But a single knockdown means instant defeat, so survival matters more than points. The bell rings and the fight begins at once. Inoue explodes forward immediately, attacking before the challenger can settle in. The champion's opening rush shows that his size has not slowed him at all. The protagonist narrowly avoids the first burst, but Inoue chains his punches together without pause. Watching the pattern, the protagonist realizes Inoue is deliberately aiming for the highest value targets from the start. He keeps his guard tight and studies the line of attack instead of trying to trade blows. His evasive movement frustrates the champion's early offense and buys him precious time. Seeing an opening, he prepares a straight counter of his own. He slips inside the attack and lands a clean shot on one of the hidden scoring zones. Even Inoue is briefly caught off guard that the challenger found the target so quickly. The scoreboard gives the protagonist the first point, proving he can read the system faster than expected. Inoue warns him not to mistake that early success for real progress. The protagonist answers that the point was allowed on purpose and demands the champion stop holding back. Amused rather than offended, Inoue decides the challenger is worth taking seriously. He announces that the real fight starts now. The champion's next punch carries a completely different level of force. The blow tears past the protagonist's face so closely that he barely survives the exchange. Inoue reads him accurately, and predicts that sharp eyes alone will not save him once his stamina runs out. He begins hammering the protagonist with a relentless barrage from multiple angles. Knowing a knockdown would end everything, the protagonist chooses to endure the damage behind a raised guard instead of risking a fall. He recalls the hidden truth of this stage. It is designed as a guaranteed loss event if approached like a normal match. Every point the challenger scores only makes Inoue faster and stronger, turning apparent success into a trap. The scoreboard confirms the reversal, with Inoue's points skyrocketing while the protagonist is driven into defense. The champion overwhelms him with a non-stop combo and corners him before he can counter. Pinned in place, the protagonist is forced to absorb blow after blow while searching for the real win condition. He realizes he was never meant to win the match itself, only to win the battle in another way. The true requirement for obtaining the fourth hidden gear is simply to remain standing for the full 3 minutes. With that revelation, he abandons any hope of outscoring Inoue and focuses entirely on survival. He still throws occasional counters to disrupt the champion's rhythm and keep himself from being overwhelmed completely. As the clock drops under a minute, he is battered nearly beyond his limit but still has not fallen. He forces his exhausted body to keep moving, refusing to let his guard collapse. Inoue, now genuinely excited, recognizes that the challenger has pushed him harder than anyone in a long time. The champion decides he alone will determine how this match ends and intensifies his assault again. The protagonist sees the decisive blow coming but is too worn down to avoid it cleanly. Inoue lands a devastating uppercut that should have ended the fight instantly. Yet the protagonist's feet never leave the canvas long enough to count as a knockdown. He steadies himself in silence, forcing his body upright through sheer will. To everyone's shock, he remains standing and keeps the hidden condition alive. With only moments left, Inoue promises that the next attack will finally finish him. The protagonist plants his feet and prepares to endure one last exchange. The champion charges in, convinced the final strike will decide everything. At the last instant, Inoue's confidence breaks when the challenger moves unexpectedly. The protagonist slips the finishing blow and lands a desperate cross-counter in return. The arena hails the counter, but for him the real victory is that he has bought the final seconds he needed. Inoue acknowledges the hit and admits the challenger is far more interesting than he first appeared. The protagonist knows he cannot retreat now, because surviving to the bell is within reach. The final gong sounds with Inoue far ahead on points, officially giving the champion the match. The result confirms the expected loss on the scoreboard, but the hidden objective has still been fulfilled. Inoue praises him as the first fighter ever to endure the full 3 minutes against him without falling. Moved by that resolve, the champion offers him a parting gift. The protagonist gratefully accepts, relieved that the brutal gamble paid off. He obtains the fourth hidden gear, Soul Vantage, a powerful fist-type weapon with fire and counter-based abilities. Back outside, he immediately turns his thoughts from the prize to the demon he still has to kill. He heads straight for the third continent's S-rank dungeon, the Ravenin Ruins, refusing to waste a moment. The ruins stretch across a desolate wasteland that hides its true threat well. He studies the broken landscape, already planning how to force an encounter. He reminds himself that this dungeon contains no ordinary monsters, only demon lords, so defeating the ruler will clear it outright. The problem is that the third demon lord, Jackal, is notoriously elusive and appears only under rare conditions. He knows many adventurers wander this wasteland endlessly, and fail to find the boss at all. Most are worn down by the search itself before they ever get a chance to fight. Unwilling to waste time like that, he decides to force the encounter by exploiting the dungeon's hidden trigger. He searches the ruins for the exact object that can lure Jackal out. He finds it at last, a coffin buried among the rubble. Without hesitation, he drags it open despite knowing the act is taboo. He apologizes to the sleeping dead, but admits he is too desperate to respect the boundary. Inside lies a preserved corpse, confirming he has found the right trigger. As the coffin opens fully, the dead body begins to glow with released spiritual energy. The soul rises from the coffin, and the desecration immediately starts the summoning. The freed soul flares brighter as the dungeon responds to the violation. The spirit spirals upward through the sky, drawing something powerful toward him. His detection skill warns him that a strong magical force is rapidly approaching. He braces himself as the ground trembles under the incoming presence. Rather than panic, he welcomes the arrival because this is exactly what he wanted. The ruins erupt as the hidden ruler finally reveals itself. The third demon lord, Jackal, appears in answer to the disturbed soul. The protagonist recalls that these ruins are known as the Graveyard of Souls, where the dead were once enshrined. Jackal immediately accuses him of desecrating the dead and frames the act as a grave sin. As guardian of the souls here, Jackal makes clear that this offense has triggered a special punishment. He declares that the protagonist will pay for the sin with his life. Jackal formally names himself and claims the authority to judge all who transgress against the dead. In response, the protagonist equips Soul Vantage at once, raising his attack and preparing for close combat. Jackal activates Judgment Scales, his special trait, and imposes a supernatural trial instead of attacking normally. The protagonist's soul is forcibly drawn into the scales as the judgment begins. The scales weigh his soul against the released spirit, turning the fight into a moral sentence rather than a simple clash of stats. Jackal declares that he will purify the protagonist's impure soul and send it onward as punishment. The protagonist remains calm, already reading the mechanic instead of resisting blindly. He shifts his position within the scale, testing how the judgment system actually works. The balance tips against him, confirming that the released soul outweighs his own in this trial. The system announces that Judgment Scales has passed sentence on him. A ring of power closes around him as the punishment takes effect in the real battlefield. He is hit with a severe debuff that reduces all his stats by 30% for the sin of soul desecration. Jackal repeats the charge and insists the only proper atonement is death. The protagonist had already expected this exact penalty, and is not shaken by it. He recognizes Judgment Scales as a debuff trait meant to cripple adventurers, and accepts the penalty as the price for summoning the boss quickly. Even weakened, he decides he must kill Jackal before the demon can reveal any more unknown abilities. He opens the battle with Dark Bullet, launching himself forward in a direct high-speed assault. His movement splits into afterimages as he closes the distance despite the debuff. Jackal sees through the trick immediately, because the Heaven's Will illusion only deceives adventurers, not creatures like him. Realizing deception will not work, the protagonist commits to a straightforward contest of strength. He channels all his momentum into a crushing downward strike. Dark Bullet carries him straight into Jackal's space before the demon can fully reposition. The attack slams down with enough force to crater the ground around the impact. He follows through from above, trying to break Jackal before the demon can establish control of the fight. His expression stays cold and focused as he commits fully to the opening exchange. The blow crashes into Jackal's guard and staff with brutal force. Jackal answers by erecting a dark magic shield, stopping the strike before it can become decisive. The failed breakthrough leaves the protagonist exposed for a moment. He lands and resets his stance while Jackal prepares a counter from range. The protagonist immediately feels how much the 30% debuff is limiting his movement and timing. At that dangerous moment, his interface flashes with an incoming call from Amelia. Seeing Amelia's name jolts him, because she would not contact him lightly. His thoughts jump to his mother, and he fears something may have happened to her. That split-second distraction nearly gets him crushed by another incoming attack. He twists through the strike at the last possible moment, and avoids being caught cleanly. Even while evading, he forces himself not to answer, deciding the fight must come first for a few more seconds. He accelerates again, determined to finish quickly so he can return the call. Jackal begins another technique, Dark Spiral, escalating the battle further. As the demon gathers a swirling mass of power, the protagonist refuses to hesitate despite the pressure and the call weighing on him. He activates Soul Vantage's fire-based skill, igniting his fists for a stronger counterattack. Jackal is stunned to realize the protagonist's fists have suddenly burst into flames. Gene-Free activates Fire Fist, accepting a steady loss of health in exchange for doubled striking power. He immediately drives the flaming blow into the Jackal demon's face and proves the skill is real. As the demon reels, the system confirms that Fire Fist is a simple but costly power-up rather than a trick. The Jackal regains its footing and prepares to retaliate instead of being intimidated. After examining the attack, the demon dismisses it as nothing more than fire wrapped around a fist. G-Free also treats the demon's reaction as empty posturing, and the two continue trading contempt. Offended, the demon summons a dark sphere and vows to silence him for good. Gene-Free realizes the incoming technique is something unfamiliar and dangerous. The demon shapes the spell into a massive pitch-black meteor fist. The giant invisible force crashes down on Gene-Free before he can properly counter it. He is smashed into the ruins and sent tumbling through broken stone. The demon smugly reveals that the attack's true threat is an invisible fist hidden inside the darkness. Dust and rubble settle where Gene-Free was buried. Coughing in the wreckage, Gene-Free confirms that the demon's attack is unlike anything from the game he remembers. That discrepancy makes him suspect the demons in this world are behaving differently from their game versions. In the middle of the fight, a call from Amelia suddenly reaches him. He tries to ignore the interruption, but the ringing keeps intruding as the battle continues. The demon mistakes Gene-Free's survival for confidence, while Gene-Free brushes off the hit by comparing it to worse punishment he has endured before. The Jackal refuses to accept that and prepares another dark strike. Jean-Free knows he cannot drag this out, because Fire Fist is steadily eating away at his life. Amelia calls again, adding pressure just as he is trying to finish the fight. Another invisible blow sweeps toward him and forces him to evade instead of answering. As he regains his footing, Jean-Free senses that something is very wrong beyond the battle itself. Facing the demon again, he can no longer ignore that ominous feeling. He reaches for another skill, deciding to change the flow of the fight. Jean-Free activates Wind Transfer. He vanishes in a burst of wind and lightning, slipping out of the demon's sight. The jackal loses track of him and is briefly thrown off balance. Jean-Free reappears at a distance, having successfully repositioned. Only after creating that opening does he finally accept Amelia's call. He answers irritably, asking why she has been calling so desperately. Amelia can barely speak through her panic and tells him their mother is involved. She reveals that their mother's condition has suddenly worsened and that the healer believes she has little time left. The news hits Jean-Free hard enough to momentarily freeze him. Shock gives way to urgent focus as he understands how serious the situation is. While Amelia begs him to come home quickly, the demon notices his shaken state and presses the attack. Jean-Free realizes the enemy has seen through his distraction and is moving to exploit it. He tells Amelia he is coming back immediately, making his family the clear priority. The demon condemns him for disturbing the dead and declares that fleeing now would be unforgivable. Jean-Free answers by calling down a huge pitch-black raw stone fist of his own. He launches himself after it, using the attack to seize the initiative. Fire gathers around his hand again as he commits to ending the battle in one decisive exchange. He apologizes for the abruptness, but makes it clear that he has an emergency and cannot waste another second. Jean-Free dives in with Fire Fist, but the demon catches the attack instead of collapsing. The jackal boasts that this single strike will not be enough to kill it. Jean-Free sees through the bluff and realizes the accumulated fire damage has already weakened the demon badly. Still trying to turn the tables, the jackal summons another pitch-black meteor fist. The dark fist forms overhead for one last crushing attack. Jean-Free stays calm and prepares a response rather than dodging. He remembers that Fire Fist is only one part of his offensive kit. He activates Soul Vantage's X Counter, a skill that reflects an enemy attack back at triple force. The demon is caught off guard the instant Jean-Free's flaming fist connects. X Counter triggers, turning the jackal's own power against it and blasting it away. The reflected impact hurls the demon high into the air. It crashes back down into the ruins with devastating force. The jackal's mouth bursts with blood, showing the counterattack was fatal. Jean-Free coldly calculates the multiplied damage and declares the fight over. The system confirms the demon jackal's defeat and awards him experience, money, and rare materials. Satisfied only because he got what he needed, Jean-Free immediately turns his thoughts to getting home. The scene shifts back to his family house on the edge of the first continent. Inside, Amelia, a healer, and a nun stand over their unconscious mother in tense silence. Amelia notices Jean-Free's arrival and calls out to him in relief. He rushes in and asks the only thing that matters to him now, how their mother is doing. Amelia runs to him as he enters the room. The healer explains that their mother has fallen into a coma from late-stage mana deficiency disease, marked by black patches on her skin. Jean-Free sees the severity for himself as the healer adds that her failing mana has weakened her vital functions. The healer admits that even high-rank healers can no longer save her, leaving Amelia on the verge of despair. Jean-Free steadies his sister and promises that he will not let their mother die. He immediately decides to cure the disease himself. While the others struggle to believe him, he silently spends all 90 saved stat points on intelligence. His intelligence jumps from 145 to 250 in one move. Reaching that threshold causes his alchemy job skill to level up. He reviews the materials he has gathered, including ancient red earth and an ice chimera fong. He also has a vial of High Elf's Tears, the final rare ingredient. With the requirements met, Jean-Free begins alchemy on the spot. The result is a universal medicine, an SS-rank cure that can completely remove all diseases and status ailments in a single sip. Realizing he has actually made the legendary medicine, Jean-Free allows himself a brief smile. The healer recognizes the item from old records and is stunned that Jean-Free has produced something so extraordinary. Ignoring the shock around him, Jean-Free moves straight to his mother's bedside with the medicine. He stands over her, focused entirely on whether this will work in time. Her condition still looks grave as he prepares to administer the cure. Jean-Free reflects that the alchemist class exists to create high-rank items, and that he barely managed to gather the means to save her in time. He opens the medicine carefully, treating it as his last chance. He lets the potion fall into his mother's mouth and silently begs her to wake up. Then he waits, holding her with Amelia watching anxiously behind him. A change begins as the blackened symptoms start to break apart. Her eyes slowly open, proving the medicine worked. Amelia is too stunned to process the miracle at first. Their mother wakes fully, but, because the cure erased all abnormalities, she has also lost her memory. Amelia rushes to her in joy while Jean-Free stands beside them in relieved silence. Their mother recognizes Amelia's distress but cannot understand what happened. Jean-Free gently calls to her, and she turns to him without remembering who he is either. He asks after her health, trying to confirm that her body has truly recovered. She realizes she feels fine despite having been bedridden for so long, while Amelia breaks down over how close they came to losing her. When Amelia explains that Jinfree cured her, their mother struggles to understand what that means. The healer confirms that Jinfree's universal medicine really erased every symptom. Their mother immediately understands that such a medicine could only come from dangerous adventuring and suspects Jinfree has become one. Jinfree tries to brush the matter aside and insists that her safety is what matters most. Amelia instantly rejects his attempt to dodge responsibility. Jinfree is left awkwardly exposed as both the healer and Amelia look on. His mother rises with unexpected force, showing that the cure restored her completely. Jinfree can only nervously try to calm her before she starts scolding him. She calls him out for running away from home and becoming an adventurer without telling his family. Jinfree gives up on excuses and obediently accepts the lecture. The healer quietly thanks him and notes that Jinfree has always resembled his father in temperament. As Amelia defends him, Jinfree privately realizes the universal medicine may have restored his mother a little too well. His mother admits she understands why he did it, but worries about what might happen to him. Jinfree reassures her that he is safe for now, trying to ease that fear. Instead of asking him to stop, she tells him to go defeat the magic gods. Jinfree is blindsided when she skips straight past concern and starts talking like a quest giver. She reminds him that she knows him too well to misunderstand what kind of path he has chosen. Seeing the same resolve in him that his father once had, she recognizes that he became an adventurer to achieve something important. When Jinfree admits that is true, she gives him permission to continue now that she has recovered. He accepts, but only after demanding 2 promises from her. First, he makes her promise to contact him every day and never die, and she agrees. He hesitates before asking for one more thing. His mother thanks him sincerely and embraces him, making the moment more personal than any promise. Jinfree returns the hug and quietly asks her to take care of herself. With his family safe again, he leaves home promising that he will come back. Amelia and their recovered mother watch him go from the doorway. As he departs, Jinfree reflects that mana deficiency syndrome is caused by creatures that drain magic, and that many others still suffer from it. He concludes that if the magic gods are destroyed and the world is freed from them, the disease itself may disappear. But his memories from the game warn him that even defeating the 7 known magic gods did not make those creatures vanish. That leads him to suspect a deeper truth, centered on an unreachable 8th magic god that may explain everything. His next destination is the 3rd Warrior Coliseum in the 3rd Continent City. He arrives at the Battle Olympia venue, where fighters from across the world have gathered. Jinfree slips into the crowd and takes in the atmosphere with quiet confidence. The tournament is announced as a continent-wide competition to determine the strongest adventurer. The crowd erupts at the start of Battle Olympia. Jinfree notes that the excitement is just as overwhelming as he expected. The rules explain that adventurers from all 7 continents may enter, but everyone is normalized to level 150 stats with a cap of 155. Because jobs, skills, and equipment are exempt from those restrictions, Jinfree sees a chance to exploit his build. He reminds himself that while the prize money is huge, his real goal is the special reward available only here. That bonus prize matters because it could help him grow strong enough to challenge the magic gods faster. He also knows the true value of the tournament lies in the unique advancement path it offers. Among the competitors, powerful veterans and hidden figures gather for that same higher path. The coveted bonus is revealed to be an SS-rank job change scroll. The preliminary round begins with tests of magic power and attack strength. Only the top 8 combined scores will advance to the main event. Jinfree places his hand on the measuring circle for the first test. The system processes his magic power and prepares the rankings. The top scores appear, showing just how high the leading contestants are. Jinfree ends up buried in 2,189th place with only 72 points, exactly the disaster he feared. He accepts that result because an alchemist's magic power is naturally low, and he may not even be at the tournament's normalized level yet. The officials move on to the attack power test, giving him one last chance to recover. Jinfree faces the striking machine and starts planning how to turn the rankings around. He calms himself by deciding that raw attack can still compensate for his terrible magic score. While the crowd around him swings wildly at the machine, he quietly prepares his own method. He activates Fire Fist again, bringing back the same dangerous power-up from his earlier battle. With flames wrapped around his hand, Jinfree prepares to double his attack and overturn the tournament standings. Jinfree reveals a counter skill that returns triple the damage he receives, turning defense into a trap. He calmly prepares another fire-enhanced strike, showing complete confidence in his setup. He follows with Jet Black Meteor Fist, multiplying the blow even further into a 6-fold punch. The crowd is stunned by the explosive result. Other contestants hear the impact and realize Jinfree has done something extraordinary again. His rivals immediately connect the sound to him, and wonder what hidden trick he used this time. The arena host resumes the event and announces that the attack power test results are ready. The rankings place Jinfree Vanrade first in attack power, ahead of the other top contenders. Jinfree is relieved that being last in magic no longer threatens his standing now that his attack score carried him. Based on all results so far, the 8 fighters advancing to the main tournament are announced. Jinfree accepts his place while some nearby competitors bristle at his presence. A familiar voice calls to him before the tournament begins. Rami alias appears and teasingly accuses him of following her around. Jean-Free fires back that she is the one who keeps turning up in front of him. Their reunion immediately turns into playful mutual suspicion. Rami recalls his earlier fight and concludes he relied on strange equipment again. That only makes her more interested in what he is really capable of. Jean-Free realizes she can hear his thoughts and openly guesses that she wants the job change scroll too. His guess catches her off guard. She admits it, since anyone seeking real strength would want job change. Jean-Free recognizes her as one of the 8 guardians using the alias Rami to avoid attention. Their private exchange is cut short as the main tournament is officially about to begin. The bracket is revealed, and the winner will claim 1 billion G and the job change scroll. Jean-Free finds the bracket interesting, especially because advancing will bring him closer to Rami. The first finals match is announced as Jean-Free Vanrade vs Gringy Miztal, and Rami offers him hollow good luck. Jean-Free notes that she clearly does not mean it. As he steps into the arena, spectators dismiss him as a scrawny oddball hiding behind equipment. The crowd insists his preliminary results must have been wrong and mocks even his halo-like gear. His opponent enters in full armored grandeur, making the mismatch look even more absurd to the audience. Gringy Miztal is introduced as an alchemist and guild master of the Silver Demon Guild. The spectators hype Gringy's reputation for near-impenetrable self-made defenses and start betting on him. With both contestants ready, the first match begins. Jean-Free remains expressionless, refusing to be intimidated by the spectacle. Gringy looks down on him, calling the match boring and assuming he drew an easy opponent. He moves first, trying to end things before Jean-Free can prove anything. Jean-Free answers instantly by igniting his fist. He closes the distance in a flash and lands the opening blow before Gringy can react. The attack continues as a brutal close-range barrage that tears through Gringy's confidence. Even Gringy's armored face is smashed open under the relentless punches. Jean-Free drives him back with overwhelming force, never giving him time to recover. The final hit launches Gringy into the wall hard enough to crater the arena stone. Gringy collapses in the rubble, completely broken by the sudden assault. The audience can only stare in disbelief at how quickly the favorite was destroyed. Jean-Free stands there calmly, making the upset feel even more unreal. The officials confirm that Gringy is incapacitated, ending the match almost before it began. Jean-Free casually wonders if he overdid it as he is declared the winner. Rami studies his fire-infused equipment with growing fascination. The second first-round match is announced as Aji Shun Sats vs Rami alias. The crowd immediately reduces Rami to her looks and dismisses her as out of place in the arena. Their contempt turns openly sexist, insisting women do not belong in the Colosseum. Jean-Free is irritated by the taunts and by how badly the arena tolerates this behavior. The match begins, and Aji greets Rami with lecherous confidence instead of caution. Rami answers his attitude with cold indifference. Aji keeps acting like a creep, assuming he can toy with her. Rami responds by summoning spirits, calling forth the wind spirit Sylph and the fire spirit Ifrit. Before Aji can process it, a massive spell descends on him. The crowd recoils as the attack scale makes clear he is already doomed. The match ends almost instantly, and Rami is declared the winner. Jean-Free is impressed by how effortlessly and decisively she handled it. The remaining first-round matches pass without incident, and the round concludes. The semi-final bracket is announced, pairing Jean-Free against Rami alias. The other semi-final will be Ryuta Factor against Jean's Shimrian. A long-haired observer watches Jean-Free closely, marking him as someone worth noting. Jean-Free senses the scrutiny and grows serious. That observer judges Jean-Free to be far stronger than the average adventurer, perhaps even comparable to Mira. The arena calls for the first semi-final to begin. Jean-Free and Rami are summoned forward to face each other at last. They take the field with the familiarity of rivals who have been circling each other for some time. Rami taunts him that this is his last chance to run. Jean-Free welcomes the chance to settle their strange rivalry once and for all. The semi-final starts under the crowd's full attention. Rami opens immediately with another spirit summoning. She calls forth the spirit of flame, bringing Ifrit back into play. Jean-Free braces himself, recognizing that this fight will be far more dangerous than the last. The audience erupts, thrilled that the spirit summoner is unleashing her power again. Jean-Free realizes that even one spirit is troublesome, so facing more will be a nightmare. Rami escalates further by summoning the spirit of water and the spirit of heavenly thunder. 3 powerful spirits appear at once, surrounding Jean-Free with elemental pressure. He is shaken by the sheer intimidation of facing 3 simultaneous summons. The crowd has never seen anything like it and throws its support behind Rami. Rami makes clear she knows Jean-Free is strong, which is why she intends to fight seriously from the start. Jean-Free masks his tension with sarcasm, but he knows he is in real danger. The water spirit attacks first with Water Dragon Wave. Jean-Free sprints to evade the rushing torrent as it tears across the arena. He keeps moving, searching for any path through the pressure. The wave nearly catches him, forcing a desperate dodge. Rami chains the assault by ordering a lightning strike. The thunder spirit crashes down on his position before he can reset. Jean-Free is startled by how fast the follow-up comes. The spectators are equally shocked by the speed and coordination of her spirits. The impact blasts a crater into the arena floor and leaves Jean-Free crouched amid the wreckage. He realizes a direct hit from attacks like that would end the match immediately. To create breathing room, he forms a fireball behind him. He commits to offense, channeling the flames into his fist as he charges. Jean-Free fires back with fire fist, launching a blazing counterattack. Rami walks through the flames unharmed, showing that the attack alone cannot break her setup. She remains composed, barely acknowledging the attempt. Jean-Free, now rattled, wonders if she is actually trying to kill him. He admits to himself that however strange she is, her skill is undeniable and one mistake will finish him. Rami coldly tells him he is performing worse than she expected. Jean-Free answers with a bluffing smile, claiming he had underestimated her too. Rami mocks him in return, saying his aim is poor even if his tricks are interesting. The crowd sides with her completely and urges her to crush him. Spectators start betting again, convinced the outcome is obvious. Others jeer that Jean-Free must be throwing the match because he looks so outclassed. The insults pile up until even his patience starts to crack. He reflects that the Colosseum's unruly crowd has crossed from noisy to pathetic. Rami, by contrast, seems to enjoy the atmosphere and the pressure it creates. Jean-Free's irritation hardens into resolve. Rami decides to finish things and calls on Chiron, the Thunder Spirit, for a decisive move. The Thunder Spirit gathers a concentrated charge for a finishing attack. Rami unleashes Thundering God, flooding the arena with lethal lightning. Jean-Free barely escapes the strike zone as the blast shatters the ground around him. He tries to break through toward Rami, but her spirits keep cutting off every route. The Water Spirit prepares another attack while the Thunder Spirit continues to pressure him. Jean-Free realizes that fighting three spirits at once leaves almost no opening for a counterattack. Even so, he forces himself forward, acknowledging that Mira is every bit as strong as rumored. He studies the formation and notices Ifrit staying close to Rami while the other two attack. That tells him she has already accounted for his fire fist by keeping her flame spirit ready to neutralize it. He concludes that she is deliberately using water and thunder offensively while reserving fire as insurance. So he decides to strike first before that layered defense can tighten any further. He bursts forward with lightning-fast movement, forcing the spirits to react. Rami realizes too late that he has vanished from where she expected him to be. He reappears behind her, having slipped through the formation with teleportation and a fire-charged fist. Jean-Free commits to the blow, aiming to end the match in one hit. For a moment he believes he has caught her cleanly from behind, but he suddenly senses something wrong as the attack fails to finish her. His system warns him that Mira has lured him into a prepared trap. Rami reveals the final piece of her plan and calls for swift wind blade. The wind spirit dives in at point-blank range, turning his successful approach into an ambush. Jean-Free realizes she used the wind spirit as the hidden fourth threat. He understands that Mira effectively sacrificed her own safety to create the opening needed for that extra summon to strike. A violent blast of wind detonates around him, swallowing the arena in white force. The audience watches in shock, certain that no one could survive that. Rami assumes the trap worked exactly as intended and that Jean-Free cannot get back up. Then she senses movement and realizes the fight is not over. Jean-Free emerges still standing, battered but alive. The smoke clears enough to show that he endured the trap and remains in the match. He admits the attack was deadly and that without Gale Teleport he would have lost on the spot. His system confirms Gale Teleport is active and limited, with only 3 uses left today. Rami is shaken that he escaped a trap she thought was certain. Jean-Free refuses to stop there and launches himself back into the fight. He realizes that repeatedly using teleportation at this level may be the only way to break her formation. Rami, alarmed, wonders whether his teleportation can be used more freely than she assumed and urgently calls Ifrit. Jean-Free charges straight at the fire spirit instead of at her. He meets Ifrit head-on, choosing to break the shield she kept in reserve. Their fists collide in a burst of flame and force. Jean-Free holds his ground against the spirit in direct close combat. Rami explains that his fiery fist can be neutralized by Ifrit, revealing the logic behind her defensive setup. Jean-Free finally understands her strategy and prepares to answer it. Jean-Free's flaming strike is stopped cold when his opponent nullifies it with the same element. Mira points out that matching elemental attacks cancel each other, making his repeated approach pointless. Instead of backing down, Jean-Free shows he has already prepared another answer. He dismisses his current weapon and swaps equipment in the middle of the fight. Mira immediately realizes this change is important. A dark new blade forms on Jean-Free's arm as he readies a different tactic. He reveals that this is a poison element weapon, so elemental cancellation no longer protects her. With that advantage, he rushes straight at Mira before she can adjust. He activates Meltdown, turning the blade fluid so it can change shape freely. The skill's effect is explained, along with its steep 48-hour cooldown. The liquefied weapon spreads into a strange mass around Mira, leaving her unsure what she is facing. Jean-Free sees that his summoned centipede is nearly broken and knows it can barely survive one more exchange. Mira realizes too late that the centipede is closing around her. Jean-Free completes the trap by invoking hundred-legged guanine and using the centipede's spirit to bind her. The constriction overwhelms Mira so badly that she can no longer command her spirit. Crushed by the pressure, she is forced into helpless pain. Her body slackens as the struggle leaves her unable to continue. Jean-Free notes that his centipede survived by the narrowest margin and that the gamble barely paid off. The officials declare Mira unable to continue, giving Jean-Free Van Raid the victory. With the match over, Jean-Free removes the centipede spirit from the field. He catches Mira as she collapses instead of letting her hit the ground. Mira regains enough awareness to look at him through her injuries. She calmly admits that, frustrating as it is, she has lost. Jean-Free praises her composure, and Mira answers that denying a stronger opponent would only be foolish. He offers her a detoxifying healing potion he prepared in advance. Mira accepts the bottle in silence while Jean-Free turns away without pressing the moment. Left alone with her thoughts, she acknowledges that his combat ability is far beyond what she first assumed. A system notice reveals that Mira has become fascinated with Jean-Free's equipment, confirming what he suspected. Her interest sharpens as she replays his illusions, teleportation, flaming fists, and especially the weapon that changed shape. That fascination quickly turns into excitement she can barely contain. The announcer moves the tournament forward and calls the second semi-final between Ryuta Factor and Gunnis Cimmerian. The next two fighters enter the arena and face each other. Ryuta confidently intends to end the match immediately. Gunnis welcomes the challenge, seeing the fight as something worth enjoying. Watching from the side, Jean-Free is caught off guard while casually drinking as the match begins. He focuses at once, sensing something unusual. Mira also notices the sudden shift in the arena's tension. Gunnis ends the semi-final with a single overwhelming blow, and the announcer names him the winner almost instantly. Jean-Free stares at the result, recognizing that this opponent is on another level. Gunnis is identified as a sword master, an advanced class gained after a job change from swordsman. Gunnis remains calm and unreadable despite the effortless victory. The two finalists silently size each other up from across the arena. Jean-Free concludes that the finals will not be against an ordinary fighter, exactly as he expected. The announcer confirms the finalists as Jean-Free, the alchemist full of surprises, and Gunnis, who has crushed every opponent. Gunnis' unknown but overwhelming strength is emphasized as the crowd's main fear for the final. With the tournament at its peak, both finalists are called forward for the championship match. Before it starts, Mira warns Jean-Free to fight hard but not die, and he brusquely tells her to mind her own business. Jean-Free steps out to face Gunnis directly in the arena. He pauses, measuring the swordsman in silence. Gunnis breaks the silence by asking if Jean-Free is ready. The final begins, and Gunnis immediately erupts with power. He declares that he will bury Jean-Free almost instantly. Jean-Free teases him for sounding far more passionate than his cool demeanor suggests. From the sidelines, Mira judges them roughly equal overall and predicts a short, decisive battle. Jean-Free answers by activating his third equipment skill, Title Match. The skill grants him 3 timed rounds of escalating stat boosts, but if he fails to win within them, the equipment disappears. Round 1 begins with all of Jean-Free's stats doubled and a strict 3-minute limit. Jean-Free reveals that this final skill only unlocks after using his first 2 skills. He accepts the trade-off, immense temporary power in exchange for losing the soul vantage if he cannot finish the fight in time. Both fighters settle into their stances as Jean-Free's aura rises. Gunnis refuses to waste time and opens with dry fire. He closes the distance instantly, attacking before Jean-Free can fully settle. A blinding sword strike forces Jean-Free onto the defensive at once. Jean-Free scrambles to evade and reposition under the pressure. Gunnis chains his slashes so smoothly that Jean-Free can barely find space to breathe. Jean-Free realizes the sword skill is far more troublesome than he expected. Gunnis recognizes that Jean-Free is already reacting like someone who understands job-changed abilities. The narration explains that a job change promotes an adventurer into a higher-tier class. Such a promotion grants stronger skills and a major increase in raw stats, which is exactly what Jean-Free is facing. Even with doubled stats, Jean-Free is still being driven back. Gunnis keeps his composure and continues pressing with precise sword work. Jean-Free is forced into evasive leaps just to avoid being cut down. He lands low and tense, still unable to seize momentum. He bursts sideways again, trying to escape the swordsman's line. Jean-Free finally brings back his flaming fist, preparing to counterattack instead of only dodging. He launches himself from above, aiming a direct fiery strike at Gunnis. Gunnis receives the attack without concern and asks if that is all Jean-Free can do. He dismisses Jean-Free's movement as clumsy and insignificant. Jean-Free identifies the technique as a sword master skill and understands the fight will be much harder than expected. Round 1 ends without a finish, and title match advances him into round 2 with all stats tripled. Gunnis notices the change in Jean-Free immediately. With his speed now sharply increased, Jean-Free believes Gunnis should no longer be able to keep up. He commits to overwhelming the swordsman before the final round arrives. Gunnis admits Jean-Free has become faster, but still judges him too slow to matter. He answers with X-counter, turning Jean-Free's advance into a trap. At point-blank range, Gunnis beats Jean-Free's timing and mocks him for lagging behind. The counter detonates with enough force to blast Jean-Free away. Jean-Free is hurled through the impact, battered and stunned. Mira watches in alarm as the gap in power becomes clearer. Jean-Free admits that Gunnis' strength exceeds even his worst expectations. Before he can recover, Gunnis prepares another finishing technique. Lightning gathers around the swordsman as he charges a radiant sword art. The attack condenses into a brilliant point of energy at his blade. Gunnis releases radiant slash straight at Jean-Free. The beam tears across the arena and explodes on impact. The crowd recognizes the famous technique and erupts in shock. Jean-Free avoids the worst of it by moving at the last possible instant. Even so, Mira realizes Gunness has mastered one of the Sword Master class's hardest techniques, the Starbeam sword style. Jean-Free understands the situation has become genuinely dangerous. The audience now sees both finalists as the real thing, cheering the clash of monsters. Mira judges that Gunness' power is already comparable to the 8 Guardian Stars and wonders how Jean-Free can possibly win. The two fighters reset their distance for the next exchange. Round 2 expires, pushing title match into its final stage with all of Jean-Free's stats quadrupled. Jean-Free steadies himself and exhales, knowing everything now depends on this last window. He reactivates Fire Fist despite the cost, accepting that his equipment will vanish if he fails to finish Gunness in this round. Flames engulf both his fists as he faces Gunness for the decisive clash. Gunness senses the shift immediately and understands the next exchange will settle everything. Mira reaches the same conclusion from the sidelines. Jean-Free moves first, exploding forward. Gunness answers with his own step, meeting the charge head-on. Jean-Free's flaming punch closes in, but Gunness invokes Storm Light as he intercepts. Jean-Free twists through the opening and slips behind him, forcing Gunness to react in surprise. Jean-Free commits to a finishing blow from above and behind. He drives both flaming fists toward Gunness at point-blank range. Gunness barely turns in time, sword raised to survive the ambush. Jean-Free abruptly changes equipment again, replacing his attack with the poison weapon at the critical instant. Gunness is startled that Jean-Free can alter his gear even in the middle of the final exchange. Jean-Free triggers Meltdown once more, liquefying the poison blade. The weapon bursts into floating poisonous shards around Gunness, surrounding him before he can retreat. Gunness realizes too late that the new threat is poison, not something his own element can neutralize. The realization finally breaks his composure. Jean-Free instantly switches back to Fire Fist and drives a flaming punch into Gunness while the poison closes in. Gunness is visibly shaken as the layered attack lands. Believing he has finally won, Jean-Free declares the match over. But Gunness refuses to fall and draws his sword for one last desperate counter. Jean-Free vanishes from his sight again, leaving Gunness searching for him. He reappears above Gunness, now moving with newly awakened lightning speed. Jean-Free realizes he has just unlocked another skill sooner than expected. A system notice confirms that fighting a job-changed opponent unlocked vast speed of lightning legs and its ultimate move, Dragon God Storm. Jean-Free activates Dragon God Storm without hesitation. Gunness braces as the arena fills with violent currents. A massive lightning dragon manifests around Jean-Free, towering over the swordsman. The dragon surges at Gunness before he can escape. The attack crashes down in a storm of slashes and lightning, leaving Gunness unable to understand what hit him. He is blasted through the arena wall and buried in shattered stone as the crowd recoils in shock. When the dust settles, Gunness is slumped in the wreckage, unable to rise. The officials confirm that Gunness Cimmerian cannot continue, ending the final. Jean-Free Van Raid is declared the spectacular winner of the tournament. He celebrates with relief, admitting he only won because his equipment lasted just long enough. From the corridor, Mira watches his victory in silence. She turns away, still processing the gap between them. Mira resolves to become stronger herself after witnessing what Jean-Free achieved. The announcer proclaims Jean-Free the champion of the 111th Battle Olympia and awards him 10 billion G plus a job change scroll. Later, Jean-Free arrives at the altar inside the S-rank dungeon Ravenin Ruins to claim and use his prize. Seeing the scroll at last, he is thrilled that he has finally obtained it. He decides to use it immediately rather than save it for later. A system prompt asks whether he wants to use the job change scroll. Jean-Free notes that most people would simply press yes and change jobs, but he has another purpose in mind. He studies the prompt carefully, preparing to exploit the scroll in an unusual way. With that plan in mind, he reaches toward the confirmation choice. He begins exploiting a hidden alter command by first choosing not to change jobs. The system confirms that refusing a job change will preserve the scroll instead of consuming it. He follows the trick by agreeing to equip the scroll while still avoiding an actual class change. That hidden sequence triggers the alter's secret equipment conversion option. Expecting the payoff, he calmly waits for the hidden reward to appear. He completes the final input without hesitation. The job change scroll materializes as an item instead of being spent. He recalls that only the Ravenin Ruins altar reveals this hidden command, turning a refused class change into an equip action. The system accepts the trick and equips the scroll as gear. The scroll transforms into the Memoria Necklace, a mysterious high-rank item that boosts intelligence and lets him freely switch to any job he has defeated before. Satisfied, he counts the necklace as his fifth hidden equipment. He immediately realizes how powerful it is, since he can now swap jobs mid-battle and borrow the unique skills of defeated enemies. With the necklace secured and the third demon god already defeated, he decides it is time to move on. He sets his next destination as the fourth continent. He heads for the teleport portal leading there. Wearing the new necklace, he steps into the transfer point. Even before arriving, he reminds himself that the fourth continent is infamous for making adventurers give up. He advances carefully into the portal. Determined not to be careless, he braces himself for whatever awaits on the other side. He arrives at Force Resort, the main street of the fourth continent. Instead of a battlefield, he finds a beach full of carefree adventurers enjoying themselves. The continent openly indulges rest and pleasure rather than danger. Everyone around him is absorbed in leisure, confirming why this place feels so inviting. Even so, he refuses to relax completely and keeps his guard up. He understands why this continent ruins adventurers, because it offers pure recreation as a reward after endless fighting. That temptation is exactly why so many lose their will to return to dungeons, and while he is thinking that over, someone approaches and asks if he is alone. The unexpected voice makes him turn. He finds a small sea wolf girl addressing him with easy familiarity. She introduces herself as Kakuru, a rare sea wolf adventurer who works as a guide at the resort. Kakuru eagerly offers to take him anywhere he wants to go. He gives his name as Jinfree but makes clear he is not here for sightseeing and does not need a guide. Ignoring the refusal, Kakuru latches onto him and decides to start showing him her favorite spots anyway. He firmly rejects the idea and insists he has no interest in resort attractions. Kakuru takes the rejection badly and sulks. He tries to disengage and move on. Kakuru abruptly backs off and leaves with a cheerful farewell. He watches her go, puzzled by how quickly the encounter ended. Deciding it is not worth dwelling on, he returns his focus to his mission. He plans to allocate his saved stat points, check his durability, and then head straight for the demon god. But the moment he opens his status window, something feels wrong. He realizes his soul vantage weapon is missing and instantly connects it to someone touching his window earlier. The theft hits him a second later in full. He suspects the strange guide was the culprit all along. Elsewhere, Kakuru happily celebrates a successful theft. She judges him an ordinary adventurer with decent gear and assumes his stolen weapon will sell well. Pleased with the haul, she admires the weapon as valuable merchandise. Meanwhile, Jinfree is still reeling from the loss of his weapon. He replays the earlier contact and confirms Kakuru stole it when she grabbed him. Kakuru keeps gloating to herself as she heads off with the prize. She starts imagining how much money the stolen weapon will bring her. Her escape is interrupted when she crashes into a woman on the beach. Kakuru immediately apologizes, expecting a simple misunderstanding. The woman calmly says the collision was her own fault and checks whether Kakuru is hurt. Then the woman reveals she was actually looking for Kakuru. At the same time, Jinfree snaps into action after tracking the thief down. He charges straight toward Kakuru before she can get away. The woman recognizes him as Jinfree Van Raid. His sudden appearance confirms her suspicion that trouble has arrived. Jinfree grabs the woman instead of Kakuru, refusing to let her slip away. Kakuru panics as he closes in and seizes control of the situation. He demands his stolen weapon back, while the woman protests and pretends not to understand why he is grabbing her. Fed up, he calls her what she is and accuses her openly of theft. In the confusion, the woman dumps her cold drink over his head. She scolds him for manhandling a little girl, deliberately reframing him as the aggressor. Her accusation catches him off guard for a moment. He recognizes her as the same woman he met before, while she demands that he release Kakuru. The two clash over Kakuru, leading the girl to realize they already know each other. Jinfree tries to explain that Kakuru stole from him, but the woman cuts him off as if he is making excuses. The standoff sharpens as either side yields. Before he can settle it, chains suddenly lash into the scene. A trap snaps onto Kakuru, binding her wrists, ankles, and torso. Kakuru is stunned to find herself captured. A gang of rough adventurers emerges, pleased that their snare worked. They bag Kakuru like cargo, boasting that a sea wolf tribe member is a rare and profitable catch. The silver-haired woman immediately decides they should report the capture to their guild master. Jinfree stops them, insisting he still has unfinished business with Kakuru. The gang leader admits they have been shadowing Jinfree ever since hearing he crossed over from the Colosseum. He reveals Kakuru is only a side profit, because beastmen sell well, but Jinfree is their true objective. They openly name Jinfree Van Raid as the real target of their hunt. Hearing strangers know his name, Jinfree immediately understands what kind of criminals he is facing. The silver-haired woman identifies them as adventurer hunters from the Conga Guild, a group that survives by robbing travelers on the fourth continent. Jinfree concludes they are after the billion gold prize money tied to him, and notes he has dealt with this type of player before. The hunters confirm it and boast that robbery is their specialty, convinced he cannot escape. Their leader orders the gang to bind Jinfree and strip his inventory. A chain user launches his capture skill directly at Jinfree. Jinfree slips away before the chains can lock him down. The hunters lose sight of him and decide to pursue Kakura's other identity as well, recognizing her as the Colosseum semi-finalist Lami alias. The silver-haired woman realizes her own fame has made her valuable prey too. Jinfree reappears above her and dryly notes that she has become famous enough to attract this kind of trouble even during a break. She admits the Kongi Guild is notorious enough to be marked by the association and decides this chaos may actually work in her favor. Rather than retreat, she squares up to the gang leader. While one hunter tries to carry Kakuru off, Jinfree shouts after them to stop. Another hunter intercepts him before he can give chase. Jinfree realizes he cannot waste time brawling barehanded against fourth continent adventurers while Kakuru is being taken away. At that moment, a flamboyant fire-haired ally of the woman appears, holding the gang leader upside down and demanding the others finish the small fry quickly. Jean-Free admits he cannot help much yet because Kakuru stole his weapon earlier and left him unarmed. One of the hunters lunges in, trying to kill him before he can recover. As Jean-Free evades, the woman asks whether he has any kind of weapon she can lend him. He asks if a potion maker carries anything usable, even something as simple as a flask, and she is baffled by the question. Still, she opens her inventory and decides to show him what she has. Jean-Free studies her gear list and quickly spots something interesting. He suddenly understands the kind of collector she is. Her inventory is packed with bizarre and highly specialized equipment from many different classes and regions. He notes that she really is obsessed with rare gear, and one cursed staff is so specialized that only a high-level mage could use it. Another item is equally impractical for her, confirming she hoards weapons she cannot personally equip. While a hunter taunts him for wasting time, Jean-Free keeps searching calmly through her collection. He finally finds one item he can actually use and decides to borrow it. He selects the item from her inventory. She warns him it is a thief-exclusive weapon and should be unusable for a potion maker like him. Jean-Free answers with confidence and activates the Memoria necklace's job-switching power. The necklace changes his class from potion maker to thief. His appearance shifts to match the new job, proving the necklace works exactly as intended. The woman is stunned to see him perform a true job change on the spot. She realizes this is not a normal class progression and suspects he is using a job change scroll or something even stranger. Now in the proper class, Jean-Free activates the thief skill stealing through the sync window. He explains that the skill can even be used directly through the interface and praises her for owning such a useful thief item. The item turns out to be a famous thief's wrapping cloth, valuable in itself and equipable only by thieves. She identifies the cloth, still trying to understand what he intends to do with it. As she protests that it was never meant for combat, Jean-Free starts manipulating the cloth anyway. He points out that her reaction proves she never learned its real function. Then he demonstrates the proper way to use the wrapping cloth. By wrapping and drawing from it, he pulls out a massive spiked club forged from a hell ogre, turning the cloth into a weapon cache. The woman is shocked that the cloth can be used that way at all. Armed at last, Jean-Free swings the club into motion. The chain user tries to defend himself, but he is too slow. Jean-Free's first blow smashes straight into the man's face. He follows through with overwhelming force, shattering the chains and dropping the attacker instantly. With one enemy down, Jean-Free curses the time lost and looks for the kidnappers who took Kakuru. He spots their direction toward the distant guild headquarters. He tells the woman, Mira, that he needs to keep borrowing the weapon a little longer. Checking her inventory, Mira suddenly realizes another prized item of hers has vanished as well. Jean-Free recognizes the pattern immediately and concludes Kakuru stole from Mira too, just as she stole from him earlier. Resigned, he decides he will retrieve Mira's stolen item along with his own. Mira refuses to stay behind and demands to know where he thinks he is going without her. She declares that recovering her collection matters more than her life and rushes off in a fury, leaving Jean-Free to note how fired up she is. Their pursuit leads them to the Kongu Guild headquarters. Inside, the hunters proudly present Kakuru as a captured rare beast man. Kakuru struggles against her chains while the guild's leaders appraise her value. One of the guild masters agrees she will sell for a high price. The other calmly endorses the plan, treating her like merchandise. The two in charge are revealed as the Bajura brothers, the vice master and master of the Kongu Guild, both powerful mages. The red-haired hunter reports that Jean-Free has been located exactly as planned. Confident in their trap, the hunters expect to finish Jean-Free soon and return. The guild leaders are abruptly interrupted by a violent disturbance at the entrance. They turn toward the shattered doorway in alarm. Mira storms in first, announcing that she has found them and demanding the return of her collection, with Jean-Free arriving behind her. Jean-Free complains that she could have used the door normally, but Mira bluntly says nothing, not even a door, will be allowed to obstruct her goal. Kakuru stares at the pair in disbelief. The guild is thrown into confusion as the intruders demand to know what happened to the hunters sent after them. Mira dismisses those men as trash, says they are probably floating with jellyfish by now, and coldly demands that the guild hand Kakuru over. As the threat of slaughter hangs in the air, two onlookers realize the intruders are dealing with someone dangerous. The silver-haired woman answers that threat with a cold, unimpressed stare instead of fear. She immediately counters by sending wooden tendrils lashing into the room. One of the Bajura brothers greets her mockingly, treating her attack like a rude interruption. He scolds her for barging in, trying to seize control of the exchange through arrogance. The brothers quickly conclude they missed their real quarry and decide to hunt her instead. The haloed young man tries to calm things down, identifies them as the Kongu Guild's Bajura brothers, and warns that their actions are already reported to the association. The two brothers stand together as a practiced pair, clearly used to fighting as a unit. They dismiss the association's messengers and decide the girl with the silver-haired woman smells like the target they were after anyway. The red brother stops talking and launches another wave of wooden tendrils to end the matter by force. The tendrils close in on the pair, but they remain unnervingly composed. The haloed man moves at last, slipping through the attack rather than continuing to avoid the fight. He reluctantly accepts that battle is unavoidable. The silver-haired woman agrees and decides the guild behind these men deserves to be wiped out. She summons Sylph, a wind spirit, to support her. The blue brother answers by raising an earth element fortress around himself. His stone defense locks into place, turning him into the shield of their combination. The woman immediately realizes the matchup is bad, because wind magic has poor synergy against earth. The red brother laughs, certain his brother's fortress cannot be broken by her attack. Before the defense can settle the fight, the haloed man suddenly appears above it with a strange weapon ready. He warns the blue brother that he has no quarrel with him personally, but interference will make him a target. He brings his weapon down against the earth wall, testing the defense directly. The red brother answers by sending more wooden tendrils to trap and crush him. The attack forces both allies to dodge, showing the brothers can pressure them from multiple angles at once. The brothers mock the haloed man, dismissing his reputation as a battle champion as meaningless. Both he and the silver-haired woman are driven back and momentarily pinned down by the pressure. At the doorway, the two earlier men appear with the captive fox-haired girl still in chains. The girl remembers the Bajura brothers' reputation for trafficking, torture, and murder, and understands how dire the situation is. The haloed man judges the brothers' earth and wood combination troublesome, while the silver-haired woman blames him for rushing in. He fires back that her attacks are the weak link, and their argument starts in the middle of the crisis. They lean into the bickering so hard that even they seem absurdly synchronized in it. A sudden explosion interrupts the scene. When the smoke clears, the spot where the two allies stood is empty. The chained girl and her escorts stare in confusion at the disappearance. The brothers assume their enemies were killed and sneer at how easily it ended. The red-haired escort immediately focuses on the money, caring only about collecting payment. The fox-haired girl blames herself, thinking both rescuers died because of her. Then the red-haired escort notices there are no bodies, meaning the pair escaped somehow. The haloed man reappears and reveals the disappearance was deliberate, not a death. He orders the silver-haired woman to stop arguing and help him recover the stolen equipment first. She turns the brothers' own irritation against them, suggesting they must be tired of dealing with fools like their underlings. She explains that, as a member of the association and one of the 8 guardian stars, she cannot ignore criminals like them. The haloed man gives in and tells her to listen to his plan. Instead of listening quietly, she calls out to Undine and prepares another summon. Undine answers with a water attack, sending a dragon-like wave at the brothers. The blue brother blocks again with Earth Fortress, relying on the same defensive role. The silver-haired woman decides she no longer needs restraint and considers bringing out Ifrit instead. The haloed man hurriedly stops her by slapping a starfish onto her head before she can escalate. She freezes in baffled disbelief at the ridiculous interruption. He explains he picked the starfish up earlier and would rather use materials from her inventory than let her summon something catastrophic. He also asks to borrow a fire material tied to Ifrit, treating her collection like a toolbox. She protests that he is raiding her collection again, while he promises to thank her properly later. When she asks what that thanks means, he offers to make her a special piece of equipment. That promise instantly catches her attention. Still suspicious, she opens her inventory and hands over the requested materials while warning him not to lie. She transfers the ingredients to him, trusting his claim just enough to gamble on it. His necklace begins to glow, signaling a new use of his strange system. He activates a job change. The necklace shifts him into the alchemist class. The system confirms he has changed from thief to alchemist. Now dressed as an alchemist, he prepares to craft in the middle of combat. The silver-haired woman can only stare at the absurdity of his system. He calmly begins a mixed alchemy process. By combining the wood, oil, and Ifrit-linked fire, he creates a charred oil-covered wooden sword usable by a great sword master. The woman immediately realizes his promised special equipment is not what she expected. When he proudly presents the crude weapon, she accuses him of tricking her and demands her collection back. Ignoring the complaint, he triggers another job change using the newly crafted sword. He shifts from alchemist into great sword master, and the weapon responds to the class. The crude sword evolves into the S-rank Ifrit sword, a blazing weapon that can unleash a fire slash that burns through anything. The silver-haired woman is stunned that the junk-looking craft transformed into something extraordinary. He explains that the weapon evolved because it was crafted for and equipped by the great sword master job. Even the chained girl and her escorts are left speechless by the sudden power-up. The fox-haired girl is especially amazed that even his armor changed with the class. For a moment, even the blue brother is mesmerized by the transformation until his red brother snaps him out of it. The blue brother regains his nerve and insists their combination remains unbeatable no matter what weapon the haloed man uses. He slams the ground and sends out an earth wave to overwhelm the new threat. A wall of mud and stones surges forward, but the haloed man stands calmly before it. At the same time, Undine unleashes a raging dragon wave to exploit the brothers' divided attention. The blue brother realizes too late that the haloed man in front of him was only a decoy. His defense is caught open and the water attack engulfs him. The silver-haired woman points out that a defense full of gaps cannot stop a raging current, and his supposed invincibility collapses. The red brother can only watch in panic as his partner is trapped inside the crushing water. Enraged, he tries to retaliate with a rampaging tree attack. The haloed man answers by drawing the Ifrit sword into a formal flaming strike. He releases Dragon's Wrath Fire, a massive fire slash shaped like a dragon. The blazing attack tears through the red brother's wooden assault without slowing. The red brother is consumed by the vertical inferno and burned down in a single blow. The fox-haired girl watches in shock as the two terrifying brothers are overwhelmed so easily. With the brothers defeated, the silver-haired woman and her spirit stand beside the haloed man as the new dominant force in the room. Outside afterward, the silver-haired woman lets Kakura go but reminds her that she was the one who once said she would take revenge. She warns Kakura not to steal outside hunting grounds again, and Kakura meekly apologizes. Kakura then sincerely thanks the haloed man for saving her life. He doubts the apology from the other thief is genuine, then turns his attention back to Kakura. The silver-haired woman happily claims the Ifrit sword as the proper thanks she was promised. The haloed man pauses, clearly not eager to argue over it. He gives up on contesting her and leaves the matter alone for now. He heads to the seaside gate leading to the next dungeon. Thinking back, he notes that Myra's collection was useful, since he managed to switch to thief unnoticed and steal what he needed. He equips a single-use shark head mask that lets him breathe underwater and communicate there. Even though the mask looks ridiculous, he accepts it as the best tool available for the next stage. He sets his sights on the 4th demon's underwater dungeon and vows to clear it quickly this time. He reminds himself that the S-rank threat appears as soon as one enters the sea, but decides the stolen item is good enough to proceed. Just as he prepares to go, Kakura calls out to him again. He turns and finds her staring at him in disbelief over the shark mask. She suddenly bursts out with intense gratitude and calls him master. She explains that she is thanking him for rescuing her from real danger. He wonders if removing his halo-like heavenly will made him lose track of her presence, then asks why she is still here. Kakura declares that she fell in love with his strength. A system message recognizes her genuine respect, leaving him baffled. She immediately begs to become his disciple and formalizes the request with total seriousness. Without waiting for permission, she excitedly starts acting as if they are already heading off together. She even talks about defeating the Demon King with him, while he wonders how the situation spiraled this far. He tells her she can go alone if she wants, but she refuses to be brushed off. Instead, she decides she must prove her worth before he will accept her. He can only stare, frustrated that she keeps making decisions for both of them. Kakura dives into the sea on the spot to demonstrate her ability. He watches in silence, too tired to stop her immediately. She resurfaces and asks if she should go now, still treating him like her superior. She returns carrying fish and underwater gear to show off her speed and usefulness. When she asks for his evaluation, he admits the only fitting word is fast. He praises the sea wolf tribe's underwater talent, and she swells with pride. He recalls that sea wolves move like ordinary people on land but become 10 times faster in water, though they can only stay active underwater for about 30 minutes. Trying to escape the situation, he jokingly declares she has already graduated from discipleship and waves goodbye. Kakura chases after him anyway, insisting she truly wants to become strong. He hesitates, realizing she is not going to give up easily. Kakura waits anxiously for his answer. He concludes that reasoning with her is pointless because she is completely fixated on following him. At last he relents and agrees to take her along only for this dungeon. Kakura lights up in disbelief and joy at being accepted. He explains the decision is practical, since he cannot waste more time and does not want her stealing his gear again out of revenge. He makes it clear the arrangement is temporary, but that is enough to make her ecstatic. She thanks him as master again, and he immediately forbids that title under threat of instant expulsion. She salutes and switches to calling him Jean-Free instead, still brimming with enthusiasm. With that settled, he leads the way toward the gate, and she follows obediently. They enter the 4th continent's S-rank dungeon, the palace under the sea known as Pablo Palace. Inside the underwater realm, he advances alone at first through the submerged ruins. He confirms the shark mask works and that he can breathe properly underwater. Then he reveals the next step of his strategy by activating the memory necklace again. He changes from alchemist to summoner to adapt to the dungeon. Kakura is startled that his equipment can trigger another job change so freely. He is more interested in her tribe's ultrasonic voice, realizing it works like dolphin-style underwater communication. As a summoner, he opens his book and calls forth a beast. A tiny electric creature named Dendon appears instead of a grand spirit. The system identifies Dendon as a low-rank summon that can paralyze enemies with electricity. Kakura is instantly charmed by how cute the summon is. He notes that his summoner level is still too low for spirits, but Dendon is good enough for now. He orders Kakura to lure a suitable underwater creature toward them. She accepts at once and darts off through the water with her tribe's natural speed. Watching her move, he appreciates how useful it is to have someone who can act this quickly underwater. With Kakura gathering targets, he prepares to use the dungeon to efficiently level up Dendon. Kakura rushes back to G-Free and proudly announces that she has brought him prey. G-Free is pleased by how quickly she returned, then realizes she has attracted far more sea monsters than he expected. Instead of retreating, he immediately starts the hunt by ordering Dendon to use electric bulb. The surrounding monsters surge into attack before he can be overwhelmed. Dendon releases a burst of electricity to meet the charge. The shock spreads through the pack and catches the enemies off guard. G-Free follows the opening with a confident counterattack, using the paralysis to control the battlefield. He smashes into the immobilized creatures with Myra's borrowed weapon. The stunned monsters are left helpless under the combined assault. G-Free notes that Dendon's direct damage is still low because of the level gap, but its paralysis is enough for Kakura to lure enemies in and for him to finish them. The plan works immediately, and Denden jumps from level 1 to level 12 from the shared experience. Gene-Free confirms that cooperative combat is letting Denden level alongside him exactly as intended. Another wave falls, pushing Denden even higher to level 18. Satisfied with the pace, Gene-Free tells Kakura to keep bringing more targets, and she eagerly agrees. As he keeps fighting, Gene-Free remembers he is still using Myra's weapon but decides that can wait. He repeats the same routine on the next group, and Denden rises again to level 21. Gene-Free realizes that at this rate he may be able to raise Denden all the way to its maximum level. Kakura returns once more, proudly claiming she has found something much stronger. Gene-Free is ready to welcome another target until he notices what she actually brought. A massive tentacle descends beside him, revealing that the new prey is on an entirely different scale. The full creature emerges, and Gene-Free finds himself facing a gigantic kraken-like monster. He identifies it as the evil kraken, a level 175 enemy far beyond the mobs he had been farming. Still thinking Kakura has done well, Gene-Free praises her, only to realize she does not understand why he sounds uneasy. Kakura happily explains that the giant octopus she brought is the area's mid-boss. Gene-Free then reveals the real problem. Once that mid-boss is defeated, the local demon king will be forced to appear next. Before they can discuss it further, the kraken attacks with a barrage of tentacles. The strike slams into the seabed and forces Gene-Free to evade immediately. He escapes the first blow and regains his footing underwater. Gene-Free decides the accident may actually save time, since he has limited diving time left anyway. He orders Kakura to act as bait while he destroys all of the kraken's tentacles first, and she accepts the role at once. Kakura darts in front of the monster to draw its attention away from him. She openly taunts the octopus and invites it to chase her. Her teasing keeps the monster focused on her instead of Gene-Free. As the kraken turns after Kakura, Gene-Free moves into position behind it. He recalls that each tentacle counts as a separate creature body, so destroying them will yield experience 8 times over. He confirms that every tentacle is itself a high-level target, making the kraken an ideal source of experience. For an S-rank dungeon mid-boss, that means the reward should be enormous if he can pull this off. He begins by having Denden paralyze one tentacle with electric bulb. The instant it locks up, Gene-Free attacks the disabled limb. He commits fully to the strike, aiming to sever it before the kraken can react. The blow lands cleanly and cuts through the tentacle. The first severed limb gives Denden another surge of experience, raising it to level 27. The chain of rewards continues as more shared experience pushes Denden to level 32. The gains keep stacking, carrying Denden to level 35. Another jump follows, taking it to level 37. By the time the next rewards settle, Denden has climbed all the way to level 43. Gene-Free keeps repeating the same method, paralyzing and smashing through more tentacles one after another. Meanwhile, Kakura stays just out of reach, continuing to distract the monster. When the last tentacle falls, Kakura excitedly realizes Gene-Free has already destroyed all of them. Gene-Free checks Denden's progress and sees it has reached level 45, which is close enough to his goal to keep him confident. He calls Kakura back now that the baiting phase is over. She loops away from the kraken and returns to Gene-Free's side. Gene-Free calmly signals from a distance while the crippled boss turns toward him. He notes that Denden has passed level 40 and unlocked a new skill, and decides the finishing blow will rely on that. He orders Denden to use Convert Thunder. The new skill is explained as a temporary enchantment that adds the Thunder attribute to a weapon. Gene-Free applies that Thunder attribute to Soul Vantage, preparing a stronger finisher. With the weapon empowered, he closes in on the kraken's main body. He intends to end the mid-boss quickly so he can move on to the Demon King battle. Gene-Free unleashes Thunder Fist into the kraken from above. The electrified impact tears through the boss's body and leaves him standing amid the wreckage. Kakura celebrates the apparent victory and asks whether Denden finally reached max level, and Gene-Free confirms that it has. With Denden maxed out and the mid-boss down, Gene-Free declares that the conditions for summoning the Demon King are now complete. He steels himself, expecting the next enemy to appear immediately. The sea around them begins to twist into towering underwater vortexes. Gene-Free recognizes the sign at once and warns Kakura that the real battle is starting. The vortexes intensify, gathering into a far more threatening presence than the kraken. Gene-Free braces himself atop the fallen boss as the currents close in from every side. He strikes into the storm with Thunder Fist, trying to meet the new threat head-on. A hostile voice answers from the maelstrom, declaring that no one who disturbs the seas will leave alive. Kakura is shaken by the sheer menace of the unseen speaker. Gene-Free stays expressionless, refusing to show fear in front of the coming enemy. The fourth Demon King, Neptunes, finally appears, a level 200 ocean god whose trait automatically regenerates his health. Kakura is overwhelmed by the pressure of the Demon King's presence. Gene-Free answers with confidence, deciding he must end this one quickly as well. He checks his own status and confirms his current build and equipment before committing to the fight. Neptunes towers over him, making the difference in scale and authority unmistakable. Gene-Free reflects that every Demon King so far has behaved in ways the game never predicted, which means this world is diverging from what he knows. Because of that uncertainty, he decides he has to defeat Neptunes before another unexpected twist appears and changes the battle again. He activates the memory necklace and changes his job from summoner to mage. Kokuru recognizes the trick immediately and calls it Jinfree's absurdly overpowered job-switching tactic. Jinfree dismisses the complaint and insists it is strategy, not cheating. As a mage, he forms a magic circle and begins casting at close range. He brings the spell directly to Neptunes instead of attacking from afar. Jinfree releases lightning through the completed spell. The magic binds around Neptunes and detonates across his body. The spell strikes solidly, but the Demon King barely seems bothered. Jinfree pulls back immediately, sensing the counterattack coming. Neptunes openly mocks the spell as too weak to matter. He retaliates with a crushing hand strike aimed straight at Jinfree. Jinfree avoids the blow by using swift wind teleportation to reposition at high speed. He reappears behind the Demon King and turns the escape into another attack run. From that blind spot, he drives in with Thunder Fist. This time Neptunes finally flinches, showing that the hit had some effect. Jinfree immediately follows with Flash to create an opening and disrupt the Demon King's senses. Using the brief distraction, he lands another Thunder Fist to the face. He chains the assault into a rapid series of strikes, trying to overwhelm Neptunes before regeneration can erase the damage. The barrage hammers the Demon King's upper body from multiple angles. Kokuru cheers as Jinfree's relentless offense starts to look effective. Neptunes recovers with a grin and makes it clear that Jinfree's attacks still are not enough to defeat him. Jinfree keeps moving, refusing to let the Demon King dictate the pace. He admits to himself that Neptunes' defense is absurdly high, but he has already planned a second layer to the attack. He invokes Dragon God Wind to add another element to the fight. A massive wind dragon surges toward Neptunes under Jinfree's control. The impact explodes into a violent underwater blast. Kokuru is stunned by the scale of the attack. Even so, Jinfree immediately judges that the Demon King is not finished yet. He explains that unless he lands a final decisive blow, Neptunes will regenerate completely, and his own time is running out. His shark mask confirms the danger by showing only a little over 3 minutes of oxygen remaining. With no room left for caution, Jinfree switches back to Summoner and calls Dendon out again. Now that Dendon is max level, Jinfree reveals its electric ball has a guaranteed paralysis effect if it connects. He sends Dendon forward through the raging currents to set up the finisher. As the power in the water swells, Jinfree realizes the Demon King is preparing something even larger. Kokuru can only stare as the pressure of that gathering power becomes overwhelming. Neptunes stands at the center of a colossal current, controlling the sea itself around them. He declares that Jinfree has done as he pleased in his ocean for long enough. At the same time, he acknowledges Jinfree as the first human to challenge him alone on equal footing, something ordinary adventurers could never do. The severed kraken remains begin moving again around the battlefield, drawn into the Demon King's control. Jinfree is caught off guard when he realizes the mid-boss is not truly gone. Neptunes reveals the answer by merging with the evil kraken's remains and taking on a new combined form. Jinfree recognizes this as another impossible deviation from the game, and understands that the pattern of unexpected Demon King behavior is continuing. The fusion completes, creating an even more dangerous monster than before. Neptunes boasts that Jinfree should feel honored to witness his true form. One of the fused tentacles lashes out and catches a nearby creature. The victim begins dissolving on contact, proving the tentacles now carry a lethal corrosive effect. Jinfree is shocked by the new property of the fused body. He quickly concludes that anything touched by those tentacles melts, and there is no time to dwell on whether it is poison or something worse. The fused monster immediately swings another corrosive tentacle at him. Jinfree barely avoids the strike as it tears through the terrain beside him. He curses the situation, realizing the battle has become far more dangerous than planned. Kokuru panics as Jinfree is driven back. Neptunes laughs at the sight of Jinfree pinned beneath the fused mass and revels in his apparent advantage. Even trapped in the rubble, Jinfree keeps Dendon close and forces himself to think. Kokuru can hardly believe he is still alive after being crushed like that. Jinfree shouts back, still conscious and fighting. Kokuru rushes to him in alarm, trying to help him recover. Neptunes, amused rather than threatened, praises Jinfree's survival. Jinfree realizes he is in serious trouble and can no longer pretend otherwise. He judges that touching the tentacle tips means instant death, while his mask is nearly out of oxygen, so holding back is no longer an option. He makes a final gamble and changes jobs again, this time to pugilist. The memory necklace confirms the switch from summoner to pugilist. Because Soul Vantage is equipped under the right conditions, the job's special skill unlocks at the cost of most of his remaining health. Jinfree activates Fighting Spirit Injection, sacrificing 80% of his HP to double his attack and defense. The new aura erupts around him as he faces the fused Demon King at close range. Kokuru senses the sudden change and realizes Jinfree has triggered a powerful buff. Jinfree explains to himself that this skill only appears when Soul Vantage is equipped as a pugilist, though the last exchange hurt more than he expected. Neptunes mocks yet another outfit change and demands to know what makes this one any different. Without waiting for an answer, the Demon King sends more tentacles crashing down and vows to turn Jinfree into food for the sea. Jinfree bursts forward through the attack with his enhanced speed and power. As he closes in, he recognizes that the Demon King's own attack power and speed have also increased, setting up an even deadlier clash. Geoffrey realizes his shark mask has less than 2 minutes left, so the fight must end immediately. As he rushes through the water, he admits a drawn-out battle only hurts him now because both his skills and mask are close to expiring, yet he still cannot find an opening. In that desperate moment, he calls out to Geoffrey for help. Kokura suddenly charges into the battlefield despite the danger. Geoffrey panics at her recklessness and tries to drive her away before she gets hurt. Kokura stays focused instead of retreating. The Sea Demon King welcomes the chance to kill both of them together, convinced their mistake has handed him victory. Its tentacles close in from every side, forcing the pair into immediate defense. Geoffrey is caught off guard by how suddenly the pressure doubles. The Demon King also notices something unexpected in Kokura's movement. Kokura darts through the water and slips past the attacks fast enough to disrupt the Demon King's assault. With Kokura moving beside him, Geoffrey finally has room to reposition against the monster. Kokura boasts that the Sea Wolf tribe's swimming speed makes the Demon King's attacks look almost motionless to her, even if the rapid movement leaves Geoffrey slightly sick. The Demon King recognizes that Kokura's underwater speed makes her more troublesome than he first assumed. Geoffrey steadies himself and starts thinking tactically now that Kokura has changed the flow of battle. He thanks Kokura for saving him and asks if she can keep evading the Demon King's attacks. Kokura agrees at once and tells him to focus entirely on killing the Demon King while she handles the dodging. Geoffrey decides they must finish everything in their very next exchange and gives Kokura precise timing instructions for a hit-and-run setup. Kokura accepts the plan without hesitation. They bait the Demon King into another attack, drawing out its tentacles exactly as intended. Using Kokura's speed, the two slip through the strike zone and close the distance. They vanish from the Demon King's sight for an instant, making it lose track of them. The Demon King searches for them while its guard shifts. Geoffrey gives the signal, and Kokura launches him straight back in. Geoffrey crashes into the Demon King with a heavy electrified blow. The follow-up barrage lands across the Demon King's body before it can fully react. The Demon King rages at the two brats, but Geoffrey knows his borrowed time is almost gone. He realizes this is his final chance, and resolves to end the battle in one decisive burst. Geoffrey calls for the last approach as the Demon King raises its tentacles again. He gathers all remaining lightning into one fist. Geoffrey drives that charged punch directly into the Demon King's face. The Demon King screams as the impact tears through it and leaves it reeling. Even wounded, the Demon King tries to warn them not to get overconfident. Before it can recover, Kokura reveals she has already stolen its weapon. She openly shows the stolen weapon to the stunned Demon King. Kokura cheerfully admits that taking things is a bad habit of hers, even while apologizing for it. The Demon King is left speechless by how completely it has been robbed mid-battle. Geoffrey dryly notes that Kokura's habit is far more than a minor quirk. Still, he praises her because that theft created the opening they needed. He unleashes a thunder barrage into the disarmed Demon King. The repeated strikes hammer the Demon King backward and keep it pinned. Geoffrey immediately calls to Kokura again, shifting to the true finishing plan. He orders her to take the stolen weapon and leap out of the water because the Demon King is regenerating too quickly underwater, while he himself is running low on oxygen. Kokura understands that Geoffrey will punch the Demon King onto land, where it cannot heal, and then she must finish it with the weapon. The responsibility shocks her, but Geoffrey insists she has to be the one to deliver the final blow. As he keeps the Demon King occupied, Geoffrey admits he has no time left and cannot finish this alone. Kokura hesitates under the weight of that trust. Then she steels herself and decides to answer it. Kokura promises to give everything she has. She rockets upward toward the surface with the stolen weapon. Kokura bursts out of the sea and reaches land as instructed. From above, she tells Geoffrey she is ready. Below, Geoffrey gathers his last strength into another thunder fist. The lightning around his hand swells to its limit. He releases a thunder grand strike that blasts the Demon King upward. The force drives the Demon King out of the water and onto land, cutting off its regeneration. Geoffrey instantly switches jobs to summoner, and calls on Dendon to fire an electric ball. The electric attack paralyzes the Demon King just long enough to freeze its body. Geoffrey knows the paralysis lasts only a second, so he tells Kokura this is the final opening. Kokura activates the stolen weapon at once. The weapon materializes into a massive axe in her hands as she dives toward the immobilized Demon King. She commits fully despite her fear. Kokura swings the axe down at the Demon King's head. She follows through without pulling back. The strike lands cleanly before the paralysis can wear off. The axe cleaves deep into the Demon King's skull. The Demon King lets out a final scream as the weapon finishes it. After the kill, Geoffrey and Kokura surface together from the sea alive. Geoffrey calmly confirms that the fourth Demon King has been defeated. The system announces that Demon King Neptunus has fallen and that experience and rewards have been granted. Kokura is stunned by how much money she received from the victory. Her reward screen shows 2.5 million gold and a jump from level 119 to 124. When she asks why she got so much, Geoffrey explains that Neptunus's total reward was 5 million, so he split both the money and experience evenly between them. Kokura protests that she did too little to deserve half and thinks taking that much would be unfair to Jean-Free. Jean-Free teases her for being shameless about stealing but suddenly modest about money. Kokura insists stealing is simply her skill, while defeating the Demon King was not something she accomplished alone. Jean-Free cannot fully follow her logic, but he sees she is sincere. He tells her to accept it anyway, then announces that their promised partnership ends here and starts to leave. Kokura refuses to let him go just yet and literally stops him with a piercing shout. She declares that she still has much to learn from her master and therefore intends to keep following Jean-Free. Jean-Free goes blank for a moment at how abruptly she decides this. When he tries to ignore her and walk on, Kokura chases after him. She calls for him to wait, making it clear she has no intention of being left behind. The story shifts as they travel onward toward a new region. Upon reaching the 5th continent, Kokura is thrilled by the new place. Jean-Free reminds her that he is heading to the SSG, the sudden death survival game, and asks one last time whether she truly means to come. Kokura answers with eager certainty and urges them to hurry there. Jean-Free gives in, deciding that if she insists this much, he may as well allow it. He also reflects that Kokura's stealing ability could be genuinely useful in what comes next. Jean-Free reveals his larger goal: to challenge the 5th Demon King. They must win the SSG and obtain hidden equipment. They arrive at the SSG starting area, where a crowd of adventurers has already gathered. Kokura is amazed by how many competitors have come. As expected, she immediately asks Jean-Free what the SSG actually is. Nearby adventurers are baffled that someone calling herself an adventurer does not even know the event. Jean-Free briefly regrets bringing along such an uninformed teammate, but resigns himself to explaining. Before he can start, a hostile voice cuts in and tells someone to stop nagging and get lost. Jean-Free and Kokura turn toward the disturbance. They find a group of men picking a fight with a lone elf girl. One of the men complains that he recruited an elf expecting strong magic, only to be disappointed. He mocks her for having changed jobs into alchemist, which he dismisses as a useless class fit only for mixing potions. The elf girl timidly agrees with the insult, but her status reveals she is Levin Luminous Lydia, an advanced mixer class alchemist. The men shut her down and announce they have already replaced her with someone else. When Levin says she has no other teammates, they cruelly tell her to find some herself. Jean-Free steps in and offers her a place on his team instead of staying with those losers. Levin is startled by the sudden rescue, while Kokura immediately leans in with interest. The men are caught off guard that anyone would interfere. Jean-Free explains that the SSG requires teams of 3, and his group is also missing one member. With time running out, Levin asks if he would really accept someone like her. Jean-Free says yes, and Kokura happily backs his decision without hesitation. An announcement warns all participants that the game is about to begin, and they must finalize teams of 3. Levin gratefully accepts, while Kokura enthusiastically welcomes her aboard. The rejected men sneer that Jean-Free is an idiot for taking someone they consider dead weight, and predict his team will be wiped out quickly. Before the argument can continue, the SSG officially begins. Heart badges appear on the chests of other participants, revealing the game's key objective. Kokura and Levin receive their own heart badges as well. Jean-Free studies his badge and the situation with immediate focus. A final blessing is announced, and teleportation magic activates beneath the players. Kokura is startled as the teams are suddenly transported away. The teleportation ends in a burst of light and impact. The teams are scattered into the game field. Jean-Free, Kokura, and Levin materialize together in a forested area. Kokura is confused about where they are and realizes only their trio has been placed here. Even now, she asks Jean-Free to finally explain what the SSG is. Jean-Free sighs and begins a simple explanation of the rules. He explains that over the next 48 hours, the team that collects the most heart badges wins, and losing your own badge means elimination. He adds that stolen badges can also be used to revive eliminated teammates. Kokura immediately loves the sound of a game built around stealing. She excitedly concludes that they just need to steal as many hearts as possible, while Jean-Free finally introduces himself to Levin. He introduces Kokura as the loud one and learns that the elf girl's name is Levin. Without wasting time, Jean-Free asks Levin to begin their first move by mixing something for him. Levin says she always carries herbs, so she can prepare whatever he needs. Jean-Free orders her to create explosive grass and throw it toward a nearby enemy group. Levin uses her alchemist skill and successfully produces high-rank explosive grass. She confirms the target and throws the explosive exactly where Jean-Free indicated. Jean-Free calmly watches as her attack lands in the enemy team's position. The explosion blasts the 3 men into the air before they understand what happened. Jean-Free grins while Levin is shocked by how effective her own creation was. The leader of the enemy team scrambles up in confusion, unable to grasp the sudden attack. Jean-Free steps forward with a predatory smile and declares that he will be taking their hearts. The enemy leader can only stare up at him in alarm. When the man demands an explanation, Jean-Free reveals that the blast came from Levin's explosive grass. The enemy is stunned to learn the timid elf he discarded was the one who hit him. He angrily tells Levin she should have shown that ability earlier, as if that would have entitled him to keep using her. He lunges in frustration, trying to reclaim control of the situation. Kokura moves first and snatches away the enemy team's heart badges in a blur. She proudly announces that the hearts have been obtained. Jean-Free and Levin are both taken aback by how naturally Kokuru adapted to the game. The enemy team realizes too late that all of their heart badges are gone. Jean-Free is impressed by Kokuru's immediate success, while Kokuru celebrates their easy opening win. The defeated men can only scream for their stolen hearts back as Jean-Free's team claims the advantage. A burst of force suddenly sends several players' hearts flying away at once. Levin realizes the game's rule at work. Once a player's heart is stolen, they are expelled back to the starting area. As the others grasp the mechanic, Levin excitedly praises Kokuru for pulling off an impressive steal. The elf girl shyly deflects the praise and insists Kokuru's instant triple steal was even more remarkable. Encouraged by that, Kokuru decides she should go after even more hearts. Before anyone can stop her, Kokuru spots a new target and charges off on her own. Her prey is a trio of players casually gathered together. One of the men appears to claim another heart just as Kokuru closes in, leaving her target group seemingly distracted. But a hidden countermeasure activates the moment she makes her move. Kokuru is caught off guard mid-attack when something goes wrong. She realizes too late that her own heart has been stolen instead. The three men loom over her, pleased that their trap worked perfectly. Her black-haired teammate can only think that she brought this on herself by rushing in recklessly. Kokuru is left confused and humiliated as the ambushers toy with her. The trap is explained to her as a counter-steal reflection, and the thieves gloat over the extra hearts they just gained from her. Kokuru bitterly admits the costly one-use item was still worth preparing if it could punish her like this. The elf girl panics as Kokuru is forcibly removed from the field. Kokuru is launched away and sent back to the starting area. Her two teammates are left exasperated by how predictably that disaster unfolded. The narration makes clear that while stealing is powerful in this game, countermeasures through items and skills are a basic part of survival. Victory in SSG depends on preparation, knowledge, and outsmarting opponents rather than raw advantage alone. Emboldened, the three thieves dismiss Kokuru's teammates as easy prey and rush to wipe them out too. The black-haired man calmly intercepts them with overwhelming speed before they can strike. In an instant, all three attackers realize their hearts have been taken. He explains that sheer speed alone was enough to steal from them, then decides to revive Kokuru and lecture her afterward. Nearby players are stunned as they recognize that he stole every heart in a single moment. Even the dramatic system effect announces his feat so loudly that he is annoyed by how flashy the badges are designed to be. Back in the clearing, the team regroups after the sudden reversal. Kokuru sincerely apologizes and promises to be more careful from now on. Accepting that, the black-haired man shifts the team's focus to surviving the night and has Levin prepare materials for camp. Levin eagerly agrees to help. That night, the three settle around a campfire, with Kokuru already asleep without a care. While the others rest, the black-haired man hears suspicious movement in the forest. Instead of worrying, he notes that the jungle remains lively even at night and looks forward to what tomorrow will bring. Elsewhere, a hidden trap harvests a huge pile of hearts and loot from unlucky passers-by. It is revealed that Levin's custom steel grass, a plant that steals items from travelers, has been planted all over the area and is paying off handsomely. The black-haired man quietly decides it is time to wake the others. At dawn, he rouses Levin and the elf girl from the ground. They wake to find morning has already come, and he remarks on how calmly they slept in such a dangerous place. He warns them that enemies have arrived early and tells them not to lose their hearts. Both girls tense up immediately at the threat. A new trio reveals itself, annoyed that their plan to attack the sleeping team has been noticed. The black-haired man cautions his teammates that these are hardened survivors from the first day, not easy opponents. He makes clear that this group is far more dangerous than yesterday's weaklings. The enemy team steps forward with confidence, led by a composed blonde summoner. The blonde leader correctly deduces that the elf's visible armor was only a decoy and that the team used detection to spot the ambush. Without wasting time, he activates an item that forcibly separates the three teammates by teleporting them apart. The team is suddenly scattered before they can react. The black-haired man immediately understands that the enemy's plan is to split them up and pick them off. The teleport effect hurls each teammate to a different part of the forest. The separation continues, carrying them far from one another. The elf girl finds herself isolated with the enemy archer. Elsewhere, another teammate is thrown into a different section of the jungle. Kokuru lands opposite a green-clad beast handler. The black-haired man ends up facing the blonde leader alone. The blonde man smugly explains their strategy. Divide the enemy with items, then let pre-summoned creatures finish them off. The black-haired man is immediately irritated by how proudly the enemy keeps explaining everything. The blonde leader taunts him, promising to send him back to the starting area to reunite with his teammates. The black-haired man answers that someone standing alone should not be so talkative. He calmly turns the threat around, saying the one returning to the starting area will be the blonde man instead. Separated from the others, Kokuru draws her blades and steels herself for battle. The elf girl also resolves that she cannot afford to lose. Kokuru launches into motion first. She attacks with blinding speed, using her agility to overwhelm the beast handler before he can settle in. But the man has already surrounded himself with three summoned beasts and braces behind them. He is surprised by her speed, though not enough to panic. Kokuru mocks him for being too slow to keep up with her. He tries to pin her down by throwing a blade into her perch. As she evades, Kokura quickly analyzes the situation and decides the human controller is the real target. The beast handler and his 3 summons close in to corner her. Kokura commits to a direct strike, planning to drop the handler fast and take his heart. Her attack lands with force, but it crashes against a shield instead of breaking through. The handler dismisses her offense as fast but too light to matter. Kokura needles him for hiding behind a shield and calls out his fear. Annoyed, he orders his summoned beasts to tear her apart. The 3 monsters close in from every side, trying to overwhelm her. Kokura answers with a spinning counterattack that cuts through all 3 beasts at once. She drops among their bodies and boasts that clumsy attacks like those will never catch her. The handler rages at his beasts for failing to finish her. When he looks again, Kokura has already vanished from sight. She reappears behind him using stealth and reminds him that he is still too slow. He barely has time to register the danger. Kokura strikes him from behind and sends him reeling. She follows with a kick that slams him hard to the ground. Standing over him, she mocks his earlier claim that her attacks were too light. Certain she has won, Kokura reaches to take his heart. Then the supposedly defeated summon beasts rise again around her. Kokura realizes in shock that the man she attacked was not the true summoner, and that she misread the entire setup. The beasts close in while she is trapped in the middle of her mistake. Recognizing the blunder, she decides that taking the heart is enough and prepares to run rather than press her luck. She bursts away at full speed to escape the monsters. Meanwhile, the elf girl activates a wide area detection field to search for hidden enemies. Her search graph scans for magic within 100 meters, giving her a way to track ambushes. At first the skin shows no movement, suggesting the enemy has hidden well. She recalls that the enemy dodged the first strike with a smokescreen and has stayed untraceable ever since. The search continues as she studies the field carefully. The hidden archer is revealed to be watching her from the tall grass at long range. The elf girl remains calm, convinced she can see through whatever the enemy is planning. The archer thinks like a hunter and believes taking down a single target like her should be effortless. When the archer finally attacks, the elf instantly raises a plant barrier and pinpoints the threat. She counters by throwing explosive grass toward the attacker's position. The blast misses, and the archer mocks her for having power without accuracy. The elf hides in the brush, unsettled but still thinking. She senses another presence approaching from behind. To her alarm, it is not the archer but a group of summoned beasts closing in. The monsters lunge to trap her. She instantly uses smoke grass to blind and confuse them. The beasts lose track of her in the smoke while she slips behind cover. Arrows continue to strike around her hiding place with unnerving precision. She realizes the enemy is accurately calculating direction and distance even through the dense jungle, making escape difficult. Even so, she refuses to let the teammates who accepted her be dragged down because of her weakness. Remembering that resolve, she chooses a new alchemical tool meant to manipulate summoned creatures. Surrounded by beasts, she raises the lure plant over her head. She throws it into the middle of them as bait. The lure arcs away, releasing its scent. The summoned beasts are immediately distracted by the irresistible smell and abandon the chase. Watching from hiding, the archer is stunned that her support has been neutralized so easily. The elf realizes she has bought time by removing the summoned beasts from the fight, turning the battle into a one-on-one. The archer tries to save face by claiming she never needed the beasts to beat the elf anyway, even though every serious attack has failed. The elf quietly accepts that talk means nothing and decides to risk everything on one decisive move. She activates ultra-bright grass, a blinding alchemical flash meant to overwhelm the senses. The sudden light catches the archer completely off guard. Blinded and disoriented, the archer stumbles and can barely keep her footing. She crashes down hard while clutching her eyes in pain. Still unable to see, she demands to know what the elf did to her. The elf answers by tapping the archer's forehead with the stolen heart strike. With polite composure, she takes the archer's heart, while the woman is helpless to resist. She kindly notes that the blindness will wear off soon, then leaves before the archer can recover. The defeated archer can only shout after her in frustration. As the elf departs, another expulsion effect fires elsewhere, making the archer realize her opponent has already moved on. The archer is left yelling into the forest with no way to stop her. Back in the blonde leader's fight, he laughs off the black-haired man's confidence and tells him not to bluff. To prove his advantage, he summons a fresh set of powerful beasts and boasts that the battle is already decided. The black-haired man, increasingly annoyed by the non-stop monologue, reveals that he has been deliberately stalling for time. The blonde leader notices one of his beasts moving strangely and begins to sense that something is wrong. The summoned creatures start reacting on their own instead of obeying him. To his shock, they gather protectively around the black-haired man as if he were their master. The blonde leader cannot understand why his own summons are ignoring him and demands an explanation. The black-haired man casually pets one of them and remarks that they seem to have taken a liking to him. He lets the implication hang, enjoying the enemy's confusion. Standing calmly among the beasts, he repeats that they clearly prefer him now. A system message reveals the cause. After 20 hours of continuous use, Lucifer's heavenly wheel skill has evolved into obscure illusionary game garden. Realizing he is losing control, the blonde leader desperately orders the beasts to attack the black-haired man. Instead, the creatures turn and charge at their original summoner. Panicking, the blonde man frantically opens his summoning book to call in something stronger. He brings forth a massive armored demon as a last resort. The new demon immediately crashes into the other beasts in a chaotic melee. The summoned creatures tear into one another, and the blonde leader's control collapses into bloodshed. The clash escalates into a brutal finishing strike, leaving the blonde summoner's desperate comeback in ruins. A blue beast is struck down so brutally that blood sprays across the battlefield. A red-skinned commander stands amid the chaos, still in control of the fight. Nearby, a blonde man mocks a fallen subordinate for defying his master and turns his threat toward the next target. His gloating falters when he hears something impossible stirring behind him. The beasts he thought were dead rise again and surround him from every side. He realizes in shock that the creatures have somehow been revived. Jean-Free calmly lets him panic and asks what kind of trick could possibly have done this. He answers his own question by declaring that since the enemy brought more allies, he simply matched the numbers. The blonde man is suddenly trapped as multiple Jean-Free lookalikes appear around him. He recognizes the technique as a splitting-type skill and grows even more uneasy. Jean-Free's copies multiply far beyond a fair exchange, overwhelming the enemy's sense of balance. Refusing to be cowed, the blonde man tries to seize back control by summoning a stronger servant. He calls forth a giganto-orc, betting brute force will crush the illusion army. The summoned giant immediately swings its massive axe through the crowd. Jean-Free's copies deliberately let the attack pass through them and into one another. The orc strike instead massacres the blonde man's own side, turning his counterattack into friendly slaughter. Seeing the bodies around him, the blonde man laughs off the loss and dismisses Jean-Free's army as hollow intimidation. But the surviving copies begin to rise again, proving they are still part of the fight. Now boxed in by them at close range, the blonde man finally panics. Jean-Free cuts off the exchange and decides to finish quickly so he can regroup with his real allies. The blonde man trembles as the pressure around him closes in. Even the revived beasts tense for the final blow. Before anyone can react, a gigantic reaper-like entity manifests over the battlefield and dwarfs everyone below. Its arrival is marked by a scream that echoes through the forest. The blonde man is blasted off his feet and left helpless on the ground. Jean-Free reveals that this outcome came from the evolved Heavenly Will skill, Obscure Illusionary Game Garden. The skill can cast illusions across multiple kinds of targets at once, including humans, summons, beasts, and monsters. Because it only unlocks after 20 hours of continuous combat use, this long survival game was the perfect place to evolve it. With the fight over, Jean-Free casually reaches into the defeated man's uniform and takes his stored hearts. He is pleased to discover the man had been hoarding a large number of them. Hearing the event nearing its end, Jean-Free decides it is time to reunite with his team. He returns to his companions, where Kakuru excitedly demands praise while the elf checks that everyone is safe. The group's mood lightens as Kakuru proudly shows off their collected hearts and a captured enemy lies bound nearby. More participants begin returning as the game collapses around them. An announcement declares the SSG over and sends all survivors back to the starting point. The crowd reappears in a burst of light and noise. Jean-Free stands with his two teammates among the gathered participants, waiting for the results. The host calls everyone's attention and begins the ranking announcement. Third place goes to the Dolgo team with 46 hearts. Second place follows with Jessica's team at 55 hearts. Jessica's group celebrates wildly, confident they may have set a new record. The crowd confirms that 55 beats the old SSG record of 50, and people wonder who could possibly top it. Then first place is announced, Jean-Free's team, with an astonishing 108 hearts. The result leaves the audience stunned by how far beyond the record he went. People recognize Jean-Free from the news and realize they are seeing a famous rising figure in person. Jean-Free accepts the attention with quiet confidence while his teammates bask in the moment. As winners, the team receives 100 million G and a keyless treasure chest of rarity F. After the ceremony, the three gather privately to discuss how to divide the rewards. The elf hesitantly asks whether she may really keep the entire cash prize. Jean-Free and Kakuru immediately agree, since neither of them cares about the money as much as she does. Jean-Free only asks that she hand over the treasure chest instead. She gladly accepts because, as a pharmacist, the money matters far more to her than an unopened chest. With the deal settled, Jean-Free also asks her to perform one more alchemical job using materials he already gathered during the event. They part on good terms after arranging the work. That night, back at Jean-Free's inn, the house finally grows quiet. Kakuru falls asleep instantly and noisily, sprawled across the bed. Jean-Free slips out alone and studies the chest's information under the night sky. Once he confirms Kakuru is asleep, he decides to unlock the chest immediately. He changes equipment and prepares the tools and summons needed for the task. The memory necklace's battle chronicle shifts his class from alchemist to summoner for the process. He summons Den Den, a small lightning creature, as the third elemental source he needs. He recalls that the keyless treasure chest is awarded for collecting 100 hearts, and looks useless until its hidden condition is known. With the chest floating before him, he begins the unlocking procedure. Den Den charges up lightning on command. Jean-Free adds a fire-spitting plant leaven made for him to provide the flame element. He also prepares an ice-spitting plant for the frost element. By striking the chest with fire, ice, and lightning together, he reveals the chest's true key and opens it. The chest unlocks successfully and produces a hidden item. The reward is the left arm of the destroyer, a mysterious ring of unknown rank. Jean-Free takes the ring with immediate interest. He realizes he has completed another piece of hidden equipment. The ring grants strong stats and a repulsive force skill called Super Repulsion, with more abilities still sealed. Satisfied, he notes that his hidden equipment set is steadily coming together. He equips the ring and tests its weight and feel. Normally he would head straight into another S-rank dungeon, but one problem remains unresolved. Kokoro eagerly assumes they are going together again. Over breakfast, she asks whether he is joining another event or entering a dungeon next. Jean-Free hesitates, weighing what to do with her. He decides he cannot risk bringing Kokoro into the next S-rank dungeon, especially against demons she cannot properly fight. Instead, he assigns her special training. He sends her to gather a long list of materials from the mountain as part of that training. Kokoro realizes the list is enormous and that the materials are actually for Jean-Free's next dungeon preparations, not for her growth. When she protests that it will take forever alone, Jean-Free coldly warns that refusing means the end of their master-disciple arrangement. Faced with losing him, she wavers and swallows her frustration. She quickly agrees to do it and runs off, determined not to be left behind. Once alone, Jean-Free admits to himself that her simplicity made this separation easy, and he heads for solo play again. As he steps into the transfer portal for the 5th Continental S-rank dungeon, he leaves Kokoro with a final unspoken apology. He tells himself he is doing this for her sake as the portal launches him away. Jean-Free is hurled high into the sky at the dungeon's entrance. Even he is briefly impressed by the violent start. He feels the crushing wind pressure of a fall that would kill the unprepared. The dungeon is revealed as a floating sky island where entrants must survive the drop and land on the island alone. While falling, Jean-Free notices another participant tumbling nearby. That man screams in terror as he realizes too late that there is no ground beneath him. Jean-Free notes that anyone entering this dungeon without knowing the opening gimmick is doomed. A more experienced adventurer mocks the clueless newcomer while falling nearby. He proves his preparation by deploying a parachute, explaining that it is basic equipment here. The veteran proudly shows off his foresight as he glides safely, but his attention shifts when flying monsters begin circling him. A flock of grotesque sky predators closes in with murderous hunger. The parachuting adventurer realizes too late that he has become an easy target. Jean-Free concludes that even preparation is meaningless here without the skill to fight in midair, and he is relieved Kokoro is not with him. Elsewhere, Kokoro happily searches the mountain for materials, unaware of the danger Jean-Free avoided exposing her to. Back in the sky, Jean-Free hears the monsters closing on him as well. Several of the creatures dive together to tear him apart in midair. Jean-Free calmly raises his hand instead of dodging. The new ring activates as he channels its power through his palm. One of the monsters is violently blasted away by the ring's repulsive force. Jean-Free keeps his composure as he tests the skill in live combat. The repulsion detonates through the flock, shredding the attackers and clearing his path. He identifies the ring's practical combat use as anti-gravity, a force that drives targets away from him. Pleased with hidden equipment once again, he decides to stop falling and move on. He gathers lightning around his hand to combine his movement tools. Using swift wind transfer, he launches himself straight toward the floating island instead of continuing the descent. He enters the temple known as the Island of Destruction and Creation. Jean-Free lands inside the structure and confirms he has arrived at the true objective. He immediately spots what he came for, an ornate mirror hidden within the temple. The temple responds to his intrusion by summoning destroyer creatures to eliminate him. The monsters rush him all at once. Jean-Free answers with anti-gravity before they can touch him. The entire pack is obliterated in an instant, leaving him standing alone in the blood. After the massacre, he dismisses his celestial ring and checks whether the path is clear. With the guardians gone, he turns his attention to the mirror itself. He approaches it, already knowing the hidden event tied to this place. The mirror changes and reveals a robed figure instead of his own reflection. The figure asks what kind of being Jean-Free will reflect against. Jean-Free recognizes this as the next stage triggered only after defeating the temple's creatures. He presents the Destruction God's left arm ring to the mirror as the required catalyst. His reflection aligns with the ring, beginning the transfer. The ring reacts as the mirror accepts the offering. Power gathers around the bracelet-like artifact on his wrist. The mirror flares open and completes the hidden exchange. A voice declares that because the Destruction God's left arm ring is reflected in Jean-Free, the Creation God's right arm ring will now reflect upon him in return. A new light forms before him as the reward materializes. Jean-Free obtains the Creation God's right arm ring, another hidden item of unknown rank. The mysterious voice bids farewell, acknowledging him as worthy. With both rings now assembled, Jean-Free completes the paired hidden equipment set, gaining a second force skill that pulls targets toward him with super gravity. Satisfied with the haul, he decides to spend his saved SP later and continue deeper into the dungeon now. His true objective remains ahead, the sky-ruling demon dragon Bahamuten. The dragon stirs within its domain as if sensing his approach. Bahamuten notes that a powerful human presence has entered its territory for the first time in a long while. Jean-Free descends into the dragon's arena wrapped in wind and lightning. He meets the challenge with a confident smile rather than fear. His status confirms he has reached level 161, with major boosts from his growing collection of hidden gear. Jean-Free lands steadily, fully prepared for the confrontation. The dragon studies him closely, sensing something familiar. The two face each other across the arena, each measuring the other's strength. Jean-Free addresses the dragon like an old enemy and calls it by name, Bahamudin. The demon is identified as a level 250 ruler of the skies whose airborne trait strengthens itself while weakening opponents. Recognizing Jean-Free's scent as that of a true threat, Bahamudin wonders where they have met before, setting the stage for their rematch. He still cannot fully understand what is happening, but the demon's unfamiliar behavior convinces him this fight will not follow anything he knows. The dragon demon gathers a dense mass of dark power, preparing a direct killing blow. It unleashes Black Flame Roar, committing to overwhelming him head-on. The black flames descend toward him like a crushing torrent, forcing an immediate response. Instead of panicking, he sharpens his focus and looks for a way through. He activates Swift Wind Transfer to reposition before the attack can trap him. In an instant, he closes the distance and appears near the dragon's body. Realizing this enemy cannot be handled cautiously, he decides to fight without restraint. He calls on the creation god's right arm ring and chooses its gravity skill as his opening tactic. With supergravity, he tries to drag the dragon into his striking range. The dragon feels the pull immediately and recognizes that the human has changed the terms of the fight. It quickly identifies the technique as a gravity-based skill rather than brute force. Using the forced opening, he drives in with a flaming punch. He follows through with Fire Fist, turning the pull into a close-range hit. He chains the first blow into a furious barrage, trying to keep the dragon from recovering. The dragon notes that the gravity trick is clever, but also sees that the pull is not strong enough to fully control it. Even so, he stays on the offensive and keeps striking from point-blank range. Then he shifts tactics again and summons Dragon God Storm from above. A massive storm dragon crashes down, forcing the dragon demon to look up instead of pressing forward. He rides the attack's momentum and drives it straight into the dragon. The storm coils around the dragon and batters it from multiple angles, briefly pinning it in place. He lands and watches carefully, waiting to see whether the combination finally worked. From within the smoke, the dragon's calm reply makes it clear the damage was not decisive. When the smoke clears, the dragon is still airborne and largely unshaken. Rather than anger, it shows delight, treating the battle as entertainment and demanding more. He answers with silence, but the gap between them is becoming harder to ignore. He realizes aerial combat heavily favors the dragon, and its special advantage in the sky is making the fight far more dangerous. The dragon repositions above him, reclaiming control of the battlefield. It gathers black flames into both fists and warns him not to die too soon. The dragon forms Dragon Black Flame Bomb, preparing a rain of explosive strikes. The bombardment begins, forcing him to weave through multiple incoming blasts at once. He counters with super anti-gravity, trying to deflect the falling attacks instead of tanking them. The dragon immediately questions whether that defense can really save him for long. It escalates further with Black Flame Decapitation, adding a lethal cutting strike to the barrage. He realizes too late that the attack pattern has become far more dangerous than before. The dragon notices his strain and understands that its pressure is finally breaking through. He hastily condenses gravity into a shield-like barrier to survive the next hit. The dragon sees through the move at once and praises him for minimizing the damage with precise timing. But it also mocks him for still being too soft, then prepares an even larger assault. A storm of black flame projectiles closes in from every direction, leaving him almost no room to escape. The attacks detonate around him in a blinding chain of impacts. He is thrown across the ground, losing momentum and control. For the first time, frustration breaks through his composure. The dragon immediately follows with another dark projectile, refusing to let him recover. He sees the next strike coming and understands he is running out of answers. At that critical moment, both divine bracelets unlock their second skills. He reacts instantly, bringing both bracelets into play before the dragon can finish him. The dragon senses a change and braces as a new exchange begins. He finally sees the opening he had been waiting for and activates Black Vortex. A dark sphere forms, signaling a completely new kind of defense. The incoming black flames are drawn into the vortex instead of exploding on him. The dragon is caught off guard when its attack simply vanishes. It realizes the vortex has swallowed everything it launched. He explains with quiet confidence that all of the dragon's attacks will be sucked into the black hole. The dragon is stunned that he has absorbed the assault instead of merely blocking it. Facing him again, it struggles to believe such a skill can exist at all. He presses the psychological advantage by pointing out that the dragon now looks shaken. The dragon refuses the provocation and insists it will not be baited into losing composure. He holds his stance, waiting to see how the dragon will test the new ability. The dragon dives in close, bringing its body and claws into the fight rather than relying only on ranged attacks. He braces as the dragon's physical pressure closes around him. The dragon taunts him, asking why he is not absorbing this attack as well. It quickly deduces the weakness. The black hole can swallow energy attacks, but not physical strikes. Even while cornered, he keeps analyzing, and the dragon notices how calmly he studies the bracelet's limits. Trusting the superiority of its body, the dragon decides to kill him with raw force. He remains outwardly calm, but he knows the dragon has found the flaw. Before the dragon can capitalize, he abruptly vanishes from its reach. The dragon is startled into realizing he used teleportation to escape the trap. He reappears behind it with a bright sphere already forming in his hands. He recalls the hidden condition. Both bracelets' second skills only unlock after using the first skill of each bracelet. Now he positions the absorbed power between both hands, preparing the counterattack. He understands the full mechanism at last. One bracelet absorbs, and the other releases what was taken in. The creation god's right bracelet reveals White Hole, the counterpart that can fire back the stored attacks. He names the returning technique the Wrathful Spiral. Then he unleashes the dragon's own accumulated black flames back at it in a concentrated blast. The dragon recognizes the technique with alarm as the attack closes in. To its shock, the blast is the same roar of the heavens it used earlier, now turned against it. He hovers above, controlling the release while the dragon is engulfed below. The dragon strains against the impact, trying to endure the reflected power. Even under pressure, it dismisses the move as only an imitation of the original. He answers by closing in personally, making it clear the reflected blast was only part of his plan. The dragon is caught off guard when he appears in striking range through the chaos. He reveals the real trap. If the dragon thinks this is merely its own power returned, can it survive something even stronger layered on top? He drives in with black flame decapitation enhanced by his own fire, multiplying the force of the counterattack. The combined blow tears through the dragon and sends its body crashing downward. The dragon's composure finally breaks as the damage lands cleanly. Its massive body collapses, and the fight is effectively over. He receives confirmation that demon god Bahamut has been defeated and the rewards are his. The scene shifts to a formal meeting where the vice president apologizes for gathering everyone on short notice. He explains that 4 of the 8 Guardian stars are absent on other missions, and introduces himself as Nix Crophen, vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Only a small group of top Guardians is present, underscoring the seriousness of the matter. One of them dismisses the formality, and urges him to speak plainly. Wyatt Dang, the shield bearer, assures Nix that he will answer any call immediately. Another member notes Wyatt's usual seriousness, showing the group's familiarity with one another. Maria Jenny, a healer-class sister, says she happened to be free and wants the meeting finished quickly. Mira Goldland, the summoner, remains quiet and watchful. Nix accepts the mood in the room and moves straight to the issue. He reports that several deeply unsettling incidents have occurred recently. The Guardians first assume he means a dangerous guild or powerful monsters causing unrest. Nix corrects them and says the threat is neither a guild nor any known creature. Mira listens closely as the implications begin to sink in. Wyatt and Maria also turn serious, realizing this may be something outside all known categories. Nix says the first report described sightings of a black ghost. Elsewhere, the protagonist hears that the 5th demon god has been defeated and takes in the news from the city square. Satisfied with his reward, he considers heading to the 6th continent next. He also wonders about Kakuru, knowing her training will take time before she can join him. At that same time, Kakuru is off on her own bizarre adventure, completely out of step with the looming crisis. Back in the city, he notices a crowd gathered around a public notice. A bystander tells him the teleportation portal to the 6th continent has suddenly stopped working for unknown reasons. That detail immediately unsettles him. He realizes this kind of malfunction never existed in the game he knows so well. At the meeting, Nix elaborates that the black ghost looked like a shadowy mist. He adds that sightings began about 2 weeks earlier, suggesting a recent and growing anomaly. The protagonist, stuck in the square with everyone else, wonders how long the portal outage will last. Then a sudden disturbance catches his attention before anyone can answer. A black smoky mass rises nearby, and he immediately judges that it is not human. Back in the meeting room, Nix remains composed while the others absorb the report. He explains that these beings are not demons or ordinary creatures either. They simply appeared and began attacking people. In the square, the protagonist turns toward the same kind of black shadow now manifesting in front of him. His unease deepens as he recognizes the report is becoming reality right before him. Nix admits they still do not know what these beings are or what they want, only that they threaten humanity and the world. The shadow in the square develops a glowing red eye, proving it is alive and hostile. Nix concludes that before irreversible damage and casualties occur, the 4 Guardians present must handle the crisis themselves. The shadow opens a second eye and begins transforming into something far more dangerous. Hearing that the enemy must be defeated despite being unknown, the protagonist is shaken because this situation lies outside the game's rules. Nix gives the phenomenon a name, nameless beings. In the square, the black mass swells upward beside the protagonist's feet, no longer just a rumor or report. It forms a monstrous face with red eyes and a glowing maw, radiating alien malice. The protagonist braces himself, realizing he may be the first one forced to confront it directly. The creature completes its emergence into a towering armored giant wreathed in purple-black energy. Civilians panic, unable to understand why such a monster has appeared in the middle of the city. The nameless being roars over the square, turning fear into chaos. The protagonist is horrified because nothing like this ever existed in the game's original design. He struggles to understand what kind of reality he is now trapped in. The monster's presence sends the crowd fleeing in terror. One man collapses instead of escaping and begs for help. The nameless being reaches toward the helpless civilian, about to kill him. The protagonist curses and fires super repulsion to save the man. He throws up a repulsive barrier between the monster and the civilians, forcing people to run while he holds the line. The barrier slams into the creature and briefly checks its advance. Even while defending others, he starts preparing another move, knowing the first defense will not be enough. As he studies it, he rejects the easy explanation that it is just another creature, because creatures do not spawn in city centers. The nameless being raises its claws and prepares a counterattack. It gathers a crackling green sphere of power, showing it can use structured combat skills rather than mindless violence. The protagonist blocks the incoming blast with his arms, taking the hit directly to protect the people behind him. The impact hurts badly, and he realizes this enemy is stronger and stranger than he expected. He lands hard but stays upright, refusing to fall while civilians are still in danger. Then the creature's next action shocks him even more as it assumes a deliberate combat stance. He recognizes the move in disbelief. It just used a boxer skill crushing Jade Fist. The impossible truth hits him at once. This nameless being possesses the same kind of class skill as an adventurer. A monstrous black and purple creature suddenly appears in the city, sending nearby civilians into panic. Fry realizes he is too far away to stop it cleanly and curses the timing. As he rushes in, he sees the monster closing on fleeing people and knows he may not reach them before it attacks. At the last moment, an armored skeleton warrior steps in front of the civilians and blocks the creature's path. The monster hesitates, recognizing that something unexpected has intervened. The undead knight stands firm as a deliberate protector rather than a mindless summon. The creature squares off against the skeleton guardian instead of the civilians. The undead knight strikes first and cuts into the monster with a clean, powerful slash. The blow lands hard enough to split the creature's head and stagger it. Fry arrives just as the monster is knocked down and sees that someone else has already taken control of the situation. The summoner behind the undead immediately identifies the creature as something distinct from ordinary monsters. He concludes that this enemy belongs to a category called nobody. The red-haired man calmly reveals himself as the one commanding the undead soldiers. Fry studies him, realizing this rescuer is no ordinary adventurer. The man orders the civilians to follow his undead troops to safety and takes charge of the evacuation. Though frightened, the crowd obeys once they see the undead are protecting them. The civilians recognize their savior as Nyx, one of the 8 guardians, and their fear turns into relief. Hearing that title, Fry realizes he is dealing with one of Myra's allies. He immediately wonders whether Nyx is connected to the same larger faction as Myra. Nyx thanks Fry for helping save the city's civilians, but Fry brushes past the praise. Fry presses for the more urgent answer and asks what the strange enemy actually is. Nyx opens a communication screen and begins coordinating with his scattered allies. One guardian reports live that a target has been confirmed at point N1. Another reports a second target at point W4, proving the threat is not isolated. Myra reports from S2 that she has already captured one of the targets. Nyx confirms that the Guardians have intercepted multiple nobodies across the city. Fry realizes nobody is the official name of this new enemy type. Seeing the fallen creature at his feet, he understands there are several of them and that this outbreak is larger than it first seemed. With the immediate crisis paused, Nyx resumes his earlier interest in Fry and addresses him by name. When Fry is surprised, Nyx tells him he is more well known than he realizes and asks whether he has any interest in the 8 Guardians. Nyx's polite smile makes it clear this is both an invitation and a test. Fry stays guarded and does not answer too quickly. He declines the idea of joining any organization, preferring to remain independent, and Nyx accepts the answer with mild disappointment. Nyx recalls that Myra had already singled Fry out as someone unusual. He explains that Myra mentioned Fry before and that his aura and equipment set him apart from other adventurers. Nyx's attention settles specifically on Fry's gear, hinting that he sees more than he says. He formally introduces himself at last as Nyx, vice chairman of the Adventurer Association. The introduction comes with a courteous handshake, but Nyx's composure keeps the power balance in his favor. Fry realizes he is speaking to one of the association's highest-ranking and strongest figures. Even as they shake hands, the damaged nobody behind them begins to rise again. Nyx notes that the creature is as strong as the reports suggested and stronger than his undead soldiers alone should comfortably handle. He turns back to Fry and begins explaining what makes nobodies different. Nyx says nobodies are not ordinary creatures, that their origin is unknown, and that they are elusive enough to have escaped clear classification until now. He then states the one fact that matters most: they cannot be ignored. If left alone, nobodies will continue to grow into something far worse. Nyx warns that their eventual threat level could reach civilization-ending scale. He bluntly states that unchecked nobodies could destroy humanity. To prove the point, his undead knight attacks the recovering creature again without hesitation. The nobody is torn apart under the renewed assault. Fry watches the creature disintegrate into black fragments and realizes how absolute Nyx's methods are. The display leaves him unsettled rather than reassured. Nyx orders that any nobody encountered should be exterminated immediately. He emphasizes that there should be no mercy in dealing with them. Nyx adds that with Fry's strength, he should be capable of doing the same. Fry silently acknowledges just how overwhelming the vice chairman's power and authority are. Nyx's status as one of the 8 guardians and a necromancer is made explicit, explaining the scale of his control over the undead. Elsewhere at Point N1, another nobody corners civilians until Wyatt Dang arrives to hold the line. That nobody lunges straight at him with brute force. Wyatt calmly braces behind his shield instead of retreating. He absorbs the impact head-on and stops the creature's charge. The repeated blows crash against his defense, but he does not give ground. Wyatt quickly judges the enemy's attack power and recognizes it as extremely high. Even so, he concludes the creature still cannot break him. He activates his defensive counter skill at the perfect moment. Wyatt's parry redirects the nobody's heavy strike and turns its own force against it. He tells the creature that raw power alone will not be enough to defeat him. Then he follows with shield smash, converting his defense into a crushing counterattack. The skill detonates against the nobody with enough force to shatter its body. The creature is left smoking and broken, seemingly finished. Wyatt stands over the wreckage, believing the target has been neutralized. He reports the elimination and prepares to contact the vice president immediately. But fresh blood on the ground reveals the target is not actually dead. The nobody regenerates and rises again, while a nun-like woman watches nearby with interest. That woman, Maria Jenny, reacts with disgust and contempt toward the creature's existence. Her inner prayer twists into a curse, promising death to anything that defies her. She steps forward as a healer-class guardian whose temperament is far from saintly. The nobody tries to flee rather than face her directly. Maria's warped prayer grants her a massive weapon and a surge of power. Delighted by the chance to kill it, she attacks with open bloodlust. Her skill rewards her vicious intent, turning her cruelty into combat strength. Maria is identified as one of the 8 guardians, an advanced healer called Sister, making her sadism even more unsettling. Back with Nyx, he explains to G-Fry that until the nobody problem is solved, even travel between continents will remain restricted. G-Fry confirms he understands, but the explanation triggers a deeper memory. He remembers that in his previous life there had been rumors of something similar, even though it never appeared in the game itself. He begins to suspect those old rumors may have referred to nobodies and to hidden equipment he once could never obtain. Nyx receives Wyatt's report and assumes another target has already been dealt with. He is briefly impressed by how quickly the Guardians seem to be clearing the outbreak. That confidence vanishes when Maria reports that her target escaped. Nyx is genuinely surprised that even Maria, supposedly the strongest among the 3 deployed Guardians, failed to finish hers. Maria explains that she is unharmed and has already set spirits on the fleeing target, tracking it toward point S5. Nyx immediately orders all forces to regroup at S5 and heads there himself. G-Fry insists on coming along, seeing the chance to learn more about nobodies. He argues that they need intelligence on the enemy's abilities and that the travel restrictions make this crisis too important to ignore. Nyx agrees with that logic after a brief pause. He accepts G-Fry as a useful combat asset, though he remains cautious because the enemy's full scale is still unknown. Nyx makes clear that command decisions in the field will remain his and that G-Fry is under the Association's protection, not in charge. G-Fry accepts those terms, and Nyx brings him along to the next battlefield. At S5, Maria, Wyatt, and 2 other Guardians are already chasing a nobody through the streets. The creature suddenly turns back instead of continuing to flee. Maria mocks its attempt to run and vows not to let it escape again. She treats the earlier failure as a personal humiliation that must be corrected. Maria taunts herself as much as the enemy, while preparing another empowered strike. Wyatt reminds her that unexpected developments happen and tries to steady the team. He reinforces that the 8 Guardians fight as a unit and should support one another rather than compete. The Guardians surround the nobody from all sides, closing off every route. Maria notes that with everyone assembled, the timing is finally ideal to end it. The silver-haired Guardian notices that not only the Vice President and other Guardians are present, but G-Fry as well. She bluntly demands to know why G-Fry is there, and he can only offer an awkward excuse. Nyx cuts off the distraction and orders everyone to focus on killing the target first. The silver-haired Guardian tries to warn Nyx that something about this enemy does not match the earlier reports. Her warning becomes urgent when she reveals the nobody has just spoken. Nyx is startled that a supposedly mindless nobody can use language at all. At that same moment, Jinfrei's system detects a large number of unidentified enemies nearby. Realizing they are about to be overwhelmed, he immediately orders everyone to fall back. The nobody grins, confirming that Jinfrei's warning came too late. Multiple nobodies appear at once, call the humans food, and rush in as a coordinated pack. The sudden escalation forces G-Fry and the Guardians into a defensive formation. Maria calls on the fire spirit Ifrit to answer the threat. The fiery Guardian unleashes a wide-area attack named Blaze Over. A torrent of flames sweeps across the battlefield and engulfs the charging nobodies. The pack is burned apart in a single overwhelming blast. When the flames clear, G-Fry and the others stand unharmed behind the Fire Guardian's protection. The silver-haired Guardian complains that the enemy had been weak after all, but she is still frustrated that one escaped simply because it spoke. Nyx focuses on the more important implication. A creature using human language means the threat is more serious than expected. He states plainly that nobodies possess intelligence. G-Fry and Wyatt both recognize how dangerous that revelation is. Maria and the silver-haired Guardian also fall silent as the situation sinks in. Jinfrei's thoughts race as he connects this to the rumors from his previous life. He senses another strong magical presence deeper in the forest, and identifies it as another nobody. Nyx, Maria, and the silver-haired guardian all turn toward the forest, trusting his warning enough to investigate. Wyatt asks how Jinfrei can detect something none of them noticed. Nyx smoothly explains that Jinfrei received specialized mana detection training in his homeland, covering for knowledge he cannot openly reveal. Nyx decides they cannot ignore the deeper presence, and asks Jinfrei to guide them to it. Jinfrei agrees, though he remains uneasy about how much Nyx seems to be steering events around him. The group follows Jinfrei into the forest, with him leading and the guardians close behind. He finds a glowing magical circle hidden in the woods and identifies it as the source. Jinfrei warns that beyond the circle he can sense a massive concentration of nobody mana. Nyx recognizes the circle as a gate to another space and identifies it as a sage-class skill. The silver-haired guardian realizes this means nobodies can steal and use adventurers' skills. Jinfrei confirms to himself that the old rumors were true and concludes that nobodies are evolving and leveling up like players, making the crisis far worse than anyone knows. Nyx tries to steady morale by saying that with 4 guardians present, and Jinfrei assisting, they should still be able to handle it. The others finally connect Jinfrei to the adventurer who had been making headlines and begin to see him as more than a random rookie. Maria and the silver-haired guardian openly size him up, realizing he is the same newcomer everyone has been talking about. Nyx decides to move forward, though Jinfrei privately feels as if he is being led exactly where Nyx wants him. The 5 of them step through the gate together into the hidden space beyond. Inside, they find not a battlefield but a silent stone corridor ending in a single ominous door. Wyatt takes command of the marching order and moves to the front as the team's shield. Maria orders Jinfrei to stay near Wyatt's shield and let the veterans cover the rear. Jinfrei accepts the arrangement with a faint smile, content to observe while staying protected. With everyone in position, the team advances to the final door and prepares to open whatever lies beyond it. The group enters a prison-like chamber to investigate the disturbance ahead. The armored guardian surveys the room, expecting danger but finding no immediate sign of it. For the moment, their search turns up nothing, and the tension briefly eases. A mechanism suddenly activates behind them. Both men realize too late that the room itself has been waiting to spring shut. An iron cage slams down over the entrance, trapping the 2 inside. Outside the bars, their companions rush to the sealed door in alarm. The trapped pair confirm it was a deliberate trap, while the others anxiously check if they are unharmed. Jinfrei tests the bars at once, trying to force a way out. He confirms they are locked in, though he reassures the others that they can still fight. Before anyone can understand why the trap was triggered, a new presence stirs in the room. A harsh sound makes both prisoners turn toward the real threat. A powerful nobody materializes from purple energy, and its sudden appearance leaves them wondering where it came from. Jinfrei immediately reports the target and moves to engage before it can strike first. The black-haired adventurer tells Jinfrei to leave this enemy to him. Ignoring that offer, Jinfrei opens with shield slash, trusting the strength expected of one of the 8 guardians. The attack obliterates the lesser nobody in a single hit. The quick kill proves Jinfrei's power, but it also confirms this room is spawning enemies to wear them down. The black-haired adventurer calmly judges the fallen monster's level and notes that Jinfrei's rank makes such a victory routine. Outside, the others hear the impact and are relieved to learn the first threat was handled without trouble. That relief ends when a far more dangerous figure appears behind the black-haired adventurer. The newcomer reveals herself as a horned, masked female nobody wrapped in ominous purple power. Both trapped men turn to face her, immediately recognizing that this enemy is different. She senses the same thing, dismissing earlier foes as fodder and sizing up the black-haired adventurer as a worthy target. Jinfrei tries to strike first again, but the black-haired adventurer senses he is making a mistake. The named nobody remains perfectly composed, showing no fear of Jinfrei's attack. She casually raises a hand as if to demonstrate the gap between them. Instead of taking damage, she uses shield break and shatters Jinfrei's defensive technique outright. Jinfrei is stunned to see his specialty countered so cleanly. The backlash hurls him to the ground and leaves him badly shaken. The black-haired adventurer moves toward him, realizing the fight has become far more dangerous than expected. The enemy introduces herself as CCBAD and reveals a status far above ordinary monsters, along with multiple copied adventurer skills. That confirms the black-haired adventurer's suspicion that named nobodies can truly wield human abilities. Bad enjoys their silence, and treats their fear as proof of her superiority. Jinfrei admits he underestimated her, then orders the black-haired adventurer to stay back while he takes responsibility. Bad mocks their resolve, promising to savor them rather than simply kill them. The black-haired adventurer recalls rumors from the game, and starts connecting CCBAD to a much larger hidden threat. He realizes she is one of 4 special named nobodies known as the Quattro, the 4 heavenly kings. Facing her directly, he remembers the rumor tied to defeating all 4. If the rumor is true, beating them could unlock the hidden equipment he never obtained before. The thought of that legendary reward flashes through his mind for the first time. He forces himself to stop chasing the prize in his head and focus on surviving CCBAD first. Bad interprets his calm as surrender, and prepares to carve him apart herself. She draws a blade and lunges, expecting an easy kill. Her strike crashes into a golden barrier that appears around the black-haired adventurer at the last instant. He realizes Jean Fry has intercepted the attack with a protective barrier. Jean Fry reveals the skill Sacrifice, which redirects fatal damage from an ally onto himself. Even after being battered, he declares the fight is not over. Bad is enraged that a dying shield user keeps denying her prey. Jean Fry answers that as long as he stands, no harm will reach Jean Fry's ally. The black-haired adventurer can only stare at that absolute conviction. Bad dismisses Jean Fry as nothing but an obstacle and shifts her focus to killing him first. She decides the black-haired adventurer is the tastier target, but vows to remove Jean Fry if he keeps interfering. Using Fire Arrow, she rains a flaming shot down toward the trapped pair. Jean Fry expands his defense into shield territory, creating a zone that blocks attacks around them. The skill proves why he is the team's shield, stopping everything within its range. He repeats his promise that she will not touch the man behind him, even if it costs his life. The two men brace together, one defending and one searching for an opening. Bad stacks critical strike with shield break, preparing to crack Jean Fry's defenses by force. Jean Fry plants himself and chooses to meet the assault head-on. He slams forward with his shield, disrupting her attack and proving he can still pressure her in close combat. She immediately answers with another fire arrow instead of retreating. Jean Fry blocks again, but the repeated impacts begin to grind him down. He realizes she fights like a veteran, never wasting movement or leaving a clear opening. Another flaming shot follows almost instantly, keeping him pinned. The black-haired adventurer is alarmed because fire arrows should not be reusable this quickly. Under the relentless barrage, Jean Fry's stance finally starts to buckle. Bad closes in, pleased that his defense is beginning to fail. She openly praises his blocking, turning the compliment into another taunt. Her amusement makes clear that she still has more in reserve. The answer comes when a second CCBAD appears beside the first. Jean Fry is horrified to see her split into two bodies. The black-haired adventurer identifies it as a summoner's clone skill. Both Bads draw flaming bows and prepare to execute them together. The double barrage confirms that even the clone can use Fire Arrow, making the earlier rapid-fire pattern suddenly make sense. Jean Fry realizes the impossible rate of attacks may have been caused by clones cycling the skill. Blocking two streams at once pushes him to his limit. The two Bads sense his defense straining and press harder. The black-haired adventurer begins gathering power, knowing he can no longer stay passive. Jean Fry, still focused on protecting him, calls his name with relief and gratitude. He thanks the black-haired adventurer for saving him earlier, but refuses to cancel Sacrifice despite the risk to himself. The black-haired adventurer realizes Jean Fry cannot be talked out of that choice. Jean Fry finally acknowledges the black-haired adventurer's strength and accepts him as a true ally. The black-haired adventurer listens in silence as that trust is placed on him. Jean Fry declares that if they are teammates, then protecting him with his life is simply his duty as the team's shield. Even CCBAD pauses for a moment at the force of that resolve. The black-haired adventurer sees that the clones leave no openings even during cooldowns, and that pure defense will eventually kill them. Pressed into a corner, he asks himself what move is left and grips his bracelets to think. Bad grows bored with the stalemate and decides to end the warm-up. She prepares a larger finishing attack. Both men immediately sense the shift in danger. A third CCBAD appears, escalating the battle again. Jean Fry can hardly believe she has multiplied to 3. He knows the clone skill should not work this way, which makes the situation even worse. The black-haired adventurer realizes the clones can create more clones, making her growth effectively limitless if left unchecked. Bad mocks their shock and unleashes a full spread of flaming arrows from every side. The chamber fills with armed clones, each ready to fire. The two men understand they are about to be overwhelmed. The number rises again to 5, confirming the fight is spiraling out of control. The black-haired adventurer counters with a powerful fire technique of his own to break the formation. Outside the cage, the others feel the blast but remain trapped and helpless to intervene. They realize the barrier door still will not break, no matter what they try. Even their strongest attacks have failed to damage it, leaving them able to do nothing but pray for the two inside. Inside, the black-haired adventurer rushes to Jean Fry, who has collapsed after taking too much redirected damage. He discovers the true extent of the injury, and is horrified by how badly Jean Fry has been torn apart protecting him. He calls Jean Fry's name, desperate to keep him conscious. Jean Fry can barely speak, but he is relieved that the black-haired adventurer survived. Even dying, Jean Fry clings to his identity and pride as the shield of the 8 guardians. The surviving CCBAD clones remain in the background, waiting for the last of his resistance to end. The black-haired adventurer curses his situation, realizing his escape options and defensive tools are already spent. He understands that even his special bracelet could not fully stop the endless fire arrows. A fresh hit lands on him as the pressure continues, drawing blood and proving he is now exposed too. Looking at Jean Fry, he pieces together that the final volley must have exceeded Sacrifice's limit. Jean Fry apologizes for failing to protect him to the end and for leaving him alone in this state. The 3 Bads watch with cold satisfaction, certain the outcome is decided. The black-haired adventurer lowers his head, grief and anger hardening into resolve. With his health in critical condition, he asks Jean-Fry for one final thing. Bad approaches, expecting to finish off a broken survivor. Jean-Fry agrees at once, trusting him completely. The black-haired adventurer thanks him and accepts the burden Jean-Fry is about to pass on. Bad mocks their farewell, irritated that they are still speaking as if they have a choice. She announces that her cooldown is over and launches the final execution shot. Before the arrow can finish him, one of the CCBAD bodies is suddenly cut down. The remaining CCBAD is caught off guard, unable to understand what changed. The black-haired adventurer has armed himself with the monstrous weapon centipede and turned to face her. He warns her to be ready, revealing the weapon's remaining durability as he prepares a counterattack. In an instant, he kills one clone and stands over the body, shifting the balance of the fight. Bad is stunned by how fast he moved once he committed to offense. She lashes out in fury, trying to reassert control and reduce him to prey again. He closes the distance before she can complete the attack. Using Centipede's fluid blade, he slips past her guard at point-blank range. The weapon liquefies and reshapes mid-strike, letting him carve through her in a way she cannot block. He turns to face the remaining bodies without hesitation, now fully on the offensive. He tells her there will be no next time, making clear he intends to end this here. He triggers liquefaction again, extending the weapon into a wider killing form. The transformed blade erupts outward and tears through the remaining CCBAD bodies in one sweeping execution. With CCBAD defeated, he receives the first Black Leaf reward tied to the 4 Heavenly Kings. The reward card materializes before him as the battle finally ends. He looks from the prize back to Jean-Fray's fallen body, unable to take any satisfaction in the victory. Still holding the reward and the bloodied weapon, he returns to Jean-Fray's side. Jean-Fry, fading fast, asks one final favor. The black-haired adventurer bows his head and listens. Jean-Fry asks him to restore a weapon through a forbidden final rite. The request surprises him, because he immediately understands what it means. He identifies it as soul transfer, the one-time skill that passes a dying adventurer's weapon onward. Remembering that this is an ability usable only once in a lifetime, he realizes Jean-Fry is offering him his final legacy. Jean-Fry confirms it, and willingly entrusts his weapon's soul to him. As an adventurer dies, the weapon that shared that life would normally return to the heavens. But if someone remains to carry on that will, the weapon's soul can instead be transferred to a successor. The black-haired adventurer accepts that will without hesitation, taking up the burden Jean-Fry leaves behind. They find Wyatt lying in a pool of blood, already at death's door after taking a fatal blow to protect someone else. Jean-Fry realizes the sealed passage has finally opened, giving the survivors a way forward. The others rush in expecting progress, only to be stopped cold by the sight of Wyatt's collapse. Their relief turns to dread as they understand someone has died here. Jean-Fry stands silently among the corpses, with Wyatt's body at his feet and the cost of the battle laid bare around him. The shock overwhelms them before they can even process how this happened. Maria breaks first, rushing to Wyatt and demanding to know what happened while anger and panic spill out together. Wyatt lies motionless, showing no sign that he can answer for himself. Maria desperately begins healing him, refusing to accept that he might already be gone. Even while she works, she notices Jean-Fry is badly hurt too and turns to him for the truth. She presses Jean-Fry to explain, trying to understand both Wyatt's condition and the battle that led to it. Jean-Fry struggles to speak through guilt and exhaustion. He finally admits that Wyatt took the attack meant for him. That confession lands heavily on the vice president, who immediately understands the sacrifice. He looks over the slaughtered enemies and sees how hard Wyatt fought before falling. Maria keeps calling for Wyatt to wake up, furious that he threw his life away for someone else. Mira gently tries to stop her, seeing that Wyatt has already passed beyond saving. The vice president turns away for a moment, forcing himself to set grief aside. Then Wyatt speaks one last time, drawing everyone back to him. With his fading breath, Wyatt reveals he heard everything Jean-Fry said. The vice president honors him as one of the finest among the 8 guardian stars and bids him rest. Mira receives the moment in silence, her grief held tightly behind a calm face. Maria's sorrow hardens into a cold, focused anger. Jean-Fry meets Wyatt's death with quiet resolve rather than tears. Together they vow that Wyatt's death will not go unanswered. They move on to the next door, knowing the dungeon still has more trials waiting. This time the vice president insists on taking the lead himself instead of leaving the first step to someone else. The heavy door opens without resistance. The group enters cautiously, expecting another trap or forced separation. Maria notices a crucial difference. Unlike before, the door stays open behind them. That small relief vanishes when a new wave of monsters appears anyway, proving the room still intends to kill them. The vice president orders the others back and prepares to handle the incoming horde himself. Maria refuses to stand aside, still burning with the need to vent her rage. Mira agrees, making it clear the whole team shares that fury. The vice president accepts their anger and gives it direction instead of trying to suppress it. He summons an army of the undead, bringing towering skeletal knights into the fight. The summoned dead carve through the monster crowd in a single overwhelming sweep. With the main wave broken, Maria and Mira rush ahead to clean up whatever remains. Watching the battle, the vice president decides they must erase every enemy completely before facing Wyatt's memory. Jean-Fry studies him and senses the same cold determination beneath his composure. The vice president checks on Jean-Free, making sure he can still continue. Jean-Free admits he is shaken, but what truly occupies him is how dependable Wyatt's team proved to be. The vice president understands that Jean-Free is really thinking about Wyatt himself. Jean-Free blames himself for the loss, believing Wyatt died because he chose to protect him. The vice president lets that guilt settle for a moment instead of denying it. Then he asks the question that matters most, whether Wyatt died hating Jean-Free for it. Jean-Free answers that he did not. He remembers Wyatt's final expression and realizes the man died smiling. The vice president tells him that was exactly who Wyatt was. He reminds Jean-Free that Wyatt accepted him as a teammate and protected him by choice, so the proper tribute is to carry that will forward. With that settled, the vice president decides they have done all they can here and orders the group onward. Jean-Free follows, still burdened, but now with a clearer sense of what Wyatt left him. Soon they reach a junction where the path divides in two. The split forces a hard decision, since dividing their strength could expose them to disaster. The vice president weighs the danger of staying together against the danger of all four being caught in one trap. He chooses to split them deliberately into pairs to reduce the chance of total annihilation. His reasoning is simple: they must not let a single scheme wipe out the entire team. Maria immediately claims Jean-Free as her partner, partly because she wants freedom to fight her own way. She spots a powerful target ahead and treats it as the perfect outlet for her anger. Their prey introduces itself by rushing straight toward them, revealing a demon named Bika, the second Quattro, at level 299. The monster confirms it has been waiting for humans like them and intends to devour their abilities. Elsewhere, the vice president and Mira face another enemy, Abedek, the third Quattro, level 333, and prepare for a harder battle. The team commits to both fights at once as the next stage begins. Maria and Jean-Free square off against the gluttonous demon in its chamber. The creature lounges confidently, amused rather than threatened by their arrival. Jean-Free immediately judges that this enemy surpasses the last one in both level and magical power, so he decides to observe before acting. That plan nearly fails the moment the battle starts. Maria launches herself forward so fast that Jean-Free can barely follow her movement. He is stunned by how recklessly she closes the distance without hesitation. Maria's hatred of demons spills out openly as she declares none of them deserve mercy or prayer. She activates the command power of her weapon, shaping it through her own savage form of devotion. Her staff transforms into a massive hammer-like axe as she brings it down on the demon. The demon finally realizes too late that she is not bluffing. Her weapon's command effect changes form according to her prayer, turning her faith into brutal force. Jean-Free can only watch as she takes over the fight by herself. He is left wondering how someone so foul-mouthed ended up as a nun at all. Maria taunts the demon for being too slow and promises to beat the fat off him. Jean-Free recognizes that beneath her reckless attitude, her attacks are actually precise and worthy of an elite fighter. Then Maria notices something is wrong with the result of her strike. She complains that she chose the wrong weapon form, but Jean-Free realizes the bigger problem is that she really is fighting on instinct alone. The demon senses Jean-Free's presence and identifies him as the stronger human worth claiming. It immediately declares Jean-Free its prey and shifts its focus toward him. Maria starts questioning whether the demon's bulk hides its pain or whether it defended itself at the last instant. She concludes that despite its ridiculous appearance, its level is high enough to explain why Wyatt struggled against enemies like this. That realization makes her stop playing around and invoke a far more serious prayer. She offers the demon's flesh as a blood-stained banquet and commands her weapon again. But in her fury she nearly cuts Jean-Free down as well, forcing him to dodge her attack. Maria snaps him back to attention, warning that hesitation will get him killed. Jean-Free is horrified by how dangerous she is to allies as well as enemies. Even so, he decides he can no longer stay out of the fight and summons his centipede blade. He rushes in to support her directly. Maria immediately uses his arrival as part of her plan and orders him to give her a foothold. She leaps first, trusting him to understand on the fly. Jean-Free instinctively braces himself beneath her, becoming the platform she needs. Using his support, Maria launches high above the demon for a finishing blow. She crashes down with crushing force, but the demon slips away at the last moment. Maria curses the creature's unexpected agility while Jean-Free is left sprawled on the floor behind her. Watching her fight, Jean-Free realizes just how absurd it was that Wyatt had to serve as her shield. He senses that Maria's rage and grief are driving every reckless move she makes. Even so, she keeps the demon pressured with relentless golden strikes. Her expression hardens as she commits fully to revenge. Jean-Free finally understands that this violence is Maria's way of mourning Wyatt. The vice president's words about carrying on the dead man's will echo in his mind and help him make sense of her fury. That insight snaps Jean-Free out of passive observation. Maria orders him to stay in the rear and do his proper job instead of charging in blindly. Jean-Free hesitates, caught between pride and the need to trust her lead. He admits he still does not know the full extent of his own power, which makes reckless offense too dangerous. So he decides the best way to honor Wyatt here is not to outshine Maria, but to support her completely. He commits himself to making her attack succeed. Maria answers by condemning the demon's gluttony and preparing another execution strike. At the same time, in the other chamber, Abedek unleashes a thunderous attack of his own. Mira responds by summoning Huko, a lightning-charged dragon spirit. The dragon manifests beside her in a burst of crackling power. Abedek remains seated on his throne amid chains and purple aura, meeting the challenge without fear. The lightning tears into him, but instead of falling he endures it and roars back. Mira is startled when the attack only seems to excite him. Abedek's expression shifts as he begins to enjoy the sensation. He reveals that the lightning has somehow made his body lighter rather than weakened him. The vice president calls to Mira, recognizing the danger in that reaction. Mira stays silent, already recalculating. She invokes both Undine and Huko together and fires a stronger combined aqua bolt. A towering column of electrified water engulfs Abedek. Even under that amplified strike, he judges the attack stronger than before but still survivable, which alarms him only slightly. He then reveals two skeletal guardians shielding him inside the torrent. The vice president points out the real weakness of a tough body. If it cannot move, repeated damage will eventually break it down. Abedek mocks that lecture with false civility, but the strain is beginning to show. The vice president calmly answers that respect for elders has limits. He summons a black armored lancer and orders a bloody lance strike against the monster harming innocents. The summoned knight charges straight through the opening Mira created. Its lance pierces Abedek's face and drives through him with brutal force. The blow tears a hole through his chest, seemingly killing him on the spot. The vice president states coldly that killing this one enemy will not restore the dead, but it is still a necessary punishment. Abedek collapses in a spreading pool of blood. Believing their side finished, the vice president and Mira decide to regroup with Maria and Jean-Free immediately. They enter the chamber where Abedek fought, expecting only the aftermath. Instead, both of them sense danger at the same instant and turn too late. The corpse has vanished, proving the kill was not final. They look up and find the revived demon clinging above them, already in motion. Abedek strikes first and slashes the vice president before Mira can stop him. Mira cries out as the vice president falls and the demon lands nearby, now wreathed in renewed power. Abedek praises their skills with delighted hunger, treating the battle like a feast. He reveals that he has identified their abilities as especially valuable prey. The vice president and Mira realize he stole a thief's stealth and a fighter's one-time resurrection, and may have taken even more. They conclude that he can stack multiple stolen skills at once, making him far more dangerous than he first appeared. Abedek confirms their fear by presenting this as his true power and warning Mira to stay alert. He openly lists the stolen abilities now at his disposal, including Immortal Life, Stealth, and Fast Slash. Even wounded, the vice president and Mira steel themselves and resolve to defeat him no matter what. Back in Maria's fight, she drives her weapon into the glutton demon's face, still pressing the attack without pause. For the first time, Maria hesitates, sensing that something has changed elsewhere. Jean-Free notices her pause at once, realizing the battle is no longer unfolding the way either of them expected. The goblin-like enemy endures a heavy blow, his face cracking under the impact but not collapsing. He boasts that the attack was dangerous yet insists he survived by blocking it. The nun presses the assault with her axe, refusing to let him recover. When the dust clears, the monster stands empowered by a sinister aura, forcing the pair to reassess him. They realize he used a magician's enhancement art to reinforce his body instead of dodging. Maria mocks his defensive mindset and tries to provoke him into a reckless exchange. She charges in head-on, hurling insults to drag his attention onto herself. The creature catches her attack with a grin, enjoying her defiance instead of fearing it. Maria's taunt only amuses him, and he treats her resistance as insolence. Enraged by being addressed so casually, he lashes out with enough force to blast her away. Jean-Free stays calm and prepares a finishing move while Maria is buying time. Maria agrees to hold the enemy off a little longer so Jean-Free can set up his next attack. Even while sharing her anger over Wyatt's death, Jean-Free decides not to rush blindly and insists on ending this carefully. Still, he senses something wrong and suspects the enemy is hiding more than brute defense. The monster's earlier overwhelming magical presence convinces him that the defensive posture is only a cover. Jean-Free concludes the enemy is waiting to spring a hidden ace. The monster rises again, swearing he will kill them both and devour them. Jean-Free steps forward to shield Maria, ready to test the enemy's next move himself. The monster reveals that hidden card by firing a powerful aqua cannon straight at them. He roars with confidence, certain the water blast will wash them away. Jean-Free plants himself in front of Maria and takes the attack head-on instead of retreating. The enemy expects the blast to overwhelm him and presses the attack harder. But the water is drawn into a dark singularity forming between Jean-Free's hands. Jean-Free unveils Black Hole, using the left bracelet of the destroyer to absorb enemy attacks. Seeing the trick, he realizes the monster's hidden ace was real but ultimately ineffective against him. He immediately turns the absorbed power back toward its owner, catching the monster off guard. The enemy is shaken by the unfamiliar skill and suddenly covets it. Jean-Free lunges in with a predatory smile, deciding to take advantage of that opening. He slices through the monster's arm in a swift counterattack. The severed limb sends the creature into a howl of pain. Even wounded, the monster snarls that his prey are becoming more troublesome than expected. Then he calmly reveals another stolen ability, and begins healing the severed arm himself. As the enemy recovers, Maria signals that she is ready to rejoin the fight. She praises Jinfree's setup and invokes divine power to punish the abomination before her. Maria launches herself forward with renewed killing intent under the force of her order-based skill. The monster realizes too late that a simple buff will not save him from what she is about to do. Before he can flee, his body locks in place and he panics when he finds he cannot move. Jinfree reveals he used both bracelets together to control the target's movement through attraction and repulsion. He explains that by combining the two forces, he can manipulate one opponent's position at will. Pinned in place, the monster is left helpless as Maria descends for the execution strike. Her glowing axe splits down through him, while he can only stare in terror. The finishing blow cleaves straight through his body and ends the fight. The monster's face freezes in disbelief as the fatal cut takes him apart. With the enemy collapsing in blood, Maria offers a mocking prayer over the corpse. She coldly tells the dead glutton to satisfy himself in the afterlife instead. A system reward appears, confirming Bika's defeat and granting a second black leaf. Maria inspects the dropped item, puzzled because it does not look like treasure to her. She tries to toss the useless-looking leaf away, but Jinfree hurriedly stops her. He takes the item for himself, and notes that this makes 2 of the leaves they need. As he studies it, Maria quietly reflects on the strange skill that immobilized the enemy at the end. She admits Jinfree's strength was not exaggerated and starts re-evaluating him. With that battle over, they turn their attention back to finding the others. The two move deeper through the stone corridors of the dungeon together. Their momentum dies when Maria confidently leads them into a dead end. She insists they only need to return to the fork where the group split up, but cannot say which way that is. Frustrated and embarrassed, she snaps that Jinfree should be the one taking charge in moments like this. The argument turns awkwardly comedic as she vents her irritation at him. In the middle of that bickering, she suddenly grabs his chest and triggers something unexpected. The corridor around them vanishes in an instant. They reappear elsewhere in the dungeon, both stunned by the abrupt displacement. Jinfree realizes they have been teleported and neither of them knows where they landed. Their shock deepens when they find 2 allies lying motionless nearby. One of them is the vice president, battered and unconscious on the floor. The other is Mira, equally collapsed and badly hurt. Jinfree immediately recognizes Mira and rushes toward her. He lifts her up in panic, begging her to stay conscious. Mira barely manages to recognize Jinfree before fading again. A new enemy interrupts, smugly claiming they should be grateful he brought their comrade to them. Jinfree turns to face an older, far more imposing foe wreathed in the same sinister energy. The old man explains that he transferred their ally here for the sake of these helpless weaklings. Jinfree instantly understands that this man is responsible for the teleportation. He pieces together that the relocation was deliberate and controlled by this new enemy. Worse, the old man somehow knew exactly where the separated group was. Jinfree realizes the dungeon itself is effectively under the enemy side's control. Maria abandons the navigation problem and runs to the vice president to heal him. She starts reassuring him that she can restore his arm and injuries. Before she can finish, the old man strikes her from behind with brutal force. Jinfree and the vice president both register the attack too late. Mira, half-conscious, can only watch in horror. Maria coughs blood as the blow tears through her. She crashes to the floor while the vice president screams her name. Jinfree and Mira are left frozen by the sudden reversal. The old man casually warns Maria not to start healing others so carelessly in front of him. He follows that warning by charging a light shot, a concentrated beam attack. Jinfree recognizes that this enemy is far more dangerous than the last and immediately worries for Maria. Maria apologizes to the vice president for dropping her guard at the worst possible moment. The vice president tells her to stop worrying about him and heal herself first. But Maria lies in a spreading pool of blood, too badly hurt to respond quickly. To her horror, her healing skill will not activate at all. That failure leaves her shaken and vulnerable. The old man steps over her with Maria's own axe in hand, revealing he has taken even that from her. Jinfree realizes the weapon came from Maria's skill and understands that the old man has somehow stolen it. He is stunned that Maria's skill could be taken while she is still alive. That contradiction makes the enemy's theft ability even more alarming. The old man taunts Maria by displaying the stolen axe and refusing to return it. When she protests, the strain makes her spit up more blood. Jinfree forces himself to think past the shock and focuses on saving her first. The old man leisurely begins explaining the rules of his theft, treating the crisis like a lesson. He claims that if they defeat him, the stolen skills may return to their original owners. Jinfree has no choice but to accept that possibility and prepares to fight on that hope. He knows he cannot move recklessly until he understands how the skill theft works, but he also cannot afford to wait. So he charges the old man directly, trying to force an opening through speed. His advance is abruptly halted before he can connect. The old man calmly tells him to settle down as if disciplining a child. Jinfree recognizes the pressure around him as Emperor's Aura, Godhand's advanced fighter skill that immobilizes targets. The vice president steps in, declaring that even if Jinfree is stopped, he will not let Maria be taken. He backs that vow with his own skill, insisting their solidarity is not something to mock. A shadow edge attack surges toward the old man. The old man answers by producing a spectral duplicate and meeting the attack without flinching. He continues lecturing the younger fighters, amused by their desperation. He condescendingly demands respect for age and authority. Mira, now back on her feet, rejects that outright and says a harmful old man like him deserves death instead. She summons 3 elemental spirits at once, gathering fire, water, and lightning into a combined assault. Calling the technique Burst Trio, she commits everything she has left to one attack. The fused elemental blast crashes toward the old man with overwhelming force. Even he admits the attack looks dangerous enough to take seriously. He decides that 5 layers of defense should be enough to survive it. Multiple iron wall barriers appear in succession, showing he can stack defensive skills without pause. Mera watches closely, trying to read the limits of what he can do. She realizes his individual shields are not extraordinary, but his ability to chain them instantly is what makes him terrifying. The old man praises the younger generation's power even while dismissing it as the privilege of youth. Then he reveals an even greater defense by summoning a giant armored guardian behind him. Mera answers by ordering her 3 spirits to attack together again. The spirits pour their power into a massive sword for a stronger elemental strike. The weapon forms completely, radiating compressed elemental force. The old man uses elemental's gospel to add those elemental powers to the guardian's attack instead of merely enduring them. The vice president bitterly notes that indulging a monster like this only harms everyone around him. The resulting clash detonates in a huge explosion that engulfs the hall. Mera and the vice president can only stare into the smoke, unsure whether their gamble succeeded. They refuse to relax, knowing the old man is unlikely to fall so easily. A spinning blue attack suddenly bursts out of the smoke toward them. It closes in before either of them can fully react. The vice president recognizes the shape of the attack and begins to understand what he is seeing. Mera reaches the same conclusion a moment later. The old man confirms it by naming the attack Shadow Edge, the vice president's own skill. He mockingly says he may as well return it, only to use it against them instead. At the same time, Jean-Free reappears behind him, still glowing with the immobilizing aura's residue. The old man is baffled that Jean-Free somehow stole a skill from him in return. Jean-Free realizes he still cannot move properly, but he has at least grasped part of the enemy's method. A sudden flash behind him warns that another attack is already coming. He shouts for Mera and the vice president to dodge because the old man is attacking from behind them. Mera calls Ifrit to intercept the incoming strike at the last second. The fire spirit blocks the blow and shields both wounded allies from being cut down. The old man remains composed, barely inconvenienced by the failed ambush. Ifrit explains that Mera used him to block first and immediately set up a counter, and that the plan nearly worked. The old man admits she managed to injure him slightly, revealing damage around one eye. Maria, still bleeding on the floor, angrily objects to him using her stolen skills so casually. Ignoring her outrage, the old man turns his hunger toward Mera and declares he will devour her skills next. The vice president calls out to Mera in alarm as the threat shifts directly onto her. The old man raises Maria's stolen axe for another decisive strike, bringing the battle to a deadly new brink. The red-haired vice president realizes Mera is in immediate danger and shouts for her. Mera, pinned on the ground, hears him calling and struggles to respond. The silver-haired woman notices the sudden change and looks toward the threat. The vice president turns sharply as the situation worsens. A violent force drags someone's body downward, confirming the enemy is controlling gravity-like power. The old thief stands firm in a haze of purple aura, clearly the one dominating the battlefield. Jean-Free steps in front of the injured group and shields them with a barrier, interrupting the enemy's control. He reveals the source of that rescue, using the right ring of the god of creation and its super attraction skill. The old man immediately notices Jean-Free can move and grows curious about this unfamiliar ability. The vice president recognizes Jean-Free's intervention, thanks him, and Jean-Free orders the 3 wounded allies to stay together while he handles the fight. The vice president wants to object, knowing how dangerous the enemy is. Jean-Free remains calm, already thinking through the enemy's weakness. The old thief explains the rule behind his theft power. He must witness a skill and obtain blood from its owner. That condition makes the vice president focus on the blood requirement. He recalls the earlier victims who were badly wounded and had their powers stolen. Jean-Free pieces together that the thief could survey the whole dungeon, letting him choose targets efficiently. The nun confirms that once he had that information, he only needed blood, which is why Mera kept her skills since her outer wounds were minor. Jean-Free concludes that every prolonged exchange only strengthens the thief while weakening their side. The vice president falls silent as Jean-Free keeps calculating. Jean-Free decides that if his guess is right, they may still hold the real advantage. The vice president admits they seem cornered, but he starts trusting Jean-Free's judgment. Watching Jean-Free's composure and unknown powers, he begins to believe the newcomer might actually turn this around. Swallowing his pride as one of the 8 guardians, the vice president entrusts the battle to Sir Jean-Free. Jean-Free accepts the responsibility without hesitation. The old thief mocks him for protecting the others and assumes he is just another naive opponent. Jean-Free answers by drawing a dark weapon and meeting the threat head-on. The old man realizes his emperor's aura failed to suppress Jean-Free and starts reassessing him as a serious problem. Jean-Free stands between the enemy and the wounded, making it clear he intends to fight alone if necessary. The thief debates whether to use his strongest move early because Jean-Free is more troublesome than expected. Instead of rushing, Jean-Free first confirms a crucial point, whether defeating the thief will return stolen skills to their owners. The old man admits the stolen power should revert, while the original owner is alive, since the theft is only a borrowed state. But he also boasts that he has never been defeated, so he cannot say for certain. Jean-Free glances back at the injured trio, reminding himself what is at stake. He realizes Quattro still remains elsewhere and Maria's condition leaves no room to waste time. The thief decides to end Jean-Free quickly before the situation slips further. He lunges in with murderous confidence, promising to devour all of them together. Jean-Free answers that threat with a faint, fearless smile. He counters with a bright gravitational blast, refusing to be overwhelmed. The old man is forced to brace himself against the impact. Even so, he uses his own movement skill to evade the worst of it and keep pressing forward. Jean-Free calmly switches tactics again, showing he can chain different abilities without panic. The thief recognizes repulsion and curses Jean-Free's versatility, but his frustration quickly turns to greed. Rather than fear the unknown power, he decides it would be delicious to steal. He rushes in again, determined to break through by force. Jean-Free raises another layered barrier and halts the charge at range. He follows with the opposite force, supergravity, pulling the enemy toward him just as before. At the same time, he activates his ring again to tighten control over the exchange. The old man is dragged into Jean-Free's range despite trying to resist. Jean-Free seizes the opening and calls forth Centipede, his dark blade. The thief meets the slash with raw defense, stopping the first strike. Jean-Free continues the assault from another angle, testing the old man's body rather than his aura. The old man feels the attack bite deeper than the earlier ones. For the first time, he shows real strain under Jean-Free's pressure. He admits these blows resonate through his body more than the previous attacks, revealing Jean-Free's offense is becoming dangerous. Jean-Free realizes the enemy's defense is still tougher than expected and that a normal approach will not finish him. Knowing Maria may die if he delays, Jean-Free accepts a desperate gamble. He loosens his grip on Centipede as if abandoning it, baiting the thief into making a move. The old man is puzzled that Jean-Free would put away his weapon in the middle of the fight. Instead of attacking immediately, Jean-Free asks whether the thief ever intends to apologize to those whose powers he stole. The old man answers with open cruelty, saying he enjoys watching victims die by their own stolen abilities and believes the weak deserve to be taken. Hearing that, the wounded allies harden their resolve rather than cower. The thief laughs off the very idea of remorse and calls Jean-Free an idiot for expecting any. Jean-Free accepts that answer and quietly decides mercy is over. He declares he will stop holding back and triggers a class change into Great Swordsman. Memoriam's necklace shifts his job from alchemist to Great Swordsman, revealing he can freely assume classes he has defeated before. The vice president and silver-haired woman are stunned by yet another hidden trump card. The old man mocks the transformation as empty theatrics. Jean-Free tells him the performance is the thief's, and promises he will bury him without listening to any pleas. The thief tries to strike from behind, convinced Jean-Free is bluffing. He dismisses Jean-Free's threat and insists the rookie will be the one who dies. Then he reveals he already drew Jean-Free's blood and believes that guarantees he can steal his power next. Jean-Free is cut and bleeds, seemingly giving the thief exactly what he needs. Even wounded, Jean-Free stays composed and watches for the result. The old man exults, certain he has secured another theft. His confidence peaks as he prepares to claim Jean-Free's strength. But the theft fails completely, and he is shocked to find he cannot take Jean-Free's power at all. Jean-Free confirms his suspicion as the enemy's confusion sets in. He realizes the thief can only steal job-based skills from people. Jean-Free explains the missing piece. The thief cannot steal skills granted by equipment, which leaves Centipede and his artifacts beyond the old man's reach. He immediately equips Centipede to the Great Swordsman class and unlocks its special techniques, Poison Fang range and 2 Heavens 1 style. Now armed properly for this class, Jean-Free takes a true swordsman stance with twin dark blades. He notes that having 2 matching swords is exactly what he needed. The thief still tries to intimidate him, insisting more weapons will not change the outcome. Before he can act, poison begins spreading through his body. Jean-Free activates Poison Fang range, paralyzing the thief, sealing skill use within the area, and reducing his own life to a razor-thin margin in exchange. With both of them now one hit from the end, Jean-Free commits to finishing it in a single strike. The old man realizes too late that if he cannot use skills, his stolen arsenal is worthless. As panic overtakes him, Jean-Free closes the distance. Jean-Free delivers judgment, telling the thief to die and apologize. 2 Heavens 1 style activates, granting dual wielding and, because Jean-Free is near death, perfect strikes to vital points. He unleashes the decisive twin sword technique in one seamless motion. The blades tear through the old man's vital point, ending the fight instantly. The thief Abak falls dead, and Jean-Free acquires the reward 4-leaf black leaf number 3. Back in his normal form, Jean-Free studies the card-like reward in surprise. The prize is identified as 4-leaf black leaf. Jean-Free barely has time to process it before remembering the others. He calls out to Maria, checking whether the stolen skill truly returned. The nun confirms the old man's defeat restored the stolen power to its rightful owner. She thanks Jean-Free warmly for saving them. Her gratitude triggers Jean-Free's memory of how forcefully she once declared him her partner and ordered him to do his job. Now lively again, she starts healing the group and even offers to restore Jean-Free and the vice president as if nothing unusual happened. The vice president politely insists Mira should be healed first. Mira protests that the vice president is in worse shape, and the three begin bickering over who should be treated first. Jean-Free stands over the suddenly cheerful group, relieved but slightly overwhelmed by their energy. That brief calm ends when Jean-Free senses another threat, and his expression sharpens. The vice president says he has many questions for Jean-Free, but postpones them and offers sincere thanks instead. Jean-Free awkwardly brushes off the praise, saying he only did what he could. Then he cuts himself off as a new danger approaches. He warns the others that the battle is not over yet. A presence even stronger than the old thief enters the hall. The newcomer greets them with amused approval for surviving the previous 3 enemies. He introduces himself as Eri, level 400, and says he came because the earlier fight was too slow and boring. He walks toward them casually, as if entering a game rather than a battlefield. The vice president first mistakes him for a child, then realizes the pressure around him is something far worse. As the group tenses, Eri passes by with complete confidence. The nun's expression hardens as she senses the danger too. The silver-haired woman is equally alarmed. Eri ignores everyone else and tells Jean-Free, the strongest one present, to play with him. Jean-Free is caught off guard by how casually the monster speaks. The vice president admits he could not even react to Eri's presence. Jean-Free asks what he means by play, and Eri cheerfully says he likes playing with strong people. He dismisses the others as weaklings who would break too quickly to be entertaining, which only irritates the nun. Maria snaps back, refusing to be treated as weak and warning the brat to watch his mouth. Eri's smile vanishes as her defiance annoys him. Dark power erupts around the group, instantly changing the atmosphere from playful to lethal. Eri turns away from Maria and says he is speaking to Jean-Free, making clear he sees everyone else as beneath notice. A second voice or presence answers through him, warning others not to interfere. A sinister barrier forms around Maria, Mira, and the vice president, trapping them apart from Jean-Free. The trap is identified as Barrier of Fear, a shaman skill that confines targets, drains their HP through fear, and blocks both skills and equipment skills inside. Jean-Free immediately recognizes how bad the situation is. He calls up an hourglass-like item, searching for a way to counter the barrier. Seeing their HP will keep dropping, he realizes he must free them before the barrier kills them. Eri smugly reveals that they fell for his setup exactly as he intended. He tells Jean-Free to stop worrying about the Trap 3 and play with him instead. Jean-Free refuses and attacks, trying to cut past Eri and reach the barrier. He makes it clear he has no interest in indulging Eri's whims and demands the others be released. Eri easily avoids the strike and becomes delighted that Jean-Free is fast enough to entertain him. While trading blows, Eri begs Jean-Free to stay here forever as his playmate, revealing how twisted his loneliness is. Inside the barrier, Maria grumbles that the other monsters are unbearable in their own ways, but Eri is the worst kind of child. Eri complains that his usual companions are all weaker than him, and therefore boring, which is why he wants Jean-Free. Jean-Free rejects the invitation outright and tells him to shut up. Eri casually relocates to the throne area, still treating the fight like a game while Jean-Free chases him. From the throne, he threatens that if Jean-Free refuses, he will keep playing until the human's limbs fall apart. He adds that if Jean-Free breaks, he can simply eat him afterward. Jean-Free answers with dark humor, promising to beat Eri down instead. Eri laughs and declares it is finally his turn to attack. He casts Thunder, a magician's skill that unleashes a powerful lightning strike from above. Jean-Free sees the spell forming and realizes he is in trouble. The lightning crashes down toward him, forcing an immediate evasive move. Eri watches with a grin and taunts Jean-Free to dodge, warning that a direct hit would disintegrate him. Jean-Free sprints through a storm of lightning, barely avoiding death as the enemy keeps pressing him. Watching from his throne, the pale green-haired foe admits Jean-Free is genuinely dangerous, even if dealing with him is irritating. Jean-Free realizes just how desperate the situation is, because Maria never healed him and his HP is still stuck at 1. With a single mistake meaning certain death, he keeps running under the rain of thunder. The enemy notices Jean-Free preparing something new and turns his attention to it. Jean-Free activates the left ring of the god of destruction and forms black hole, betting everything on that power. The enemy excitedly recognizes the technique Jean-Free used before and demands to see more, making it clear he is toying with him. Inside the barrier, Maria regrets not healing Jean-Free first and desperately searches for a way to escape and help him. Nyx remembers that the barrier of fear cannot be broken from within unless the shaman is defeated or dismisses it. Maria can only call out to Jean-Free while he continues dodging for his life. The enemy suddenly closes the distance, refusing to let Jean-Free control the pace any longer. He switches to Twin Blade and challenges Jean-Free to absorb a direct melee assault instead. Jean-Free braces himself, realizing the fight is getting even worse. As the blades crash against him, Jean-Free sees that his opponent can keep attacking hard while still maintaining the barrier of fear. When weapons prove ineffective, the enemy instantly changes tactics and unleashes Quartet Fire Bullet. 4 flaming shots descend on Jean-Free, and he judges that he might be able to handle at least this much. But the enemy doubles the attack with Summoning Mirror, copying the fire skill and multiplying the threat. Jean-Free is caught off guard as the number of fire bullets suddenly surges. The enemy calmly watches the trap close, convinced Jean-Free is cornered. He grins, enjoying how thoroughly he has pushed Jinfry into a crisis. Then he nullifies Jinfry's counter with Divide, canceling a single attack just once and keeping control of the exchange. Jinfry answers by using White Hole from the right ring of the god of creation, revealing he had stored the earlier thunder instead of simply absorbing the fire. Rather than retreat, the enemy grows more thrilled and decides to try blowing Jinfry apart completely. He adds another attribute to his assault with Attribute Endowment, layering more power into the attack. Jinfry realizes his ring skills still lack the force for a finishing blow, and with only 1 HP left he is running out of options. He quickly rejects every alternative he has, because changing jobs would reset his skills, his movement skill is on cooldown, and the level gap ruins another possible trick. Even while searching for an answer, he sees the enemy charging in again with light and dark power in both hands. The enemy mocks Jinfry for slowing down and fires Light and Dark Fist, a combined wave of opposing attributes. Their powers collide head-on in a blinding clash. In that instant, Jinfry realizes he has found the opening he needed. He is still blasted backward by the impact and crashes hard to the ground. The enemy strolls over and taunts him for already reaching his limit. Still hungry for amusement, he complains that someone he acknowledged as strong should entertain him longer. Jinfry outwardly gives up, deciding to stop struggling and bait the enemy into dropping his guard. He stays seated on the floor while the enemy stands over him, convinced the fight is over. The enemy sneers at Jinfry for quitting and calls the whole battle a disappointment. He goes further, insulting Jinfry's strength and mocking himself for ever taking him seriously. That insult finally makes the enemy pause, because Jinfry's calm reaction is not what he expected. Jinfry turns the taunt back on him, pointing out that the one being knocked around all fight is actually the enemy. The enemy angrily insists that he is strong and demands to know on what basis Jinfry could call him weak. Jinfry answers that true strength means wielding 6 attributes or more, exposing the enemy's childish understanding of power. He breaks it down bluntly. The enemy only knows lightning, fire, wind, light, and dark, which means he only has 5. The enemy thinks Jinfry is just bluffing and laughs off the sudden confidence. To prove his point, he summons Aqua Burst, adding water and trying to force Jinfry to eat his words. Jinfry finally smiles, because the enemy has taken the bait exactly as planned. He faces the water attack head-on instead of dodging, ready to complete his setup. The enemy is briefly unsettled by how calm Jinfry suddenly looks. Jinfry reveals that the provocation worked perfectly, and that the enemy swallowed it whole. He thanks the boy for falling for such a cheap trick. The enemy is stunned when Jinfry absorbs Aqua Burst, because a weaker earlier attack had not been fully taken in. Jinfry explains that the earlier Light and Dark Fist was only a feint designed to make the enemy lower his power. With that weak 6 attribute attack completed, both rings meet their requirement and unlock skill 3, Macrocosm. Jinfry now stands holding the combined power of destruction and creation in both hands. Even the trapped spectators can see that something entirely different has awakened around him. Mira and Nyx can only stare, unable to identify what Jinfry has just brought forth. Jinfry admits the enemy was strong, but says his immaturity saved everyone, because using the people in the barrier as real hostages would have beaten him. The enemy rejects that completely, furious at being looked down on and insisting he never needed such cheap methods. He declares that the people in the barrier were only there to watch his performance, not to be used as leverage. Still clinging to pride, he draws his blades again and insists the fight is not over. Jinfry calmly tells him it is over, at least for him. He states with certainty that this battle is already his victory. For the first time, the enemy's confidence wavers. He lashes out in rage, threatening to mutilate Jinfry and force the others to watch him being eaten. Jinfry answers by invoking Macrocosm, manifesting a vast star-filled void edged in gold. The enemy finally understands that he is facing something beyond his expectations. The new dimension opens beneath and around him, swallowing his charge into a cosmic prison. He looks around in shock as the battlefield vanishes into endless darkness and distant worlds. Then he notices dark energy filling the space and realizes the prison itself is made of darkness. When he turns, Jinfry is already outside it, watching from safety while the enemy remains trapped within. Jinfry explains that Macrocosm unlocks by absorbing 6 or more attributes within a time limit, and its absurd power is balanced by a 30-day cooldown. Inside the prison, the enemy's body begins to glitch and destabilize under the skill's effect. He panics when he discovers that none of his skills can be used there. Jinfry tells him Macrocosm is an unfair skill that swallows whatever it targets, and repeats that the win is his. Desperate, the enemy tries one last move from inside the void. Dark tendrils rise around him, but they only become part of the prison swallowing him whole. He realizes too late that the darkness is consuming even him. As Jinfry walks away, the trapped boy reaches out and begs him to keep playing. Left alone in the void, the enemy breaks down, terrified by the darkness and by being abandoned. A final white collapse seals the prison completely. Back in the hall, only fading traces remain where the enemy once was. Jinfry coldly tells the brat to keep playing in that dimension by himself, and the system confirms Air's defeat and rewards him with 4-leafed black clover number 4. The new reward card appears, marking the last piece taken from the Quattro. Another reward follows as an hourglass item materializes. At the same time, The trapped group reappears as the barrier finally collapses. Maria immediately notices the barrier is gone and asks whether Jean Fry won. He confirms that air has been cast into some unreachable fold of space, effectively gone forever. Maria rushes to heal him properly at last, wanting to make up for failing him earlier. Nix formally thanks Jean Fry, acknowledging that he resolved the entire ordeal almost by himself. Jean Fry answers modestly that they all helped him along the way. With the crisis over, the group decides there is nothing else worth staying for and prepares to leave. Jean Fry's attention lingers, because something about the situation still feels off. He reasons that air was the last of the Quattro, and his halo senses no nearby enemies, so the lesser monsters must have scattered after their boss fell. Mira suddenly calls to the vice leader with urgency. Nix discovers a new problem. The door they used to enter has disappeared. The group stares at the blank wall where their exit should have been. Nix grimly agrees with Maria's fear that they may now be trapped inside. Jean Fry suspects this lingering confinement is Air's final trick, as the boy's voice seems to promise endless play. He reasons that if the dungeon had truly been made by a sage's job skill, they should already have been released. That contradiction gives him an idea. He opens a crafting interface and begins testing his theory. When Maria asks what he found, Jean Fry says he may have a way to get them out. He warns them not to expect certainty yet, but asks them to trust his intuition. Jean Fry summons the 4 black clover rewards and prepares a combination. All 4 4-leaf black clover items line up together, revealing they were meant to be assembled. He adds Jackal's soul to the 4 pieces, seeing a possible recipe hidden behind the Quattro's drops. Jean Fry changes jobs to alchemist, and uses transmute to force the combination into a new form. The materials fuse into a massive ornate scythe. The system confirms the successful transmutation and grants him a hidden equipment item called Grim Reaper. The others can only stare as Jean Fry stands holding the impossible weapon. Jean Fry recognizes it as one of the legendary hidden equipments, something he had only heard about in rumors. The scythe immediately speaks, ecstatic to taste fresh air after ages of confinement. It loudly revels in being free, stunning everyone around it. Maria and Mira complain about the weapon's volume, while the scythe indignantly insists it is not some toy with gimmicks. Then it realizes Jean Fry is its summoner and gleefully accepts him as its new master. Jean Fry confirms the rumor was true. Hidden equipment can actually talk, and this one is already causing trouble. He also learns the downside immediately, because despite its power the Grim Reaper is unbearably noisy. The weapon happily declares itself Jean Fry's partner from now on, and promises to get along with him. Using the new scythe, Jean Fry slashes open the sealed space itself. He leads the others through the cut as the weapon tears a path back to reality. Outside at last, Jean Fry checks the weapon's status and learns its first skill, soul reaping, can damage intangible things, explaining how it cut their way out. The Grim Reaper boasts that it can tear apart almost anything, then immediately undercuts itself with tasteless jokes. Jean Fry endures the noise because the weapon's stats and potential are too good to ignore. From above, a hooded observer watches the group in secret. Jean Fry senses that someone may be observing them. He looks toward the buildings, unsure whether the feeling is real or just his imagination. Before he can pursue it, Nix calls him back. Nix thanks him again and says the team is returning to the association to make their report. He then turns the conversation directly toward Jean Fry. Because Jean Fry also played a major role, Nix asks him to come to the association as well, making clear he is now a person of interest. Jean Fry inwardly panics, realizing this could become troublesome. He immediately guesses the vice leader's questions will center on the hidden equipment. Jean Fry worries that if he goes along, they may detain and interrogate him, or even confiscate the Grim Reaper. He decides to slip away, only for Nix to add that the chairman also wants to speak with him. Nix explains that the chairman of the Adventurers Association personally requested a meeting because the Nobodies incident is being treated as serious, though Jean Fry is still free to refuse. Hearing that the chairman himself is involved, Jean Fry pauses to reconsider. A calculating smile appears as he decides there may be something to gain from this after all. Far away, the story shifts to another land under a darker sky. On the 8th continent, a cloaked subordinate reports to 4 shadowy rulers that the Quattro, including Air, were annihilated by a human counterattack. The rulers listen in silence as the failure sinks in. The report adds a more alarming detail. One of the humans was using divine gears. That name shocks them, because it evokes an ancient enemy they have not heard of in 1,000 years. Even so, they vow to continue carrying out Lord Abyss's will and promise death to anyone who interferes. Back in the city, Jean Fry walks with the others toward the association, now on much friendlier terms. They arrive at the chairman's building and announce themselves. Inside, an elderly man waits with quiet authority while the group enters. The chairman praises them for defeating the Nobodies and formally identifies himself as Zingsman Joe, a berserker. Nix begins his report by lamenting what happened to Weird. A blonde armored man adds that Weird's death was a serious loss both personally and for the association. The chairman then turns to Jean Fry and personally thanks him on behalf of the association. Jean Fry finally understands who stands before him and senses at once that Chairman Zingsman Joe is far from ordinary and not someone to underestimate. The association chairman, Zingsman, formally introduces himself to Jean Fry Van Raid and reveals that he summoned him for an important reason. He makes it clear that Jean-Fry is the person the association is most interested in right now. The chairman warns that the crisis tied to Jean-Fry's recent mission is still ongoing. To explain, the association brings up a live display for Jean-Fry and his companions. They brace themselves as the report begins. The screen reveals a large-scale outbreak of monsters rampaging inside a city. The group is stunned that monsters have somehow appeared within city walls at all. The situation feels so impossible that they initially reject it as absurd. They point out that every city is supposed to be protected by barriers that keep monsters out. That immediately raises suspicion that this new disaster may be connected to the mysterious nobodies. Jean-Fry silently focuses on that possibility. The idea of monsters inside a city and a possible link to the nobodies keeps turning in their minds. The chairman confirms that the outbreak is real and says it began after Jean-Fry defeated the nobodies, with mass monster appearances reported in the 6th continent's city. The association responded at once by sending the other 8 guardians and special extermination forces to the 6 cities, while civilians and adventurers were evacuated for the time being. Nix quickly understands the implication and asks whether their team should head there as well. The chairman approves, and Nix says Maria's healing has restored them enough to deploy immediately. The chairman apologizes for sending them back out so soon, but admits the association is short on trustworthy, capable people. He asks Jean-Fry's side to move to the site without delay, and Jean-Fry accepts. Maria studies the evidence more carefully before drawing conclusions. She notes that although many monsters appeared, the nobodies themselves do not seem to have shown up. The chairman confirms that current reports support that reading, which at least means the situation is not yet as hopeless as their last encounter. Maria cautions that it is still too early to relax. The chairman agrees, reminding them that the nobodies have not appeared yet, not that they cannot appear. He warns that the outbreak could still be a trap laid by intelligent enemies. Nix reinforces that point by stressing that the nobodies are thinking beings, not mindless monsters. He then asks how the other 8 guardians are faring in the 6th continent. The chairman reports that one of them, Luluka, cleared a C-rank dungeon boss earlier, and the monsters tied to that dungeon vanished from the city immediately afterward. That suggests that if the dungeon bosses across the 6th continent are defeated, the monsters flooding the cities may disappear as well. But the chairman warns that this is only a working theory, because they still do not understand why only dungeon monsters were able to breach the city defenses in the first place. Maria is left frustrated by how many unknowns remain. Nick sums it up: the link to the nobodies is still unclear, but the immediate priority is to wipe out the monster wave in the cities. The others listen and accept that practical conclusion. For now, they commit to suppressing the outbreak first. The chairman explains that this is the current strategy, and that Luluka has already moved to clear a nearby A-rank dungeon. He adds that Leon is heading for a D-rank dungeon, Gigan for a B-rank dungeon, and Ryu is already clearing an E-rank one. That leaves the F-rank and the S-rank dungeons, so Nick urges everyone to move quickly. G-Fry notices the chairman never mentions the hidden equipment from the previous incident, and quietly realizes that omission protects him for now. Just as he starts to relax, the chairman calls him out directly for a private word. Nix and Maria immediately realize this is about to become troublesome for Jean-Fry. The chairman first thanks Jean-Fry for helping eliminate the nobodies during the earlier crisis. Jean-Fry answers politely, though he clearly expects a catch. The others can already tell the chairman is about to make a difficult demand. The chairman's mood suddenly sharpens as he shifts from gratitude to judgment. He unleashes his pressure and confronts Jean-Fry directly. Jean-Fry stays outwardly calm, but he immediately senses the danger in the chairman's intent. The chairman apologizes for the bluntness, then says he refuses to trust anyone's strength based on reports alone and must verify it with his own eyes. After measuring Jean-Fry himself, he concludes that Jean-Fry is the strongest person he has met, even beyond air, and that even with all his hidden equipment the outcome between them would be even. Jean-Fry responds with a small, confident smile instead of fear. The chairman watches that reaction closely. Nix cuts in and protests that this is the worst possible time for a power struggle. The chairman's expression softens again. Laughing off his aggression as an old habit, he asks Jean-Fry to lend the association his power once more because dependable people are desperately needed. Privately, he admits Jean-Fry clearly has exceptional talent. He also recognizes that Jean-Fry can kill monsters even Nix's party cannot handle, making him too valuable to ignore. Jean-Fry answers that he owes the association nothing, but because he owes the vice leader a favor, he is willing to cooperate. Nix hurriedly tries to smooth over Jean-Fry's blunt wording before it causes offense. Jean-Fry goes further, promising he can produce better results than the 8 guardians if he is given the right hunting ground. To prove it, he volunteers for the hardest target of all, the S-rank dungeon. The chairman studies him with renewed interest. The two men face each other like rivals negotiating from equal footing. After a pause, the chairman accepts Jean-Fry's terms. With the deal settled, Jean-Fry immediately moves out. He departs at once with Mira, electricity crackling around him as they head for the S-rank dungeon. On the way, Jean-Fry reminds himself that the nobodies could return at any time, so gathering the next piece of hidden equipment must happen as fast as possible. Their mission begins inside the S-rank dungeon, where Jean-Fry and Mira enter a cavern swarming with monsters. The creatures rush them in overwhelming numbers. Mira responds by summoning Ifrit and ordering it to burn everything down. A sea of fire engulfs the horde and wipes out the charging monsters in an instant. Mira takes a breath as the battlefield is reduced to ash and bones. Even so, she notes that the number of enemies is absurd and that killing them endlessly will not solve anything unless they reach the boss demon. She senses movement nearby before the next development arrives. Jean-Fry suddenly cuts through another wave himself, carving a path with brutal speed. He continues the slaughter effortlessly, his dark blade tearing through monsters one after another. By the time Mira looks again, he has already advanced far ahead through the wreckage. Jean-Fry casually remarks that she has been working hard. Mira asks whether his sudden enthusiasm is tied to the conditions he forced on the association president. Jean-Fry admits that is part of it, but says those terms are really just a safety net, and Mira accuses him of scheming again. He brushes that off, claiming he is doing the association a favor and that the arrangement benefits both sides. Mira remains unconvinced, though she lets him continue. She then opens a communication line to report in. Jean-Fry reflects that the material needed for the next hidden gear has a terrible drop rate, but this mass outbreak and the activity of the 8 guardians should improve his chances of obtaining it. The chairman contacts Mira and asks for a status update, and whether they are facing any problems. Mira reports that the only issue is the sheer number of enemies, and the chairman worries that just the 2 of them may be overextended compared with the other guardian squads. Jean-Fry answers confidently that they need to perform at this level if they want to prove their real strength. The chairman accepts that answer and leaves the mission in their hands. Mira acknowledges the order and ends the exchange. Privately, she thinks Jean-Fry is every bit as strange as the president. Still, surrounded by the corpses he created, she admits his skill is undeniable and wonders when he became this strong. She then receives a broader update on the other dungeon fronts. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu are all advancing smoothly and are close to defeating their respective bosses. Nyx and Maria's squads are also performing well and rapidly catching up to the others. Mira is pleased to hear the overall operation is succeeding, but her expression changes when she remembers one person still unaccounted for. She asks the chairman about Luluka. He says there is still no change and that Luluka remains completely unreachable, as usual. Then he remembers another eccentric figure on the same level as Jean-Fry and the president. He explains that this person last checked in before entering the A-rank dungeon, requested no backup, and is probably handling things alone, which means there is likely nothing to worry about. The chairman concludes that Luluka Alvis, the strongest of the 8 guardian stars, should be able to handle anything and asks to be contacted immediately if something changes. Mira confirms the instruction after the call ends. She turns back to Jean-Fry as the communication closes. Jean-Fry tells her it is time to move on to the boss demon's location. Elsewhere, the chairman checks in on Leon, Gigant, and Ryu to confirm their progress. Leon answers first with his usual bravado, saying everything is under control and mocking the monsters for lacking courage. Ryu's side also reports no serious trouble. Gigant confirms that his team is about to reach its boss as well. The chairman is relieved that every front appears stable. Then a new voice cuts into the communication unexpectedly. It is Luluka, finally contacting the chairman after being unreachable. He greets her with relief and mild reproach, saying he should be the one asking how she is doing. Luluka says she has only just arrived at the A-rank dungeon and is entering now. The chairman is surprised, because that is unusually late for someone of her speed. Luluka casually explains that she ran into some trouble on the way, but says it has already been dealt with and she will finish the dungeon quickly. The chairman tells everyone to contact him immediately if anything else happens, and the others acknowledge. Before ending the exchange, he adds one final remark. Leon laughs at Jinfrey's earlier challenge to the association and openly admires that kind of reckless confidence. Ryu, by contrast, remains cool and unreadable. Gigant disapproves, calling Jean-Fry not just cocky but offensively rude for speaking to the president that way and sounding as if he intends to use the association. The chairman defends Jean-Fry, saying he may be cheeky but he is not a bad person, then tells them to treat that as his report and refocus on the mission. He urges everyone to keep up the good work and wishes them success. After the call, Luluka becomes intrigued by the rookie who managed to catch the chairman's interest. Back in the S-rank dungeon, Jean-Fry and Mira finally arrive before the boss chamber and face a towering armored demon. The path behind them is littered with the bodies of everything they killed to get there. The carnage makes clear they reached the boss by overwhelming force rather than careful progression. The boss introduces itself as the Iron Golem, a level 400 demon whose defense is so high that it only takes damage above a certain threshold. Jean-Fry is baffled by the demon talking about dungeon trials, since he simply cut through everything instead of following any intended route. He immediately claims the boss for himself and tells Mira not to interfere. Mira gives up arguing and lets him have his way. At that moment, another man drops into the chamber, saying he arrived just in time. Jean-Fry and Mira both turn in surprise at the unexpected newcomer. The newcomer identifies Jean-Fry and cheerfully says he wants to see what the rookie can do. The scene widens to reveal that the newcomer is Luluka, standing before Jean-Fry, Mira, and the Iron Golem alike. Jean-Fry immediately senses that this person is no ordinary ally and wonders who he really is. The pressure radiating from Luluka is so immense that Jean-Fry realizes he may rival the president himself, or even surpass him. Mira demands to know why Luluka is here at all. Jean-Fry is equally confused, because Luluka was supposed to be clearing a different dungeon and is also one of the 8 guardian stars. Luluka explains that he heard a rookie had challenged the association, found that interesting, and came personally to see him. He watches Jean Fry with amused curiosity rather than hostility. Jean Fry stays silent, trying to read his intentions. When Mira points out that the president said Luluka was at the A-rank dungeon, Luluka casually replies that he was there, finished it, and then came here. Mira is left speechless by how casually he says it. Jean Fry realizes that Luluka cleared an entire A-rank dungeon and still reached the S-rank boss chamber almost immediately, confirming just how monstrous his ability is. Luluka notes that it has not been long since his last contact with the chairman, making his arrival even more absurd. Even though Jean Fry recognizes Luluka as an ally, he cannot help thinking the man is ridiculous. Luluka suddenly drops a massive boulder into the chamber, as if to punctuate his entrance. The iron golem raises its arm and prepares to retaliate. Annoyed at being ignored, the boss accuses them of underestimating it by chatting so casually in front of it. Luluka laughs and offers a mocking apology to the demon. He then casually leaps up to a ledge, removing himself from the fight. From his perch, Luluka announces that he will simply sit back and watch, leaving the rest to Jean Fry. Mira can only stare in disbelief that Luluka really came all this way just to spectate. The rookie orders Mira to stay out of the fight, determined to handle the demon himself. Mira points out that another observer is radiating clear hostility, forcing him to notice the pressure in the room. She realizes the demon's aura is specifically warning her not to interfere, confirming that the monster is focused entirely on him. The 6th demon mocks him for challenging it alone and treats his confidence as arrogance. It dismisses any help Mira might offer and formally accepts his challenge. Mira is stunned that he deliberately provoked an S-rank demon after being told to stay back. Ignoring the intimidation, he squares up directly in front of the giant demon. The blue-haired observer keeps watching from the sidelines as the rookie commits to the duel. That observer reflects that there is only one real way to bring down an S-rank demon. He wonders what the rookie will choose to do as the battle finally begins. The rookie rushes straight at the demon instead of hesitating. The demon tracks his reckless charge with growing interest. He uses the demon's own movement to spring upward and gain a path to its head. In one fluid motion, he lands on top of the demon and raises his blade for a decisive strike. He commits all his force to the attack. His blade crashes into the demon's armor, but the monster's body endures the blow. Even the demon is surprised that he still has this much strength left after fighting his way here. The rookie follows up with a rapid barrage, trying to break through by sheer persistence. While attacking, he judges the demon tougher than expected and suspects its power increase is tied to the earlier Nobody's incident. The observer confirms that the demon's level has risen far above its normal state. Despite the boost, the demon's movements begin to falter under the sustained assault. The rookie keeps pressing, refusing to let the monster recover. The observer concludes that raw level alone still leaves this demon inferior to A, even if it has become stronger. The demon finally shows real pain as the repeated hits start to matter. The rookie drops back to reset while Mira watches silently from behind him. Mira admits that the demon's durability is as monstrous as ever. She explains that the 6th demon's defense far exceeds its attack power, making a clean finishing blow nearly impossible through armor alone. The blue-haired observer remains calm, still studying the rookie rather than helping. The rookie continues carving at the demon from close range, searching for something beyond brute force. The observer grows disappointed, thinking the rookie is relying on nothing but straightforward power despite all the hype around him. For a moment, he falls silent and reassesses. He decides the fight has become boring. Even so, he acknowledges that reaching this point with only Myra's support already proves the rookie is far above ordinary adventurers. Still, he cannot understand why the chairman values the rookie so highly. On the battlefield, the rookie suddenly changes his angle and focus. He slips inside the demon's guard instead of continuing to batter the armor from outside. That shift finally catches the observer's attention. The rookie drives a precise strike into the demon's chest, cracking open the armored shell. As the hidden core is exposed, he immediately recognizes the true target. A small smile shows that this was his plan all along. The observer realizes the rookie forced the core out earlier than expected and is startled by how well the strategy worked. He turns to Mira for an explanation. When he asks whether she taught the rookie how to hunt demons, Mira denies it. That answer shocks him, because this should have been the rookie's first real demon hunt outside the tutorial. He cannot understand how the rookie knew the demon's hidden weakness on his own. The truth is laid out: the 6th demon contains a core, and the reward rank depends on how much power is used to destroy it. The rookie decides not to use the minimal force needed, because he wants the highest possible reward. To prove himself, he switches to his Grim Reaper weapon and prepares an all-out strike. The weapon itself erupts with excitement, eager to show off. It immediately fixates on Mira and assumes she is the truly dangerous one. Its loud teasing embarrasses the rookie, who tries to shut it down while Mira rejects the nonsense outright. The observer reasons that maybe the core surfacing was luck and notes that the rookie's weapon has an unusual gimmick. But now that the core is exposed, the real test begins: whether the rookie can earn an S-rank reward. The observer recalls that only a handful of people, including himself and the chairman, have ever managed that feat. The weapon excitedly announces that the rookie is already unlocking its second skill. A system notice confirms that Grim Reaper Skill 2, Over Death, has unlocked because the level gap with the target exceeded 200. The observer is shaken that the rookie even met the exact unlock condition described in the records. He realizes the rookie intentionally turned the demon's abnormal level boost into an advantage. That realization finally knocks the observer out of his detached composure. Excitement replaces boredom as he understands the rookie's calculation. The rookie unleashes the empowered strike at the exposed core. The demon can only stare as the attack reaches the heart of its weakness. The core is cut cleanly in two. The rookie lands with the Grim Reaper in hand as fragments scatter around him. With its core destroyed, the sixth demon's body begins to collapse. The observer breaks into a delighted grin at what he has just witnessed. Mira remains composed, but she is clearly taking the results seriously. The rookie looks satisfied, having achieved exactly what he wanted. The demon's head and body continue to break apart as its defeat becomes final. He stands over the fallen S-rank demon as the victor. A system message confirms that his attack on the core was judged S-rank and that he has earned an S-rank subjugation reward. The reward turns out to be a sealed core stone of rank S. Instead of celebrating openly, he reacts with muted calculation. The weapon boasts that the spectacular finish was only the beginning of its greatness, and starts rambling about romance next. The rookie cuts the chatter short and dismisses it. From above, the observer keeps studying him with renewed interest. He is now more intrigued by the bizarre weapon than amused by it. The rookie quietly addresses the weapon by name, Jinfree-chan, as if saving it for the right moment was part of the plan. The observer praises him for producing an S-rank power, and notes that he has broken the record for the youngest person to do it. Even while praising him, the observer is irritated that his own record has just been surpassed. The rookie confirms to himself that he obtained the S-rank reward exactly as intended. With that objective complete, he turns his thoughts to the next step of his larger plan. Later, the chairman gathers the group and announces that the monster rampage in the city has been successfully contained. He formally thanks everyone for their efforts. Mira stands with the others as the debrief begins. The blue-haired observer and the old man both attend, each carrying very different reactions to the rookie's performance. The red-haired fighter loudly claims he alone could have handled the crisis if he had been fired up enough. The chairman calls on his aide Nix to present the rewards. Nix brings out the total spoils obtained from the earlier subjugation. The others accept that the haul is reasonable given that it came from the full force of the 8 guardians, and they note that Jinfree's share should come next. The rookie waits quietly while the distribution proceeds. The old man called Gigant immediately needles him as the rude youngster everyone has been talking about. Gigant declares that he has no intention of getting along with someone who does not even recognize his own disrespect. The chairman shuts that hostility down and reminds Gigant that Jinfree is essential to their operation. Jinfree answers that he does not care about Gigant's approval either. He makes it clear that he is only here to honor his promises to the chairman, not to please the others. Then he steps forward to inspect the reward table himself. The rest of the team watches in surprise as he takes that liberty. They realize the displayed item is the 6th Demon God Subjugation Reward, an S-rank item. Gigant can hardly believe the rookie truly registered an S-rank attack on the same level as the chairman and Leluka, but the observer confirms it. Leluka states that he and Mira both witnessed it personally. The red-haired fighter takes the result as proof that the rookie has real spirit after all. He enthusiastically congratulates him with a rough slap that the rookie can barely tolerate. The chairman laughs while Gigant fumes at being upstaged. The chairman praises Jinfree not only for the number of monsters he killed but for bringing back an S-rank subjugation reward as well. Honoring their agreement, the chairman tells him to choose whatever he wants from the rewards first. With several powerful people crowding behind him, Jinfree studies the options in silence. He decides to accept the offer and make his pick. Looking over the rewards, he becomes certain he has found what he really needs. His focus sharpens as he recognizes the key item. What catches his eye is not the S-rank treasure, but a lowly monster tail. The card identifies it as a worthless F-rank cord monkey's tail that cannot even be sold. Everyone around him is baffled by the choice. The red-haired fighter laughs at the useless material, while the nun protests that it is not even a treasure. The chairman gives him one chance to reconsider, but Jinfree does not hesitate. He insists that this insignificant item is exactly what he needs. Leluka notices that Jinfree looks like he is following some private scheme. The chairman accepts the decision and, instead of arguing, offers Jinfree a place among the 8 guardians. The others react with surprise at how extraordinary the offer is. Mira and the nun watch tensely, aware of how serious this invitation is. Jinfree politely refuses. He explains that he is not suited to moving as part of a group. Leluka is amused by the audacity of turning down such a proposal. The chairman takes the rejection in stride and remarks that Jinfree may be the first person ever to refuse him. Afterward, Jinfree returns alone to the ruined dungeon area. Holding the cord monkey's tail, he reflects that both the Nobodies incident and the recent monster rampage are still tied to unanswered mysteries. For now, he accepts that he will be contacted again when those mysteries resurface. Until then, he decides to pursue the next piece of hidden equipment on his own. Elsewhere, in the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon, a darker plot is already moving. A subordinate reports that they needed more undead souls to resurrect Lord Abyss and had even lent power to the forces in the Sixth Continent. The failure of those forces enrages him, and he condemns their destruction as disgraceful. He calls the subordinate pathetic for returning with excuses. The trembling servant begs forgiveness, and the superior orders full focus on the resurrection ritual while demanding more sacrifices. The servant swears obedience and vows to gather the required souls and personally kill the human who took their divine gear. A silent, ominous figure watches with inhuman calm. That superior coldly agrees that lesser races exist only to serve this purpose. He demonstrates overwhelming power with a casual gesture, terrifying the subordinate into submission. The servant is crushed under that pressure and screams as the warning is made unmistakable. The superior then orders the seventh not to repeat the sixth failure and demands absolute success. The subordinate drops to one knee in total obedience. He answers with complete submission, promising not to fail. Back in the ruins, Jean-Fry opens his item interface and begins preparing materials. He gathers the E and D rank dungeon drops from earlier as the first part of a crafting recipe. Then he adds the association reward he specifically chose for this purpose. The cord monkey's tail becomes the final ingredient. After confirming the recipe, he initiates transmutation. The process succeeds and produces a new hidden item, the 13th cat eye scope of rank A. He immediately equips the scope to test what it can do. Through the scope, a hidden path appears where there had seemed to be nothing. Realizing the scope reveals a secret route, he follows the glowing line toward the concealed door and the next stage of his plan. The next step of Jinfrei's journey begins when a sealed chamber opens before him. The heavy doors start to give way, inviting him into the hidden trial. He forces the doors fully open and steps into a blindingly bright space. Jean-Fry emerges from the shrine-like entrance into an empty white chamber. He realizes the room looks vacant at first, but suspects something lies deeper inside. A system notice confirms his suspicion by detecting magical power and locating an item 10 meters away. Trusting the clue, he advances through the empty space toward the hidden reward. His halo reacts, confirming that the only item in the room is finally within reach. He reaches out and makes contact with the concealed object. The hidden treasure reveals itself as a new equipment set called Costume, Athena, split into top and bottom pieces. Jean-Fry inspects the strange outfit with cautious interest. Seeing that he has gained something valuable, he is quietly pleased. The item turns out to be an unknown rank costume with high defense and a powerful stealth skill that can erase his appearance and presence several times a day. Now armed with Athena, he decides he is ready to head for the seventh continent. His destination is revealed as the seventh continent, a new region filled with Eastern-style cities and dungeons. He arrives overlooking the continent, taking in the place he has worked toward reaching. Jean-Fry reflects that the journey felt both long and instantaneous before a call interrupts him. He recognizes the incoming call as Kakuru's and immediately remembers he has neglected her. Feeling a little guilty, he answers and asks what she needs. Kakuru excitedly reports that she has gathered all the materials he requested. But as she checks her haul, something unexpected catches her attention. Back at the inn, Kakuru is confused because another batch of materials has appeared even though she just returned. She notices the amount is nearly double the original request, while Jean-Fry casually admits he had needed them for the next dungeon. When he pretends that means her help is no longer necessary, Kakuru immediately reacts to the mention of the next dungeon. Realizing she still wants in, Jean-Fry drops the act and sends her off with a teasing farewell. As he walks on alone, he apologizes inwardly because the coming demon god battle would be a poor fit for Kakuru. He presses forward into the barren outskirts of the continent. Jean-Fry reminds himself that the seventh continent is structured differently, requiring every dungeon from F rank through A rank to be cleared before the S rank can be challenged, which is another reason Kakuru cannot keep up. He arrives at the entrance to the seventh continent's F rank dungeon and prepares to begin the sequence. To maximize his advantage, he equips the Athena costume. Wearing Athena, he enters the dungeon in full stealth-ready gear. He sets himself a goal of beating his previous clear speed. The F-rank boss falls almost instantly to his opening attack. He tears through the E-rank dungeon just as easily, leaving its monsters no time to react. By the D-rank dungeon, his momentum is still overwhelming as he cuts down another boss. The C-rank boss is dispatched with the same ruthless efficiency. Jean-Fry stands amid the aftermath, barely slowed by the bloodshed. He concludes that Athena's stealth skill is carrying him, since the enemies cannot even perceive what is killing them. Confident, he plans to keep the streak going and clear the B-rank dungeon next. Before he can move on, he overhears a group of beast-like adventurers being ordered to use the area as a base. The commanding voice feels familiar to him. He recognizes the speaker as Leon, one of the 8 guardians whom he met before. Leon, meanwhile, assumes Jean-Fry must be on some mission and orders his subordinates to investigate the disappearances in the area. Leon's personal guild, Ultimate Fom, accepts the order and spreads out to search for clues. Still hidden by Athena, Jean-Fry accidentally ends up standing right in their midst without being noticed. He relaxes for a moment, assuming Athena's stealth is keeping him completely invisible. But Leon suddenly turns toward him, sensing something despite the concealment. Leon identifies him by instinct alone, and happily announces that they have met again. Jean-Fry freezes as Leon points directly at him. He is stunned that Leon can perceive him at all. Leon laughs at Jinfrei's embarrassment, proving he can detect him even while the stealth remains active. Jinfrei realizes Leon is not using any obvious detection skill. Shaken by the idea that Leon found him through pure instinct, he drops the stealth effect. Jinfrei reappears in front of Leon, no longer hidden. He worries about how to explain the stealth ability without revealing too much. Leon studies him closely and seems to understand more than he says. Instead of pressing the issue, Leon gets excited about Jinfrei's gear and assumes he is here to challenge the seventh demon god too. Jinfrei realizes he can avoid an awkward explanation because Leon has already filled in the blanks himself. Leon explains that he is investigating reports of adventurers going missing and searching for survivors or any clue behind the disappearances. That information makes Jinfrei take the situation more seriously. He begins to suspect the mysterious nobodies may be involved. Leon, true to form, treats any unknown threat as something to smash head-on with passion. He cheerfully leaves to rejoin the others, while Jinfrei can only awkwardly play along. Watching him go, Jinfrei admits that Leon is absurdly impressive in his own way. Jinfrei decides to continue deeper on his own. He reaches the B-rank dungeon boss, the acid werewolf, and prepares to finish the next required clear. He locks onto the target and moves in for a quick kill so he can proceed to the A rank. Before he can finish, another attack crashes in from the side and disrupts the fight. The werewolf recoils as a second, even stronger monster intrudes into the chamber. The intruder is revealed to be Hresvolger, the A-rank dungeon boss, somehow appearing inside the B-rank dungeon. Jinfrei is alarmed that an A-rank boss has crossed into the wrong dungeon. Leon barges in behind it, mocking the fleeing enemy and then once again recognizing Jinfrei by scent. Jinfrei can only think that meeting Leon again this quickly is absurd. Now trapped in a room with Leon, the B-rank boss, and the A-rank boss, he is baffled by how chaotic the situation has become. Leon interrupts the confusion by casually apologizing for intruding. He explains that while investigating the disappearances, the A-rank boss suddenly attacked him, so he fought back and chased it here. Jinfrei privately doubts Leon's claim that he only handled it a little. Seeing how terrified the A-rank boss looks, he concludes Leon must have beaten it far harder than he admits. The two bosses now face the two men together, cornered and desperate. Instead of cooperating, the B-rank and A-rank bosses turn on each other in panic and confusion. Jinfrei realizes this is unprecedented evidence that bosses from different dungeons are joining forces, which strongly suggests outside interference. Leon ignores the mystery and charges in, eager to prove his strength. He confronts both bosses head-on without hesitation. The monsters lash out together, but Leon meets them with overwhelming force. He plants his foot and commits fully to a finishing strike. Launching himself above them, Leon lines up both bosses in a single attack path. He pours power into his spear technique. With complete confidence, he unleashes the blow. Leon's one blossom-piercing death drives straight through both bosses at once. The B-rank and A-rank bosses are killed together in a single devastating strike. Leon lands between their collapsing bodies as if the feat were routine. Jinfrei is stunned that Leon erased two bosses with one move. He reassesses Leon and realizes the Guardian is far stronger than he first seemed. Then a worse thought hits him. Because Leon killed the A-rank and B-rank bosses before Jinfrei officially cleared the sequence himself, Jinfrei fears the condition for challenging the S-rank boss may now be invalid. While Leon laughs about having no competition, a message from the chairman arrives. The chairman praises Leon's work and asks whether he found any clues. Leon reports that the disappearances remain unexplained, but he did defeat an A-rank boss that should not have been there. The chairman is immediately disturbed by the idea of an A-rank boss appearing in a B-rank dungeon. As Leon shrugs at the mystery, the chairman notices someone standing behind him. He recognizes that person as Jinfrei. The chairman asks if Jinfrei has been accompanying Leon, and Jinfrei awkwardly downplays it while the chairman notes that he seems unusually subdued. Jinfrei brushes it off, though inwardly he is already resigning himself to redoing the A-rank and B-rank clears, until the chairman abruptly changes the subject. That sudden shift makes Jinfrei pay close attention. The chairman orders Leon and Jinfrei to leave the local investigation to the core and head straight to the S-rank area in their current state. When asked why, he admits the cause is not confirmed yet. He then reveals his suspicion that a phenomenon linked to the nobodies has occurred. Because the other guardians are away on missions, he assigns the task to Leon and Jinfrei as the nearest available pair, and Leon accepts immediately. Jinfrei agrees as well, partly because he has wanted to learn more about the nobodies. Leon enthusiastically decides that the two of them should form a party. A formal party request appears before Jinfrei. Jinfrei realizes that if he joins Leon now, all the earlier dungeon clears will count as cooperative progress, restoring his eligibility for the S-rank challenge. With that settled, the two arrive together at the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon. Leon is delighted by the dangerous atmosphere, while Jinfrei stays focused. Jinfrei immediately notices that the number of creatures inside is abnormally high, just like the 6th incident. Leon welcomes the challenge with a grin. Jinfrei concludes that the resemblance to the 6th case makes a connection to the nobodies even more likely, while Leon only grows more eager to test the enemy. The tower ahead trembles as the dungeon's threat fully awakens. The two plunge into the horde, cutting down monsters in a brutal opening rush. Jinfrei confirms that the pattern matches the 6th incident exactly, except the creatures are both more numerous and individually stronger. Leon answers by unleashing a wide-area spear technique that tears through the swarm. Even with the monsters strengthened, Leon dismisses them as boring and beneath his level. He turns the mission into a contest and challenges Jean-Fry to see who can kill more. Jean-Fry is caught off guard by the sudden proposal. Leon grandly declares the contest's title. He names it the Which One Is Stronger battle. Leon even presents it like an official event, while Jean-Fry internally cringes at how ridiculous and theatrical it sounds. Leon explains the rules simply. The two of them will compete, and whoever defeats more creatures wins. Without waiting for agreement, Leon tells Jean-Fry to get ready. Then he starts the contest on his own. Jean-Fry immediately scores his first kill before Leon can get too far ahead. More powerful monsters surge in from every direction, escalating the battle. Leon dives straight into the thickest cluster, thrilled by the challenge. He begins counting his kills aloud as he tears through the enemies. His count rises as more monsters fall in rapid succession. Jean-Fry notices that even while Leon rampages wildly, his movements remain controlled and efficient. Remembering how Leon handled the earlier bosses, Jean-Fry starts seriously evaluating him instead of dismissing him as a reckless brute. He concludes that Leon's raw power is among the highest of the 8 guardians, and that his seemingly rough style actually wastes no motion. Jean-Fry compares Leon's combat level to Lelouch's, judging him to be on par with that exceptional mage. At that moment, a massive armored creature appears directly behind Jean-Fry. Jean-Fry senses the danger and turns with calm precision. He instantly cuts the giant monster down before it can strike. Leon notices the clean kill and recognizes that Jean-Fry is no ordinary partner. He reminds himself that this is the 7th continent's S-rank dungeon, where even normal creatures can kill average adventurers. Watching Jean-Fry carve through these enhanced enemies so easily, Leon realizes Jean-Fry's skill is the real thing. The forest erupts with more movement as fresh enemies close in. Another monster is cut apart in the continuing slaughter. Leon glances back and sees Jean-Fry standing amid a field of corpses, matching his pace. When Leon announces he has killed 775 creatures, Jean-Fry calmly reveals that his own total is exactly the same. Leon is thrilled to have a true rival, but Jean-Fry no longer cares about the contest itself as much as what this battle is revealing. After his loss, Leon lightly needles Jean-Fry and abruptly asks why he became an adventurer. Jean-Fry is caught off guard by the sudden personal question. Leon presses past the awkwardness, and Jean-Fry starts to explain that poverty drove him onto this path. Leon immediately turns the answer into exaggerated tragedy and starts crying for him. Jean-Fry can only stare, unsure how to deal with Leon's bizarre sincerity. Leon invents an entire backstory of dead parents, illness, and family burdens before Jean-Fry has even finished speaking. Jean-Fry realizes Leon is somehow reading far too much from almost nothing and asks if this is a skill. Instead of answering, Leon breaks down even harder. He throws himself at Jean-Fry, praising him for enduring so much and treating him like a heroic younger brother. Jean-Fry shoves him off, but Leon casually reveals he also came from a harsh mountain upbringing. That confession finally gets Jean-Fry's attention. Leon says he grew up poor in a family with 20 siblings, while Jean-Fry is stunned by the scale of it. Leon reflects that the 10 years after leaving his village were brutal, but he has finally made it. He declares that he now earns enough to support everyone back home, so he understands Jean-Fry's feelings better than anyone. Jean-Fry starts to see that Leon is genuinely kind, even if he is exhausting to handle. Their emotional exchange is interrupted when a new enemy approaches, and Leon theatrically tells Jean-Fry to wait before embracing him again. Both men turn serious as they sense the threat. The newcomer is identified as the Crimson Cow, the mid-boss of this S-rank dungeon. Its arrival snaps them fully back into battle mode. Leon drops the sentimental act at once and tells his new brother that the speech can wait because the fight is back on. The mid-boss speaks, warning that the humans will go no farther. Jean-Fry and Leon are both struck by the fact that a mid-boss is talking at all. Leon immediately suspects this abnormality is connected to the mysterious nobodies. Jean-Fry agrees that something is wrong, since mid-bosses should not normally be able to speak. Leon shrugs off the mystery for the moment and summons his spear again. He reframes the situation as a tiebreaker, declaring that whoever kills both the mid-boss and the demon god wins. Without hesitation, Leon launches the first attack from above. The mid-boss reveals it is acting under direct orders from demon god Orochi to kill them all. It counters with a stolen adventurer skill, Rock Bullet, trying to finish Leon immediately. Leon recognizes the attack as a magician's skill and realizes the enemy is using powers it should not possess. The barrage traps Leon in a deadly cage of conjured spears and stone projectiles. Jean-Fry concludes that the entire dungeon has been altered by the nobodies, because this monster has their signature ability to use stolen adventurer skills. Leon confirms the suspicion aloud. This is unmistakably the power of the nobodies. The mid-boss's eyes flare as it prepares to crush him with that stolen power. It boasts that resistance is pointless and that they will never reach Orochi. Leon answers by forcing his way through the attack instead of retreating. He stands firm inside the storm of projectiles, refusing to be overwhelmed. Rather than fear the revelation, Leon is thrilled to have finally found direct evidence that the nobodies are stealing adventurer skills. Jean-Fry notices Leon's aura changing and realizes he is about to use a lancer technique. Leon activates Divine Might, a skill that boosts his overall stats. He openly dares the enemy to try stealing it, and vows to take it down for the winning point. The mid-boss braces, suddenly less confident. Leon closes the distance in a single explosive rush. His empowered strike tears into the monster, and draws blood immediately. The mid-boss staggers, badly wounded by the sudden burst of force. Even while healing itself, it admits Leon is far more dangerous than an ordinary opponent. Leon notices the recovery and realizes the enemy has a healing skill too. He angrily asks whether that ability was stolen from another adventurer as well. The monster smugly confirms it, treating stolen powers as spoils collected along the way. Jean Fry finally pieces together the truth behind the missing adventurers and warns Leon to be careful. He reveals the conditions for the Nobody's theft ability: eye contact and consuming the victim's blood. Leon immediately understands the danger and mockingly invites the monster to try anyway. He charges again, deliberately forcing close combat on his own terms. Jean Fry shouts after him, worried that Leon is taking too much risk. Leon's next assault carves the mid-boss apart even more brutally. The monster is shaken by how completely Leon dominates it, and realizes it has no opening to counterattack. Leon taunts it mercilessly, demanding that it steal his skill if it can. Jean Fry watches from the side, unable to interfere with Leon's overwhelming momentum. He admits that even a mid-boss cannot touch Leon once Divine Might is fully drawn out. Leon proudly explains that his version of Divine Might is stronger than normal because he stacked it with his own absurd concept of guts. Jean Fry can only conclude that Leon's explanation makes no sense, and that the risk would be catastrophic if such a skill were ever stolen. The mid-boss tries to strike again, but Leon remains unfazed. Jean Fry warns that if Leon is already this worried about theft, the coming battles against demon gods will only be worse. Leon suddenly offers a solution by saying Jean Fry might be able to use his special version of Divine Might too. Jean Fry is baffled when Leon says he will simply share it with him. Leon reminds him that party members can share skills after meeting certain conditions, and they already qualified by defeating hundreds of creatures together. Treating Jean Fry as family now, Leon decides that is reason enough to share the skill. He assures Jean Fry that once shared, the power should be usable immediately. The mid-boss is horrified by the ridiculous strength Leon is displaying and by how casually he is empowering someone else mid-fight. Leon explains that Divine Might is a top-tier all-stat enhancement, then announces the start of their brotherly training. The system confirms that Leon's Divine Might has been shared with Jean Fry. Jean Fry instantly understands the problem. Receiving the skill is easy, but learning to use it in real combat is not. Leon brushes that aside and encourages him to start from zero without shame. Jean Fry insists he is not embarrassed, only realistic about how hard this should be. Then, to Leon's delight, Jean Fry unexpectedly begins to grasp the flow of the power almost at once. Leon stares, surprised by how quickly Jean Fry adapts. Jean Fry casually strikes a pose under the blazing aura, and Leon erupts in approval. Leon reveals that what Jean Fry is using is still only a tenth of his own full Divine Might. He keeps shouting useless advice about pushing harder and letting it out with guts. Jean Fry decides the teaching is sloppy, but the skill is too valuable not to master. He realizes this power cannot be controlled through theory alone and that he needs practical fundamentals. Leon demonstrates again in the vaguest possible way, leaving Jean Fry to conclude that mastery will take time. Leon responds by demanding that he simply learn faster. Jean Fry privately concludes that even guts cannot solve everything. He experiments awkwardly while Leon judges him more harshly than expected. Leon physically corrects his stance and posture. Jean Fry finally starts to understand the feeling Leon is trying to convey. Leon enthusiastically reframes the technique as adding guts to an already burning fighting spirit, which somehow helps. Jean Fry admits he still does not understand Leon's theory, but he is beginning to sense the right state. That intuition suddenly sharpens into a breakthrough. Jean Fry feels the power settle into his body more naturally. Leon immediately recognizes that Jean Fry has found the correct flow. Jean Fry is amazed by how intensely the heat-like surge boosts all his stats. Leon proudly claims Jean Fry has already reached a tiny fraction of his full power, while the narration warns that both of them have forgotten something important. Jean Fry notes that even half of Leon's Divine Might would be overwhelming, and that the shared version already feels immense. He reflects that skill sharing is powerful, but its real value depends entirely on the user's ability to wield what was shared. Only when the borrowed skill is fully mastered can skill sharing reveal its true worth. Leon abruptly moves on to Lesson 2. His next assignment is absurdly simple: use Divine Might in real combat against the enemy right now. Jean Fry turns back and realizes the mid-boss has been kneeling quietly in formal submission the whole time. He is baffled that the fight seems to have paused itself, but Leon immediately orders the mid-boss to spar with Jean Fry next. The battered monster curses Leon's recklessness but is forced back into the role of training partner. Leon tells Jean Fry to test the skill immediately while the mid-boss raises its sword again. From the sidelines, Leon calmly tells Jean Fry to show him his Divine Might. Jean Fry decides that if he can master this borrowed power, he can stop wasting his own skills carelessly. Meanwhile, the mid-boss realizes it cannot defeat Orochi in its current state and resolves to at least kill Jean Fry before dying. It lunges with murderous intent, aiming everything at Jean Fry. Jean Fry stays unnervingly calm as the attack closes in. He counters with a clean, empowered slash that knocks the monster aside. The exchange proves he can move with the borrowed power, but only barely. G-Fry immediately realizes he has a new problem. His body cannot yet keep up with the speed and force divine might grants him. He feels light and overpowered at the same time, unable to control his own boosted movement. Watching him, Leon concludes that G-Fry is now inside Leon's combat world, where raw divine power changes everything. The mid-boss tries one last desperate strike, still refusing to accept defeat. G-Fry and Leon both notice the shift in the enemy's behavior. Before either can react, Orochi himself appears and crushes the failing mid-boss underfoot. He scorns the creature for its incompetence and weakness. Orochi declares that he will handle the intruders personally, revealing himself as the 7th demon god and a level 500 monster whose trait lets him grow stronger during battle. G-Fry is stunned by the sudden escalation. The dying mid-boss can only call out to Orochi in terror. Orochi coldly states that there is no place for the weak under his command. He discards the mid-boss's corpse without a second thought. Leon bitterly notes that killing the mid-boss this way should have been their winning point. He immediately shifts focus and decides they will just have to beat Orochi instead. G-Fry recognizes Orochi as an S-rank demon, but also realizes this version is different from the one he expected and likely influenced by the nobodies as well. That suspicion hardens as he studies Orochi's altered aura. The two men face the demon god together, both still wrapped in Leon's golden power. Orochi studies G-Fry and wonders if he is the one said to wield divine gear. G-Fry steps forward to answer the threat himself. Orochi smiles, already convinced the human is still beneath him. He vows that G-Fry will not interfere with the nobody's plans any longer. G-Fry lowers himself into a ready stance while Leon remains beside him. Instead of helping directly, Leon announces the start of Lesson 3. His new demand is outrageous. G-Fry must defeat Orochi using only divine might. G-Fry protests that this is impossible, while Leon insists that believing it is possible is what matters. G-Fry gives up trying to reason with him and asks whether Leon is really serious. Leon is completely serious, because defeating Orochi would give him the winning score. G-Fry can only grit his teeth at being dragged into this logic. Orochi answers by unleashing Serpent Devourer, summoning a giant white serpent to swallow them. The serpent lunges straight at G-Fry and Leon. It bursts from the ground like a living trap, towering over both of them. G-Fry tracks the attack, trying not to lose the thread of the fight. Leon warns him that enemies will not politely wait for him to finish awakening his power. G-Fry thinks Leon has no right to say that after turning a boss fight into a training session. Even so, he admits to himself that Leon has manipulated him into exactly the kind of pressure he needs. Leon openly calls this a perfect self-imposed training challenge and forbids G-Fry from using skills other than divine might. Orochi mocks the idea that G-Fry can face him alone. G-Fry steadies himself and accepts the challenge anyway. Orochi reveals more of his threat by manifesting additional serpents and dismissing G-Fry as just one reckless human. With Serpent Devourer fully unleashed, Orochi sends the serpents in to kill G-Fry and end the confrontation. G-Fry opens by meeting a giant white serpent head-on, trying to cut it down with his dark blade. He steadies himself and commits to the swing instead of retreating. His weapon carves forward with enough force to suggest a decisive counter, but the attack only carries him past the serpent rather than ending the threat. The momentum throws him off balance and sends him skidding away. As he recovers, he realizes divine might has massively boosted all of his physical abilities. He understands the danger immediately. If he cannot control that power, he will lose himself, while Orochi dismisses his last attack as worthless. Orochi taunts that even stealing G-Fry's skill would be pointless because G-Fry is too weak to use it well. The serpent presses in again, forcing G-Fry to evade and slash while still adjusting to his new speed. He admits to himself that divine might is disrupting his focus more than helping. Instead of panicking, he forces himself to calm down. He decides the answer is not restraint but synchronizing his body to the boosted stats. He tightens his grip and commits fully to mastering the power in motion. Facing Orochi directly, he chooses to test that control in real combat. G-Fry launches a full-powered divine might assault from above. Yet the real target of that charge is not Orochi but Leon, who has been watching the lesson unfold. Leon judges the attack too slow before it can land. He stops G-Fry's blade effortlessly with one hand, proving the gap between them. G-Fry is stunned that even with the boost, Leon can still halt him so casually. Orochi immediately understands what happened. He points out that the truly strong one here is Leon, not G-Fry. Leon seems amused by Orochi finally noticing. He tells G-Fry that the spirit behind the attempt was enough for now. The training session is cut short, and Leon ends the lesson before G-Fry can push further. As a reward, Leon lifts the restriction and allows G-Fry to use skills again. Orochi remains confident, insisting that a few skills will not change the outcome because G-Fry is still fundamentally weak. Then G-Fry abruptly disappears from Orochi's sight. Orochi is caught off guard by the sudden vanishing act. He wonders whether G-Fry used invisibility or some other function of divine gear, and prepares to answer with a wide-area attack. Before he can act, a hidden strike tears across his chest and interrupts him. From concealment, G-Fry checks whether Orochi has some absurd survival trick like the super wild child man. He keeps attacking from Orochi's blind side instead of confronting him directly. Orochi is forced to defend against slashes he cannot properly track. Bleeding and irritated, he mocks the tactic as cowardly and demands Jean-Fry show himself. Jean-Fry answers by reminding him that Orochi was the one claiming skills would not matter. That exchange triggers a memory in Orochi of another enemy with a similarly troublesome ability. The recollection makes him suddenly serious. He remembers a past failure and swears he cannot afford to lose again. That fear twists into rage, and his power surges violently. Jean-Fry notices the shift and realizes Orochi is becoming more dangerous. Leon also senses the escalation from the sidelines. Orochi unleashes a blood-red technique that manifests images of Jean-Fry's loved ones as leverage. Jean-Fry recognizes the illusion immediately as something personal. He sees Emilia and his mother among the projected hostages. Then Orochi adds Leon's family as well, making clear that he can target what each opponent treasures most. Leon's expression hardens as he understands the threat has become personal too. Orochi explains that humans are weak to hostages, and that his serpents can identify targets by scent, gender, and magical power. He reveals that one serpent is already heading toward Leon's town after absorbing the super explosion skill. To prove he can act on the threat, Orochi summons multiple unstable explosive orbs. Jean-Fry and Leon are forced to reassess the fight as a hostage crisis rather than a duel. Orochi mocks the bravado they showed earlier now that innocent lives are involved. He sends the explosive projectiles at them, testing whether they will defend themselves or submit. Leon swats one aside with bare-handed precision. Even that casual defense leaves his fingers singed, showing the danger of the attack. Annoyed, Leon warns Jean-Fry not to toy with something this lethal. Orochi advances behind the floating bombs, controlling the pace of the battle. Jean-Fry realizes the real problem with super explosion is that it automatically activates when its user is defeated, so he cannot simply kill the serpent carrying it. Orochi takes pleasure in Jean-Fry finally understanding the trap. He forbids them from blocking his next attack by threatening to execute the hostages one by one if they resist. Leon curses under his breath, knowing the threat is credible. Orochi calmly asks how long they can endure under those conditions. He launches a full barrage, forcing them to choose between self-preservation and the lives of others. Jean-Fry and Leon silently understand the same grim answer. Leon steps in front and takes the barrage on himself so Jean-Fry will not trigger the hostage threat. Blood pools at Leon's feet as the hits land. Even drenched in blood, Leon remains standing through sheer toughness. Jean-Fry is shaken by Leon's willingness to suffer for him. Leon tells him to stop worrying about others and focus on surviving the fight. Jean-Fry is left speechless by that sacrifice. The barrage continues to tear through both of them as they refuse to defend. From a distance, Orochi watches them collapse and enjoys the result. Both fighters end up sprawled on the ground, badly wounded and bleeding. Orochi laughs at how humans weaken themselves for the sake of others. Even while lying in blood, Leon checks on Jean-Fry first, and Jean-Fry answers that he is still conscious. Jean-Fry admits the situation has become critical, and they need a way out immediately. Leon grimly jokes that if any careless move triggers an explosion, they may have no choice but to die where they are. Jean-Fry sees no path forward. They cannot defeat Orochi, and they cannot stop the explosion either. At that lowest point, Jean-Fry's talking scythe suddenly reappears. Its arrival snaps Jean-Fry out of despair. The scythe boasts that it escaped on its own because it is far beyond ordinary gear. It immediately demands to know why Jean-Fry is still floundering when it has a useful skill. Leon, half-conscious, is too battered to follow what the weapon is talking about. The scythe reminds Jean-Fry that he recently unlocked Overdeath, hinting that the answer is already in his hands. Jean-Fry hesitates for a moment as the implication clicks. The scythe gleefully confirms that he has finally remembered the right idea. It decides to repay Jean-Fry for coming to rescue it by helping him now. Leon looks up as the weapon takes charge of the plan. Jean-Fry accepts its proposal and entrusts the super explosion problem to the scythe while they finish Orochi together. Leon studies Jean-Fry, waiting to see if this desperate gamble is real. Then Leon grins, recognizing that Jean-Fry has finally found his nerve. He laughs and tells Jean-Fry that he finally looks ready to fight for real. Leon places his trust in Jean-Fry completely and asks only what role he should play. Jean-Fry answers with sudden confidence. He tells Leon to deliver a strike that is lethal in force but controlled enough to keep Orochi alive for the moment. Leon accepts the absurdly precise request and promises to handle it. Orochi, still holding the explosive orbs, mocks them for talking as if they have regained control. Leon charges him with renewed aggression, spear in hand. He declares that no one else is going to die here except Orochi. Orochi is startled by the sudden reversal in momentum. Leon attacks anyway, ignoring Orochi's attempt to hide behind the hostage threat. Orochi tries to warn that striking him will trigger the explosion. Leon cuts him off with a crushing hell-pattern strike that sends him flying. Orochi reels from the blow, badly shaken. Jean-Fry rises above him with the scythe, ready to execute the second half of the plan. The scythe announces the activation of Grim Reaper Skill 1, Soul Hunt. Jean-Fry realizes the skill can tear apart anything without physical form, meaning it can target the explosion effect itself. He drives the scythe into the intangible skill clinging to Orochi rather than into Orochi's body. For the first time, G-Fry feels certain the plan will work. The skill is ripped free, leaving Orochi disoriented and vulnerable. G-Fry follows through with a sweeping motion to complete the extraction. The stolen super explosion manifests as a blue spectral form around the scythe. G-Fry is amazed that he has literally hunted down and separated a skill. He tells Leon the danger is gone now. With the trap removed, he orders Leon to finish Orochi with everything he has. Leon answers with delighted approval. He dedicates the final blow to avenging the family Orochi threatened. Leon condemns Orochi to die with regret. He unleashes Beast Spear, Kishi Stab. The attack lands as a ferocious beast-shaped thrust that tears straight through Orochi. Orochi's head and upper body burst apart under the impact. His body collapses in ruin, finally defeated. Even in defeat, Orochi twitches weakly on the ground. Leon jokes that Orochi simply did not have enough guts to survive him. G-Fry lowers the scythe, relieved that the crisis is over. Leon immediately turns the victory into their running contest and claims the point for landing the finishing blow. G-Fry can only stare at him in disbelief. Leon explains that in their strength contest, the finisher gets the point, even in a joint fight. He happily declares himself the winner of this round while G-Fry responds with deadpan sarcasm. Then Leon drops the joke long enough to acknowledge that G-Fry truly fought beside him as an equal. Before G-Fry can answer, both of them sense a new presence, and the mood turns cold. They break apart and ready themselves for another threat. A pale, tattooed man descends in a column of purple-white power. His expression alone makes clear he is far beyond the enemies they have just beaten. From the ground, the dying Orochi sneers that even empowered humans remain a low species. The newcomer dismisses humans as less than trash. Leon asks who this new arrival is, and G-Fry admits he has no idea. G-Fry can only tell that the newcomer's aura is overwhelmingly bad. He feels crushing pressure and realizes yet another terrifying enemy has appeared. The newcomer calmly prepares to speak as if the battlefield already belongs to him. G-Fry and Leon brace themselves together for whatever comes next. The stranger lands before them, wrapped in unnatural power. He introduces himself as Grimoire, the Tome of Annihilation, and apologizes for interrupting their celebration. Then he states his real purpose. He wants them to die quietly. He adds with cold amusement that they obviously will not cooperate. Leon answers that the introduction was polite, but everything else was nonsense, and asks if Grimoire is another nobody. Grimoire recognizes the term as the name humans gave his kind. He confirms that if they insist on grouping them together, then yes, he is close enough to a nobody. Leon cuts to the important question and asks what Grimoire wants. Grimoire reveals his goal without hesitation, the resurrection of Lord Abyss. Neither G-Fry nor Leon has heard of that name, leaving them facing a new mystery just as a greater threat arrives. The tattooed enemy declares that Lord Abyss will soon be known and worshipped across the world, revealing the scale of the threat behind him. G-Fry faces the man in silence, measuring him as more than a lone fanatic. He studies his opponent carefully, and keeps his composure despite his injuries. From the man's words, G-Fry realizes this Lord Abyss is likely the true leader of the nobodies. Deciding that such a figure can never be allowed to return, G-Fry tightens his grip on his weapon. The enemy notices the change in intent and turns wary. Before G-Fry can rush in, the man calmly tells him there is no need to hurry. G-Fry steadies himself instead of taking the bait. The pendant at Jinfrei's chest and the power tied to his equipment draw the enemy's attention. The strange blade in Jinfrei's hand becomes the focus of the standoff. The enemy reveals he already knew the divine gear had resurfaced. He admits surprised that G-Fry can wield such a thing by himself. G-Fry realizes the divine gear may refer to his own equipment, but he gets no time to think further. Leon suddenly charges in from the side, cutting off the exchange and forcing the fight into motion. He plants himself between the enemy and his allies, openly taking the challenge. Leon decides that words are over and only battle will settle this. With reckless confidence, he launches straight at the enemy to prove it. His attack is met by the looming presence of demon god Orochi, whose appearance shocks G-Fry. G-Fry is stunned that such a being is involved at all. Leon pulls back just enough to reassess while G-Fry remains behind him. At first Leon thinks Orochi has somehow survived, then realizes something else is happening. The enemy raises a hand and begins using a different kind of power through Orochi's presence. G-Fry recognizes that the man is activating a special ability rather than relying on ordinary combat skills. The enemy remarks that a peaceful resolution would have been easier, but accepts that their conversation has become a fight to the death. He opens a dark portal behind himself and begins a summoning ritual. A horde of grotesque monsters pours out beside Orochi, instantly turning the duel into a battlefield. Leon and G-Fry are confronted with an entire swarm instead of a single opponent. Both are thrown off by the sheer scale of the summoning and struggle to understand what kind of power they are facing. The enemy boasts that this is not a human skill at all but a superior power reserved for Lord Abyss's chosen weapons. He looks down on human techniques as crude theft compared to his own authority. The monsters surge forward under his command, closing in on G-Fry and Leon from every side. G-Fry is nearly swallowed by the mob before he can reposition. He unleashes a repulsion blast that throws the nearest creatures away and buys a moment of space. Even that opening is short-lived as more monsters crowd in from all directions. G-Fry realizes there are simply too many enemies to handle cleanly. The swarm blocks every route, including the air, leaving him no easy escape. Forced into a corner, he resolves to cut through them all himself. Leon sees G-Fry getting overwhelmed and calls out to him. At the same time, the enemy calmly watches from behind the portal, still controlling the battlefield. Leon charges through the monsters in fury, condemning the nobodies for barging in and doing as they please. His insult lands harder than expected when he spits out the name nobody with contempt. The enemy stops cold and demands that Leon repeat what he just said. Black shadows rise around him at once, showing that Leon has struck a nerve. Leon notices the sudden shift but keeps moving. The shadows sharpen into attacking tendrils across the ground. One lashes out fast enough to catch Leon off guard and knock him off balance. G-Fry turns toward the disturbance while still hemmed in by monsters. Leon crashes down and calls out in pain as the shadow attack disrupts his assault. The enemy coldly repeats that he will not be lumped together with those vulgar beings, making clear that the word nobody is a grave insult. He abruptly appears near G-Fry and acknowledges that G-Fry is stronger than expected. Leon grins through the pain and refuses to stay down, insisting it is now his turn again. He hurls himself back at the enemy before the man can fully capitalize on Jinfrei's predicament. Leon slams his spear down in a heavy strike aimed directly at the enemy. The enemy slips away from the impact with unnerving ease, avoiding the blow at the last instant. He mocks Leon's spearwork as clumsy and uncontrolled. Leon snaps back that the problem is not his skill but the enemy's judgment. He even argues that the spear itself is proving his point by fighting with raw spirit. G-Fry can only think that Leon's logic makes no sense, even while he keeps battling the swarm. Leon presses harder, demanding that the enemy keep up with his speed. His spear technique multiplies into a storm of thrusts that forces the enemy to defend. For the first time, the enemy admits Leon's speed and power have increased. Leon answers that the improvement still will not save his opponent, and commits to a killing thrust. The enemy's confidence finally wavers as the attack bears down on him. Leon dives in with a blazing spear strike meant to finish the fight in one blow. G-Fry glances back from the monster swarm, sensing the clash reaching its peak. A huge explosion of force and smoke erupts from Leon's attack. G-Fry hears the blast but cannot see what happened through the chaos around him. When the smoke clears, Leon's spear is stopped short by a wall of black shadow standing between him and the enemy. The enemy smiles from behind the barrier, untouched. Leon immediately reads the situation and realizes the spear never actually reached its target. Rather than retreat, he laughs and decides to keep pushing the same attack further. The enemy watches the spear grind against the shadow with calm disdain. Leon recognizes that the man is forcing back his technique through sheer strength alone. He roars and drives even harder, refusing to yield. The shadows burst outward around the enemy, swallowing the line of attack and reversing the pressure. The enemy remains composed as Leon's spear is turned aside. Leon refuses to accept defeat and prepares another follow-up. He unleashes a spinning spear thrust to overwhelm the defense from multiple angles. A ring of rotating spear strikes closes in on the enemy from every direction. The enemy dismisses the move as savage and vulgar even while it threatens him. Then he notices something in Leon's assault that finally surprises him. He cuts off his mockery and activates Shadow Step, deciding to end the exchange seriously. A gigantic shadow foot materializes above Leon and crashes down before he can evade. Leon tries to hold it up with brute strength, but the weight is overwhelming. His confidence cracks as he realizes he cannot stop it. The shadow crushes him into the ground and pins him helplessly. G-Fry sees Leon trapped and calls out to him in alarm. Leon, pinned beneath the shadow, rages that the enemy is treating people like insects. The enemy answers with shadow domination, tightening his control over Leon. Black restraints spread across Leon's body until he can no longer move. Leon struggles desperately, but the binding does not loosen. The enemy explains that he has seized Leon's shadow itself, and because body and shadow are one, Leon's freedom is gone. He pauses, as if reassessing Leon after seeing him continue to resist. Leon realizes this means he is effectively fighting his own shadow. Instead of despairing, he starts searching for a way to turn that rule against his captor. He forces his bound body to move anyway, tearing himself against the shadow restraints. By sheer will, Leon drags himself forward despite the enemy's control. The enemy is shaken that Leon can still move at all after being bound. Leon erupts with raw power and begins breaking the domination through force. The enemy stares as Leon rises back to his feet under a blazing aura. Leon declares that the enemy's shadow domination has been shattered. The enemy can only think that such a thing should have been impossible. Leon seizes the moment, taunting the nobody and declaring that his shadow can no longer be controlled. The enemy, now intrigued and irritated, decides to bring out a technique he has not used in some time. He begins a longer, more ominous chant while Leon senses the danger rising. Purple energy swells around him as the ritual deepens and the atmosphere changes completely. Leon lowers his stance and prepares to strike before the technique can finish. His instincts scream that whatever is forming is extremely dangerous. He tightens his grip and commits to ending the fight immediately. Leon launches a decisive spear thrust straight at the chanting enemy. The enemy evades with afterimage-like movement, letting the thrust pass through empty space. Still chanting, he smiles as if Leon's interruption attempt has already failed. Leon realizes he is running out of time. He understands that the chant and the surrounding pressure signal a finishing move, so he resolves to stop it at any cost. The enemy completes the invocation and releases Judgment of the Shadow Realm. A strange domain engulfs both fighters, freezing the moment around Leon's thrust. Leon is startled when control of his body suddenly returns inside the technique. The enemy explains that this art immobilizes both of them, binding their shadows together at the price of his own movement. In exchange, the attack that follows cannot be dodged and is meant to be fatal. With Leon trapped in the shared shadow, the enemy declares that the lowly human will die. Leon grits through the pain as the killing effect tears into him. The enemy watches with cold satisfaction, convinced the technique has decided the battle. He turns his attention toward the others, already assuming Leon is finished. But Leon suddenly counters from within the bind with a hidden spear technique. His spear pierces the enemy from behind, drawing blood and breaking the man's certainty. The enemy is stunned that he has been struck inside his own supposedly unavoidable technique. Leon reveals the trick. The spear extended farther than expected and reached through the shared shadow path. He laughs through the blood and notes that the enemy's technique does not account for the shadow of his spear itself. Leon reminds the nobody that dropping his guard was the real mistake, because Leon was never dead yet. The enemy coughs blood and curses the human for turning the trap around on him. The shadow bindings begin to loosen and unravel under the damage. Leon senses the shift immediately. He can move again, but he realizes his wounds are far worse than he first thought. The enemy's body flickers with instability, yet he remains standing despite the impalement. He laughs off his condition and claims Leon has already hit his limit. Then he lashes out with shadow spikes, trying to finish Leon before he can recover. Jean-Fry finally breaks through and throws himself in front of Leon, intercepting the attack. The enemy is caught off guard that Jean-Fry reached them in time. He turns and sees the battlefield behind him reduced to wreckage. Only then does he realize all of the summoned creatures have already been destroyed. Jean-Fry drops beside Leon, prioritizing his ally over the enemy for a moment. Leon weakly calls Jean-Fry's name, barely conscious. Jean-Fry sees how badly Leon is hurt and asks after him, though Leon points out Jean-Fry is hardly in better shape. Jean-Fry orders Leon not to die and promises he will end the enemy soon. The enemy mocks that promise as impossible, dismissing Jean-Fry's resolve. Even wounded, he gathers shadow power again and decides to kill all of them at once. Jean-Fry cuts him off by closing the distance and driving a flaming punch into him. The enemy's eyes widen as the sudden counter lands before his next technique can unfold. Jean-Fry follows through with a brutal strike that batters the enemy's face and body, finally forcing him back. Bleeding and enraged, the enemy staggers away as the battle swings back toward Jean-Fry and the barely surviving Leon. The demon-faced enemy stands bloodied but still confident, staring Jean-Fry down. Jean-Fry drops to one knee, battered and nearly spent after the long fight. Sensing the advantage, the enemy mocks him for being exhausted and unable to use his abilities properly anymore. Jean-Fry admits the enemy forced him to burn through nearly all of his skills. The enemy decides this is the perfect moment to recover his own injuries. Instead of panicking, Jean-Fry realizes he still has one move left. He equips Athena gear, triggering a new divine set. Golden restorative power begins flowing through him. He braces himself as the effect takes hold. The enemy notices the sudden change and is caught off guard. To his shock, Jean-Fry's wounds start closing in real time. Jean-Fry turns the moment around and dryly thanks his opponent for pushing him this far. He reveals that the pressure unlocked Athena gear's second skill and fully restored his health and mana. A system notice confirms he met the condition to unlock Blessing of the Goddess. The new skill is explained as a full heal that also resets or restores several skill uses. Among the restored resources are his weapon and leg gear, putting him back in fighting shape. His key cooldowns and several limited-use abilities are refreshed as well. When divine equipment activates, the enemy realizes the battle has suddenly become dangerous again. Jean-Fry grips his blade and regains his resolve. He refuses to waste more time because Leon is still in danger. Using his renewed speed, Jean-Fry launches straight at the enemy. He closes the distance before the enemy can recover. The enemy is struck hard enough to scream in shock. Blood splashes to the ground as Jean-Fry's attack lands cleanly. Jean-Fry follows through with a decisive slash across the enemy's body. He judges that Leon already cornered this foe enough to make the finish easy. To end it, Jean-Fry activates Meltdown through his blade. Black shadow energy erupts around the enemy like a prison. Jean-Fry pauses when the technique behaves unexpectedly. Instead of collapsing, the enemy stands inside the darkness as purple power gathers around him. The enemy's pride flares, furious that a human would think he could be finished so easily. He rejects Jean-Fry's superiority and unleashes a hidden technique of his own. The shadows twist and coil into a new form under his control. He invokes Doppelganger Requiem, creating a complete shadow duplicate. The duplicate emerges with a sinister grin and overwhelming malice. Jean-Fry is stunned when he sees what the shadow has become. The enemy admits he hates using this technique, especially against a human. What makes it worse is that the duplicate has taken Jean-Fry's own form. Jean-Fry realizes he is literally facing another version of himself. The enemy explains that the shadow has perfectly mimicked him, making the two effectively identical. Jean-Fry understands the copy includes even his hidden gear and weapon, not just his appearance. The enemy enjoys how badly this revelation shakes him. Jean-Free immediately grasps the danger. If the copy can use everything he can, he may already be trapped. For the first time in the fight, he privately admits he may be in serious trouble. The enemy taunts him with the idea of dying at the hands of his own reflection. Jean-Free forces himself to stay calm and study the duplicate. The shadow stands ready with Jean-Free's own monstrous blade in hand. Its expression makes clear it intends to kill him without hesitation. Jean-Free squares up, preparing to test what the copy can really do. He knows he cannot hesitate, even though he still does not understand the shadow's full nature. Deciding analysis can wait, he attacks first with repulsion field. The duplicate mirrors the motion instantly. Both repulsion fields collide and cancel each other out. Jean-Free is startled that the copy matched the skill perfectly. He realizes the duplicate can neutralize his techniques by answering them with the same move. He tries to escalate by switching to meltdown. The shadow copies meltdown just as easily. Both sides then release toxic heaven gate at the same time. The twin attacks crash together in a deadlock. Even their weapon techniques cancel one another, as if reflected in a mirror. Jean-Free grows frustrated that the copy is reproducing everything, even meltdown. But in that clash he notices something strange about how the shadow is using the skill. He reasons that meltdown should excel through free transformation, so forcing it into the exact same shape just to cancel him seems unnatural. That leads him to suspect the copy cannot freely choose his skills after all. The enemy confirms part of it, saying the shadow only mimics its target, and cannot activate a skill unless Jean-Free uses it first. Jean-Free immediately notes that such an easy confession means there must be another catch. The enemy admits the copy cannot use Jean-Free's abilities at will, but hints that this limitation is not the real weakness. As he speaks, shadow creatures begin gathering behind Jean-Free. Jean-Free senses the shift in the battlefield. The monsters he defeated earlier reappear under the enemy's control. He recognizes them and understands the enemy has turned his earlier victories into new threats. The enemy explains the real trap. As Jean-Free's shadow, the duplicate can nullify all of Jean-Free's direct attacks while using outside forces to kill him. The shadow smiles because Jean-Free has finally understood too late. Jean-Free realizes that was the enemy's plan from the start. If his own attacks cannot hurt the copy, then only something not originating from him can. The enemy points to Leon's fallen body and reveals that this was the true setup all along. With the monsters surrounding him and the copy still standing, the enemy declares the outcome already decided. Jean-Free curses as the situation suddenly becomes far worse than a duel. He knows he is running out of options, with fewer skills left and no more healing available. Under mounting pressure, he desperately searches for any way to reverse the fight. The enemy, convinced victory is certain, orders the monsters to finish the human. The creatures rush Jean-Free from every side. He is forced on the defensive as the swarm closes in. In that crisis, Jean-Free calls on Leon's power and activates divine might. A golden aura erupts around him, transforming his presence completely. His focus sharpens as he commits to the gamble. The divine power spreads outward, reaching even Leon's body nearby. Jean-Free's thoughts snap back to Leon as he bets everything on the skill Leon entrusted to him. Seeing Leon lying there, he remembers there is still one last path left. Leon, barely conscious, senses what Jean-Free is trying to do. The enemy dismisses it and insists nothing Jean-Free does now can change the result. Jean-Free unleashes another repulsion field, blasting the monsters away in a wide shockwave. The shadow answers with repulsion field too, expecting another perfect cancellation. This time the two forces do not simply erase each other, and Jean-Free keeps pushing. The enemy is stunned when Jean-Free's output starts driving the shadow back. He cannot understand why his perfect imitation is weaker despite copying the same skill. Jean-Free stands radiant before the shadow, now clearly overpowering it. Leon, still down but aware, understands the difference immediately. He explains that copying a skill's form is meaningless without the training and experience needed to wield divine might properly. The shadow is left exposed as the battlefield fills with the remains of the monsters Jean-Free just tore through. Leon drives the lesson home. Raw imitation cannot reproduce the resolve and instinct behind a true technique. Seizing that opening, Jean-Free charges the shadow directly. He commits fully, pouring his will into the finishing blow. The shadow tries to defend, but Jean-Free's empowered strike overwhelms its guard. The copied weapon cracks under the pressure. The shadow stares at the breaking blade in disbelief. Jean-Free cuts through the duplicate and tears it apart. At the same moment, the original enemy is ripped open by the backlash of the broken shadow link. The enemy screams as the damage transfers to his real body. Jean-Free decides the fight is over and turns his attention back to Leon. With Leon's encouragement, he invokes the Wind of the Dragon God through divine might. The system identifies it as Athena Gear's third skill, a high-speed wind element attack. A violent storm of divine wind engulfs the enemy. The shadow form is shredded apart inside the torrent. Jean-Free remains standing in the golden aura after the attack clears. Leon, still on the ground, praises Jean-Free for finishing it. The battlefield finally quiets as the light begins to fade. The storm disperses into the open sky, signaling the end of the battle. Leon's hand twitches, proving he is still alive. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Association's exclusive medical center. A white-haired woman waits outside as if expecting urgent news. She notices someone arriving at speed. Jean-Free rushes in carrying Leon while Maria races beside him. Maria clings to Jean-Free as they hurry, and he recognizes her immediately. They land and keep moving without slowing down. Maria urgently demands Leon's room location, and Jean-Free pushes forward at once. They sprint through the hospital corridors in a panic. Neither of them wastes a second as they race deeper inside. Jean-Free later reflects that 3 days have passed since he defeated Grimoire, and brought Leon here immediately afterward. At the time, the healers admitted Leon's condition was beyond what they could handle. That forced the association president to recall Maria from her expedition, and Jean-Free went to meet her as fast as he could. As he ran, Jean-Free could only think of Leon and beg him not to die before help arrived. He reached Leon's room praying they had made it in time. Instead, he found the room empty. The cleared bed makes him fear the worst for a moment. Maria shares the same dread, wondering if they were too late again. Jean-Free's mind flashes to Leon as he braces for bad news. Then Leon casually appears behind him, already awake and eating. Jean-Free and Maria freeze in disbelief at how normal he looks. Leon greets them cheerfully, acting as if nothing serious happened. Jean-Free can only stare, unable to process how the man who was dying is now joking around. Mira arrives and dryly points out that Leon woke up and immediately started causing trouble. The staff reveal his recovery is the fastest they have ever seen, while Leon treats it like a good nap. Leon laughs off the treatment and claims sheer guts were enough to recover. Jean-Free can only conclude Leon's wild resilience goes beyond common sense. Even so, he is genuinely relieved that Leon survived, while Maria immediately starts fighting him over snacks. Remembering the battle, Jean-Free admits he could not have won without Leon's quick thinking. Leon answers with a grin, clearly pleased by that admission. He insists he is the one who should be grateful and eagerly proposes another contest to see who is stronger. Jean-Free is left speechless, facing Leon's challenge with a mix of relief, disbelief, and resignation. A black-haired young man quietly smiles as he settles on his next move. He confirms his decision while standing near a Grand Academy-like complex. Alone in the courtyard, he prepares to act without drawing attention. He reflects that after the Grimoire incident, the President and the 8 Guardian Stars became highly vigilant, making his targets harder to trace. That only convinces him that someone even stronger than Grimoire must be involved. To stay ahead, he decides he must quickly secure the final hidden equipment. The scene shifts into a lively festival night under fireworks. He arrives at the shrine by the Lake of Difficult Serpents on the 7th continent, where a celebration is underway. Crowds fill the festival streets, turning the shrine grounds into a public spectacle. A ceremonial procession reinforces that this is a major local event. He walks through the festival calmly, blending into the excitement around him. Seeing the turnout, he realizes the crowd is normal because the featured race is always popular. An announcement confirms that the night parade of 100 Demons race has returned and invites both civilians and adventurers to join. The event is explained as a race against yokai that have lived in the region since ancient times. The winner will receive an A-rank reward called the Night Parade Scroll. That prize immediately draws the crowd into a frenzy. While everyone else is simply excited, he fixes on the scroll as something he specifically needs. He sets aside everything else and focuses completely on the race. He resolves to win the Night Parade Scroll because it is required for the next hidden gear. The racers are called to gather at the starting line in the shrine yard. The rules are straightforward: race the yokai over a 500-meter course, and the first to finish wins. But there is a major restriction: participants must remove all equipment and cannot use magic. He accepts the handicap as his own gear is stripped away. Even so, he remains composed as the start approaches. The yokai racers are summoned in, turning the contest into a bizarre showdown between humans and spirits. The yokai boast among themselves, each convinced this year's victory will finally be theirs. At the line, he waits with the other contestants, confident rather than tense. The race begins, and the yokai explode forward immediately. He notes that the yokai are genuinely fast and sees the lead at once. Then a cry from the side catches his attention mid-race. A small Tengu yokai is left behind in tears because his fan has broken. The young man stops and checks on him instead of chasing the leaders. The Tengu explains that his fan flew off his windboard and broke, leaving him stranded. The young man instantly understands that this is actually his chance to win. Since yokai are allowed to use skills and items, he offers to make the Tengu a better fan. He alchemizes the broken Tengu fan with a Bahamutan scale and creates a new Great Tengu fan. The upgraded fan appears as a far stronger replacement than the original. He presents the new fan to the stunned Tengu and asks if it will do. Overjoyed, the Tengu gratefully accepts and treats him like a benefactor. To repay that kindness, the Tengu promises to take first place for him. He launches with the new fan at tremendous speed. The sudden gust even jolts the young man as the Tengu blasts past. The Tengu tears through the race pack and overtakes both humans and yokai. He crosses the finish line first, carrying the young man's hopes with him. The victory is credited to Geoffrey Van Light, and the young man immediately turns his thoughts to using the Night Parade Scroll to break the seal. He heads to claim the prize at the festival counter. The staff formally present him with the championship reward, the Night Parade Scroll. As he takes it, he is already thinking ahead to the next step. His focus sharpens as he prepares to use the prize efficiently. Before the yokai disperse, he remembers he still has one quick task to complete. He approaches the yokai and asks for something they interpret as a commemorative autograph. The yokai, amused and flattered, agree to sign their names even if they do not fully understand the request. When he appears with the scroll, the yokai crowd around him eagerly, ready to add their signatures. He reveals that getting yokai signatures on the night parade scroll is the first step toward the next hidden equipment. Before he can proceed further, an old yokai addresses him directly. An elderly figure steps forward with the confidence of someone important. He makes it clear that his autograph will require compensation. The young man immediately recognizes him as Nurarihayan, the boss of the yokai. Rather than argue, he calmly agrees to pay. He offers 1 million gold without hesitation. The old yokai's attitude changes the moment he sees the offer. Pleased by the payment, Nurarihayan decides his signature is worth giving after all and grandly reminds him of his own status. The young man raises the amount to 10 million gold, making the deal impossible to refuse. Nurarihayan is stunned by how wealthy this seemingly ordinary young man is and instantly decides he is worth befriending. He calls the young man back with sudden warmth. Now openly fond of him, Nurarihayan gives him an extra gift, a rare yokai bell. With the scroll and the bell in hand, the young man marks the second step complete. He turns to the final requirement and notices a kappa nearby. The kappa is happily eating cucumbers and savoring the post-race moment. The young man points out that the kappa's head dish has dried up from the race, using that weakness to get his attention. As thanks for the earlier rain, he offers the kappa a holy sea orb, an S-rank item that can summon rain. He explains that the orb will refill the kappa's dish and refresh him. The orb releases water and restores the kappa immediately. The kappa is amazed by the effect and delighted by the gift. Moved by the kindness, the kappa calls him a good human and offers him a cucumber in return. With that simple exchange, the young man realizes every requirement has finally been met. He withdraws to a quiet place away from the festival to complete the process. He reviews the 3 ingredients he gathered: the signed night parade scroll, the yokai bell from Nurarihayan, and the kappa's cucumber. He combines all 3 through alchemy. The result is unexpectedly underwhelming, a low-rank curse talisman. Still trusting the hidden process, he prepares to use the talisman. He activates it in an open area and readies a flame in his hand. He channels Fire Fist to ignite the talisman. Following the hidden condition exactly, he burns the cursed talisman. The seal reacts and begins to open in a burst of light. He remembers that burning the talisman should reveal the hidden equipment. The burned talisman releases the sealed object, and skeletal hands emerge from the darkness. He recognizes the final hidden equipment as the cursed guardian hand. The skeletal hands circle him and bind themselves to him as a new piece of gear. Satisfied, he confirms that he has finally obtained the cursed guardian hand. But his attention quickly shifts to its locked abilities. He recalls that even in his previous life he never managed to unlock skills 2 and 3, despite trying everything. Determined not to repeat that failure, he vows to uncover them this time, though he still has no clue how. As he struggles with the problem, an all too familiar voice interrupts him. A talking scythe suddenly appears again, cheerfully calling him brother and barging into his thoughts. He complains that the real shock is the scythe's habit of appearing without warning. The scythe brushes it off by pointing out that even the hand appeared unexpectedly. The story abruptly cuts to a dark lakeside and then to another location. In a hidden chamber, 3 ominous figures prepare for action. One of them addresses the Archer of Annihilation, Archie. Archie complains that Grimoire has only created more trouble and irritation. She leaves the rest of that problem to Hexen. Hexen, wielder of the Staff of Ruin, accepts with a sinister confidence and talks as if eliminating obstacles will be easy. Another subordinate, Nightmare, stands by as the blade of extermination. Nightmare reports that only a few more dead souls are needed for Lord Abyss's full revival, and he intends to slaughter humans to gather them quickly. Hexen adds one crucial order: they must make sure to kill the person carrying the divine gear. Once that person is eliminated, their larger plan can proceed. Their vision of victory centers on seizing the world for Lord Abyss. The scene jumps again to a C-rank dungeon on the 7th continent. Inside, the young man attacks with sudden ferocity. Using the talking scythe, he cuts through monsters in a single sweeping strike. The scythe cheers him on as if enjoying the slaughter. He keeps carving through the dungeon creatures with brutal efficiency. Surrounded by corpses, the scythe marvels at how easily he handles the fight. The scythe assumes this should be enough to unlock the second skill of the cursed guardian hand. The young man points out that he is impressed the scythe even knew the supposed condition, but he also reminds it that bragging about its own superiority is tiresome. He admits the scythe has been useful, though its non-stop chatter remains a problem. The scythe insists that things will be different this time. It calls over the last remaining monster, as if setting up a grand finale. The young man finishes the final target in dramatic fashion, expecting the kill count to trigger the unlock. He confidently declares that this should have unlocked skill 2. Later, back in town, he sits on a bench and broods over the result. Nothing changed, and he can only call the whole effort unbelievable in the worst way. The scythe tries to cheer him up, but he snaps that it has no right to talk after misleading him. Reviewing the failed attempt, he notes that he did defeat 100 creatures in order from B to C rank, just as the scythe claimed. The scythe sheepishly admits it must have remembered the condition wrong. It apologizes and vanishes, leaving him even more irritated. He slumps back and concludes that all that work accomplished nothing. With no real clue about the true unlocked condition, he decides to stop for now and head back into town. Before he can leave, hurried footsteps approach. Two children call out to him urgently and beg him to come with them because people are in trouble. He turns, surprised by the interruption. A boy and girl in simple clothes rush up, desperate and out of breath. The boy struggles to explain through panic. The young man kneels his attention toward them instead of brushing them off. He is startled to realize the plea is coming from children, not adventurers or officials. When they recognize him as an adventurer, they beg for help if he is strong enough. He confirms that he is an adventurer and asks what happened. When the boy says their parents disappeared, he first wonders if they simply got lost. The children correct him immediately. Their parents were kidnapped by a red-eyed monster that suddenly appeared in their home. That detail makes him go still. He repeats the phrase red-eyed and instantly connects it to a known type of enemy. If it is one of the monsters capable of nullifying city walls, then the threat is far more serious than a simple kidnapping. The children break down again and beg him to save their mother and father. He accepts the request without hesitation. He promises to find their parents, and tells them to lead him to the house. The children thank him and quickly guide him onward. They arrive at a gloomy, isolated house that feels wrong the moment it comes into view. The boy points to the inner room and says the black monster is inside. The young man tells the children to stay where they are while he goes in alone to investigate. A haloed young man enters an abandoned house with two younger companions trailing behind him. Inside, he surveys the place and immediately senses that something about it is wrong. The neglect confirms no one has lived here for a long time, so the house itself must be bait. He sets the siblings aside and decides the real danger is the red-eyed beings he came to investigate. Knowing he may already be inside a trap, he tests the house anyway to see what it will trigger. The moment he acts, a hidden spell activates beneath the building and engulfs the area. He realizes the house stands at the edge of nothingness and that the entire property is part of a magical construct. From above, the house is revealed to be sitting inside a giant magic circle in a dead forest. Recognizing it as a summoning spell, he tries to escape with a wind transfer technique before it finishes. The spell overpowers his attempt and drags the whole house elsewhere. He arrives in a vast stone chamber where the summoning circle has been recreated indoors. A hidden enemy greets him with satisfaction, pleased that the trap has caught its prey. The transported house settles into place as the summoner completes the setup. He stumbles out coughing, disoriented by the sudden relocation. Still recovering, he tries to understand where he has been brought. An unseen voice mocks him for trusting the protection of divine gear. The speaker boasts that even users of divine gear can be deceived if handled cleverly enough. The young man latches onto the unfamiliar term divine gear, realizing it may explain the weapon he carries. Another figure appears and reveals that the enemies had already learned the divine gear had resurfaced. He suspects this newcomer may be connected to the owner of the weapon he inherited. The two siblings he brought along suddenly reveal themselves as willing accomplices and mock his lack of caution. They drop the act, making it clear the little family drama was only part of the setup. The old witch-like enemy sneers that humans are just as underhanded as demons and even more twisted than Grimo. When the young man exposes the deception, the witch decides that is exactly why divine gear users are troublesome. The witch demands the divine gear and casually orders him to die afterward. He admits he still does not fully understand what divine gear means, but he refuses to hand anything over. Instead, he summons the dark blade and turns the death sentence back on the witch. The witch stays calm, showing no intention of fighting him head-on. Rather than confront him directly, the witch unleashes the red-eyed siblings as disposable attackers. The witch reveals the larger trick. He was not merely summoned, but reverse-summoned into the so-called Eighth Land. Leaving him trapped with the children, the witch withdraws and tells them to take their time killing him. He is stunned to hear the name Eighth Land and starts to grasp that this place may be far more important than he thought. As he demands answers, the departing witch treats his confusion like a joke. The witch finally states the real objective. Once free, they intend to slaughter humanity. The threat escalates further with the declaration that Lord Abyss is about to be resurrected. The conflict is framed as a coming upheaval in which enemies and allies alike will be forced into open war. He tries to stop the witch from leaving, desperate for answers before the enemy escapes. His frustration grows because the witch is leaving him with more questions than information. Before he can pursue, the siblings attack and force him to stay in the chamber. Now fully hostile, the two red-eyed children arm themselves and block his path. One of them coldly orders him to stay out of Hexen's business. The witch accepts their offer to handle the fight and entrusts the rest to them. He makes one last attempt to stop Hexen, but the witch slips away. Realizing Hexen has escaped, he turns his attention back to the immediate threat. He sharpens his focus as the siblings press in from both sides. Their first coordinated strike forces him to react instantly. He avoids the opening blow with quick footwork and keeps his blade ready. The siblings announce that Hexen ordered them to kill him here and now. They mock his earlier victories, insisting the foes he beat before were insignificant compared to them. He cuts through the taunts and demands to know what they are really planning. All they can repeat is Hexen's slogan about turning the world upside down. He ridicules them for parroting a phrase they clearly do not understand. Even while talking, he tracks the timing of their next attack. He counters with a lightning-fast leap that breaks their offensive rhythm. The girl lashes out in anger, furious that he remains so composed. He slips through the whip and polearm strike before they can pin him down. Using speed rather than force, he runs straight through the gap in their formation. The siblings answer with a crisscrossing barrage meant to trap him in midair. They reposition together, showing disciplined teamwork despite their rage. He calmly centers himself as both attackers circle in for a synchronized kill. The boy gives in to bloodlust and charges with murderous intent. The girl mirrors him, equally consumed by the urge to tear him apart. Their combined assault crashes down with enough force to shatter the floor. When the dust clears, he is already above them, untouched and crackling with power. He judges them stronger and faster than the earlier enemies, but notices their fighting style depends too much on their weapons. They mistake his evasiveness for cowardice, and scream at him to stop running. He answers by dropping through them in a blur and striking both at once. After cutting them down, he declares that he learned endurance the hard way and will not be underestimated. Both siblings are badly wounded and finally forced to respect his strength. He adds that fighters who rely only on brute force and weapons have no right to belittle the enemies he already defeated. Elsewhere, Hexen and several other sinister figures react with irritation as his resistance exceeds expectations. He tells the distant schemers to stop posturing, no longer impressed by their theatrics. The siblings are shaken by the sudden shift in his presence and confidence. They conclude that if even Hexen is paying attention, this human must be far more dangerous than he first seemed. He reflects that his long streak of easy victories has left him bored and unfocused. Thinking of the many people around him lately, he realizes he has drifted away from the way he used to fight. When the wounded siblings fail to follow his train of thought, he dismisses their assumptions about human teamwork. He admits groups have their place, but says that style was never truly his own. Facing these enemies has reminded him of the reason he started fighting in the first place. The unknown eighth continent and the hidden existence of the nobodies reignite his old obsession with unexplored challenges. That realization unlocks a new skill, hardcore returns, as he embraces solo play as his true strength. Grinning like a player who has found a new game, he prepares to end the fight on his own terms. He unleashes a sweeping slash that tears through the space around him and overwhelms the siblings. The two collapse, barely conscious after the sudden surge in power. Even the enemy side is forced to admit that, whatever else he is, this human is undeniably strong. The wounded siblings can only curse him, now hating him as much as they fear him. One of them still clings to the idea of killing him quickly if given another chance. He invites them to come closer, confident they can no longer threaten him. Though curious about the eighth, he decides his priority is returning and stopping Hexen. The phrase "turn the world upside down" keeps bothering him, and his instincts tell him it signals something catastrophic. He searches for a way back and wonders if Grimm's abilities can help him escape this place. He raises the dark blade as he tests that possibility. At that moment, the talking scythe bursts in excitedly, claiming it has finally remembered something important. The weapon reveals it has recalled the condition for unlocking a second skill tied to his hand. The siblings are baffled as he starts arguing with his own weapon in the middle of battle. He snaps at the scythe to stop interrupting and explain itself properly. The scythe states the condition plainly: level up 100 times on the 8th continent. He doubts the claim, but the scythe insists that suddenly remembering it is proof enough. The scythe then points out the obvious timing: he is already on the 8th continent now. That revelation catches him completely off guard. He demands to know how the scythe can be so sure this place is the 8th continent. The scythe casually answers that it has been here before, then immediately forgets why it came. Even so, the scythe realizes his recovered memories may be the key to understanding what the nobodies are after. Far away, the story shifts to the first continent in the sky. Hexen appears there before two powerful allies, joining them above the continent. One ally asks whether Hexen has successfully captured the target, and Hexen confidently claims success is certain. When asked whether losing Grimoire has made the burden heavier, Hexen insists the plan remains on track. The three begin a large-scale ritual in the sky. People below notice a dark point forming overhead and look up in alarm. That point rapidly spreads into a massive black stain swallowing the continent from above. At the guild headquarters, an urgent report is rushed to the president. The messenger bursts into the office without ceremony, showing the crisis cannot wait. The president asks what happened, and the aide struggles to get the words out. He reports that the entire first continent has vanished, leaving the president stunned. The impossible news hangs in the air as everyone tries to process it. One guild member reacts with immediate disbelief and concern. Another falls silent, recognizing the scale of the disaster. A third studies the report with cold focus rather than panic. The strategist among them begins analyzing the implications at once. Others across the guild's network receive the same emergency feed and turn serious. A blue-haired member watches from afar, already thinking beyond the shock. The president confirms the report is real, not a misunderstanding. A hot-headed member tries to break the tension with a joke, but the mood is too grim for that. The president shuts that down and makes clear this is no time for levity. The others agree that a continent disappearing is too absurd and too grave to joke about. Asked for details, the president decides showing them the evidence will be faster than explaining. He displays an image of the first continent now reduced to a featureless black void. The sight shocks the guild members more than the report itself. They realize the darkness has consumed the entire landmass, not just a region. The president confirms this blackened void is the continent's current state. Worse, all local guild members and even the radar have gone silent, as if the continent has been erased from the world. The blue-haired member reasons that only the hidden faction called the Nobodies could be behind something on this scale. He repeats the name with interest, as if a long-expected enemy has finally stepped into the open. The president agrees that the Nobodies are the most likely culprits. Another member concludes that the enemy has finally made its move. A nun-like member wonders what could possibly motivate such an extreme action. The strategist answers that the Nobodies' goal has always been the hunting of humans. That means they are no longer targeting individuals but whole continents at once. The blue-haired member calls the move audacious, but far beyond any acceptable line. The guild reaffirms its duty to protect civilians and agrees the Nobodies must be stopped. The president orders everyone to stay alert until more information is gathered, but one question still troubles him. He asks whether the Nobodies are capable of flight. Ryu remembers Leon mentioning something like that before and says he may have found them. Looking into the sky, he identifies the distant lights as the Nobodies themselves. When he confirms there are 3 of them, the others realize the enemy has truly appeared overhead. The president orders Ryu not to look away, and Ryu reveals he is already mounted on a dragon and in position. He says the enemy is beginning something in the sky and that waiting for reinforcements will be too slow. Ryu decides he has to move immediately and stop them himself. Ignoring the warning, he launches toward the ritual, convinced that if these Nobodies are as strong as the one Leon fought, delay will be fatal. As Ryu flies straight at the 3 figures in the sky, the others can only call after him and hope he survives the first clash. A young fighter riding a dragon finally catches up to the 3 invaders in the sky. The white-haired leader calmly admits they were found sooner than expected, showing no concern. The dragon rider confronts the trio directly while they hover over the continent beneath the dark ritual circle. Perched on the dragon, the boy steadies himself and prepares to resist them. He vows that he will not let the invaders act freely any longer. The enemy leader remains relaxed, treating the boy's resolve as meaningless. He reveals that resistance changes nothing because he intends to erase everything anyway. Elsewhere, G-Free presses his talking weapon for answers about the mysterious 8th continent, and why it led him here. The weapon can only insist that it still cannot remember, frustrating him further. Jinfree's irritation boils over as he realizes the weapon is useless for explanations. 2 wounded shrine maidens loom behind him, ready to strike while he is distracted. He senses the danger at the last moment, and glances back. His expression hardens as he decides to stop holding back. A sudden blast erupts, breaking the tension and throwing the attackers off balance. The 2 women are knocked down but remain alive and stunned. One of them mocks Jinfree for exposing his back, but admits his hit was enough to pin them down. Jinfree activates a new combat skill called Title Match. The women realize too late that he has triggered something dangerous. Their confidence falters as they sense the shift in power. Jinfree clasps his hands and formally enters the skill's battle state. Energy gathers around him as the skill takes effect. The skill grants him 3 timed rounds, doubling his stats each round, but if he fails to win by the end his equipment vanishes. Jinfree decides the risk is worth it because he is determined to conquer the 8th continent no matter the cost. Before attacking, he uses Beckoning Curse to weaken his opponent's stats even further. The debuff hits the 2 women immediately, and leaves them reeling. Jinfree lunges in while they are still suppressed. In the middle of the charge, he unlocks a second skill tied to Jinfree himself. With his fist ignited, he explodes upward in fury and attacks with lethal force. The strike tears through both women at once, leaving them catastrophically wounded. He finishes the assault by slamming one of them into the ground. Relieved to vent his frustration, Jinfree blames the talking weapon for provoking this outburst and gains several levels from the kills. He notes that he still needs many more levels, but now suspects the Cursed Hand's second skill unlocks through slaughtering enemies. A tremor interrupts his thoughts and makes him look up. He senses an earthquake-like disturbance spreading through the area. The shaking intensifies around the ruined hall. Strange blue lights begin drifting into the air around him. Jinfree is baffled by the phenomenon and tries to understand what he is seeing. More and more lights gather until the entire space is filled with them. Far away, a massive burst of blue light erupts over the sea and mountains. Back in the hall, Jinfree wonders what just happened. One of the dying women praises Lord Hexen for accomplishing something extraordinary. With her last strength, she declares that Jinfree will be the next sacrifice. She dies, and Jinfree gains more levels from her death as well. The Cursed Hand responds by summoning a crowd of monstrous soldiers around Jinfree. Jinfree realizes the enemy leader must have done something major, but decides that at least he no longer needs to search for targets. He eagerly resolves to turn every monster in sight into experience points. Outside, the sky still roars with the aftermath of the distant catastrophe. Jinfree charges into the horde with savage enthusiasm. His flaming blow cuts through a giant monster, pushing him to level 300. One armored creature attacks, but the swarm is no match for him anymore. Jinfree crushes another enemy with a brutal kick. Even as monsters call out, he keeps cutting them down without slowing. Armed enemies rush him from the front, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He tears through their formation in a single blazing charge. After crossing level 300, Jinfree starts analyzing what repeated kills are teaching him. He notices that unlike earlier enemies who granted stolen skills, these monsters all carry actual weapons. He proves the point by smashing another armed foe apart. A system notice confirms that defeated enemies can drop equipment, and he acquires an ordinary spear. The dropped spear becomes tangible proof of the new pattern. Free concludes that farming these enemies can provide both levels and items. He immediately connects that to his alchemist ability, realizing he can dismantle weapons into materials for coatings and cooldown recovery items. That discovery sharpens his focus even more. Surrounded by armed monsters, he welcomes the situation as exactly the kind of dungeon he wanted. A monster tries to ambush him from behind, but he remains completely calm. The attacker dies before it can land a blow, adding to the growing pile of corpses. Meanwhile in the sky, the white-haired invader effortlessly kills the dragon rider with a single contemptuous strike. He dismisses the boy as weak even in death. The dragon and rider fall away from the three invaders as if they were nothing. The leader watches them drop without a trace of emotion. He coldly wonders whether all humans are this disappointing. The trio decides to proceed with their plan regardless. Their ritual circle condenses into a black sphere charged with destructive power. The dying boy can only stare helplessly as the attack forms above him. The black sphere expands over the continent like a void swallowing the land. Elsewhere, the human president moves urgently as the disaster unfolds. He receives word that Ryu has fallen and the second continent is already lost, making the third continent the likely next target. He orders every available force to the third continent at once while he personally handles civilian evacuation. The defenders confirm that 3 enemies are visible over the third continent, just as Ryu predicted. They report that the second continent vanished into a black void the moment the invaders gained enough power, and they fear the same will happen again. Attention shifts to the threatened third continent. The 3 invaders arrive above it and hover in formation. The white-haired leader invites the next round of slaughter to begin. He immediately notices movement from the human side. A sudden attack flashes toward him, forcing a rare moment of surprise. His female ally observes that the humans have finally started swarming like insects. The 8 guardian stars assemble in the sky to confront the invaders directly. The red-haired fighter and the bespectacled strategist stand ready among the defenders. The nun and the elder also join the formation, grimly prepared for battle. The silver-haired woman, the blue-haired man, and another ally complete the human lineup. The invader leader remarks that humans keep finding them, implying the defenders have an excellent scouting network. The red-haired fighter reveals that his enhanced eyesight is what tracked them down. The elder says they still need to verify how accurate the giant's earlier intelligence was. He explains their working theory that the invaders erased the continent through the combined power of all 3, so splitting them up may stop that attack. The blue-haired guardian reacts with interest, already eager to exploit that weakness. The enemy leader notices the humans have figured something out. The blue-haired guardian steps forward, his aura flaring as he volunteers to test the theory himself. He smiles, clearly excited by the challenge. The invader leader recognizes at once that this man is genuinely strong. He revises his earlier judgment and admits one human among them is no small fry. Claiming the strongest opponent for himself, he decides to handle that man personally. The blue-haired guardian accepts, taking the leader in the middle and leaving the others to choose their own fights. He confronts the white-haired invader head-on, making their duel official. The silver-haired woman realizes that if Reluka volunteered for such a fight, their enemy must be formidable. The nun reaches the same conclusion and braces for a difficult battle. The red-haired fighter bluntly tests the theory by asking whether the invaders can erase a continent only when all 3 are together. The elder and nun can only sweat as he blurts out their entire strategy to the enemy. The quieter members of the team share the same pained disbelief at his lack of subtlety. The strategist salvages the moment by explaining that confirming the theory matters, but buying time for civilian evacuation matters more. He states their real objective clearly: if the continent is emptied, the enemy's mass erasure attack loses its purpose, so they must stall at all costs. The invader leader understands immediately and openly confirms the key point that all 3 of them are required to flip a continent. The human side absorbs the confirmation and adjusts around it. The silver-haired woman suspects such easy disclosure means the enemies are either overwhelmingly confident or hiding something else. The leader dismisses mind games and agrees to the human's wish for separation. He orders Archie to move. The witch-like ally answers Hexen without hesitation. Hexen tells him to choose any target among the weaker humans, while leaving the blue-haired guardian to him alone. He makes it clear that the strongest human is his personal prey. The blue-haired guardian jokes that being popular means everyone keeps choosing him whether he wants it or not. Back in the dungeon, Free continues massacring monsters and surges far higher in level. After gaining a full 100 levels on the 8th continent, he finally unlocks the Cursed Hand's second skill, Soul Grasp. At the Adventurers Guild basement, the president entrusts the remaining operation to a subordinate and receives his acknowledgement. Left alone, the president steels himself for the next step. He stands before a hidden emergency teleportation circle prepared for a catastrophe like this. He recalls that the former 8 Guardian Stars created it for the worst possible scenario, though he never expected to use it. The circle can evacuate everyone on a continent at once, but only if activated secretly so the enemy cannot trace the destination. He begins the activation ritual. As the circle flares to life, he admits the task will be difficult and places his hope in the current 8 Guardian Stars. Archie's power suddenly relocates the combatants to a desert battlefield. The nun is stunned to realize they have been moved to the third continent's S-rank field after being in the sky moments earlier. The elder concludes that the witch's power scattered everyone to different locations. Archie appears alone before the elder and nun, ready to deal with them himself. On the fourth continent, the female invader faces the red-haired fighter and the strategist. The red-haired fighter eagerly challenges her, dragging the vice president into the fight with him. She welcomes the matchup with confidence. On the fifth continent, Hexen confronts the blue-haired guardian and the silver-haired woman. The woman notes uneasily that she was teleported together with Reluca for some reason. She recognizes Reluca's overwhelming strength, but warns that Hexen is just as dangerous. Reluca smiles, clearly thrilled by the coming duel. Hexen answers with the same predatory confidence. Back in the desert, Archie promises to kill the two defenders quickly and then celebrate Lord Abyss's resurrection. The elder and nun tense at the mention of that greater threat. On the fourth continent, the human pair remain composed and ready to engage their own opponent. On the fifth continent, Reluca and his allies stand firm against Hexen. In the dungeon, the cursed hand excitedly announces that the new skill is finally here. The system explains that Soul Grasp seizes the soul of a defeated enemy and turns it into a soldier, with the army limit increasing as Gene-Free levels. Gene-Free lights up at the implication of what he has just gained. He repeats the description to himself, realizing it means fallen enemies can become his troops. Still, he pauses to ask what the skill actually entails in practice. The talking weapon proudly says it finally remembered the condition and confirms Gene-Free is asking the right question. It explains the essence of Soul Grasp. Gene-Free can build his own army by turning the souls of defeated enemies into subordinates. The haloed young man learns that his new power can seize defeated enemy souls and turn them into absolutely obedient allies. He immediately recognizes how valuable that ability could become. He compares it to high-level necromancy, imagining an army of enslaved warriors under his command. Even so, he notes the current limit is how many souls he can control at once. He quickly reassures himself that leveling on the 8th continent is fast, and that the place is overflowing with experience and weapons. Since dismantling weapons also yields crafting materials, he sees the continent as a perfect resource farm. By linking soul control, weapon gathering, dismantling, and crafting, he concludes he has stumbled onto a top-tier skill. He closes the interface, already planning how to exploit it, but his attention shifts when he senses something more important nearby. The earlier earthquake and strange soul disturbance still bother him, and even the Grim Reaper cannot explain them, so he suspects a hidden threat. That suspicion is confirmed when a familiar, mocking voice suddenly addresses him. He turns serious at once, recognizing the danger. A monstrous three-headed demon wolf erupts before him in a surge of dark power. The beast reveals itself with open hostility, making clear this is no random encounter. The young man starts to identify it, but the creature attacks before he can finish. A vicious blade flashes toward him without warning. He narrowly evades the strike as the demon's assault tears through the space where he stood. Annoyed at being interrupted mid-thought, he also realizes the enemy is faster than expected. The Grim Reaper gleefully explains that the demon is in a berserk state, while the young man begins viewing it less as a threat than as valuable experience. From his perspective, the monster has already become a walking pile of EXP. The demon, however, remembers him and sees that he is still as arrogant as ever. He cuts through the posturing and demands to know exactly who this enemy is. The creature introduces itself as Helmrose, the demon god of the first continent, which catches him off guard. Helmrose looms over him, reclaiming the initiative through sheer presence. The young man casually recalls Helmrose as the mole-like nuisance from before, provoking an angry correction. Helmrose insists this monstrous body is his true form on the 8th continent, and boasts that he is far stronger than during their last encounter. Rather than being intimidated, the young man is amused that the enemy comes with a backstory, which only makes the fight more entertaining to him. He decides the timing is perfect for what he wants to do next. With predatory excitement, he resolves to make Helmrose the first soldier in his new personal army. Elsewhere, in the desert, the witch and her allies are still bickering instead of focusing on the crisis. Maria and the old man trade insults over who looks older, showing their teamwork is as dysfunctional as ever. The witch dismisses them both with contempt. She calls them ugly and unlucky, asserting dominance over the exchange. At the same time, Leon reports that the enemy forces have been successfully separated according to plan. Leon eagerly declares that he will settle his side of the battle head-on with sheer fighting spirit. The bespectacled strategist notices Leon is using divine power from the very start, which means the opponent must be formidable. Accepting that, he prepares a summon of his own. He calls forth towering skeletal reapers to support Leon, creating a coordinated front. A goddess-like ally immediately scolds Leon for charging in without any sense of strategy. Meanwhile in the forest, a brutal clash begins with blood spilling instantly. A blue-haired fighter lands a devastating close-range strike on a white-haired armored opponent. The armored man spits blood but does not lose composure. The blue-haired fighter remains cold and unreadable even after drawing first blood. He follows up with another precise, lethal blow. A white-haired woman watching nearby is stunned by how decisively he is overwhelming the armored man. She can only stare, tense and uncertain. When the armored man collapses, she realizes in shock that the blue-haired fighter may have already beaten him. The fallen opponent lies motionless at the blue-haired man's feet. The victor stands over him in total control. He mocks the armored man's crude fighting style, treating the duel as beneath him. The armored man rises again, cloaked in purple energy, refusing to accept defeat. The white-haired woman is startled as the fight resumes before she can process what happened. The armored man admits inwardly that his opponent is even faster than expected. The blue-haired fighter closes the distance again with blinding speed. He reveals that the armored man saw through his illusion immediately, confirming this enemy is not a fool. Still, he taunts him for acting stoic, suggesting the man is lonelier than he pretends. To the observer, the exchange is over almost before it begins. She cannot follow either fighter's movements and realizes they are operating on a level where she cannot intervene. Back in the desert, the witch raises her staff and summons a blazing celestial attack called Stardust Meteor. The old man and Maria are alarmed by the scale of the spell. A gigantic burning meteor forms overhead and begins to descend. Maria identifies the threat immediately as a giant meteor. The witch floats above them, fully confident in her superiority. She declares that they will be crushed together, and insists they have no hope of blocking her attack. Maria orders the old man to cover her while she prepares a counter. Ignoring his panic, she begins her own summon. She calls forth the Valkyrie's great axe, a massive divine weapon. Bracing herself, she swings the enormous axe into position. With fierce resolve, she commits everything to the counterattack. Her strike detonates against the descending meteor. The witch watches the clash, suddenly less certain. She is shocked that Maria shattered the meteor with a single blow. Even while insulting Maria as violent, the witch is forced to acknowledge her strength. But the witch then notices the old man has been preparing something beneath the chaos. He calmly reveals that their attack was only the opening move. He casts Mirroring Wall, surrounding himself with a reflective barrier. The remaining meteor fragments rain down toward the barrier instead of him. The witch realizes too late that her attack has been reflected perfectly, and assumes her own technique should still not be able to harm her. That confidence falters as the reflected force turns back on her. Maria adds a vicious curse, condemning the old witch to wither under divine punishment. Her holy technique manifests as a giant cross that pins the witch in place. Maria exults that the witch will die by her own technique. The reflected meteors converge on the immobilized witch. A chain of explosions engulfs her. When the smoke clears, the witch is battered but still alive, grudgingly praising their cleverness. She immediately answers by summoning another power called Arkesia of Ruin. The Valkyrie axe suddenly turns against Maria, forcing the witch's counter into motion. The witch bats the divine weapon aside and snarls at Maria's interference. Maria declares that old monsters who have outlived their time deserve divine judgment, while the old man praises her effort and prepares another spell. He focuses, refusing to let the witch regain momentum. He unleashes Glory Ray, a pillar of holy light that crashes down on the witch. The witch screams as the divine beam consumes her. Even under the blast, she begins laughing again. She reveals that her attack was not finished either, as a demonic beast rises behind the old man. The old man senses the danger too late and turns in alarm. The summoned monster slams down toward him with crushing force. Maria can only watch in horror. The old man is smashed into the ground in a burst of blood. Back in the hall, Helmrose roars and surges with dark energy, preparing to unveil more of his power. He commands the young man to witness his true strength. The young man remains calm beneath the towering demon, already treating the fight like a crafting problem. He begins cycling through dismantling and synthesis options on his interface. He dismantles more weapons, gathering still more materials mid-battle. He changes class and equips a different weapon set while Helmrose watches in confusion. Then he starts synthesizing the parts into something new. Helmrose is baffled that his opponent appears to be changing gear in the middle of combat. The young man ignores the threat at his back and keeps combining, dismantling, changing class, and preparing a final synthesis. The process yields an item called Unearthly Fruit. He receives the strange fruit with obvious satisfaction. He notes that gathering such materials would normally be a huge burden, but dismantling weapons has made the process several times faster. Without hesitation, he decides to use the fruit immediately and cheerfully bites into it. Helmrose is enraged by being ignored and vows to make him regret this humiliation. The fruit's effect activates, temporarily increasing the number of weapon slots he can equip. A surge of power follows the new slot opening. Helmrose senses that the balance of the fight has just shifted. The young man casually catches the demon's massive blow with one hand. Smirking, he addresses Helmrose like an unruly pet. He promises that after this he will teach the beast to sit. Helmrose is horrified that even in his claimed perfect form he is being overpowered so effortlessly. The young man grins as two new abilities, Centipede and Soul Vantage, are equipped. That combination fulfills the conditions for a hidden skill to be released. A massive scythe and a purple flame sword manifest together as the hidden power begins unlocking. He stands at the center of a widening aura while Helmrose braces for whatever comes next. The hidden skill reveals itself as Soul Focusing 100 Venom Hellfire Sword. Its effect is brutal. Anyone within range suffers extreme poison and extreme burns, reducing strength and defense to nothing while their life drains rapidly. Helmrose immediately feels his body lock up and burn from within as the debuffs take hold. The young man leaps high above the immobilized demon, sword raised for execution. He calmly positions the blade for a finishing strike. Then he brings it down with a command to sit, turning the joke into a killing blow. Helmbro's body erupts under the impact. The demon collapses in a ruined heap at the young man's feet. Pleased, the young man remarks that the weapon still performs flawlessly even after a long time and begins gathering elemental data from the result. He wonders whether the demon's weakness to fire means the 8th demon god lacks a natural element. Deciding speculation can wait, he moves on to the real prize and activates another tool, the cursed guardian hand. Skeletal hands appear around him as the interface offers soul grasp on the first demon god. He accepts immediately, eager to claim the soul. Dark soul smoke pours out of Helmbro's corpse as the capture begins. Watching the process, he is openly delighted. When the soul fully takes shape, he calls the result incredible. The captured Helmbros is converted into a soldier with level and stats intact, though only one of 100 possible soldier slots is now filled. The young man judges the new servant physically impressive despite its abysmal intelligence and luck, confirming it is exactly the kind of brute force he wanted. Before he can enjoy the victory for long, another familiar voice calls him livestock from behind. The demon god of the second continent, Ormer, appears and announces that this time he will devour him for sure. Rather than being alarmed, the young man greets the arrival as perfect timing and says he wanted to see Ormer too. With predatory excitement, he demands Ormer hand over his soul as well. Ormer is left momentarily speechless by the sheer audacity of that demand. Elsewhere above the third continent, the battered witch hovers in the sky after surviving the desert battle. The goddess-like ally arrives beside her, cutting off any chance to escape unnoticed. She asks whether the matter has been handled. The witch dismisses the previous opponents as weak insects, making clear she considers that battle beneath her and is ready for whatever comes next. The battle has already turned brutal, with human defenders lying dead in the aftermath. Another fallen fighter confirms that the enemy's advance has been paid for in blood. High above the battlefield, two invaders note that the terrifying human they fear has not arrived yet, though one human still stands out as unusually formidable. When one suggests intervening, the other refuses, preferring not to risk angering Nightmare by meddling. They dismiss the resistance with the belief that even the strongest human is still only human. From their perspective on the fifth continent, the outcome is already decided because no human should be able to defeat Nightmare. On the ground, Nightmare's armored double prepares to finish the fight himself. He dives at the blue-haired guardian with a sword strike wrapped in dark power. The young man stays calm and reads the attack at the last instant. His opponent presses in confidently, certain the human is cornered. Instead, the guardian channels power into his fist rather than meeting the blade head-on. He slips inside the attack and closes the distance before the clone can recover. Lightning gathers around his arm as he commits to a counterattack. The punch lands hard enough to blast the clone backward through the air. Even while reeling, the clone keeps his composure and prepares another move. He retaliates from above with a sweeping dark slash that tears through the forests below. The shockwave shreds trees and turns the battlefield into a storm of debris. Nearby allies can do little more than shield themselves from the stray force of the clash. Watching from cover, one of them realizes the human's strength is so overwhelming that defending against the aftereffects is already a struggle. The same observer is stunned that Reluca, the clone, is being pushed this hard for the first time. The blue-haired guardian grits his teeth and refuses to slow down. Reluca answers with equal intensity, no longer treating the fight lightly. Their exchange shakes the entire region, sending tremors across the land. The battlefield is carved into a vast crater as the two face each other again. The guardian wipes away blood and welcomes the challenge, thrilled to have finally met an opponent worthy of him. Reluca mocks that excitement, saying he expected more from the most decent of the humans. The guardian answers by escalating further and activates a technique called double boost. Reluca responds in kind by invoking a dark technique known as the Black Dance. Both sides launch their signature attacks at once, turning the duel into a direct contest of ultimate moves. Far above, the two observing invaders call out to Hexen and Archie as something changes. Their confidence falters when they sense a new presence entering the scene. The real Nightmare appears at last, replacing the clone's distant authority with the original's overwhelming pressure. Reluca immediately acknowledges him and remarks that Nightmare has finally shown up. Hexen points out that the human has fought far better than Nightmare expected. Nightmare dismisses the effort as meaningless and says the fight is nearly over anyway. He then reveals the crucial truth: the one battling the human is only one of his clones. Nightmare insists that this changes nothing because a human remains no threat, and he urges the others to hurry with flipping the third continent. Hexen and Archie accept the order without hesitation. Below, the clone stands amid drifting black feathers as the duel resumes under Nightmare's shadow. The Guardian, breathing hard, realizes he is now facing a foe tied to something even worse than he thought. The clone advances again, sword lowered, utterly unshaken. He coldly asks whether this is truly the limit of the human's power, and says he may have overestimated him. The Guardian refuses to yield and declares that the fight is not over. Privately, the clone is forced to admit that this human's stamina and magic seem absurdly deep, rivaling the last great opponent he remembers. Before either can press the advantage, the ground suddenly trembles with a new disturbance. The Guardian first mistakes it for an earthquake. Then a worse possibility dawns on him. He turns sharply toward the clone, realizing the tremor has another cause. The clone confirms that the human has guessed correctly. He reveals that the third continent has just been flipped. The Guardian demands to know whether Nightmare had lied about being unable to do it alone, and the clone explains that the three invaders acted together. That answer leaves the Guardian shaken, because it means the enemy's true strength is even greater than feared. He realizes that if this is only a clone, then the real Nightmare and his allies have already finished elsewhere. The clone drives the point home by saying the battle with the Guardian's comrades is already over. The human is forced to picture the friends he may have failed to protect. The clone calmly adds that after the fourth continent falls, this place will be next. The Guardian understands the scale of the threat, and sees that even a clone can destroy a continent. He concludes that defeating the clone alone will not save anyone if the main body reunites with the other two invaders. With no path to victory in front of him, he decides his priority must at least be getting Mira to safety. A teleportation circle begins forming beneath him as that decision takes shape. Mira is summoned into the same escape spell beside him. The Guardian notices her arrival and confirms that the evacuation plan has reached him in time. He calls out to her as the teleportation takes hold. The clone watches the pair vanish in blue light before he can stop them. Left alone, he briefly wonders where they went. He quickly identifies the escape as summoning magic rather than simple disappearance. Even so, he dismisses their retreat as pointless. To him, no matter what the humans try, the ending will remain the same. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Association's underground restricted area, where the evacuation destination has been prepared. The Guardian and Mira arrive safely inside the hidden chamber. He immediately recognizes the place and calls out to Reluka and Mira, checking whether they are safe. An elderly leader answers instead, asking after their condition and revealing that he orchestrated the rescue. The old man stands as the authority in charge, calm despite the crisis. He explains that they are in the association's restricted zone. The Guardian understands that this chamber serves as the forced teleport evacuation point and realizes the rescue means a larger plan has succeeded. The President confirms that while the Guardian stalled the enemy, all civilians from the 4th to the 6th continents were successfully teleported away. When asked about the other Guardian stars, the President admits with regret that only these two could be saved in time. Mira absorbs that answer in silence, knowing what it implies about the others. The Guardian hardens himself rather than breaking under the news. The President praises the two for holding out, but warns that the enemy proved even more dangerous than expected. The Guardian accepts that reality and understands they have become the final line of defense. Though vengeance is not his usual motive, he swears they will stop the invaders. The President agrees and prepares himself for the next confrontation. He declares that when they meet the enemy again, it will be the enemy's last battle. Outside, the world hangs under a dark and uneasy sky as the next stage begins. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with a halo stands over a slain foe while a demonic shadow rises behind him. He confirms that he has secured the second demon god and checks its status like a commander inspecting a captured weapon. Pleased with how smoothly things are going, he looks forward to gathering even more soldiers. A furious enemy condemns him for once again tampering with souls, accusing him of repeating a forbidden sin. More hostile gods and monsters arrive, enraged that he has now come to plunder the 8th continent as well. He greets the crowd with dry amusement, noting that they all chose to appear at once. One jackal-headed foe vows to claim his soul this time. He answers that the opposite will happen and promises to take all of theirs instead. To do it, he decides to use the third skill he has just unlocked from the vestments of Athena. That skill, Protection of the Great Goddess, transforms him and wraps him in divine protection. Its effect is explained as a major stat increase earned by defeating powerful enemies while in stealth. His attributes surge upward, and he welcomes the chance to test the new power immediately. Back at the evacuation site, the President checks on Reluka's condition. The Guardian turns to answer while the old man and his aides watch closely. He reports that he has fully recovered, and Mira adds that they are ready as well. The President reveals the broader defense plan. Adventurers skilled at dispelling attack magic and raising anti-magic barriers have been assembled. Along with volunteers supplying mana, they are now shielding the entire continent. From above, the barrier appears as a vast dome covering the land. The President reflects that even weak individual mages can resist a great force when united, and that gives him some reassurance. Among the volunteers, Kakura confirms that they only need to keep feeding mana into the magic circle as Mira instructed. Someone recognizes Kakuru and greets her after a long separation. Riven steps forward, and the reunion briefly softens the tension. Kakura quickly asks whether Jean-Free is with her. Instead, Kakura blurts out that Jean-Free dragged her around gathering materials and then ran off on his own. When Riven learns the materials were for a hot pot from Jean-Free's homeland, she is stunned that he prioritized cooking in the middle of a crisis. Kakuru indignantly explains that she would never feed her master stolen food, then admits she lost contact with Jean-Free afterward and fears something terrible is happening. The Guardian listens in silence, already sensing the enemy's approach. He announces that the invaders have arrived. The three enemy leaders appear above the barrier, confronting the last defended continent directly. Nightmare hovers at the center, radiating the same oppressive calm as before. Hexen mocks the humans, saying he expected clever tricks but sees only a final desperate stand. The invaders declare that only the 7th continent remains and that Lord Abyss's revival is close at hand. Nightmare promises that all resistance will be erased regardless of what the humans do. Below, the President stands alone at the front, facing them without flinching. He acknowledges their power, but his calm suggests he has prepared something of his own. At that same moment, the black-haired man praises his allies elsewhere for holding the line against their enemies. Then the president suddenly moves, and in a single unseen strike he cuts through the two observing invaders in the sky. Hexen and Archie are decapitated before they can even understand what hit them. Their final thoughts are confusion, unable to comprehend how their heads were taken so instantly. Nightmare realizes too late that he never saw the attack at all. The severed bodies crash down as proof that the president's technique bypassed even their awareness. The old man names what he used as a secret technique. That technique, Frenzied Hunt, is revealed as a killing art capable of instantly slaying foes the 8 guardian stars together could not defeat. The 2 invaders lie dead before the horrified crowd, leaving only Nightmare alive. The president remarks wearily that age has made his movements slower, as if this impossible feat still fell short of his prime. The Guardian reflects that his grandfather's berserker class is monstrous even by their standards. He recognizes that the old man just killed, in an instant, enemies the Guardian stars could not overcome together. The president turns his attention to Nightmare and states that only one enemy remains. He challenges Nightmare directly, asking what he can do now that his allies are gone and hinting that he cannot flip continents alone. Nightmare remains outwardly composed despite the loss. He answers that he needs no one else because his own existence is enough. He reveals the true horror behind that claim. Their physical bodies were never essential to begin with. As long as their souls survive, he can continue acting, and he begins drawing those souls into himself. The crowd below recoils as the danger shifts from a battle in the sky to a threat aimed at everyone present. Reluca orders the defenders to attack immediately before Nightmare can finish whatever he is doing. A storm of arrows and spells crashes into Nightmare from every direction. The barrage detonates around him in a massive explosion. The blast rolls toward the gathered civilians, threatening to consume them as collateral. Mira looks up in alarm, realizing the attack may have made the situation worse. Nightmare emerges untouched and redirects the explosion downward with a casual gesture. The defenders can only stare as they understand they are facing something beyond ordinary reason. Nightmare dismisses them as insects unworthy of his attention. Still, he admits their interference is irritating and begins to unleash darker power. Seeing the danger escalate beyond control, Mira orders everyone to retreat at once. As civilians flee, the Guardian and the President rush forward together to confront Nightmare before the continent's last defense collapses. The blue-haired fighter is directed toward his true target, and immediately closes in. He unleashes triple boost, Thunder God's Flash as the opening strike against the white-haired enemy. The Old Master joins the assault, and the 2 humans converge on their opponent from both sides. The Elder follows with Mad Bone Crusher, trying to crush the enemy before he can react. Their target remains calm inside a dark aura, showing no sign of being pressured. He blocks both attacks at once with effortless control, stopping their momentum cold. The Elder realizes at once that their combined attack barely challenged him. The enemy reveals his contempt, saying he is tired of fighting humans at all. The blue-haired fighter snaps back that if he hates this world so much, he should simply leave it. The enemy rejects that idea outright and prepares something far worse. Both humans sense the sudden shift and understand a dangerous move is coming. With chilling finality, the enemy decides to reduce everything to dust. A massive annihilation wave erupts from him and engulfs the 2 humans. The world outside is left eerily empty, hinting that the destruction has reached a global scale. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with a halo calmly begins a count as if queuing an arrival. At his call, the first 3 members of his soul core manifest as towering red spectral warriors. He continues the count until 6 monstrous spirits stand assembled before him. He notes, with satisfaction, that his soul core has grown into a formidable force. He says only one piece is missing now, the 7th demon god, just as a disturbance announces itself. Recognizing the pattern, he realizes someone important is about to appear. The blue-haired fighter and the Elder crash into the hall, battered but alive. The black-haired man is startled to see the President and Reluca survive and asks why they are here. An unseen voice mocks humanity for refusing to give up even at the end. The white-haired enemy steps into the hall as the source of that taunt. The black-haired man studies him and immediately senses something is off. The Elder recognizes the newcomer as G-Free and urgently asks why he has come. G-Free answers grimly that the continents have been erased because he was too weak to stop it. He identifies the armored enemy as an ally of the being Leon fought and says that being intends to wipe out humanity. The black-haired man pieces it together and learns that only the few protected by special powers survived the erasure. Elsewhere, a witch-like observer realizes this catastrophe is exactly what had been foretold. The armored enemy notices that the bearer of divine raiment is still alive and takes interest. The black-haired man answers with open hatred, no longer hiding his hostility. He demands to know what was done to his homeland. The enemy tells him there is no homeland left because all continents and all humanity have been erased. He explains without remorse that slaughtering the world was simply the fastest way to gather souls. The black-haired man can only think of his family as the truth sinks in. The survivors ask in disbelief whether everyone was really sacrificed for convenience alone. The enemy proudly confirms it, declaring that the world belongs to Lord Abyss and humans are merely offerings. He adds that those souls are fuel for Abyss's revival, turning the massacre into a ritual. The black-haired man remembers his mother and Amelia, and grief hardens into rage. The enemy coldly reminds him that only the 3 survivors remain. Unable to endure any more, the black-haired man attacks first with his weapon raised. His opening blow lands hard on the armored enemy's torso. At point-blank range, he demands that everyone be returned. He orders the enemy to restore the world exactly as it was. The enemy refuses, saying that reversal is beyond what he will grant. The black-haired man rejects the refusal and turns his demand into force. He makes it clear this is no plea but a command. Their clash escalates immediately into a close-quarters duel of blades and energy. The black-haired man presses forward through the exchange instead of backing off. He fights with clenched fury, driven more by loss than caution. The enemy realizes he is facing someone far more dangerous than expected. The black-haired man breaks through his guard and drives a brutal strike into him. Blood spills, and the enemy is genuinely shaken for the first time. Even while wounded, he acknowledges the terrifying strength of a divine raiment user. He concludes that this human could someday threaten Lord Abyss himself. Deciding that risk is unacceptable, he resolves to kill him immediately. Still calm, the black-haired man repeats his demand one last time and tells him to restore everything. The enemy only sneers at that ultimatum. He challenges the human to take the world back by force if he truly can. The black-haired man accepts that answer and realizes the only path forward is to defeat him. He activates Protection of the Great Goddess, sharply boosting his already monstrous stats. The enemy recognizes the move but is now facing a transformed opponent. The pressure from the empowered human freezes him in place and even shuts down his escape options. A towering surge of purple power gathers around the black-haired man's weapon. He releases it in a sweeping strike that sends the enemy reeling. The enemy burns and breaks apart under the attack, screaming in disbelief. As the flames consume him, he cannot accept that a human has beaten him. The 2 survivors watch in shock as the black-haired man truly brings him down. He stands over the ruined enemy in grim silence, still ready for more. Even in victory, he suspects this foe was only the key to reviving Lord Abyss. He reasons that defeating him should trigger the next event and that the erased people must still exist somewhere. He vows to recover everything no matter what, and the elder calls his name in alarm. A new blue radiance begins to rise from the fallen enemy's remains. The corpse is enveloped as something deeper than death starts to emerge. When the elder realizes it is the enemy's soul reacting, he declares that the true process has begun. A sinister smile and a glowing gem hint that the revival was planned all along. A voice announces the beginning of the next stage. The surroundings shift into a blank, unreal battlefield without anyone physically moving. The survivors realize this is neither teleportation nor summoning, but a change in the very space around them. The black-haired man stays focused, immediately searching for the source of the distortion. A horned, elegant figure rises above a dark winged form as the true master finally appears. The revived being complains that this diversion has lasted long enough. He is pleased, however, to be greeted at once by a user of divine raiment. The elder feels the crushing magical pressure and realizes mere speech from this being is enough to wound the mind. The blue-haired fighter understands that this presence is on an entirely different level from the previous enemy. The black-haired man identifies him as a being from another dimension who surpasses everyone he has known. He begins to name the newcomer, and the being confirms the title himself. Abyss introduces himself as the god of the deep and the true master of this world. The black-haired man listens without flinching, measuring his real opponent. Abyss recalls being defeated 1,000 years ago and losing the world to humans. Now revived, he declares that he will reclaim and rule it himself. He fixes his attention on the blue-haired fighter, choosing his first target. Abyss decides that the divine raiment and its owner must be erased before anything else. The black-haired man recognizes that he has reached the true final boss. Treating the crisis like the last stage of a game, he steels himself to win perfectly this time. He charges Abyss head-on and swears on his pride as a hardcore gamer that he will clear this battle. The 2 survivors can only shout his name as he rushes in alone. He attacks while crying out for his family and friends. He extends that cry to all of humanity, making the fight personal and absolute. His strike lands with explosive force as he demands their return. For a moment he believes sheer resolve might break through. Abyss dismisses him as deluded and tells him to separate dream from reality. The black-haired man answers by closing the distance again with a direct physical attack. When even that fails to break Abyss's defense, he decides to reveal hidden equipment and go all out. He detonates a blazing attack at point-blank range. Abyss catches the flaming strike with one hand and remains untouched. He calls the attempt naive, making the gap in power painfully clear. The black-haired man responds with a rapid chain of advanced skills, attacking from multiple angles at once. Abyss receives the barrage with pleasure, finding the old style of battle nostalgic and thrilling. The black-haired man summons another weapon, a skeletal scythe, to escalate further. He swings it with the technique over death, aiming for a decisive finish. The attack explodes across the battlefield in a blinding flash. When the light clears, Abyss is still standing and barely impressed. He reveals that divine raiment once ruined his ambitions and remains the thing he hates most. To answer it, he summons legendary weapons from the darkness around him. Those weapons gather over the black-haired man like an execution array. Abyss gives a simple order for the summoned blades to take the human's head. The black-haired man twists away from the first wave by a hair's breadth. He counters by raising a concentrated sphere of light overhead. The summoned weapons crash toward Abyss, but he remains centered within his aura. Watching the exchange, the black-haired man realizes Abyss can freely summon and control weapons. He notes that while weapon control exists among top adventurers, Abyss is doing something beyond that. Abyss proves it by calling forth even more specialized staves. He names the Ice Demon's Fang Staff and Thunder Dragon's Scale Staff as part of his arsenal. Their attacks slam down in vertical bursts that force the black-haired man onto defense. He judges that every weapon hits hard and carries unfamiliar skills. Even so, he accepts that this overwhelming variety is exactly what a final boss should have. Abyss then reveals the deeper truth. 1,000 years ago, humanity's hope rested on 8 heroes. When the black-haired man asks what he means, Abyss says no amount of gear can let one person beat him alone. With a gesture, Abyss prepares to demonstrate the meaning of numbers. An entire field of spectral swords materializes behind him like a heavenly army. The black-haired man mocks the idea that strength could come down to numbers alone. To answer, he summons his own vast soul core and monster army behind him. Abyss finds that response genuinely interesting. The black-haired man stands before his gathered forces as if matching God with God. Abyss tests whether this army is real power or just decoration by sending his blades forward. The summoned swords rain down toward the black-haired man and his spectral host. He orders his own forces to charge and meet the attack head-on. The battlefield fills with a descending storm of blades against a rising army of souls. The two survivors watch helplessly, knowing they cannot intervene in a clash of this scale. Abyss hovers above the wreckage of the first collision, still untouched and in control. He praises the effort with cool amusement rather than concern. The black-haired man returns the compliment, acknowledging Abyss as a worthy opponent. They face each other again across a mound of destroyed summoned weapons and spirits. The elder admits that the battle is beyond anything he could exploit, even at full strength. The black-haired man proposes ending the cautious probing and moving to a real confrontation. Abyss laughs at the human's audacity but does not refuse. He agrees to indulge the challenge for a moment, treating it as a brief diversion. With that, Abyss descends toward the black-haired man, and the true duel begins in earnest. G-Free and the old chairman brace themselves as their enemy reveals a far more serious presence. Abyss announces that he is finally taking the form he has not used in 1,000 years. He fully manifests as Abyss, God of the Abyss, in his perfect form. The sheer escalation leaves G-Free and the chairman stunned. G-Free realizes with alarm that Abyss had not been fighting seriously until now. The chairman, shaken, turns his thoughts to G-Free. Ashamed that he failed to save anyone and fled as chairman, he entrusts the fate of the world to G-Free and begs him to rescue everyone. Abyss shifts the challenge back onto G-Free, insisting this cannot be the limit of his power. G-Free calmly agrees and hints that his own answer will be less flashy but just as real. He dismisses Abyss's grand transformation as loud rather than decisive. In response, G-Free calls forth a towering Reaper behind him. He declares that Grim Reaper has fully descended in its own perfect form. Abyss is caught off guard by the sudden counter. Grim recognizes the technique as the complete manifestation of the Grim Reaper and notes that its unlocked condition of 300 soul soldiers has already been fulfilled. To push further, G-Free brings out a strange fruit he had saved. He eats it without hesitation. The fruit links Centipede and Soul Vantage as paired equipment, activates a hidden sword skill, and lets G-Free combine Centipede, Soul Vantage, and Grim Reaper at once. With the fruit completing a triple equipment setup, G-Free urges Abyss to finish this for good. Grim asks whether G-Free has recovered his memories, and G-Free answers that this complete manifestation is proof that he has. Grim eagerly calls him brother and tells him to lead the attack. Abyss cuts in, claiming he will be the one to end it. Driven by old ambition, Abyss charges, vowing never again to let anyone obstruct his rise, while G-Free and Grim rush to meet him. Abyss opens with a brutal blade strike. G-Free blocks the attack with his purple sword. He holds firm and keeps his focus despite the pressure. Grim immediately swings in from behind to punish Abyss's opening. G-Free follows with another attack from the front, trying to trap Abyss between them. Abyss slips through the pincer and forces G-Free low. He rises above them again, reasserting control of the battlefield. Abyss coldly tells them to get out of his way. He blasts them back with overwhelming force. G-Free skids across the ground from the impact. Grim admits that Abyss is still as monstrously strong as ever. G-Free steadies himself and starts thinking instead of rushing again. He demands to know Abyss's true goal and why he is targeting this world. Abyss answers that this was always his story and that he is the abyssal god meant to swallow and rule everything. He insists that no world can be allowed to exist outside his control. For Abyss, domination itself is the only proof that he exists. G-Free mocks him as a selfish final boss, but also accepts that such simplicity leaves no room for hesitation. He decides that fighting an enemy without sentiment makes things easier. Abyss answers with a dark laugh. G-Free then asks Grim how Abyss was dealt with in the past. Grim begins explaining that 1,000 years ago his former masters and other heroes confronted Abyss. Those fighters were the ones Abyss later called the 8 heroes. Grim corrects the record before Abyss can twist it. Abyss admits the heroes never truly defeated him, only sealed him, which is why he still exists. He smiles at the reminder that he survived them all. Grimm confirms that in that ancient battle sealing Abyss was the best anyone could manage. Abyss reveals how it happened. He dragged the heroes into his mental realm, and wore them down one by one as their magic ran dry. In the end, the exhausted heroes sealed each other instead of him. He boasts that the few surviving humans sealed those heroes away, but this time Jean-Free stands alone. Abyss unleashes a finishing technique aimed directly at Jean-Free. The attack slams into Jean-Free and sends him flying. Grimm cries out as Jean-Free crashes down in pain. Abyss gathers another killing blow and declares that this is the end. Grimm desperately checks whether Jean-Free can still stand. Jean-Free rises and vows that before he defeats Abyss, he will erase the cursed divine gear forever. He is confused by the mention of hidden gear as Abyss reveals that this entire mental world was created solely to seal divine gear. Abyss explains that the realm consumes enormous mana and can only be used once, but after absorbing the gear he intends to destroy it with his ultimate technique. He dismisses Jean-Free as harmless without divine gear. Abyss begins purging the divine gear from Jean-Free by force. Jean-Free's weapon starts breaking apart into shadow and dust. He watches in shock as the gear disintegrates from his hands. The last traces of it drift away into the mental world. Jean-Free realizes too late what is happening. He understands that his hidden gear is being reduced to dust. All he can do is call out to Grimm. Grimm rushes toward him in alarm. Grimm reveals that the same thing happened to him 100 years earlier, when he was struck, torn apart, and lost his memory. Jean-Free reaches after the fading remains, unwilling to let Grimm vanish again. But the last fragments slip beyond his grasp. Abyss laughs, convinced the fight is over now that Jean-Free has been stripped bare. He explains that every piece of divine gear taken from victims becomes part of the foundation of his mental world and can never reappear. With Jean-Free disarmed, Abyss demands his soul as the next thing to absorb. Jean-Free narrowly deflects a follow-up strike with what little remains. Even so, the pressure leaves him reeling. He forces himself to think, searching for any answer from the instincts that once carried him through impossible fights. Abyss rains down weapons from every direction and reminds Jean-Free that this world obeys only him. Jean-Free realizes the situation is turning hopeless. At that moment, a new spell erupts into the battlefield. The blue-haired ally intervenes with triple boost Raijin Flash, knocking aside the descending weapons and shielding Jean-Free. Jean-Free is stunned to see Reluca arrive. Abyss turns toward the interruption. Reluca urges Jean-Free not to give up and promises they will keep fighting with him. Jean-Free hears another unexpected voice. Reluca says he can hear the trapped voices, while Abyss dismisses them as worthless weaklings. Abyss tries to ignore the disturbance and hold his form together, but he suddenly senses something wrong inside his own body. A voice tells Jean-Free to fight with guts. Jean-Free recognizes the voice as Leon and realizes it is coming from somewhere inside the realm itself. Leon calls out directly to him. He reveals that everyone is trapped inside the thing Abyss absorbed. Though imprisoned, they are still alive and clinging on through sheer will. The trapped souls refuse to accept being caged in such a place and vow to resist Abyss. Jean-Free and Reluca listen as hope returns. Another ally checks that Jean-Free and Reluca are safe. Jean-Free presses Abyss about where everyone went. Abyss confirms that all of them were taken inside him, which lets Jean-Free finally understand what happened to the missing people. A familiar voice tells Jean-Free it heard everything. That trapped ally offers to lend Jean-Free strength so they can all return to the real world. Others join in, urging their master forward and even joking that he still owes them for abandoning them earlier. As more voices rise, Abyss is shaken that the souls he absorbed are not fully under his control. He searches for the source of the rebellion. The answer is Grimm's scythe, the divine gear that once carved away part of Abyss's mental world before the sealing. Abyss realizes that just before being sealed, that scythe cut off a fragment of his mental realm. He rages at the divine gear for stealing back what he claimed. The strain tears through his body as the trapped souls resist from within. Abyss is horrified that even in soul form they are still fighting him. Reluca notices that Abyss is finally destabilizing. Another ally explains that Jean-Free's equipment are all relics from ancient times, and Jean-Free recognizes Myra's voice among the trapped souls. Myra proposes a risky solution. If they shatter the mental world Abyss absorbed, the gear may return to Jean-Free. Leon confirms the gamble and says Jean-Free's gear could come back if they break the realm. The trapped allies decide to overload Abyss with the millions of souls inside him, break his mental world, and restore Jean-Free's gear. Jean-Free can only listen in disbelief as everyone places their hopes on him. Abyss grits his teeth and tries to suppress the uprising. He calls the humans fools and prepares to stop their plan by force. Yet the resistance inside him keeps disrupting his control. The trapped souls rally together and urge Jean-Free to move with guts and break Abyss's mental world. More allies add their strength and their grudges, turning the rebellion into a united push behind Jean-Free. Even ordinary people trapped inside Abyss beg Jean-Free to take them home and offer what strength they can. Abyss roars in pain and insists their struggle is useless. Refusing to lose control, he tries to seal everything again with Mad Fist. Before the technique can finish, the chairman intercepts the attack with his own body and power. The blow tears across Abyss's face instead, making him scream. The chairman endures the strain to create the opening Jean-Free needs. Jean-Free and Reluca stare as the chance finally appears. Jean-Free hesitates for only a moment. The chairman shouts for him to act now. The mental world shatters like glass under the combined assault. As the illusion breaks apart, the battle space collapses back into the real world around them. Reluca realizes they have returned and that Abyss's barrier has truly been destroyed. Jean-Free is stunned that the impossible plan worked. A bright sphere and magic circle descend toward him from above. He reaches out as the returning power gathers in front of his hands. The light pours into him. Jean-Free stands still and accepts the restoration. Even his halo brightens as the change deepens. The pendant at his chest responds and begins to glow. He plants himself firmly in the restored world. Jean-Free realizes with relief that his gear has returned. A system message confirms that all hidden gear have been simultaneously fully released and re-equipped. That total restoration triggers a new special condition. Jean-Free's class changes from alchemist to the hidden job hidden gear master. Bathed in golden power, he is overwhelmed by the scale of what he has become. His new status becomes immeasurable across every attribute, marking a complete transcendence. Now empowered beyond measure, Jean-Free stands with Reluca and the chairman facing Abyss again in the real world. Abyss senses the return of Jean-Free's gear, and Reluca realizes Jean-Free has reclaimed his true power. The chairman looks to Jean-Free as the balance of the battle shifts. Jean-Free quietly takes in the transformation and the weight of what comes next. Reluca celebrates that Jean-Free has done it, while Abyss, already sounding like a doomed man, can only spit out a bitter threat. Abyss surges back in fury and warns his enemies not to think they have won. His darkness spreads again, and the trap souls inside him cry out as Leon and the others realize they are being swallowed once more. The old man loses contact with the others entirely, confirming that the situation has turned critical. Abyss rages that his divine raiment was sealed and turns his hatred toward the one responsible. He decides to devour the people before him and convert their souls into his own power. Leon braces himself in front of his grandfather as the attack comes down on them. Seeing no immediate way out, Leon can only call to his grandfather in panic. Before the strike lands, something cuts through Abyss's armor and interrupts the assault. Jean-Free arrives wrapped in golden power, placing himself between Abyss and the others. Leon turns in shock as the sudden savior reveals himself. Abyss notices the new opponent and the damage already inflicted on his body. Jean-Free calmly declares that Abyss's true enemy is him. Abyss fixes on Jean-Free, recognizing the threat standing in his way again. Enraged that the user of divine raiment still opposes him, Abyss resolves to drag both Jean-Free and his power into hell. Jean-Free meets the killing blow head-on and blocks it with overwhelming force. His counterattack tears into Abyss and opens a serious wound. With his weapon raised, Jean-Free stands fully restored and ready to finish the fight. He presses the attack immediately, forcing Abyss back before the god can recover. Abyss can only stare in disbelief at the human who is suddenly overpowering him. He realizes that a single strike has shattered his armor and cannot accept it. Jean-Free reflects that he had nearly lost, but thanks to Leon, the president, Reluca, and the others recovering his hidden equipment, he can fight again. He understands that the recovered equipment awakened a hidden power he never knew he possessed, and his confidence returns completely. Abyss tries to retaliate at close range, but Jean-Free no longer hesitates. Jean-Free answers with a devastating slash that carves through Abyss's body. A system notice confirms that Mind's Eye has activated, tripling damage to vital points. Jean-Free drives forward, chaining his momentum into another attack. He batters Abyss with a relentless combination, keeping the god pinned under golden strikes. As he attacks, Jean-Free demands that Abyss release everyone he has taken. He goes further and orders Abyss to restore the world to what it was before this disaster. Each blow lands deeper, cutting through Abyss's resistance. Mind's Eye keeps triggering again and again, turning Jean-Free's assault into a precise execution. Abyss roars in pain as his body and pride are torn apart. He curses the idea that a mere human, and only one at that, could possibly defeat him. Jean-Free rejects him completely, declaring that there is no place for Abyss in this world. He invokes a final judgment, and orders Abyss to fade into nothing. Jean-Free activates Centipede's third skill, Meltdown, gathering a colossal finishing blade above him. Abyss still cannot accept being defeated by a human for the second time. Even as Jean-Free brings the attack down, Abyss rages that he is losing to someone like this. The finishing strike detonates with catastrophic force, and Abyss screams as he is consumed. His body is engulfed and begins to disintegrate under the blast. The explosion erupts like a pillar of light visible far beyond the battlefield. The ruined structure shakes and breaks apart under the aftermath. Leon and his grandfather survive the blast and look up through the falling debris. They shield themselves and wait for the destruction to settle. When the dust clears, Jean-Free stands alone amid the wreckage with his weapon lowered. Leon finally dares to believe Abyss is dead and that they have won. Jean-Free exhales, exhausted but still alert. A system window appears before him as the battle truly ends. The system confirms Abyss's defeat, the acquisition of all hidden equipment, the unlocking of all skills, and Jean-Free's class change to Hidden Equipment Master, along with a final unknown skill. Jean-Free focuses on the notice about the mysterious new ability. He finds that the skill has no explanation beyond its name, leaving him uncertain. The system asks whether he wants to cast the unknown skill, and he hesitates. Even without understanding it, he feels instinctively that using it will set everything right, so he chooses to activate it. The system confirms that the unknown skill has been used. Its effect is revealed as the return of everything that had been flipped. That power spreads across the world. A year later, the world has settled into a new normal. The old man now spends peaceful days in town, watching ordinary life pass by. He greets someone he has not seen in a while and savors the calm that has returned. Leon arrives to meet him, and the reunion is warm. Leon smiles, clearly more at ease than before. They joke that with creatures and nobody's gone, people are no longer dying the way they once were. The old man reflects on how quickly a year has passed since the battle. Leon teases him for getting sentimental, and the old man laughs it off. Even after a year, Leon still thinks back to the day Abyss was defeated. The old man notes that the world is now so peaceful it feels as if that battle never happened, though defeating Abyss changed everything. Leon explains that with creatures and dungeons gone, the very role of adventurer has disappeared as well. But he has also heard that many former adventurers, left with power and no purpose, have turned to theft and extortion. Because the Adventurers Association was disbanded, there is no longer any organization to restrain skill users and protect civilians. The old man falls silent, already anticipating where Leon is going with this. He asks Raluca if she understands what he is thinking. Raluca answers that she does, because they have known each other long enough to read each other easily. She agrees to follow Leon's lead, and the 8 Guardian Stars stand behind him. Back on the first continent in Jinfrei's hometown, his life has become unexpectedly ordinary. Jinfrei now spends his days farming instead of fighting. His younger sister calls him in for a drink and reminds him that their mother wants him to rest. He accepts the break with an easy smile. He sits down with a mug while a system window hovers nearby, still part of his everyday life. For the moment, he enjoys the simple pleasure of a good drink, but his attention shifts as a familiar thought returns. He looks at the peaceful sky and wonders if this is what the world looks like after clearing it completely. He sees that everyone else has moved on into ordinary, peaceful lives. Even so, while he knows that peace is good, part of him feels that something is missing. A new request pulls him from that mood just as trouble breaks out nearby. He recognizes the commotion as Kakura causing problems again. Jinfrei sighs that this kind of nuisance is the downside of peace. The system congratulates him on clearing the game, relays a request from the former president of the Adventurers Association, and asks if he wants to keep playing. Jinfrei admits that no matter what changes, he is still a hardcore gamer at heart. He accepts, and the story jumps to the outskirts of the first continent where he is already chasing criminals. 2 thieves try to shake him off and decide to fight back with their skills. One launches an intimidation-based attack to stop him. Jinfrei blows through it so easily that the attack only tears up the street behind him. He closes the distance in an instant, far beyond what the thieves expected. The pair are left staring as he rushes straight at them. Their intimidation skill fails completely, and they cannot understand why. Desperate, they decide to attack together from both sides. Before they can act, Jinfrei vanishes from their sight. The thieves panic when they realize he is suddenly gone. Jinfrei reappears behind them and mocks their confusion. He strikes before they can turn around. Standing over them with flames in hand, he leaves them terrified and helpless. He coldly tells them not to create extra work for him. Then he opens a system channel to report in. Jinfrei informs headquarters that he has secured both the culprits and the stolen goods and is ready to bring them in. The former president praises his speed and reliability. He tells Jinfrei there is no need to transport them personally because a recovery team has already been dispatched. Jinfrei hands the criminals over as the team arrives by teleportation. 3 years after Abyss's defeat, the world remains peaceful on the surface because dungeons and creatures are gone. But many displaced adventurers have started using their powers for crime, creating a new kind of threat. In the past, corrupt guilds could at least be cracked down on through the Adventurers Association. Now the system no longer permits guilds to be formed at all. That means criminals can only be hunted through civilian reports, so the former president asks Jinfrei to take on another job. He adds that Mira is already on her way to brief Jinfrei in person. That night, Jinfrei and Mira head to the deep region of the first continent. From a hidden vantage point, Jinfrei identifies the group below as the criminal organization they are after. Mira confirms it. She explains that the group has recently been trespassing into sacred sites across the continents, destroying valuable ruins and stealing items in secret. The organization is commonly known as Noir. Jinfrei questions whether simple profit could really explain their actions, since selling ruined treasures would expose them immediately. Mira says that is exactly why this must be handled as an undercover investigation aimed at uncovering both their motive and their mastermind. Jinfrei agrees in words, then immediately moves to end things by force. Mira chases after him in frustration, reminding him that this was supposed to be covert. One of Noir's men notices movement and becomes suspicious. Jinfrei and Mira step out openly, and the criminals demand to know who they are. The gang dismisses them as intruders and warns them to leave if they are just looking for entertainment. Mira tries to retreat and preserve the cover, clinging to Jinfrei in embarrassment. Jinfrei only notices that she has called him by the wrong name and scolds her for it, making the situation even more absurd. She explodes at him and tells him to learn what undercover investigation actually means. The criminals decide the pair are too suspicious to ignore and move to surround them. Since they are already exposed, Jinfrei decides they may as well question the gang directly. Mira traps the area in a magical prison so none of the criminals can escape. Fry names the spell mage's black prison and warns that no one is leaving until they talk. When one man tries to resist, Fry casually breaks the prison wall himself and points out that with a level gap that large, the barrier is as fragile as paper. He puts his blade to the man's throat and turns the interrogation around. Fry demands to know why they have been destroying ruins. To force an answer, he threatens the man with death if he keeps hiding the truth. Terrified, the criminal claims they were only following orders from above and collecting items from a prepared list. Mira steps in and refuses to let him get away with half-truths. She threatens a grotesquely excessive spirit-based punishment, shocking even Fry with how far she is willing to go over damaged antiquities. Fry can only react in speechless disbelief at her intensity. He pauses, realizing just how serious she is. The frightened man finally reveals the name Wind Serpent Guild. That name shocks Mira because guilds were supposed to be impossible now. The criminal adds that their boss is on the first continent, and that the ruin, destruction, and thefts are all being directed by him. When asked how he knows that much, Fry refuses to explain his own source. Mira concludes that they now know there is a mastermind behind War, and she vows that the destruction of precious ruins will not be forgiven. She prepares to execute the criminal with her full spirit combo before he can say anything more. Fry stops her, warning the man that once she loses control over antiques, even top-tier monsters would not survive her wrath. The criminal collapses from sheer terror before the punishment can even begin. Seeing him unconscious, they are left with a lead to pursue and a mastermind still waiting somewhere on the first continent. As the aftermath settles, the woman condemns the man's hypocrisy for calling someone monstrous while he is still desecrating a corpse. A dropped storage device from the dead man becomes the only clue worth taking. When they inspect it, they realize the Wind Serpent Guild is tied to Noir, which makes the situation far more serious. The name finally clicks for him when she reminds him this is the same guild he clashed with on another continent. He casually recalls that old conflict, showing how little that earlier victory meant to him. She explains that although their guild master was arrested and exiled, the organization should have collapsed with him. Instead, they now understand a higher-ranking Grand Master existed above the man they captured, so they decide to alert their chairman at once. When she checks the item list they recovered, it looks harmless at first glance, and she questions why it matters. He warns that if someone intentionally gathered those items, it means they are assembling dark equipment. The term immediately hooks her attention because she recognizes it as a dangerous class of gear. He explains that dark equipment is created by combining specific items and could threaten an entire continent if completed. Worse, since the Abyss battle disabled his old hidden gear master job, he is no longer sure he could counter it directly. Even so, he decides to move immediately and confront the Wind Serpent Guild's true boss on this continent. At the Eldora ruins, the guild's people report to their leader. The man in charge is revealed as Zhao Servand, the former Wind Serpent Guild Grand Master. His subordinates proudly announce that all 90 required items have finally been collected. Zhao confirms the collection is complete and prepares for the next stage of his plan. He senses the decisive moment has arrived. Before he can proceed, an intruder appears and coldly orders him aside. The hero and his companion step into the ruins openly, armed and unafraid. Zhao quickly realizes the black-haired man is the real authority among the intruders. He mocks their manners and demands their identities, threatening to kill them if the answer displeases him. The hero begins to identify himself as part of the only force still capable of arresting criminals across continents. That description shocks Zhao because it points to the organization that replaced the Fallen Adventurers Association. The hero confirms it with a taunting half-answer, making sure Zhao understands exactly who has come for him. At the same time, the hero's gear evolves, unlocking Melt, Heaven and Phantasmal Playground Silver. The confrontation sharpens as both sides measure the other's strength. Zhao dismisses them as idealists from the old Guardian Star tradition who squander their power helping ordinary people. His companion stays calm, letting the insult pass. The hero answers that criminals like Zhao are exactly why his work never ends. He makes it clear he has no patience for a long exchange and intends to finish this quickly. Zhao's confidence wavers when something about the hero's face starts to feel familiar. The woman confirms that Zhao has indeed seen him before. Zhao suddenly identifies him as the hero of the Abyss. The recognition briefly catches the hero off guard. One of Zhao's men remembers the old title Blue-Eyed Jean Free, tying the legend to the man standing before them. The hero shrugs off the name, treating it as irrelevant to the arrest. Zhao shifts instantly from contempt to delighted respect and thanks him for past help. He also recognizes the woman as one of the former 8 Guardian Stars who once commanded adventurers on the 7th continent. Seeing their reputations, Zhao tries to buy them over with wealth and comfort. Both reject him without hesitation. The woman formally declares that they are there to arrest him for illegal entry and theft. Zhao laughs off the charge and claims he will apologize by killing them. He launches his attack with murderous intent, promising them eternal rest. A giant summoned serpent surges toward the pair as Zhao opens the battle. The serpent crashes down in a violent first strike aimed at crushing them. Zhao's followers panic and rush to support him, treating the intruders as enemies to be captured immediately. The hero drops one of the charging men instantly, showing the gap in power before the mob can close in. He assigns Zhao to himself, and leaves the lesser enemies to his companion. She accepts the split with dry sarcasm and turns to handle the underlings. She summons Ifrit, unleashing a wall of fire that tears through the attackers. While she controls the crowd, the hero leaps straight at Zhao. Midair, he decides this is the perfect chance to test the new illusion skill he just unlocked. Phantasmal Playground Silver activates. Zhao is pulled into the skill's false world before he can stop it. He immediately senses something is wrong with the battlefield around him. Zhao correctly identifies it as an illusion-type ability. Confident in his willpower, he forces himself through what he thinks is the deception. The hero waits calmly, already expecting that reaction. Zhao boasts that illusions cannot affect him. The hero notes that Zhao broke the illusion through sheer mental force, reminding him of another man named Leon. Zhao answers by summoning twin wind serpents to overwhelm him physically instead. The two serpents close in from both sides, trying to trap the hero in a pincer attack. The hero judges the pattern simple and easy to evade. Zhao reveals that the twin attack was only bait, and that more serpents were hidden behind it. A whole ring of serpents surrounds the hero at once, turning the trap into a full encirclement. Zhao takes that as proof that victory is his. The hero remains unnervingly composed instead of panicking. The serpents loom over him, while Zhao presses the attack, certain the hero is cornered. Then Zhao suddenly feels something is off. Blood appears at his mouth even though the hero has not visibly struck him. The damage worsens at once, and Zhao starts coughing up blood in shock. He cannot understand why he is bleeding at all. The hero calmly tells him his turn is over. A status display appears, exposing the hero's unreadable, absurdly boosted stats. He announces that now he will attack in earnest. Zhao is stunned that the hero can project a status screen in the middle of combat. The display confirms the hero's numbers are effectively unreadable and enhanced beyond normal limits. Zhao's own status is then revealed, showing his health has crashed and that he is suffering extreme deadly poison. Seeing the comparison, Zhao is shaken by how impossible the hero's data looks. He realizes his HP has been gutted before he even understood the attack. He also grasps that he has been poisoned with a lethal status effect. Fear finally breaks through his arrogance. Zhao understands too late that even his belief that he had broken the illusion was itself part of the illusion. Back in the real battlefield, he stares helplessly at the hero, no longer sure what is real. The hero explains that Phantasmal Playground Silver is an illusion that always lands. He adds that the false impression of escaping it was deliberately planted as part of the trap. And while Zhao was deceived, Heaven marked every designated enemy nearby with extreme lethal poison, dropping their HP to 1 and paralyzing them. With the trap complete, the hero calls out to another piece of equipment. A skeletal weapon spirit answers, manifesting as a towering red-black reaper-like presence behind him. Zhao tries to bluff that the display is empty intimidation and prepares one last strike. The hero remains motionless and tells him the fight is already over. The summoned weapon moves before Zhao can finish his attack. Its gleeful arrival makes clear that the hero's arsenal has a will of its own. The spirit grandly announces its return, turning the moment into a theatrical entrance. When it boasts about unveiling a new move, the hero immediately shuts down the nonsense and keeps it focused. The weapon obeys by striking Zhao cleanly and sending him flying in a spray of blood. The woman observes that the underlings collapse one after another because of the hero's automatic poison effect. She calls his equipment absurd, while the weapon flirts shamelessly until the hero dismisses it. With Zhao defeated, the pair decide to report back to their chairman first. Even after the victory, the hero remains troubled because the actual dark equipment still has not been recovered. Zhao, barely conscious, laughs and confirms that the hero did sense dark equipment. The hero notes that Zhao is still awake and urges him to stop clinging to the ordinary collected parts. Zhao reveals those parts no longer matter. He tells them the dark equipment is not here at all. The hero realizes this means Zhao was not the sole mastermind behind the operation. A Hidden Figures message confirms it, revealing that the gateway to the dark world has already opened somewhere else. The hero immediately understands the threat has moved beyond this battlefield. Back at headquarters, he delivers the full report. He informs the chairman that Zhao was captured but the location of the dark gear remains unknown. The chairman praises their work despite the incomplete result. He then reveals that Noir's true mastermind is Selim, a revelation that shocks the hero. The hero recalls Zhao's testimony that someone offered him dark gear and drew him into an alliance. The chairman concludes that the wind serpents were likely manipulated and targeted by that man. Because the guild included former Guardian Stars, their grudge against the Old Adventurers Association made them easy to exploit. The chairman explains that Selim was once the former president of the Adventurer Association. The two younger agents are stunned by the scale of the betrayal. The chairman says the name has not surfaced in over 20 years and he never expected to hear it again under these circumstances. The hero struggles to reconcile that history with the idea that such a man founded Noir. The chairman says Selim had once been powerful, respected, and trusted by everyone before abruptly resigning and vanishing. No one ever learned why he disappeared, leaving only rumors behind. The hero admits it is hard to believe someone like that would willingly join hands with criminals. Their discussion is interrupted when a violent disturbance shakes the building. They realize a massive thunderous phenomenon is occurring outside. The hero senses at once that this is no ordinary weather. Looking out, he sees the sky turning unnaturally dark in broad daylight. The woman connects the event to Selim's identity as an alchemist and urgently asks if that is possible. The chairman confirms that it is. He realizes they have been outmaneuvered, because only an alchemist could forge dark gear and this darkness is its activation effect. The hero reacts instantly, ready to move. The chairman calls to him as the crisis escalates. He explains that Heaven's Will could not track the dark gear earlier because the ingredients were present but the gear had not yet manifested. Promising a fuller explanation later, the chairman decides to head straight for Selim himself. When asked how he knows where to go, he says there is only one place Selim would choose. The woman starts to volunteer to accompany him, but changes course. Instead, she says the hero and the chairman are needed elsewhere while she handles another task. The scene shifts to the remote El Tequa Lake region on the first continent. There, a blazing ritual circle burns in the wilderness. A cloaked man stands before a fully manifested suit of dark gear at the center of the ritual. The hero arrives and calls the man by name. The cloaked figure turns to face him without surprise. The hero stands alone before the ritual, having reached the true source of the crisis. The man confirms his identity as Selim. He warns the hero to stop interfering, implying the plan is already too far advanced. The hero explains that dark gear grants enormous power but exacts a deadly curse in return. Acting in the name of his organization, he demands that Selim surrender it peacefully. Selim recognizes from that confidence that the hero carries a divine arm capable of seeing through hidden truths. The hero realizes Selim has understood how he tracked both the location and the gear. Selim declares that realization meaningless now, because the activation is already complete and the hero has arrived too late. The hero lunges to stop him anyway, but immediately realizes the situation has already crossed into real danger. A man completes the full jet black equipment set and unlocks the special class Dark Knight, transforming into a black armored figure overflowing with ominous power. The sudden change leaves him momentarily stunned by what he has become. As the magic circle blazes around him, he stands before Jean-Free Van Raid and formally reveals this new dark power. Jean-Free immediately realizes his opponent has truly equipped the forbidden dark gear and treats the situation as serious. The newly transformed man revels in the armor's presence, testing the body and aura it grants him. He confirms that the ancient records were right, and that dark gear is flooding him with exactly the overwhelming power he sought. Now emboldened, he demands to know how Jean-Free learned of dark gear and what he is really after. Jean-Free refuses to be hurried and addresses him by name, Selim, making clear he already knows who stands before him. Selim explains that after his soul was swallowed by the abyss, he learned of Jean-Free's existence and became convinced Jean-Free held the answer he had been searching for. Jean-Free listens in silence, letting Selim expose his motives. Selim recounts that he was born gifted, rose without rivals, and climbed all the way to the position of association president. He remembers being praised and envied by everyone, while Jean-Free privately dismisses the speech as self-important boasting. Selim admits that he eventually stopped caring about protecting others and devoted himself only to pursuing greater personal strength. Jean-Free dryly notes that Selim's selfish creed is unpleasantly familiar. Selim continues that everything changed when the current president, Jingsman, appeared and became the first person ever to defeat him. That humiliation poisoned everything for him, because he found defeat completely intolerable. So he abandoned his official responsibilities and resigned, choosing to live only for the pursuit of strength. After years of training he finally surpassed Jingsman, but that triumph was immediately overshadowed by something else. During the Abyss incident he encountered Jean-Free, and Jean-Free's overwhelming power made all of Selim's achievements feel meaningless. Selim confesses that he could not accept a level of strength that still lay beyond him even after dedicating his life to reaching the top. Unable to bear that gap, he resolved to take whatever path was necessary. He decided that no matter the cost he would surpass Jean-Free, and concluded that dark gear was the tool that would make it possible. With that conviction, Selim raises his dark blade and declares that this power will carry him beyond Jean-Free. He launches the first attack, closing the distance with a heavy downward strike. Jean-Free calmly meets the assault by drawing his own weapon and receiving the blow without panic. Watching Selim fight, Jean-Free concludes that all of this is nothing more than pointless resentment. As their blades clash, Jean-Free condemns him for treating Zhao and the others as disposable pawns in his obsession. Selim presses harder, trying to overwhelm Jean-Free through brute force. Yet even with dark gear massively boosting his stats, Selim cannot understand why Jean-Free still stands above him. He realizes in frustration that power meant to rival divine arms is still failing to close the distance between them. Jean-Free, however, is already thinking past the duel and notes that someone else's preparations should be finishing right about now. A sudden sign confirms his suspicion, and he recognizes that the next phase has arrived. An unknown incoming call appears, interrupting the flow of battle. Even as the alert appears, the clash of weapons continues for a beat. Jean-Free seizes control of the exchange and reveals that dark gear's advantages do not work on him at all. Holding the upper hand, he offers Selim a chance to surrender quietly and face a lighter punishment. Selim refuses to yield, still gripping his weapon with stubborn pride. He cannot accept that the dark gear he devoted his life to is losing to Jean-Free's divine arm. His disbelief turns into desperation as he demands to know why the gulf between them remains so vast. Jean-Free only watches, almost amused by how little the answer has changed. Selim decides that if a gap in power exists, he will force it closed by any means necessary. He raises his hand and calls for his dark soldiers to gather to him. Across the world, the dark soldier summoning activates, and the creatures begin appearing at their fixed locations. Selim exults because his backup plan has finally been triggered. But Jinfree is already connected to a group call with the strongest allies he arranged in advance. The confidence on Jinfree's face makes Selim realize something is wrong. He looks up at the call interface in alarm, sensing that Jinfree has anticipated this move too. One of Jinfree's allies, a red-haired fighter, cheerfully checks in and treats the crisis like a routine assignment. Selim can only stare, caught off guard by the sudden intervention. A nun-like ally complains that she answered the president's global emergency summons only to find opponents too weak to be worth the trouble. Jinfree folds his arms and lets the reports speak for themselves while Selim's plan unravels. Selim realizes in shock that the people on the call are all at the level of the 8 Guardian Stars. Jinfree reminds him that these elites, now operating as his own group, went exactly where he told them to. Another ally casually reports that they eliminated the enemies at their assigned site without difficulty and asks if that was acceptable. Selim is horrified as the scale of the trap becomes clear. The nun idly indicates one of the defeated dark soldiers, showing how little threat it posed. A small military-looking ally even sits on one of the corpses, turning Selim's prize summons into a joke. Seeing every call window filled with victorious allies, Selim realizes all of his dark soldiers have been neutralized. Jinfree calmly reminds him that he never intended to use dark gear today in the first place. Selim understands too late that Jinfree had been waiting specifically for the dark soldier skill. Jinfree reveals that he asked the president about the skill beforehand and planned around its mechanics. He explains that there are only 7 dark soldiers, and while they are dangerous together, each one always spawns at a fixed point. Because they appear one per location, Jinfree knew any 8 Guardian Star level fighter could defeat them easily if sent to those exact spots. Selim bitterly admits that Jinfree had even foreseen this contingency. Still refusing to give up, Selim insists that Dark Gear's true power goes far beyond the soldiers. He prepares one final ultimate attack, betting everything on a direct finishing blow. A massive vortex of crimson energy erupts as he pours his remaining strength into the technique. One of Jinfree's distant allies watches the attack through the call feed as the energy swells. Another ally observes in silence, unconcerned by the spectacle. Even from headquarters, the old president can feel the enormous magical output and recognizes how powerful the attack is. Jinfree remains relaxed amid the storm and lightly asks whether they should head over too, as if the outcome is already decided. Selim declares that this strike will end Jinfree and finally let him surpass the man he hates. Jinfree answers that threat with a faint, untroubled smile. One blue-haired ally is ready to leave, assuming the matter is finished, until another warns that the fight is not over yet. The group's attention returns to the battlefield as the final exchange begins. Selim lunges forward, committing his whole body to the finishing attack. He screams as he drives the strike straight at Jinfree. Jinfree stops it effortlessly with a long polearm, still keeping one hand in his pocket. A skeletal spirit attached to the weapon gleefully announces that it will take the spotlight for this side story's ending. Jinfree assures his weapon that everything is under control. The blue-haired ally begins to explain the real reason Selim never had a chance. Jinfree sweeps his divine arm through the attack and demonstrates that, as the hero of the abyss, he simply has no enemies left on Selim's level. Selim is blasted down and left sprawled helplessly on the ground. Back at headquarters, the president praises everyone for their work. The assembled group reports that Noir has been dismantled cleanly, and the crisis ended without complications. Some members mock how weak Noir turned out to be, while the president turns to the final unresolved matter. That last issue is Selim himself, now reduced to a broken prisoner before them. Someone asks for confirmation that they are really going to dispose of the dark gear rather than preserve it. Another suggests it could be kept under strict containment at headquarters instead of destroyed outright. Jinfree thinks Selim's fixation on the armor was so extreme that it made the artifact itself seem less frightening by comparison. The president agrees containment was possible, but argues that leaving it in existence invites future misuse. The others accept that it is safer to erase the source of trouble completely. Meanwhile, the more emotional members comfort the white-haired girl who is still shaken by everything. When asked whether they can count on him going forward, Jinfree agrees without hesitation and immediately asks Mira to bring out the Spirit All-Stars. He takes charge of supplying the missing elements needed for the next task, while the others leave it to him. Jinfree activates All Creation, a technique that requires absorbing all 6 elements, and forms a dark golden sphere of power. The group watches closely as he prepares to erase the dangerous remains once and for all. Even the strongest among them are impressed by the scale and precision of what he is doing. Jinfree casually feeds Selim and the dark gear into the sphere, and the onlookers complain only that his disposal method is too rough. The president declares the matter settled. He immediately moves on, saying new requests are already arriving from across the continent, and that the group will be needed again. Jinfree answers with easy confidence, ready to continue after safely defeating Selim. Life soon returns to its usual busy rhythm as the group resumes missions, training, and everyday chaos. Much later, decades pass, and the story shifts to the Jinfree residence. Inside a cluttered study, Glowing screens and notes reveal a long private project nearing completion. An older man sits alone at the center of that room, surrounded by years of work. He saves his data into an AI system, rewrites the final section, and runs one last test. When the process succeeds, he realizes at last that the project is complete. He celebrates because the game he decided to create for his retirement 10 years earlier is finally finished. Satisfied, he reflects that he has already done everything he could in that world and retired from the group he once served. With the world now peaceful and the people dear to him already gone from his life, he feels there is nothing left but solitude. So he chose to spend his quiet years making a game, relying on old programming experience and sheer persistence to finish it. He encourages himself with the creed that a true hardcore gamer makes a game if none exists. At last he sits down to see what all that effort has produced. The title screen appears, and his excitement surges the moment he sees it. He is thrilled that the game actually boots and reaches a playable login screen. The game opens on a grand academy and introduces its world. Its premise is revealed. Instead of reincarnating as a gifted academy protagonist, the player enters as a doomed villainous mob and must overturn that fate through special battles and explosive growth. He selects the villainous mob character he designed as the player's role. The system asks whether to register a new player and reincarnate into the world. Without hesitation, he chooses yes. Even so, a brief flicker of doubt makes him pause. He laughs off the absurd idea that pressing the button could literally send him into the world of his own game. Then he taps yes anyway. Treating it like a normal test run, he prepares to evaluate Jinfree's game properly. A strange light suddenly floods the room, turning the joke into something impossible to ignore. His eyes widen as he realizes this is no ordinary startup effect. From within the light, a hand reaches out toward him. A black-haired figure from inside the game takes his hand and pulls him forward. The figure smiles as if this meeting was expected. The old man realizes in shock that someone from inside the game is calling to him. The sensation is unmistakably familiar, as though he has experienced this crossing before. His physical room is left empty while his presence shifts into the game world. The system announces that a new player has logged in and reincarnated into the world. He is welcomed as a guest and informed that he can watch the protagonist's playthrough live. The system then offers him a deeper invitation to enjoy the world together with that protagonist. He accepts, and the game itself welcomes him into the world he created.